Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the season finale here from Unadilla, New York. This is the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix, the grand finale. It all comes down to this to close out the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. A beautiful morning, no fog, no problems, and we are fired up on the line, getting ready to kick off our Pee Wee Moto here. First thing this morning, Zach Herron and Josh Stout back inside the Stoke studio to cover the action all day long and to bring the 2026 season to a close. Josh, we got you used to everything yesterday. We had a fantastic day of racing. Seriously, some of the best racing we've had all season long, and we get to do it all over again here today.
Yesterday was action-packed, and today the stakes are a little bit higher. Obviously, we know it's Championship Sunday now, so like we talked about yesterday, some of these championships already wrapped up. Everybody just kind of going through the motions, enjoying their weekend. Stress level is a little bit high for some of our other riders in our other classes. So we're getting ready to get going with our Pee Wee riders here shortly, and we'll start handing out some hardware today.
Absolutely. Just like you said, some of these classes not totally decided, but certainly mighty comfortable, several points ahead. Other classes, it's as little as 1 point, the difference between walking away the champ and walking away the runner-up. You can see hydration. Everybody thinking about it. Yep, I got water. I don't need it right now. Thanks, Dad. But everybody is fired up. Like you said, Championship Sunday, the stakes a bit higher than we've seen throughout the rest of the season. But at the same time, just like we touched on yesterday, several of these riders, both in our Pee Wee class all the way up to our vet classes, they're here to embrace what JDay is all about. We're here at Unadilla. We get to ride the Pro National track. We've got a brand new wood section today, even from yesterday. It's just one of those things where when you actually get to pull onto the property, we're over here by the Sky Shot on the backside of the track. And everybody just kind of sits there for a second and goes, man, this is pretty incredible. And so definitely a great way to close out the season. Ethan and the whole JDay crew have, they took the risk. They took the adventure of going all the way across the eastern United States. We've been all the way down as far as Florida to start the season off, worked our way back up through the Carolinas, up to Maryland at Budds Creek, and then closing things out right here at Unadilla. And we are just about ready to kick things off. We'll have that Fox green flag flying here in just a moment and kick off our Pee Wee Moto, the first race of the day.
If you're watching at home, you're not on site, you can see a difference from yesterday morning. Yesterday we saw a lot of pants and hoodies. This morning it's already a little bit warmer than it was yesterday. We're sitting probably low 60s right now, so we'll see how the track unfolds. We think it'll dry out a little bit quicker than yesterday. The guys on site here, Robinson's track crew, will do a great job. They always keep the water down. As you can see, the start line's drenched right now, and that'll start to dry out as the day goes along.
Yeah, I was kind of curious to see how the track crew was going to be working this facility throughout the end of the day yesterday into today. For a minute, I thought they were actually going to leave the track as is, but of course, like you said, the Robinson crew, as we dropped the Fox green flag out here first thing this morning before the sun was even up, and get right to work. As looks like going right to work right now is the 196 of Crew Hopkins, who I believe has grabbed your whole shot and is already trying to run away. This is one of those classes where things are mighty close in the points. Talking about our Pee Wee senior class, it was 10 points, and I believe it was 10 points to the position of Michael Kimichowski, and it is now 129 points to 122. Crew Hopkins grabbing the win yesterday, and he's going to try to close in on the points gap as well. Hopkins dropping down into gravity cavity right now. Kimichowski trying to make a move up the inside, get a little BOGO action here, and slide into that number 2 spot as we drop our second row Pee Wee Trail Rider. And then we'll have Pee Wee Bantam, Pee Wee Electric, and then, of course, closing things out with our Pee Wee Squirt and Pee Wee Girls classes, our youngest riders that we've got here at JDay Offroad, kicking off the morning. And this will be a 40-minute moto, single moto format for the Pee Wees. Everyone else, 2 motos, 30 minutes long. And that is one thing we heard a lot of yesterday, how different the conditions were between Moto 1 to Moto 2. But right now, the kids are all right, and they're rocking and rolling here first thing this morning at Unadilla.
And you touched on it right away there. Our first class that went out there, that was one of the classes that got a little bit closer yesterday as far as the points go, and the stress level got a little bit higher for these riders. So like you said, Hopkins and Kimichowski, right now Hopkins in the driver's seat. When it comes to today's race, he's going to need to hold that, and hopefully someone can get in between him and Chimikowski and see what ends up happening there.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in if you are Crew Hopkins, because at the same time, all he can do is go out there and try to win. And that's not going to be enough. If Kimichowski finishes second, I believe even third, he's going to be able to hang on to the Pee Wee Senior title. 7 points separating them coming into this final morning of racing. But as we saw, things can happen, mistakes can happen, chaos can ensue late in the races, and anything is possible. So we'll see how things shake out. It looks like some of our first riders making their way through the woods and actually have a pass for the lead. That's Hopkins now just going through in the number 2 spot. Looks like that might have been Kimichowski moving into the number 3 ride. But already some great shots. Like we said, brand new wood section here today. I'm sure we'll throw that map up at some point here in the first race. But we're taking a look right now at the event overalls. Crew Hopkins, as they run right now, looking at a potential 25 points. Kimichowski and Ethan Clark as well, finishing up inside that top 3 yesterday. So we'll reset the board. Nothing decided quite yet, and we'll see how it all runs away. Reed Pritt was a fast one in the Pee Wee Squirt class yesterday. He had a couple of breakout rides, but the kids really impressing us yesterday. I know we were talking about it even off microphone. The technical skills of it, things like that FMF Extreme section, they knew exactly how to handle it. And as you can see, a brand new obstacle section. There's kind of 2 separate woods today, whereas yesterday it was a longer wood section. So riders getting a little bit of off-road, then back to the moto, then back to the off-road, and then back to the moto track to close out the lap. And of course, you're going to have that FMF Extreme section at one point throughout as well. But like we talked about, the Robinson crew, they're tilling, they're watering, and it's a little thick of that chocolate cake as they climb up the Unadilla hills.
If you've ever been here for one of their pro races, really any pro race, that's how they do it. And they treat the track the same way here when they have any other events. They rip it, they water it, and then as the day goes along, you're going to start seeing those ruts form, those lines form. As like you were touched on earlier, the track is much different as far as when we are on the motocross part of the track. We're already over at Sky Shot, and this was the end of the laps yesterday. So we'll watch how things unfold. We're going to kind of have to learn the track with these riders.
Absolutely.
I don't know about yourself, but I did not put my hiking boots on and go back in the woods and check this out.
No, like I said, I am still got PTSD from my last adventures out here at Unadilla JDay, so I've been staying right here, safe under the canopy. But like you said, it's going to be a fantastic day, and that's an exciting part for us and the viewers watching at home on Racer TV. The ability to kind of figure out, okay, this is this section over here, this is that section over there. So 1 lap in the books. We'll get you some timing and scoring updates here just a moment from now. But Crew Hopkins on the hunt, trying to chase down. I wonder if that is Clark out in the number 1 spot. Looking like the 221. No, that might be Salgado, actually.
221 was the number of Salgado we had yesterday. I'm not sure.
He was on an orange bike.
Yeah, I was going to say,
though.
he was not on a Yamaha yesterday, so we'll see if that's him. It looks like him on screen.
Yeah, making a potential swap over to the Blue Crew ride here today.
Well, I can tell you, as close as Crew Hopkins is, he'd be able to tell us who it is because he is right on the rear wheel.
No doubt about it. One of the little rippers there paddling his way through on one of the smaller P-Dub machines. But look at this side-by-side action. First thing this morning, it's not even 8:30, and we've got bar banging action here for round 8, the season finale of the Fox JDay Offroad Series. They're going to try to split a rider. Hang on to it. Crew Hopkins getting a little close for comfort.
Zach, live timing did update. It is Salgado on the 221, so just a bike change. Not sure what happened. Maybe he had some bike problems yesterday. Found someone in the pits that was willing to give him a loaner, or possibly one that he had of his own.
Yeah, we actually heard that several riders yesterday on the podium saying, oh, yeah, I got a new bike this week. A lot of riders doing testing there on day 1, trying to figure some things out between Moto 1 to Moto 2. So, yeah, several of our riders on brand new machines here in this finale weekend. But this is another one of those new wood sections. So like we talked about, 2 separate wood sections as compared to a longer off-road section yesterday. And as you can see, Salgado and Hopkins going right back to work.
Now that part of the wood section looked a little bit more technical than yesterday.
Yep.
It was a lot more off camber. So we'll see how that unfolds as the day goes along. Those are going to be early wood sections. That's our first wood section that we hit. As we see Salgado and Hopkins now starting to break away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, we'll continue to watch and see as timing and scoring updates where everyone else is at. But, yeah, like you said, Salgado looking pretty good on the blue machine. I'm not going to lie. As soon as we saw the back number on the jersey, I was like, wait a second, that actually could be a big switch up. And there is Kimichowski. So this is another interesting point as well. Kimichowski checks in the number 3 spot. Ethan Clark back there in 4th. And then Isaiah Guernsey rounds out your top 5. So we'll see how those guys shuffle around. Like I said, at the moment, 7 points to the position of Michael Kimichowski. He's got the points lead for the moment, and as long as he's able to stay within a position or 2 of Crew Hopkins, he's got the potential to take home a Pee Wee Senior Championship.
So the thing right now is Kimichowski can't see Hopkins, so he's not going to know where Hopkins is. He's just going to have to hope that Salgado can hold him at bay, and then really Kimichowski just needs to ride his own race and make sure that Ethan Clark, if he does get to him, doesn't get around. I'm sure Mom and Dad told him before the race that 3rd place is good enough, and I'm sure they told him enough times he will not forget that.
Yeah, it is definitely easier said than done to keep that in the forefront of the minds of a younger rider. Problems for Hopkins right there. Looked like he landed in some of the thick stuff, might have maybe even hit a false neutral, but right back to the rear wheel he gets to Salgado. But that's about as close as he's been able to get so far in this moto, Josh. We say it all the time, catching up to a rider's one thing, but actually making the pass happen is a whole different ballgame.
Well, we saw it yesterday in that girls' class where Addie Harris, she ran out to a big lead, and then once they caught her, you thought she was kind of dead in the water, and she fought back. And right now we're seeing the same thing from Salgado as Hopkins and Salgado go up horsepower hill here at Unadilla. Pit bards are out. The brothers, sisters, moms, and dads as we have a pass for the lead.
That was a little Mallory Pickard style there on the back wheel. I love to see it.
Salgado kind of got caught up in that wet stuff on the side of the track, and that allowed Hopkins to go by on the outside for now as they went back towards the Yamaha finish line.
Taking a look at some of our other riders a bit further back in the field. Like we said, several of our Pee Wee classes out there at one time. Single moto format, but 40 minutes of battle. That's longer than Jet Lawrence and Hunter Lawrence and Hayden Deegan were out there yesterday at Ironman. So these kids definitely have what it takes. They're in great shape, and a lot of them will literally go from the finish line right back to the starting line for another moto. And the next motos, they got to start doing 2 moto formats. So you're looking at a minimum of about an hour and a half of racing for these kids. It is so impressive to see the stamina and fitness even as young as our Pee Wee racers.
The fitness side of it is what really impressed me yesterday. As we touched on, I'm new to JDay, and I saw these kids. I mean, you're looking at a 40 and a 30 with at most a 5-minute break in between. That's 70 minutes of riding. So you're really asking them to run 2 full national motos back to back. Yeah.
And Crew Hopkins trying to make quick work of it. He got some clean air and has now put a few bike lengths between himself and Salgado. Pit boards out once again. As we heard from Hopkins yesterday, a very well-spoken young rider and certainly trying to keep the big picture in play. He knows all he can do is all he can do, right? Get out to the front, try to grab the win. The rest of the pieces, let them fall where they may. Hopkins, I need to go back through our points to see. It looks like he got second, and then he actually missed a couple of rounds there for, I believe, rounds 3 and 4. And that is where you're seeing the big point difference there. Kimachowski, consistency pays off when you're talking about championships. We say it time and time again, whether it was scheduled conflicts, bike issues, crashes, whatever it was. Kimachowski has been there and been in the fight every single round but one. Meanwhile, Hopkins has missed out on 2. So right now, within 7 points, when Hopkins has shown up, I think it's safe to say that he's been the faster rider in the field, but you got to be there to be in the hunt for the title. So right now, they're both here on site. They're both upright and riding well, and we'll see how things shake out as far as this Pee Wee Senior Championship.
Looking at live timing, Chimikowski with a 20-second lead over Ethan Clark in the 4th place position. So Chimikowski doing what he's got to do. He kind of let Salgado and Hopkins run away with this thing. There wasn't really any need for Chimikowski to push the issue. So we're looking here live on the Pit Bike Moto Cam. If you are watching at home or back in the camper, letting some of our other 50cc riders work their way around this track. We'll try and catch some numbers as they come by. Give you guys a shout out if we can see the numbers.
Yeah, still looks like it is Clark and Guernsey rounding out the top 5, and then Brandy Hill, Chase Culver, Peter Allegro running 6, 7, and 8, and then Charlie Ferreira and Benjamin Donis round out your top 10 here early on in this one. So we'll continue to watch and see how things shuffle around inside the top 10, and then the overall picture as well. As you can see, several riders, different sizes, different bikes out there at the same time, and that's the always moving variable as well. The different riders, the obstacles. We saw it yesterday, lead riders getting caught up with lappers, getting caught up in crashes that they had nothing to do with. It's something as simple as someone else's mistake can completely derail your moto and potentially your championship.
We saw it yesterday, especially in the FMF Extreme section. Yep. One guy goes down, that holds up the guy behind him, and before you know it, there's 3 or 4 guys behind him, and it becomes a log jam. And that's where that we're talking yesterday, that go-around line. If you see 8, 10 guys all going into the FMF Extreme section at the same time, not a bad idea. Even if everybody gets through clean, you might lose a second or 2. But if they don't get through clean, that's going to be a big advantage for you. So that's something to watch today as the racing unfolds.
Yeah, and speaking of something to watch, hopefully some of our riders, especially in these bigger classes, maybe even jumping on Racer TV yesterday afternoon, the replay immediately available following the final checkered flag. And I know, at least for me, I'd be doing a little studying. I'd be looking to see what lines was Justin Coquinos taking there on the Pro National track. What was Thorne Devlin doing through the FMF Extreme section that was working for him. So there's a lot of things that you can learn by using the broadcast as a tool, not just as something that's a cool thing you can send to mom and dad and grandma back at home.
Well, if you were watching yesterday or you were on site, it was no secret. The person you wanted to watch was Thorne Devlin.
Yes.
If you want to copy some lines, you might want to follow some riding technique from him, maybe go over, off him a hamburger, get some pointers from him, ask him some questions. Because Thorne Devlin was a man on a mission yesterday. As we have Hopkins on screen here, if you are watching at home or back at the trailer, he is working his way in and out of Gravity Cavity, leading the overall race and his class as well. As we follow along on the TBT Racing live drone, still Salgado, Chimikowski, Clark, and Guernsey, your top 5.
Looks like it's Brandy Hill still out front leading the way for the Pee Wee girls class. Henry Garner on the 818 has taken over the #1 spot for the Pee Wee Squirts here today. Looks like Reed Pritt, who I believe was yesterday winner, is just behind. Lane McNeil on the big orange #8 leads your Pee Wee Bantam class just in front of Jax Luxko, who I believe is your points leader in that class. And like we said, Pee Wee senior Crew Hopkins handling business, handling the pressure, and doing all that he can to try to grab a title. Now, Hopkins, Leighton Clark, want to give him a shout out leading that Pee Wee Trail Rider class as well. Hopkins and Kimichowski not only battling in this class, but battling in our mini junior class as well. That'll be coming up next. And in that class, Hopkins has got the point advantage, and he extended it just a little bit yesterday as well. So these riders, I say it all the time, more than likely going to spend the next decade or two battling against each other, going to grow through the ranks, through the classes and bike sizes. And if they keep the skill and the work ethic up like they have so far in their racing career, going to be seeing a lot of both of them up at the front of the pack.
That's one of the most exciting things when you get into motocross at a young age. You kind of gain some friends as time goes along, a lot of camaraderie in the sport, a lot of friendships. You spend weekends at the track with your buddies doing everything that you want to do. You're hanging out with them off the track, you're hanging out with them on the track. It's a little bit of a fun battle. You know, you're talking a little bit of smack. At this age, everything's still fun. You get a little older and you start growing up and you really want to hammer on them, you know. It doesn't become so fun because your feelings start to get a little hurt, and then you want to send a message back to them. But right now, these guys are sending a message to everybody else on the field because Hopkins and Salgado have kind of dropped everybody in this one. You're looking at almost a 1-minute gap back to 3rd and 4th.
Well, and again, Kimichowski, no need to override. You saw him very patient right there, waiting for an opportunity to get around the lap rider, the 617. Talk about doing exactly what you need to do and handling the pressure. A very Jigs Fustini-esque, if you will. Knows the position that he's in. Little glance back there to make sure nothing's going to sneak up on him and catch him off guard. So Kimichowski definitely playing it smart right now. I'm sure still riding at a very hard effort. Wants to try to catch up, but is not going to take any unnecessary risks. And wants to just see a checker flag and be looking at a #1 plate by the time it's all said and done.
So the one thing I'm really seeing as we follow this race and let this race unfold is that wood section is completely different. It is not even the same terrain type. So that is going to be something to keep an eye on for all these riders. And like we talked about yesterday, obviously for me, I wasn't aware of it. There is no practice here. You get to see this track. It's raw when you get out there. So we'll have to watch everybody as you can kind of see how the track unfolds. There's a little bob and weave. It doesn't look like, Zach, there's as much, at least in this section, where you can bob in and outside of the trees. It kind of flows around the trees left, either whether you're in the left lane or the right lane.
Yeah, and another thing that we talked about yesterday as well is the way these riders, especially as we get higher bike levels and skill levels as well, as we take a look at those Luxon lap times. Hopkins kind of showing the numbers show what we're already looking at. The fastest man on track, a 3:34. Next closest was a 3:47. So Hopkins has got some lines figured out. Off camera, just like you talked about, Josh, the cameras do not do it justice. It is so hard to explain and truly capture how off camera and how steep some of these angles are. But what I'm interested to see is things a little bit thinner as far as the width of the track. I want to see the creativity come out. I think these riders are really going to have to force the issue in some spots. They're going to have to thread the needle through some trees and maybe even make a little contact between bars to be able to make these passes happen. Whereas yesterday, some sections I felt like were 40 feet long or 40 feet wide, even in the woods. So maybe going to have to force the issue a bit more to be able to make something happen. And when it comes to Championship Sunday and being willing to risk it for the biscuit, as we like to say, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, all risk, no reward, you know. And like you're saying, it's a lot tighter. So that track's going to get a lot rougher because there's going to be less places to go. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it as the day unfolds. As we have on screen, not sure who that is, Zach. Can we get a number of this little guy?
Maybe the 919.
Yep. So he is working his way up along the backside of the track. That's Brooks Mankowski.
Into the Dunlop split lane we go. You see the options there, one with the white fox tape, the other with the red.
Mankowski was sitting 4th in the Pee Wee class. Pee Wee senior. So last time through, he was your 4th place rider. Looked like he was a couple seconds off the rider in front of him. I didn't see anybody on screen in front of him, so possibly made a pass there in the wood section. We'll have to wait for live timing to update.
There's Charlie Ferreira on the 241. She's up in the number 2 spot for your Pee Wee girls class. Getting ready to hang this left-hander and go towards the infamous sky shot, probably one of the most famous parts of this Unadilla course. Unadilla may have some of the most notorious sections of track. You've got the wall, as they like to call it, the sky shot, and then I would say even dropping down under the bridge, I think is pretty legendary.
Yeah,
and then of course Gravity Cavity.
Gravity Cavity is one of the oldest namesakes in the sport. But when you're looking at 70, 75 years of racing, you know, all the way back into the MotoGPs before the Nationals were a thing, they've had plenty of time to sculpt this track, and they changed things. That is one thing I like about Unadilla, is they kind of change some things here and there. They don't change the big objects, you know, the namesake stuff, the things that people pay attention to if you're just a casual fan watching at home. But they do change the track as things go along and years go by, kind of keep everybody on their toes.
Watching Kim Wachowski drop back down. That step down double, a big talking point in our 125 pro classes as well as our afternoon pro race as well. Meanwhile, more passes going on down here in the woods. Looked like that was one of our Pee Wee girl riders making her way around a lap rider. Seems like for the moment that the red lane in the Dunlop split lane seems to be a bit more preferred. A lot of riders taking that option, and as I say that, we see Ruth flying going the other way. So somebody's not scared to explore.
On screen, you're looking at one of our Husky riders and a Yamaha rider. Like you said, looks like one of the girls in our Pee Wee girls class.
Yeah, I believe I saw the number 4 on the helmet of one of those riders right there as well, potentially out of our Pee Wee squirts. But here we go back into the Yamaha finish line. Another lap in the books for those riders right there. Going to go right back to work. There's the 250 of Chase Culver on the attack. And looking good here first thing this morning. TBT Racing Live drone picks them up here just past turns 2 and 3 on the Pro National track. Another cool feature here for the JDay is you actually get to start on the starting stretch lined up in your row and get to make those first turns and kind of this first section of the national track just like those pro racers. Hopkins matches that lap time and actually drops a second to 3:35 for the Luxon lap times on the 196. The last time Salgado a 3:44. And then Kim Wachowski perfectly sitting a 4:08 lap time on the last lap. He's losing a bit of time, but not losing any positions and limiting those amount of points that are going to be differentials between himself and Hopkins. Clark a bit further back from Kim Wachowski, so I think at the moment the 6:17 is sitting in a good spot right now.
Yeah, we're looking at live timing, and Chimkowski's opened up almost a minute gap over Ethan Clark. So he's doing what he's got to do. He's just going to hang out there in that third place position. And if anything doesn't change here, he's going to be riding away with an overall series championship for the year as well.
Oh, here's Reed Pritt on the 518, giving everything the P-Dub has. Broke out the panels and got a little help coming up this hillside as well.
He's going to get help all the way to the top of the hill here. Not surprised, though. Like we talked about, they rip the track. They water the track. It gets really, really tacky in the morning before it starts to dry out, and it's a tough ask for these little PW guys. They don't have as much power as some of the other bikes do.
Yeah, that guy wishing he had put on the football cleats here this morning. He was digging all the way up the hillside. My dad said he'd never been in better shape than he was when I was on a P-Dub.
One rider having some trouble here. That is the 211. That's Sadie Berghoff. Looks like she's going to get a little help from the same guy that just got done pushing a bike up the hill. Now he's going to have to push another one up the hill.
He's just doing hill sprints all day long. He's like, you're going to have to give me a second.
It is football season. He's getting into shape. So shout out to that track crew helping our riders out. And Berghoff is up to the top of the hill and scoots back to the front of the seat, and she can finally relax and get back to work out here. As we check back in with, that is Hopkins, I believe. Yeah, going over towards the Yamaha finish line.
777 on the bike, but I'm curious to see what the helmet reads. Potentially the 118. That might be Ethan Clark. See the moose gear under the hoodie, still a little brisk here this morning, especially if you've got the wind flowing on you. But a beautiful morning to start racing here for the season finale. Like we said, no fog here. Looking like things going to get cleared up. Slightly overcast here to start the morning, but weather looking perfectly clear, and a great day of racing in store to close out the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing season. Once again, if you guys are just joining us here watching live, and maybe even just joining us for the first time this season, we highly encourage you to follow at JDay Offroad on social media. Going to be making a lot of announcements here in the coming months or so. I know everybody working very hard on figuring out the 2027 schedule, where, when, and of course, we want to let you know as soon as you can so you can mark it off on the calendar. Go ahead. Sorry, cancel the RSVP for the wedding. You got to go racing.
The family vacation is now off.
Exactly.
The family vacation is going to be at a JDay event?
The track, yes, absolutely. That's my kind of vacation.
Find the nearest pond at the track, bring your floaties, and you guys can go swim there. As we see one rider jumping in the shot there, working his way around some lappers, didn't catch a number on that. As we're checking back in, we believe that was going to be Ethan Clark back on screen, just looking at the gear and the helmet and hoodie combo.
Yeah, continuing to watch, I'm looking on our pylon here, who all's on a Yamaha. Potentially Isaiah Gurnsley as well running up inside that top 5, but we'll just have to wait and see if we can get a little bit better of a shot of that front number plate. I know it had the sticker on it, but whoever that rider is, they're looking very solid here early on. Like we said, several minutes into this one, just about 25 minutes past the hour. So getting down to the final 15 minutes or so before the checkered flag going to come out here for race number 1, our Pee Wee riders. Race number 2, if you're here on site, Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls. It's time for you to start getting your stuff together and making your way to the starting line if you have not already. We do have riders meeting 5 minutes before the green flag that you need to be there for. So we said it all day yesterday. We're going to keep pumping it up here today. It is your responsibility as a racer to be up to the start well before the start of your race. We are not holding for you. We're not waiting for you. These are the kids, all right? Everyone else is a big kid, all right? So you guys, you're responsible for your own time and for being there on time. So race number 2, probably want to start making your way up to the line. And race number 3, our C classes, might want to make sure you at least know where all your stuff's at.
Well, I'm a little less lenient as far as this time thing. I come from a motocross background. There is no times there. This is a dream scenario. Yes. If I had to grow up racing on times, my life would have been a lot less stressful. But I'm sitting there watching my neighbors. There goes a 50 rider. That means my motor muscle. My dad's looking at the race order. So we got to get ready. Put the PB&J down. It's time to go racing.
Time to go to work. Absolutely. So excited to have day 2 of racing here from the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. As that was the 199, it looked like of Peter Allegro on the Husky. He's running 9th overall at the moment. And then back to the 617 of Michael Kimichowski, closing in on a potential championship here in the Pee Wee Senior class.
We're a little over halfway through this moto, kind of keeping an eye on live timing. Last time Crew Hopkins went through, he was at the 22-minute mark, so by the time he comes back around, we're going to be over, we already are over halfway, but he's going to be a little bit deeper into the second half of this moto as we watch Kimichowski on screen. What we're expecting to be our first overall season champion of the season. He drops down under the bridge far front of the facility. I pulled in this morning, Zach. I saw all the breakfast food getting served over there. They were opening up the merchandise trailer. We know we had some JDay merchandise here if you wanted to grab some of that and support the series. If you just want to support the track, Unadilla had some of their own merch for sale as well. As Kimichowski here working his way around, not in a hurry, just kind of taking his time, running his own race, doing exactly what he needs to do. As he will drop down, going to roll down the long hill into the bill, going way all the way up on that Supercross type berm. He wanted to get a good bank off that. We didn't see, there was no tracks up there. He was the first one to go up there. So he's having a good time just kind of exploring the track, riding his own race. Like we said, he's not really riding around anybody, so he's free to move around the track.
Hey, if you had a freshly groomed Unadilla national track, I'd be doing some exploring too, taking all the lines I could, make the most of it.
Well, you got to think he might be looking at some different lines for the next moto. He is going to be right back on the start line here as he goes through that section. You see all those rocks. Off-camber section with loose rocks is a motocrosser's nightmare.
Yeah, even Thorne Devlin talking about that on the podium yesterday, kind of gambling. He said there's no other way to put it. You got to take the risk. You got to see what's going to happen. And just hope that either a rock's going to stay in place or it's going to move like you assume it will, or that the some rocks, they look kind of small as you're riding up to them, and there's actually a whole lot more hidden underneath, and they don't move when you hit them. And so it's that's definitely going to be a talking point we'll continue to point out throughout the day today. And we saw it cause some issues. It's a great option right there through the Dunlop split lane. The Kimchowski been taking that the red line, if you will, here through most of the moto, but saw a couple of those slower riders and said, you know what, I'm going to go the other way. Very similar to what we talked about with the FMF Extreme section. You've got to be able to not only manage the risk of what you're capable of doing, but seeing the other riders in the field and what they can do as well. So watching the number 8, I believe that's Lane McNeil, if I'm not mistaken.
That is Lane, yeah, your 10th place overall on track. We'll have to check in and see where he stands in his individual position.
He looked over at that guy and said, don't worry, man, I got it. I got it. You take a break. You've been working hard.
As we look at some of those Luxon lap times, Crew Hopkins still on a 340, Salgado 343, Kimikowski 411, Clark 423, Culver 424, Guernsey 434, and Brandy Hill 445. So basically our lap times are showing the pace of our leaders, and that's kind of telling the story of why things are starting to spread out here at the front of the pack.
Yeah, Hopkins slowing down ever so slightly, and then Salgado actually dropping a couple seconds over the last lap or two. So not sure. I think Hopkins has got a pretty good gap built up, so he's probably just managing things at this point. Knows he's closing in on a white flag, but Salgado not giving up as he should, and as he should not. I need to explain there. Salgado still charging hard. And like we said, a new bike, who knows? I mean, that can sometimes make all the difference. A very different feel. Obviously, Salgado was on a KTM yesterday, an Austrian brand, versus the Japanese Yamaha. They've got very different feels to them. And sometimes you jive with one or the other. These kids, especially at this age, more than likely not doing a lot of testing. Can't tell the difference between the frames and everything like that. But they can tell you, oh, this one feels better than that one.
Well, one thing, especially when you get into this JDay racing, is the mechanical problems become a serious issue as well. As we saw yesterday with Evan Smith, he did all the work to get into third late into the moto. His tire just gave out on him. So you got to be in it to win it. So Salgado just hanging out there back there in second, still charging through as they come through the the Yamaha finish line. They are not getting the white flag, so we got a couple more laps to go. But like I'm saying, Salgado's got to be here. If anything happens to Hopkins, he inherits the lead, and now he ends up winning the race. So we'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully nothing happens to Hopkins. Obviously, we don't want to wish any ill will on any of our riders, but that is part of the sport, and unfortunately things do happen.
No doubt about it. I saw the concession line looking very busy. They're slinging the sausage, egg, and cheese, whatever they got over there. Big shout out to everyone here on site at Unadilla for all that they do to help make the weekend as comfortable as possible. I know yesterday, about an hour or so after the last checkered flag, all of a sudden I heard a cowbell. And somebody came over the PA and said, if you've been to Unadilla regularly, you know what that sound means. I haven't, so I didn't. They said, we got ice cream. They got ice cream, candy, all of a sudden.
They're calling, so that's Dilla Dirt.
Yeah, okay.
Dilla Dirt, yeah. You can go over it right at the concession stand. I was actually over there grabbing us lunch yesterday, and shout out to all the JDay people that showed up, because the concession girls said, holy cow, we were not expecting this. This is a bigger turnout than they told us it was going to be. The lady kind of gave me the impression that she thought it was going to be a little bit of a slower day, but shout out to everybody on site. The JDay people showed up and showed out, and she was running. She was definitely earning her money yesterday, that's for sure.
Showed up and showed out and showed up hungry as well. So big shout out to the entire JDay Racing family. Like we said, so many of these families crisscrossing around the eastern United States. 2026 been a kind of a big breakout year for the JDay Offroad Racing Series. A lot of new names and new eyes you can put on this style of racing. And unfortunately, problems there for Kimikowski ever so slightly. He was trying to avoid coming together with that lap rider.
That rock that he just hit right there, and he was kind of slowed his pace up to let that little guy in front of him go, and he didn't have the momentum, and the rock kind of kicked him to the side. Nothing serious, though. He was able to keep right back going.
Yeah, didn't even fall over, but almost kind of like an iceberg, right? You only saw about 20% of what the whole rock was, and that thing didn't move at all. So right back to work he goes, and once again, clear traffic, so he goes over to that rider's left-hand side, our right-hand side. We're going to call that the red line here in the Dunlop split lane.
Zach, I don't have any kids of my own, but I feel like this Racer TV coverage is probably a dream for these parents as they watch their little ones just go off into the woods, and they got no clue what's going on. Fortunately for them, they're able to watch on their phones. They can listen to us, get a play-by-play of what's going on back there. So that's got to be a dream and a bit of a stress relief.
Yeah, it's been really cool to watch the development of the Stoke Media crew, obviously integrating the VurbMoto prospect data, and then to be able to bring it to the different disciplines and worlds of racing, whether it's amateur motocross, whether it's off-road GNCC, JDay. It really does change the way the fans and the families are able to experience the sport. I know growing up, I was pretty much exclusively motocross, and a big part of that was my dad could not stand not seeing me for 20 minutes at a time if it was a woods race. These lap times about 4 to 5 minutes or so, and there's a lot of things that can happen. We know the risks that are associated with motorcycle racing, and this is a tool to be able to study parts of the track. It's a tool for parents and family members to be able to watch all the way from home, from around the world, but also to be able to watch right here on site. You'll notice a lot of parents as soon as they get finished waving the rag, they're right back to the cell phone because they're watching the broadcast in live time. They're watching to see what's going on. And so it really has changed the game as far as the way families can experience the sport. And like we said, it's not just fun, but it's a tool as well if you know how to use it right. Now, the QR code that just popped up on your screen, that is the VurbMoto Prospect app. We were talking about that a lot yesterday. And if you're just hearing about it for the first time, it's free to download. We'll make that point first. Apple, Android, whatever you got, hop on there or just scan the QR code and it'll take you right to it. But that has pretty much changed the game as far as the way we look at amateur motocross racing. It's a ranking system. The different races are ranked differently. There's all kinds of great features going on. The boys over at VurbMoto have put in so much time and effort to really make this something special, and they're continuing to expand it. It's been pretty much motocross exclusive for the last year and a half, and now starting to expand into the off-road world as well. So great stuff going on over there, and we're excited to be able to partner between Vurb and Stoke Media to bring some of that technology right here to the off-road racing world, including here at JDay as another lap in the books. 8 laps already complete. Kimachowski still no white flag yet, so got to think we're getting close. If not the next lap, then I would be expecting to see it. I'm gonna say it. I think the white flag's coming out next lap. We'll
He's
wait
making
and see
a prediction.
Here.
Victor the predictor here on site early. Talking about that VurbMoto Prospect app, I was actually on there. This kind of, as you announce the races and broadcast races, everything kind of blends together. And I was looking back at it yesterday just to kind of get an idea of how everything unfolded, kind of prepare myself for what we were going to be able to talk about today. And there was actually live coverage. This was probably like 8 o'clock at night last night. There was live results up from races that were happening out in Arizona and California. Yep. I mean, this is a countrywide app with live results, and obviously I saw the JDay results were up there, and they had already had the live results. Obviously there was no live results, but they had the link posted for today's racing. There was a little thing on there I could click for a reminder. It was going to send my phone a notification and say, hey, JDay Unadilla GP Day 2 is live if you want to check in. So it's a lot of really cool things you can check out on there. And like I said, there was at least 7 or 8 races that had coverage yesterday on the Vurb Prospect app alone.
Yeah, just taking a look right now, just jumped on the Prospect app myself. We've got race coverage from out at Glen Helen going on. We've got one of the Thor Showdown Series races going on at Lincoln Trail. Obviously, at Unadilla GP round number 2, the Moto Tassinara Unadilla Grand Prix season finale here, live on there, as well as Winchester Speed Park. We've got the Cadillac MC race going on. So that's 5 or 6 different big events going on in completely different sections of the country. All live data right there. If you're at a race and your buddy went to a different race, you can check in, see how they're doing. And you don't even have to click on the live timing altogether to be able to see what races are on the track at that moment. So great stuff going on, and like I said, they're continuing to innovate and elevate with that every single day, it seems like. I know Adam and everyone here at Stoke Media doing a good job of communicating back and forth with the Vurb guys, suggesting things, how they can help us, how we can help them. So excited to continue that partnership as we take a look at the Power Sports Utica camera back up the hillside. Interesting line choice here from this rider. Has said that is...
Hey, I see no banners. He is technically on track right now.
That's ridiculous. You guys ripped that way too deep right there. I'm going to just hop on this water truck lane real quick.
He's riding smarter, not harder.
He got back on the track as safely as possible, so I see no problem.
No positions were gained. Yep. No time was gained. And that guy that was pushing everybody up the hill is going to start directing people over there. Yep. Take this line.
So taking a look here at the Yamaha finish line, watching and waiting. Got to think a white flag going to be coming out here shortly as your leader, Crew Hopkins, haven't had him on camera here the last little bit, but still cruising out front on the 196. And how about it? There he is. High rate of speed for the white Yamaha machine as Hopkins on approach, getting ready to buzz by us here in the tower.
Then we're going to see if your futures bet is paid off. I think the white flag's going to come out too.
I didn't put a dollar amount
I'm
on
going to
it,
hedge
so.
that bet with you as we take a look. And there it is. He is a fortune teller. He's going to be reading palms and tarot cards out in the parking lot after the races.
Did I say I didn't put money on? I said I put my life savings on that. So, yep, we're going to double down on that one.
So Zach Herron went from $2 in his bank account to $4.
You think I've got $2. That's awesome, man. Thanks. Here we are, Dunlop split lane once again. Shout out to our little rippers there. Trying to take a look at that little guy. Looks like maybe the number 10. One of our Pee Wee squirts, I would assume. Taking a look through some of our classes. Brandy Hill still leads Nina Berghoff in that Pee Wee girls class at 33. Been up front most of this race. Reed Pritt has retaken the number 1 spot in Pee Wee squirt over Henry Garner. So those two have gone back and forth a little bit as well. Lane McNeil and Douglas Francis now 1 and 2 with Luxkus settling back into the 3rd place spot. I believe he's got a pretty good points lead built up. So probably not wanting to risk it too much. And then, of course, right here in the Pee Wee senior class, it is this rider on screen, Crew Hopkins, trying to get the job done.
I would expect some of these kids, you see Hopkins, Salgado, Kimikowski, Clark, they're probably going to be moving up out of this class next year. So just like we see in a lot of the other amateur motocross racing, the classes kind of roll over, and you see some riders right now that might be a little bit younger than these front runners. Next year, if you're following JDay and you're watching at home, you're going to be seeing those names jump up to the top of the leaderboard. As see, we got another rider here taking that hotline
more than
on the outside.
I'm going to, since I'm just in the mood to make bets and predictions here, I'm going to say that guy that pushed up the hill has gone to the bottom of the hill and is pointing the small 50s up the water. He says, be smart.
He moved the banner over.
Yes,
he
said,
cut that whole line off.
I'm making an executive decision here.
And in between that, he's sucking on the air. He's drinking water.
Did not expect a full cardio session here first thing this morning, but Hopkins right now bobbing and weaving, a little dab of the foot right there, but no problems for the moment as he gets ready to make his way through the Dunlop split lane once again.
Did you see that log that was on the side of the track right there? They painted that orange just to let everybody know that was there. That was right on the edge of the track. You hit that thing, that's going to be a day ender.
Well, and honestly, wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, the creativity that these riders show. Yes, it's painted orange to let them know that it is there, and if they need to avoid it, But some of these riders look at that and say, oh, okay, they go right over it. They actually directly go into it. The problem is if you don't see it and catch a foot peg, you catch a boot on the edge of that log as well. So once again, the crew doing a great job of keeping things safe, making it easy for riders to see what obstacles are up ahead. And again, I'm very curious to see the way these new sections of racetrack develop. Throughout the rest of the day today is one of our Yamaha riders there, just washing the front end ever so slightly. Looks to be okay. Getting a little help from one of our safety riders right there as well. Big shout out to the sweep riders pretty much all day long. They're circulating around, never stopping. They grab a drink of water, refill the gas tank, and go right back out. So big shout out to all of the sweep crew that helps take care of our riders, young and old.
That was the second time we've already seen that today. That rider was kind of letting one of the slower riders ahead of him get out of one of those tight sections. And you take a breath, you lose your focus almost for a second because you're trying to relax, and then those rocks and that dirt reaches right up and grabs you. So that is something to keep an eye on as the day unfolds. You're going to have to stay focused for the full 30 minutes, and this one, the full 40 minutes, as we watch Hopkins work his way around towards the checkered flag. Only a few more turns to go. He is going to go up and over Sky Shot and then up Horsepower Hill towards the Yamaha finish line as we follow along on the TBT Racing Live drone, taking that long outside line. Probably going to throw a huge whip and a knack here over Sky Shot.
Little butt whip there, little style.
It's a long ways to the other side of that thing. I don't blame him for not jumping it on these little bikes.
Yes, it is. One more time up Horsepower Hill, going to hug that far left-hand side. Get one more message there on the pit board. And the only thing left to do is take one more trip through the Yamaha finish line. Going to be probably trying to get that heart rate back down and manage the effort. He's got to go right back to the start. But how about it, folks? Put your hands together. Crew Hopkins gets the job done and gets the moto win. First thing this morning here for your Pee Wee senior class.
A good run from Hopkins. He had to start early. He kind of checked out on those guys. He did what he needed to do. And now we're checking back here. We're going to wait for Kimikowski to come through, who we would expect to be coming through in the third place position. Still, I hadn't seen any changes in the live timing and he will collect that #1 plate for the championship.
There is the 250 ride making his way through. A solid performance for him as well. And taking just a moment, we're going to get the headset on Crew Hopkins. Crew, are you there, man?
Yeah, I am.
What a performance, dude. We back up yesterday's performance here first thing this morning. Probably a little less foggy, a bit easier to see first thing today, huh?
Yeah.
No doubt about it, man. Well, take us through some different sections on the racetrack between yesterday and today. If you had a preference between the track from yesterday and today, which one did you like better?
I like today's track better. It was fast.
It was fan. You were looking fast out there as well, man. Well, we talked about the points championship. We're still waiting to see how all those positions settle out, but you did exactly what you needed to do. Get out front and grab a win, get max points possible, and I know you got another close points battle as well coming up next, but you get the job done here in this one, man. Who do you want to thank for helping you do it?
Yeah, I thank my mom, my dad, Nathan. He broke his throttle cable yesterday. He really helped me out today. But Pro Taper, X-Spring Goggles, Answer, Plastow Power Sports, Motasnari, Chris Canning, Nana and Dad, they helped me out so much, and thank you.
Awesome job out there, Crew. I know you got to get right back to the line, get back to work. Good luck, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, Crew Hopkins wrapping up a moto win here first thing this morning in your Pee Wee senior class. And, yeah, giving us a little bit of insight as to what happened with Nathan Salgado there as well. Sounds like a broken throttle cable, so might be a part of the bike switch there for Salgado. Not sure if that was his machine or if he got some help with it as well, but certainly the camaraderie, like we talked about. These kids doing battle on track, but also shouting each other out on the podiums, giving high fives after the checkered flag as well. So awesome to see the sportsmanship here at the top of the field in JDay, as we'll get ready to show you that MX Trophies race recap and give you a look at how everything settled up here inside the top 10 overall for our first race of the morning. The Pee Wees getting wrapped up as we're still getting some other riders in the field making their way towards the checkered flag. But let's take a look at how the season finale of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series got kicked off. First thing this morning, like we said, no fog, no problems here this morning. Everybody knows exactly where they're going. They were riding off into the abyss yesterday morning, but right on track. The 196 trying to make quick work of things, got out front and got to work. Josh, the rest of the field got right after him and tried to follow along.
Well, there was one rider that you wanted to follow in this one. It was Hopkins. He showed you the fast lines around the entire time. We saw Salgado was up there for a little bit, and then once Hopkins got around him here, as you see him go around the outside of him on Horsepower Hill, it was pretty much all she wrote from there as Hopkins takes a look back. And here's our MVP of the race, the track crew guy pushing everybody up the long hill in the back. And like we said, once Hopkins got out front, it was kind of game over for everybody else. He repeated what he did yesterday. As we see him come towards the Yamaha finish line, checker flag was waving, and he's going to take home 2 #1 trophies this weekend.
There it is. Hopkins gets the job done. Guy didn't even look like he was out of breath and was already getting ready to head back to the starting line for our next moto. But let's take a look at your Pro Taper top 10. Here from race number 1, the Pee Wee class. And it is going to be Crew Hopkins getting the job done. We're going to get ready for a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have race number 2, Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls here from the 2026 Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Series.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 left, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful Unadilla here in New Berlin, New York, for the second of our doubleheader at the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. Taking a look at some of the scenery here on site at the Unadilla property. We have that Unadilla Wall of Fame. John Ayers getting inducted here just a few weeks ago in 2026. And we're trying to induct some JDay Hall of Famers here today and bringing some championships to a close. Now, we touched on it here in this previous moto. Going to take a look at our Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix track map. So day one yesterday is the red line that we watched. It was a pretty much exclusive one big trip through the woods. They had that FMF Extreme section, and they jump back out onto the motocross track. But here today, Josh, we've got kind of two separate wood sections that integrate completely different. And based off of what we saw in that last moto, not only are they in different sections of the track, but we talked about the variance in the conditions throughout this property. Some a little more loamy, a little more deep soil, others a little bit more rocky, a little more hard packed. So very curious to see how things shake up here in the multiple different sections of off-road that we've got for day two.
Just looking at the track map, everything is pretty even. You know, you're running about 50% of the motocross track, 50% of the woods, 50% of the moto, and then the other 50% of the woods, obviously with the FMF Extreme section in there. I'm interested to see how it plays out. It's going to be a fun track change, if you will. I know it's a different race day. We're not necessarily changing the track per se in the middle of an event. But we saw yesterday a lot of riders that were excelling on the motocross track, able to open up a gap, and then when it got to the woods, it was closing up. Interested to see, does that benefit the motocross person now, or does it benefit the woods rider now? I'm thinking it's probably going to keep everything tighter than it was. I don't know if it can get tighter than it did yesterday in some of those races that we had. I'm just thinking off the top of my head to that 125 Pro Moto. The women's moto was super tight. Some of those Pro Motos got pretty tight. So we are going to watch and see how it unfolds. So shout out to Ethan and the whole JDay crew. They gave us a track yesterday that produced some great racing, and hopefully today is no different as we got the next group of riders on the start line here. Zach, what classes do we have up here?
Absolutely. So this one going to bump up a little bit on bike size and skill level as well. Super Mini going to be on row number 1, and then we've got Mini Senior and Mini Junior both on row number 2, and then our girls class going to close things out there for row number 3. This was a fun one to watch yesterday, the 21 of Sawyer Langenbeck, who you're seeing on your screen there, taking a little bit of hydration before the moto gets started. He was a fun one to watch, and I think it's safe to say it might have been one of the faster riders in the field, but consistency-wise didn't have great luck on the start, especially there in that second moto, and it cost him just a little bit. Meanwhile, the 113 of Braden Stoll, your points leader, again, thinking big picture. We're going to be talking about that all day today. Championship implications are everything at this point. These riders have crisscrossed all over the United States. Different conditions, more moto here, more woods there. If you're in the position to try to get a title, you've earned it, and the last thing you want to do is throw it away here today.
Yesterday we saw a lot of speed out of a lot of these riders. We didn't necessarily get all the passing that we thought we were going to get. Everybody was running a fast pace. There was some of the racing that was pretty close, but we never really saw any actual battles unfold. A couple throughout the day with these 30-minute motos, it did give us a couple minutes of some tight battle, and for the most part, though, everybody had the pace, but never really translated to anything that was super, super exciting, at least on our end. It was great for them. Everybody got through the race clean. Everybody was riding good. So we'll see how it unfolds today. Obviously, we have a different track. Maybe this is going to benefit somebody else to have a shorter section in the woods. Maybe when they get to the moto part of the track, they don't fall as far back, or vice versa. When they're in the woods, maybe they only fall back a second or two versus yesterday. That was a long wood section yesterday. I mean, they were back there for a couple minutes. Not a hard thing to do to lose 4, 5, 6 seconds back there pretty quickly.
Well, and you nailed it when we were looking at that track map. I think today, yes, you're going to have riders that are going to feel more comfortable in the woods. You're going to have riders that feel more comfortable on the moto. But rather than being a half and a half, it's kind of a quarter, a quarter, a quarter, a quarter. So that's going to allow those gaps to yo-yo almost more frequently than they did yesterday. And so I think it's going to make for some closer racing, and I think it's going to almost take away the advantage of having a higher skill level in one discipline versus the other. So we talk about the blend of the JDay racing format, a little moto, a little off-road, but at the end of the day, we've seen it very evenly matched by the time the checker flag falls, and I think today's track map going to emphasize that even more.
I just feel like looking at that track map, the ability to pick up 5, 6, 7 seconds in one discipline of the course, if you will, is going to be a lot harder to do. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 seconds as we pull it back up, and you can see what we're talking about. The red was yesterday, that long. It was 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes for some of our classes later in the day, and then the moto side of things was probably about 2 minutes as well. So now we're going to be looking at probably a minute in the woods, a minute or two on the motocross track, back to a minute or two in the woods, and then a minute or two on the motocross track, depending on what part of the track you are on. So I think it's going to keep everything so much more closer. That yo-yo is going to have a shorter string.
Exactly, yeah. So big shout out to Ethan and the JDay crew there. It's we talk about it all the time. I think yesterday I used the illusion, the blank canvas, and the painter can see it. The musician that hears the song before he ever records it. That's what the JDay crew does here before they ever get on site. They've got the ideas, they've got the wheels turning in the head, and then they're able to make their masterpiece come to life here on site, and almost always significantly different than the previous round or the previous time they've been on property, even if they're coming to the same place. So to be able to be in a double header and have completely different sections from day one to day two, pretty cool. And big shout out to the Stoke Media crew as well. I know they were out here late in the afternoon yesterday, moving cameras over, moving cable around so that we could get the coverage in the different spots as well. So big shout out to everyone involved. Like I said, a ton of effort has gone into this 2026 season, the locations, the effort, and it's been top to bottom, and it's been fun to be a part of it, and we're excited to have you here for the final weekend as well.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody that wanted to bring me in here. Yep. This is awesome. Like I touched on yesterday, I kind of got the benefit. I was able to just jump right to championship weekend. I didn't have to go through the grind of traveling up and down the East Coast like some of these riders did. And, obviously the whole Stoke Media crew, Racer TV, Ethan and his crew, burning the midnight oil, probably traveling through the middle of the night sometimes to get to some of these tracks. And like you were touching on yesterday, after this was over, the track crew and the TV crew, they're working late into the night, switching things around. We were back. For myself, I was home. You were probably back at the hotel enjoying a nice warm dinner.
Chilling out.
These boys were still out here grinding.
Yeah, it is. It's a thankless job, and I say it all the time, whether we're talking about here at JDay, whether we're talking New York State Championship, Loretta Lynn's, whatever it is, the amount of effort that goes into it, they're up and already breaking a sweat long before I ever show up on property, and I'm usually already snoring in bed, dreaming about racing when they're still out here grinding as well. So it takes a village. I highly encourage all of you when you're making your way around. You see Ethan right there getting ready to pull a little double duty as well, 30-second card, Fox flag, and then he's going to be hanging out over at the trailer afterwards as well. Say some thank yous. Seriously, it costs nothing, and it goes a long way. Let them know you appreciate it. Let them know that you've enjoyed your time here this season, even if you didn't get the result that you wanted. That's not our fault. Okay, that part. So we did our part. We got to leave the rest to you. But yeah, big thank you to everyone involved, both on the in-person side and the broadcast side as well. It's been a fun season, and we are excited to close things out with an exclamation point here today, as we are just about a minute and a half away from dropping the green flag here on race number 2, Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and girls.
You touched on it. Say a thank you to Ethan and his crew. It's
Absolutely.
a thankless job. Yes. They spend most of the day, most of the weekends just listening to complaint after complaint after complaint. I'm unfortunate. I am involved in one of the local tracks here, and that's mostly what you get. Yeah. You get 75% complaints, and then when you get that one person that comes up and says, thank you, it was an awesome track, you did an awesome job, or whatever the thank you is for, it's like,
it means the world.
Someone does care.
Yes, and that's what it is. This is a passion sport. It's a passion industry, and if they didn't love it, they wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't have anywhere to go racing. So, yeah, absolutely a big shout out to them. As we saw the 1 minute up, going to have that 30-second card here any second now, and we'll be ready to drop the gate on race number 2. Before we do that, race number 3, our C classes. Need to start getting your stuff together. You guys are going to be claiming this starting line here in just a couple of minutes. As there it is, 30-second card is up. We'll get ready to raise that Fox green flag and go racing with row number 1 Super Mini.
And this was the class yesterday. We had 4 riders up inside that top 5 that were showing a lot of speed. We had a little bit of confusion in the one race there with the live timing.
Yeah, thankfully they've all decided to wear orange and red gear this morning.
This will make things so much easier.
The 78, I think that was Wheeler. He was in all white.
Well, yesterday he had the duck shirt on. I need him to put the duck shirt back on.
Oh, fantastic stuff. As the flag drops, pretty much an even jump for all of those riders. Bikes firing, and I believe that is the number 3 that got the whole shot. So we'll take just a moment. We'll let time the scoring update. I think is that Langenfelder? It's moving up the inside at about number 3 spot. So it's too early to start assuming.
Is it Langenbach or Langenfelder? Langenfelder's the MXGP guy.
Yeah,
if he's here in this class, these guys are in big trouble.
You're right. Langenbach, I believe, is in the number 3 spot.
We're waiting for a Mini Senior 12 to 15, Junior Mini 6 to 11 to go off. This guy's planning on running a whole bunch of motos. He's got the big tank. I've never seen a big tank on a Super Mini bike. Oh, yeah. And that thing is full. He's ready to go all day long. Dad has said, you know what, I'm just going to fill this thing up once. You can run both motos.
They left the gas can at the house. Didn't even need to worry about it. As here we go. Looks like the 69 ride going to lead him in. Crew Hopkins, who just got off the track, funneling in behind him as well. And don't forget, this is one of the closest points battles that we've got here in Mini Junior. Hopkins, I believe, now 4 points up on Kimichowski. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Michael Kimichowski secured that Pee Wee Senior title in that last moto. So now it's Hopkins' turn to try to make something happen and to try to grab a championship, as well as he's already cutting to the inside in the split lane, makes the pass, and takes over the number 1 ride. So Mini Junior and Mini Senior, they're on road number 2, off and rolling. We'll get ready to drop the flag on our girls class. These young ladies, I'm sure, not only having great motos yesterday, but enjoying the racing action that we had in that women's pro class as well. A lot to look up to and a lot to look forward to. As won't be long before we'll see several of these girls jumping up into that women's pro as well, I'm sure.
Absolutely. They'll be going up there battling out with Addison Harris and all them. And a good turnout here. You got almost 10 riders here in this girls class. As you see, once you get to some of these events where the girls classes aren't as big, this is one of the bigger ones that we'll see. So this is awesome to see the girls getting into the sport, as we look like one of them, unfortunately, was looking to get a little bit of help to get the bike fired up there. Hopefully she's able to get that thing going. As we got a Yamaha out front trying to catch the number here. Tough to see. They run these little numbers. We're looking at it from the drone. We're a little bit farther back. But once live timing updates and we have the joys of using technology, life gets a lot easier for us here in the Stoke Media booth.
No doubt about it. TBT Racing live drone following your girls dropping into Gravity Cavity. Meanwhile, Mini Junior and Mini Senior making their way into the Dunlop split lane here for lap number 1. Hopkins, Salgado, maybe even Kimichowski, a bit of an advantage here. Already been through this section, knows what line they want, knows how it's going to shape up. Here is the championship breakdown. Braden Stimson leading the way out of your Mini Senior class. Destry Tucker and Texera, as well as Jackson Saxon. Jackson Saxon.
I love it.
And all 4-way tied at the front of the field, so we'll see how that one's going to break down. Mini Junior class, we know, is pretty much wide open. And then Braden Stoll, like we talked about, several points ahead in the Super Mini class, but Caleb Wiggins, Bentley Saxon, and Josiah Gravely, Graham Lee Medallia, all in the mix. Indyberg will throw in there as well, only a couple of points behind. So, like I said, there's going to be a lot settled up here today. Not just taking a look at the overall point standings, but a look at the championship as well. Now, I must have been mistaken. This is saying Kimichowski is 1 point ahead in the mini junior class as well. I thought Hopkins had gotten the job done and taken the points lead. So, like we said, 1 point the difference coming into this one, and it looks like it is coming down to Championship Sunday here in mini junior. So we'll keep an eye on that and keep a watch. That'll be a fun one for sure.
Something we want to touch on is we see the girls' point standing. Sophia Teixeira, Isla Castel, Mora Sakanikis, thank you. Caroline Dawson, all tied, four-way tie at 25 points. Lainey Brown, Marley Anderson, and Kaylee Levescu on 22 points. One thing I wanted to touch on, Zach, we talked about it off air when we went to commercial. We were pretty sure that our Pee Wee riders didn't run the second wood section. Is that what you were thinking as well?
If I'm not mistaken, yes. I don't believe so, and Race Control actually confirming that as well. So we will see the second half of the wood section. I believe that's going to be right around the Sky Shot area. And now we're seeing our first look at the FMF Extreme section as well. Looks like the same Extreme section that we had from yesterday. So I knew they were going to have to tie this in somehow. So,
and one thing, note right away, they did not clean up that turn right before. They did not touch any of this, it doesn't look like. It looked like they did. Okay, so at the end of the Extreme section, we got the leader down at the top of the FMF Extreme section on the top of the hill.
And that's a tough one because he's kind of balanced halfway
struggling to get the bike up. We got number 3 on the number plate. Not sure if that's the actual racing number, but a tough break for that rider. He was leading that division. I was about to say, it looked like they added a little bit of a sand wall before they went up the big sand wall. Other than that, everything looked fairly untouched. So we'll see the number 3 KTM rider, at least on the number plate. He is up and back running. He's going to have 30 minutes to work with here. So I guess if you're going to go down at the beginning of the moto, is probably the best time to do it. As we got another rider down back here. I believe that is the 215 out of our girls class. 215, 216, hard to say. She's getting up and back going, though. As she looked like she got a little bit off the side of the track here. One of our track safety guys going to come over and give her hand. And we jump back on with the live drone. TBT Racing taking us to the front of the property. I believe, Zach, that is Langenbach and Wheeler.
I think you are
78.
correct.
I believe we had, well, why don't we just look at live timing now that they've come across the stripe.
We got a replay, it looks like, of what happened here. Oh, yeah, so we talked about how thick it was landing off of that step up right there. And you can see the suspension compresses and almost pogos back up. And at that point, because she's under acceleration, front end lifts up and ultimately finds herself down on the ground, but got right back up and right back to work she goes. Looks like the 21 ride is leading the way as we continue to watch here in this one. We'll get live time and scoring updated and give you a look exactly where they're all running. But right now, we'll give you a look at what it feels like to be in the midst of a super mini battle. The Fox FPV drone, one of the favorite angles of coverage here at the JDay Offroad Series.
So on screen, you got the 21 of Langenbach and the 78 of Wheeler. They are running the way here, kind of pulling away from Stoll and Meacham and Wiggins as they are working their way through this treacherous already. This does not look like a good time, Zach.
Yeah, it's not smooth. We'll put it like that.
It does not look like a good time as we get into the Dunlop split lane. Now Wheeler looks like he's starting to get a little bit impatient. As then you see, I'm not sure who that was that had just come through. I caught the number, but I wasn't sure if I caught it clean or not. One rider got the feet off.
Yeah, that's the number 3
that was who we saw go down earlier. So
he's going to be charging hard, trying to get back up to at least where he was. If he's able to do that, he'll be in the fight, in the mix. But yeah, that is one thing you don't want to do, is give Langenbach any kind of clean air, because he was on fire yesterday. So Wheeler trying to latch onto the back of him to stop him from running away. And it looks like he actually made a pass there in those wood sections. So the Fox FPV drone picks us back up. A little flip-flopping here at the top of the super mini class as they jump back onto the moto track.
I'm not surprised to see Wheeler in front as we jump back into live with them.
You wear white gear like that, you gotta be fast. You want to stay clean.
When they went into the woods, he almost clipped one of the trees. You could see he was starting to get a little impatient. He was kind of sick of following him. As we got a couple riders getting some help through the FMF Extreme section. And this is where you wonder, Zach, I've never raced one of these events. Maybe you can give me a little bit of insight. Once you're racing out here, do you kind of get locked in and you're focused on the track and you almost forget about the go-around line? Is that something that might happen to these guys?
Well, we talk about the heat of the moment, right? Whether you're talking about thinking big picture championship points versus winning a moto. Even Justin Coquino was talking about that yesterday. Or, like you said, that race line. And especially to what we've been talking about, if you know you can get through the section, I think you do. I think you almost get those blinders on, the adrenaline dumps, and there's so much going on that you don't really open that field of vision up to even think about it. But I think, just like we said, you've got to incorporate what the you're essentially, they say you're as strong as your weakest link. Well, this section is only as strong as the worst rider that can get through it. All of our riders, it's a challenging section. We saw even some of our pro riders having issues through there yesterday. So no shame in the game, and several riders can get through it clean for 3 laps, and then that 4th lap they crash twice just trying to get through it. But to your point, I think the riders, they need to find a way to step back ever so slightly, and they're coming into that section. They do have a little bit of a run where they can see the section before they make the decision. I agree. I'm surprised that we don't see some of those go-around lines used a bit more. But at the same time, especially if you're in a situation like our top 2, right? You've got Langenbach and Wheeler 1 and 2. You don't want to guarantee yourself a longer line if you're Langenbach when you know Wheeler's going through it. But when you're right there and Wheeler goes down in the extreme section in front of you and you're hung up, if 3rd place comes up into the equation, he says, well, you guys are all jammed up right there. I'm going to go on the go-around. So it is an interesting dynamic, and I don't know exactly how much longer the go-around line is as well. And I think that's a big part of it as well. Is it 2 seconds slower or is it 5 to 7 seconds slower? Because that's a huge difference. This is actually exiting the section as well. This kind of face we saw deteriorating significantly throughout the early part of the day yesterday, and it's already given a lot of problems to some of our front runners here early on day number 2.
We're going to get a good look at it here with Langenbach. They added this little sand roller before, so that's going to kill your momentum before you go up that hill. I think that's going to, especially if you're on these smaller bikes, is going to make it a little bit more challenging to get up there. Once you get onto the big bikes and you got a little bit more power after that sand roller, obviously that makes things a little bit easier. But some of the girls out here, some of our super mini riders, going to be a challenge to get to the top of that hill, having to slow their momentum. As we see Wheeler on screen working his way around one of the girls' riders. Yeah, that was the girl that we had struggling to get the bike going on the start. So awesome to see she was able to get it going. I saw some of the dads helping her out get going, so that is awesome to see. Let her get out here and get her moto in.
Yeah, Wheeler doing some good heads-up riding right there, backed it down and did not hit the sky shot, but Langenbach was able to. So you see he closed right back up after Wheeler had stretched things out just a little bit. So that give and take, the yo-yo effect like we talked about, not only having to deal with track conditions, but when and where you catch up to those lap riders, because it just seems like some riders, even Amancio said yesterday, I just had a bad day with lappers. Some days lappers have helped me out a ton and arguably given me the win. Other days, like yesterday for him, he said they were not on my side. So it's a part of it. It's a tough pill to swallow sometimes as well when there's nothing you can do about it. But right now, only a couple of bike lanes separating Wyatt Wheeler and Sawyer Langenbach at the top of your super mini class.
Well, it's the mental warfare that we talk about in moto. Wheeler did all that work to stretch that thing out to 4 or 5 seconds, and now in his head he's thinking, oh, come on. Now he knows he can hear Langenbach right behind him. I'm sure he's peeked out of the corner of his eye in one of these turns and seen him. So all that hard work he did on that last lap kind of gets thrown right out the window. But later in this moto, you might see Langenbach get held up by a lapper, and he's going to be feeling the same way as he closes up. Maybe he loses some time. So like you said, the lappers, it all depends on what day it is. It's the luck of the moto gods. Some days they're in your favor, some days they are not.
No doubt about it. And another point to that is Wyatt Wheeler, kind of the initiator of lap riders going down. At least at this point in the moto, a lot of the riders that they're catching up to, it's their first lap being put a lap down. So they're not expecting it to be a lead rider coming by them. They're not looking behind or paying attention to who's coming up around them. And as you can see, Wheeler got 2 to 3 different riders just in front of him, having to make a quick decision in that Dunlop split lane, which way to go, what looks the clearest, and what's also going to be maybe the widest with the most line options for the most opportunity to get around slower riders.
And we talk about it when you're watching some of these riders that they're coming up on. These riders are in a battle with riders in their own class as well, so they're not just going to pull over because they don't really know who's coming up behind them. They, in their mind, they think it's someone. If you're in 4th place, you're not giving up your 4th place position just because someone's coming up behind you. So it is part of the moto game, and in JDay, from what I've seen, the lappers, because of so many classes, so many riders being on track, there is a lot more room to move around. But the lappers seem to play a bigger role in this racing format than they do in a regular motocross event.
Yeah, back on board with the Fox FPV drone as we launch back onto the motocross track. Scrubbing the ground.
Yeah, we
here.
certainly scrubbed. We were able to stay on two wheels, though.
Little bounce there, and we're right back to it as the Power Sports Utica camera picks them up, climbing up this hillside. And once again, Langenbach, I feel like, makes a little bit of time up on the moto. Wheeler did a good job through that first off-road section of putting another, I'd say, bike length or two back onto the lead.
And you saw him able to get her on that lapper a lot faster than he was the lap before.
And with that gap, yeah, it's not it's not a 20-second gap, but it is far enough to where he's able to take the lines that he wants. You see him opening those corners up. He's going to the outside, and that's a big thing that we heard several of our riders doing yesterday, saying if I can find a way to open the corners up, momentum, a huge part of carrying speed throughout this section, and had to thread the needle
elbows
right there.
with
Yeah, that was a
lapper.
close one. So Wyatt Wheeler slicing and dicing.
That was one thing I actually saw a couple times in the Pro Moto, as you'd see a rider peek over their shoulder a little bit because they wanted to sweep wide, but they also wanted to make sure they weren't going to leave the door open for either someone to just steal the line or just straight up make contact with them for the position. So very conscious when you're picking your own lines, you got to be conscious of who's behind you and knowing what your gap is. And that's something we see just with technology, social media, all the events that you can see on TV, especially with like Racer TV, things like this. Our younger generation watches that and they pick up on little things that maybe 20 years ago you weren't able to see, and you kind of had to learn on the fly when you were racing.
Yeah, the ability to imitate has suddenly gotten a lot easier. We did catch our points leader, Braden Stoll, making his way through very quietly in that number 3 spot. No man's land, as we like to call it. No one right in front or right behind him, so he's doing the best he can to try to maintain that points lead.
As we see Ethan Hall working his way through the FMF Extreme section, as he is up and over that last log. He's going to go over that new little sand roller that they put in and up and over the big sand wall that was originally there. It looks like they touched that up a little bit, but that face is still chewed up as we see Wyatt Wheeler in the FMF Extreme section now, and Langenbach is right there hanging with him. So this is what you see once you're that close and you get the hook in them. It's a lot easier to stay with him. You can get close enough to follow those lines. You keep the pressure on. You see Wheeler make a little bit of mistake. Didn't lose too much time. The back end just stepped out on him there for a split second as they jump back down into one of these rough wood sections. I believe, Zach, this is the section we raced on yesterday. It looks like this section's pretty chewed up.
It looks similar, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yes,
it is the same.
Race Control is telling us that, just looking at the amount of holes that were in there, it didn't look like that was going to get that rough that fast.
Well, going that fast right now is the 21 of Sawyer Langenbach back on the moto track on the rear wheel up horsepower hill and back within about 5 bike lengths of Wyatt Wheeler.
And now he's going to get stuck behind this lapper as they funnel into the Yamaha finish line.
Wow,
and
right to the rear wheel it is.
And that's what we talked about. You just run into the lapper at the wrong time in that super, super tight section where everything kind of funnels down into one.
Now look at this.
Langenbach to the back wheel. Langenbach
opens that corner up, now going to funnel to the inside as they drop back under the bridge.
Well, we've seen this a few times now, Zach, as Langenbach elects to not follow the lapper this time. Wheeler, threads the needle again. A couple close moments for Wheeler already.
That was a smart setup there from Wheeler as well. I got to think that was part of the reason he went to the outside, was he knew he was going to be able to cut back underneath that lap rider. So we've seen a lot of good heads-up riding from the 78 so far in this moto where, yes, he gets hung up, but he actually does a good job of limiting the damage from the lap riders.
He always seems to be looking ahead, and he has, I guess, an escape route, if you want to call it that, as he is continuing to be able to just run his outside lines and carry his momentum. Langenbach kind of ducking to those insides. It's smart riding to not follow. So neither rider really doing anything wrong. They're both running a good pace as we run into some more lappers here in the wood section, as that rider was able to take the opposite line of the lead group and they get through. and they go out of view. We'll wait for the next camera to pick them up. It looks like they're going to drop into the Dunlop split lane.
Yeah, I noticed in that first little off-road section, it seems like Sawyer has been taking a low line. You kind of see him drop down off the hillside, and it actually works out pretty well for him every lap. He's never been close enough to make a pass happen, but again, we talk about not following the rider in front of you. Wheeler been a little close for comfort more than a few times with a lap rider, whereas Langenbeck doing a great job of moving around and finding different line opportunities in this track. Maybe if he's able to catch up and put some pressure on Wheeler, he may have a better picture as where an opportunity for a pass could be coming from and where he could actually get the job done at. So, but he's got to catch up to him first. Right now, whatever Wheeler's doing is working for him. He's pretty much maintaining about a 5 to 7 bike length gap over Langenbeck, and I'm sure he'd love for it to be a bit longer, but at the same time, he's in the perfect spot, still able to take the lines that he wants. They get ready to jump back onto the moto track, and he is doing his thing here at the front of the Super Mini field.
Looking at live timing, last time they went through the stripe, they were 16 minutes into this one, so you got to believe about 2 laps to go when they come back around through the timing loop one more time. I'm not sure where we were on lap times with that FMF Extreme section being added and the other side of things. Maybe production can get us a lap time up here just to kind of get an idea of where we are at as we watch Wheeler on screen. And Langenbeck is still there. He's just being stingy with it, you know, just kind of buzzing around his head as like a fly that won't go away. Just buzzing around his head, kind of annoying him.
Yeah, this one's not the FPV drone. That's actually
that is
that's
an actual bike
right there. Yeah.
As we look at the lap times, 1 second difference. Even Stoll on a 540, not a bad lap time at all. He just wasn't up here off the start as Wheeler at a 534, Langenbeck at a 533. Stoll 540, Ryder Meacham 549, then Wiggins, Johnson, and Haggerty. Actually, Haggerty under a 6 minute at a 551. Wiggins and Johnson a little over a 6 minute. As that is not a racer on the bicycle. He is just putting his time in out there, helping out these little guys as they need any help.
Yep, scoping some things out there, and you know, that's an interesting point. Even the lap time show a second faster in the second place spot, but still not able to make anything happen to it. Again, it's just you can be catching up, you can be faster, but at the same time, if you know how to ride a defensive or a wide bike, as we like to call it, that can shut down the speed anytime. It seems like as soon as Wheeler needs to, he's able to wick it back up just a little bit. So another lap rider just in front of him as your leaders go by, and some more of our back markers and some of our safety riders making their way through as well. So Wyatt Wheeler still a couple of bike lengths ahead of Sawyer Langenbeck, and you can see they have really opened things up. Braden Stoll, like we said, quietly in the number 3 spot, a very solid ride. I believe that's Stoll right there. And in championship mode at this point, thinking of the big picture. Back to the front of the field we go. Wheeler's by, Langenbeck right by as well. And getting ready to pick them up, entering the FMF Extreme section. The fans are out in droves out there at the Extreme section. This is the spot to watch as Wheeler on the charge makes his way through. Going to try to get that bike pivoted. You can see they're going all the way to the outside, whereas Langenbeck cuts a little bit further, about midway into the corner. Going to eat a little bit of roost over that sand wall. And in and out they go. Great job from both of those riders, looking as technically sound as any of our afternoon pro racers.
I'm looking back through the live timing, Zach. I'm not sure what happened, but Sikowski is not out here in this one, and he was in that championship hunt with Hopkins. So Chimikowski is not.
Yeah.
I don't see him circulating.
So potential problems there for the 617.
It's odd to see. I don't even see him on the entry list. You would assume that he was going to make the call for this one. So not sure what happened there, but Hopkins is going to be the benefactor, and he will get that overall championship really without having to put up much of a fight today. So unfortunately for Chimikowski, not sure what happened as we see one of our girls riders working our way through the FMF Extreme section.
And there it is. The white flag is waving. Now curious if that was coming out. Oh, more problems for the number 3 through the Extreme section. Was that coming out before our leaders got there, or has that already been waved to our leaders? The leaders did get it. All right, so race control answering all of our questions is there are the leaders. So they'd already gone by the Yamaha finish line. So 1 lap to go here in this one. Oh, problems for one of the Yamaha riders. I believe that might be Clark having some issues right back up. And how about it? Right back up to Wyatt Wheeler is the 21 of Sawyer Langenbach. He knows now is the time to go if he wants an opportunity to grab his first moto win.
Wheeler's been under pressure here for about 20 minutes, so shout out to Wheeler, not really making a mistake. A lot of times you hear that bike behind you, you start getting a little urgent, a little uneasy. He's kept his cool here. He's only got to do it for a few more minutes as they go into the woods section for the first time.
Yeah, and I think Sawyer's been stronger on the first of the moto sections, but actually when they rejoin the motocross track, Wheeler goes way to the outside and is able to cleanly get over that step up, and that alone has been able to put a couple of bike lengths back between himself and the 21. So by the next time they get out into the moto track, we could see Wheeler kind of put himself in a position to manage all the way to the finish. He's not going to be able to afford even a small bobble, but at the same time, not going to be having to look over the shoulder and look for a potential interesting move from the 21, but it's not over yet.
Well, that's about everything that Langenbach has done, is everything but getting a little bit of contact. I'm not sure he's close enough to do anything yet, but we'll have to see how it unfolds as we look back at Mini Junior 6-12. Crew Hopkins leaving Salgado. The girls class, Sophia Texera leading Emma Miller and Kaylin Levesque.
For the TBT Racing live drone, going to pick him back up as there it is, the white gear of Wyatt Wheeler and Sawyer Langenbach just behind, getting ready to re-enter the motocross track. Let's see, Wheeler, he tucks to the outside, gets a good drive, seat bounces up and over, and is just able to get a good acceleration down the hillside, and that has helped him so much.
It's just a little bit, a second or two, but when you're looking at 1 second difference on a 5-minute lap, that is not much. So when you pick up a second or two here, that's a huge, huge benefactor as he's going to go back into the second wood section. And time is starting to run out for Langenbach. He's going to have about 2 minutes, I got to believe. We're probably over halfway into this lap. So about 2 minutes worth of race time left before we see that checker flag, and Wyatt Wheeler is able to finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Here we go, Wyatt Wheeler just trying to maintain that gap. Got to be very careful through this section. Throttle control is the hard packed already starting to kind of show up in that main race line. We'll see a lot of line changes and track development after this next race. All of our C-class riders, probably the most packed as far as number of riders go, as well as.
I didn't really see a bad line choice by Langenbach there, but Wheeler seemed to really open it up more than he has the last few laps here as they are back in the second wood section. And here you can see this is one of those sections where they kind of bob and weave around those trees. As Langenbach makes a little bit of a mistake there, so the gap that he did have to make up is now a little bit bigger, and I'm not sure he's going to have enough time on track. He's going to need a mistake from Wheeler or some serious help from one of these lap riders.
Well, it is certainly possible. They still got to make their way through the FMF Extreme section. We've seen that cause havoc, especially late in these races when a rider is under pressure, so we'll see if Wheeler can make it happen in this one. But just like you said, Josh, minutes are turning to seconds here in the closing parts of this final lap. Another lap rider buzzed by for Wyatt Wheeler, and that gap is opened up big time. Whoa, wait a second.
Well, that's what I was saying. Langenbach was on screen, and it didn't look like he did anything wrong. He wasn't making any bad line choices, no mistakes. Whatever Wheeler had done in that section, he just did it super smooth.
Ooh, little bobble there from Wheeler.
And now Langenbach has pulled up, but we saw this last lap. Langenbach really got close here in the FMF Extreme section, so he's keeping himself in the fight.
Another small bobble there from Wheeler. You can see there's a bit of a square edge or a rock potentially just after they launch up that kind of that wall section. As we get ready to enter the motocross track for the final time. One more time. Ooh, this could cause Wheeler not to jump the sky shot. He backs it down.
Yeah, Langenbach able to jump it, and now it's going to be a drag race to the top of the hill into the FMF finish. Or pardon me, the Yamaha finish. I keep calling it the FMF finish. I'm so used to that FMF Extreme Zone. We're going to be funneling in. There's a lapper there, and I think he's just out of time.
Yep, I think it is too little too late. Here we go, one more corner. I don't believe they're able to pass once they get inside the blue tape. Great job from Sawyer Langenbach backing it down, but how about it? It is going to be Wyatt Wheeler getting the job done, and they forgot to send him to the podium. Wyatt, if you can hear me, come chat with us over at the Fox podium, man. You got the job done.
Ethan was down there at the finish. I think he was able to grab his attention. I saw Wheeler kind of turn around. Yeah, he's going to go back. He was so locked into the moto, he was going to go head right back to the truck.
Awesome stuff there at the top of the Super Mini field. What a race it was, but Wyatt Wheeler gets the job done. We'll get him set up there in front of the Fox podium, and we will get to talk to your Super Mini Moto 1 winner.
All that time, it was a 1 second gap at the finish.
That's what I mean, 30 minutes.
They were closer at the finish than they were on the start line.
No kidding. Literally 30 minutes, and it all comes down to 1 second. That is what it is all about here at JDay. We talked about it. The racing here this weekend has maybe been some of the closest that we've seen all season long, but at the end of the day, it was Wyatt Wheeler getting the job done. Wyatt, do you got me?
Yeah.
Wyatt, great race out there, man. You had to work for that one, no doubt about it. You were under heavy pressure for pretty much the whole race. Take us through it. I've got a theory. I thought the white gear, you needed to stay clean, so you had to get out front and couldn't risk getting roosted.
The race was pretty good. Everyone was on my tail. I came third in the first lap, and I made a pass on Sawyer, and then Caleb fell in the extreme, and I kind of just rode my race from there and tried to stay up.
We talked about the difference between the track from yesterday to today. It seems like rather than like a half and half, it's kind of split a quarter at a time. Do you like that setup a little bit more? It seemed like you had some strong sections where you were able to manage the gap a bit more, jumping in and out of the woods more frequently.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I like how they split it up today.
Hey, well, you did a great job out there, man. A fantastic ride. Who helped you get up here? Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my little sister, Mount Holly, Podium, Wharton's Landscapes, Snap Happy Hats for the shirt. Podium did my suspension. Mount Holly got us the bike. Pine Barrens Diesel, Amish Sheds, Gibson Tire, Fly, and Pro Taper.
All right, great job. Congratulations, Wyatt Wheeler, your Super Mini Moto 1 winner. Great stuff there from the 78, getting the job done, and going to get ready to go get cooled off, get recovered before his second moto coming up here in just a couple hours. Crew Hopkins making his way towards the line as well, trying to wrap up a mini junior title. Still a lot on the line here in this one, but we'll get ready to take a look at the MX Trophies race recap, show you how it all broke down here on Championship Sunday. A beautiful track. Beautiful weather here for our second day of racing as well. The Super Mini riders got right to action. A couple riders having some struggles there on the line for our girls class, but they all got fired up and closed right back in together before they entered the woods for the first time as well. But at the end of the day, it was a ton of side-by-side battles. Your early race leader having problems actually exiting the FMF Extreme section, and then Langenbeck and Wheeler went to war. It was a back-and-forth yo-yo effort, and at any moment, we weren't sure who was going to take it, Josh.
Literally was knobby to knobby all the way to the finish line. As you saw there, they were only about halfway through. They came through the finish line right behind each other, and then here we are going to the white flag, and they're still just as close as they were 3 laps ago.
And there it is when the checker flag came out.
And the checker flag did come out, and they were literally knobby to knobby all the way to the finish line. It seemed like every time they came around to the Yamaha finish, they were right there with each other. As we look at the Pro Taper top 10, Wyatt Wheeler took the win. Sawyer Langenbach second, Braden Stoll third, Ryder Meacham fourth, Caleb Wiggins fifth place, Jakin Johnson, Easton Haggerty, Samuel Texera, Crew Hopkins, and Colton Brown rounded you out your top 10 overall here for Super Mini, Mini Junior, Senior, and Girls.
How about it? Race number 3, C classes. You need to be sitting down on the line. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more racing action here from the final round of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series.
With Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners. The Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC.
The Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to beautiful New Berlin, New York. We've got horsepower on the road and plenty of horsepower right here on site, and we've got some Red Bull Wings in the house as well. It looks like the Red Bull Wings team hanging out back with us. They got really close to us yesterday, Josh. I could see them at the Sky Shop, but they didn't quite get all the way over to us. So I'm going to try to tie a basket to the TBT Racing Live drone and see if I can get some wings on the drone headed back over to us. But always excited to have our friends at Red Bull here with us as we are at day 2 of the Moto Tassinara Unadilla Grand Prix. It is Championship Sunday, folks. Take the whole 2026 season, throw it in a basket. It all comes down to this, and we've got one of the most packed classes sitting on the line right now. This is our C-Class C250 sitting on row number 1. There's your points leader right now, Evan Kelly. He's trying to wrap up a title here today. C Open and C200 going to be back there in rows 2 and 3. C Vet and, of course, the Open BC Electric class, the Silent Assassins, as we call them, back there on the final row as well. So it's going to be a ton of fun to watch. Everybody fired up. We had some great racing in this class as well. Kind of sound like a broken record there. We had great racing. We had great racing in all of our classes yesterday. But with this amount of riders, Josh, this is where we really start to see the track open up. A lot of different line selection. All of a sudden, when it goes from kind of a one main line, maybe a break around here or there, suddenly there's 5 or 6 different options. And this is also where you see the track really start to get chewed up. You've got plenty of motorcycles all anxiously trying to get around some other machines. And we really start to see that personality come to light here in the course. You
were talking about the track opening up. I was kind of thinking about how the track is not as open today. Yep. With all these bikes, you see how many riders are on the line, going to be on the track at the same time. Whether you're racing somebody in your class or you're coming up on some lappers or people that are backmarked in the rows that went ahead of you, things are going to get really tight here in this wood section. I'm sure a lot of these riders walk the track. We saw some people out earlier on bicycles. Yep. Riding the track, but I think they're going to be in for a little bit of a surprise when they get back in that wood section. They really see how tight things are, as we see a couple riders getting some last-minute pointers here.
Well, and to your point there, like we said, hopefully a lot of riders getting warmed up and scoping some things out on the bicycle. But again, we are live on RacerTV.com. You are getting the best look in the house, and you can do it right in the palm of your hand. And again, I highly encourage people to learn how to use the broadcast as a tool, not just as a cool thing that you can have going on as well. Sure, send it to your mom, your dad, your girlfriend, your wife back at home, but also use it to yourself here on site. Be able to watch between Moto 1 and Moto 2 where it seems like the potholes are developing, where that good line from early on is suddenly starting to go away. If you know how to study it, you can really use it to your advantage. We'll see who's been doing their studying right now as the Fox green flag is up, and we are C-Class racing here. Road number 1, C250 off and rolling. And barreling into turn number 1. Looks like once again the 16 gas ride leads them in. Evan Kelly out there on the outside. The Kawasaki about 3rd or 4th headed into that first and a half turn there.
And you got to believe for someone like Evan Kelly, probably his last race in the C-Class at a JDay. If you're winning the championship, and we saw, like you had mentioned yesterday, his riding has improved over the course of the season. You would expect him to jump up into the next division next year. So we'll see if Evan Kelly can finish this thing off with another moto win as he wraps up his championship for the season.
Yeah, lots of improvement in this class, and I mean, especially you go somewhere like that FMF Extreme section, you can see not even just the way they get through it, but the lack of hesitation. I think a great example is our Extreme section this weekend, where if you can maintain momentum, if you're constantly moving, it's significantly easier to get through it than it is if you stop and you think about it and then you go forward again, trying to recreate that forward momentum. So it's going to be exciting to watch, especially considering, yes, new trails, but the Extreme section the same today as it was yesterday. So a lot of these riders, most I would say, have all raced on it yesterday. They've gotten a feel for it, what worked, what didn't, and now we're going to get to see them go right to work here off of the jump. C Open, road number 2, takes to the track. Once again, seems like a lot of those riders using that far outside berm, just able to bank off of it, keep the momentum up. And then again, nothing quite like being able to say you got to drop down into Gravity Cavity here at Unadilla, a legendary piece of motocross racing history. I believe one of, if not the oldest standing motocross pro national locations that's still on the circuit.
Being a local, I should know for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's the longest standing.
Positive, but
they celebrated a 40 or a 50th year on the series not that long ago. And you saw, like you're talking about, it's a legendary track, but I mentioned it yesterday. Earlier they showed a pano shot of the front of the property.
Yep.
And they have a banner out front, as we see our C200 riders starting to hit the track here. They have a banner out front with all the events that they run, and they don't run the back track anymore. There was 4 events. Obviously, if you're at the National, you're not racing it. They have a Rewind, which is vintage only, and then they have an Amateur Classic. So if you're not running the Amateur Classic and you have a new age bike, you have one chance to ride this track, and it's at the live, as you see on the TBT Racing live drone. It is here at JDay.
Yep. And you get 2. We got 2 days to race.
You get to ride it twice.
Well. Yeah, absolutely. So.
You get to ride it more times in 2 days than most of the local people have been able to ride it in the last 10 years.
Exactly. So exciting stuff going on. Excited to continue the partnership with JDay and our friends here at Unadilla. Jill and the whole Robinson family do such a great job of making this facility in tip-top shape. As see OPAG back there getting the shots for the Stoke socials as well. Stoke Media doing a great job of helping bring the racing action, not just live here on the site, but also behind the scenes as well, showing all the things that are going on to make these things happen. And see Vet looks like that was a number 66 ride. Had the chest rig up, not even going to have to wipe the GoPro, and is out front leading the way in this one. We'll give you some names once we get time and scoring updated after that first complete lap. But right now, see Vet. And I'm not seeing a lot of issues on the start. Knock on wood. A lot of riders doing a great job. There is Michael Kesey out of the Open BC Electric class. I believe he is your points leader.
The revs are not up.
Yeah, I don't think they can do a dead engine start on the e-bikes. So, yeah, a little bit of rolling action going there. Michael, big part of that Pit Bike Moto crew. They've got a race coming up a little later this season. Excited for that action going on. But right now, he is going right to action as well. Rocketed out to the front. We talked about it yesterday, the electric bike craze or the electric bike hate, depending on what side of the fence you're on. It's certainly been a talking point. So like I said, some love it, some not so much, but I'm sure there was plenty of haters on the four-stroke revolution as well. So a lot of the people that I know that don't like them, conveniently have never been on one. You know, I think you jump on one, and I'm not saying it's for everyone, but it is certainly a unique thing that I'm excited to be able to bring to the world of racing. As we take a look at our championship points, it's Danny Secretore well out front in the C200 class. He did not seem like he had the biggest sense of urgency coming across the starting line. Did not want to crash. He's trying to make it to a checkered flag and make it to a championship. Neil Prine and Ryan Castellino sitting second and third in points. They're in the C200 class. C250, Evan Kelly just about 100 points out front. Kelly's been with us, I believe, at every single round. He's been up inside the top 2 or 3 every single round that he's been here. So he has done the work, and at this point just needs to take it home. Nicholas Sears and Chase Black sit second and third with Neil Prine in the 4th place spot. C Open, it's Xavier Allers. Only about 7 points out front, so that's going to be a fun one to watch. That one could definitely get turned on its head. And Gannon Geary and Alex Whittle sitting second and third with Camden Hole only 1 point behind in the 4th place spot. Steve Vett, Dakota Kasha on the 111 ride. Talked to him in the break leading up to this weekend. He was excited, been training, putting the pieces together, and is ready to go to work here today, try to wrap up the championship. Douglas Francis Jr. and Anthony Randall go into battle for second and third in the championship. And then B Open Electric, like we said, Michael Kesey out front leading the way, 72 points well in advance of Ryan McKinney and David Varner back in 25 and 22 points for them. C Open, Jack Hovling tied with Mason Morgan and only 3 points ahead of Alex Barrett in the 3rd place spot. So lots to race for in the C Open Electric class as well.
You talked about some riders putting the work in. This series is coming off a bit of a break, if I'm not mistaken.
A little bit of one, yeah. We had our Southwick Grand Prix just about, it was the weekend before Loretta started, so it was leading up to the first week of August. So, yeah, just about a month or so. Nice little break, but a lot of these riders, it blows my mind. They're not here, they're somewhere else. They're racing, they're riding. Some of the moto guys doing some moto races. Some of our competitors actually lining up and racing out at Loretta Lynn's. And then we've had some of our off-road riders. We've got summer break going on with GNCC, and so plenty of opportunities for them to go participate in some other activities. Colt McQuarrie, like I said, he's been doing some state motocross racing. He's been at those Yamaha Blue Crew Invitationals. So you know how it is. These guys, they don't know how to rest, right? They give them a day or two, and then all of a sudden they're buzzing, trying to figure out the next place they want to go. So back to the top of the field we go. The TBT Racing live drone trying to pick up the top of the field. And I believe that is still the 16 out front. I think it is Sear, if I'm not mistaken. But we'll watch and wait. We'll get a full lap in the books. We'll pull up live timing and scoring. Somebody sending the sky shot with a full Fox banner ribbon going behind them. Looked like our very own ribbon pro over here, Josh.
Just putting the name out there, that's all.
Yep. So Carson Durcott out front leading the way.
He will not be doing somersaults, floor routines.
And Durcott is a name we said a lot last weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
We did see Durcott running in the C divisions at the Motocross State Championships up at high voltage. So we didn't see him yesterday, but obviously maybe he saw the footage yesterday on Racer TV, wanted to come out and try it. Maybe he had other plans yesterday, but he's here today.
There was Jake Wood on the 251. He was your C-Class overall winner from yesterday. Got the job done. We were able to talk to him throughout the day and had a solid result. I believe another one of those riders potentially on a new machine coming into the weekend. I saw dirt pics down there. They had the flash pulled out. Again, some of the best pictures you're going to find. Just don't try to steal them. They'll call you out on social media. He got a picture of the stash yesterday, so I guess I got to keep it.
I saw that.
Got to keep rocking it.
Did I see hashtag Zach Stash?
Something like that, yeah.
Is it claimed now? It's going to go
Stash
viral?
shot was what I call it. Yeah, I guess you can stamp it. So Fox FPV drone hanging on here at the front end of the C-Class. We're behind Jake Wood, who's showing in the number 5 spot overall out of that C250 class. There is the 16 of Sears, who grabbed your whole shot early on, but Carson Durkott trying to make some quick work here at the front of the pack. I think that might actually be Lyons. Yes, it is. So I think Sears may have already slid back to the 3 spot, unless we lost Durkott at the front of the field.
Oh, we did lose one rider there just at the top of the hill. He's able to get back up. Not sure if we could get the replay. I saw it on the backside of the drone. Looks like 2 riders kind of crossed up each other in the air. He's able to get back up and going, but that was kind of a scary situation for him as we jump on board with Sears on the 16. So he is still ahead of Wood. And I believe I saw Durkott cross the crest of the hill there on camera. So I think our top 3 are still locked in together.
So here we go, and that rider already right back up and closing in on those front runners. So yeah, I believe you're right. Just popping out of sight at the top of the screen was Durkott. Meanwhile, Lyons and Sears going to work for the backside of the top 3. Sounds like we do have a replay as to what happened. We'll see exactly what the camera shot is here. So, oh, perfect. Watch this going up the hill. Yeah, that's a scary one, and that's one of those things, by the time you realize what's happening, it's too late. You can't change the momentum. The red line replay gives us a great look, and he hadn't even finished rolling. He was already back up to his feet, headed to the bike. So good to see OK, and back in the mix. I don't even think lost maybe a position at most.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that gets scary when you're in the air and you're both coming at each other. There's nothing you can do at that point. So well done by those 2 to minimize the damage. At least they were able to get out of it. I'm sure nothing intentional. That's just a racing incident. When you get out here and the track starts getting rutted up a little bit, you lose your balance off the face of one of these jumps. So it's still Durkott, Sears, and Lyons, 1, 2, 3 overall and in their respective class. That is C250. As it looks like Artemenko and Wood were 4th and 5th.
See the rear end dancing around for Jake Wood there. You guys still doing a little bit of checking things out here, entering a familiar section, the FMF Extreme section, that is. And am I crazy, or is the crowd showing up here today?
There is way more people.
Saw the action yesterday, said, I got to go down there. So good to see everybody having a good time and getting to experience the FMF Extreme section in person.
This guy is right on the track giving pointers. He's pointing right to the line.
It must be a mud flea.
He just came crawling out of the trees. And what's going on? I heard all this noise.
Popped out of his hole. So what's going on?
As they drop back down into the wood sections here. You still got Durkott, and that was Sears that came through the shot, and then Lyons. Is already starting to work. You get so many entries in these C classes. They're already starting to work their way into some of those rows that took off after them.
Yeah, and again, this is one of those classes where we always joke and say the C class, you could have a C plus and a C minus. The top level of the C class significantly faster than the bottom level of the C class. I would say probably the biggest variance as far as overall speed goes. So not only are they catching them, but they're catching them faster than they may be in any of the other classes. I know just looking outside the Stoke studio, the Sky Shot, you've got some riders barely leaving the ground, other riders launching it consistently every lap and throwing a whip over while they do it. So a lot of variance as far as what the field looks like in these C classes. But Durkott, like you said, if I'm not mistaken, I believe got a title in the C class at the New York State Championship.
I believe, if I remember correctly, the 450C at least. He was in the contention for both of them. We had him definitely in the front of the 450C class last weekend. So obviously we know he's got the moto side of it figured out, and he clearly has the wood side of it figured out as well.
As watching more of our riders make their way through, looks like one already ditching the goggles. Not seeing the goggles on the handlebar, so may have.
Yeah, one rider with some banners hanging off of him.
Dual
screws. Looks like he got sprayed with silly string.
Yeah, that's
interesting.
Took one out leaving the track, took another one out jumping back into the track.
Checking some of these riders on screen. One rider goggles off, like you said. That's going to be a long race here with no goggles. Not super muddy, but there's a lot of riders out there spitting up rocks and dirt.
And again, you can see just how intense those ruts essentially have gotten and developed leading up to that first concrete block after they make that 90-degree left-hander.
It is not friendly in the FMF Extreme section. That is for sure.
Took a hand off the bar as he was dropping down.
There you see one of those riders stuck on the log, and as he's gassing, he's just digging the hole deeper and deeper before it. As Turcotte up and over the big sand hill at the end of the FMF Extreme section, then he'll drop back downhill into the first wood section, pardon me, the second wood section. And then once he gets through there, he'll head back towards the finish line. They are about halfway through with this one, give or take a couple minutes.
And take a look at those Luxon lap times. Carson Turcotte a 5:43, but how about it? Gannon Lyons actually pulling a 5:38 on that last lap, and then Jake Wood consistently getting a little bit faster as well, a 5:39. Sears with a 5:44. So those 4 or 5 right there, a bit quicker of a pace than the rest of the field. Everyone else about a 5:55 or slower. Fox FPV drone picks up the number 12 on the jersey. Kawasaki heading back down into the first of our wood sections.
Those lap times with Turcotte and Lyons, something to keep an eye on. Lyons was only 9 seconds behind him at the end of that last lap when they went through the timing loop. So he's got some time to work with. If he's going to pick up 4 or 5 seconds a lap, this thing could get pretty close at the end. As they were 11.5 minutes in when they came through the stripe last time. But like I said, about halfway through this one, as we keep an eye on the Dunlop split lane camera. One rider jumping down in there, and he's going to switch it up. Oh, is that the same guy with the banners, or is someone really out there spraying silly string?
Yeah, and he's stressing me out. Those things are fluttering behind them, and the last thing you want is that to get caught, especially when it looks like it's wrapped around the rider himself. At some point, I don't know how close he is to his nearest competitor, but at some point you would think he'd at least be taking a hand off the bar, trying to move it out of his way. But yeah, definitely. And I've also been looking in the track trying to figure out where he took the banner from, or the string from, because I can't quite tell. As back on board the Fox FPV drone, eating some roost as we re-enter the moto track.
233 on the bike. Not sure if, I believe it was the same number on the helmet. That's Dorian Mancuso. He's sitting back there in 20th overall in this one.
Meanwhile, things getting a little crowded here in the FMF Extreme section. Looks like one rider having some problems.
Once you get your legs caught up in those tires, it's hard to get back out of them.
And there is Turcotte trying to maneuver his way through as well. So Carson Turcotte on 37 went from launching the jumps a high voltage hill to sending it over the logs of the FMF Extreme sections here at JDay.
And as rough as high voltage got last weekend, he's probably feeling pretty comfortable in that FMF Extreme section. Obviously, we didn't have any logs out there, but we had a whole slew of potholes and acceleration bumps, braking bumps to work with.
Yeah, that track getting absolutely chewed up with the number of riders that we had there on site for the 2026 New York State Championship. Excited to be able to bring that coverage on Racer TV, Stoke Media out there. And the Stoke crew actually hanging out this week here in New York, some of them northeastern based, and making the most of the week. I'm almost immediately coming down here to Unadilla, helping to get cable laid out and cameras put in position, everybody doing their part to set things up for success here this weekend, as looking for some success here in Moto 1 of our C-Class. Carson Turcotte, another lap in the books.
It looked like a stressful week for the Stoke crew hanging out on AG's boat. They were really stressing. I felt bad for them.
It was well deserved.
Oh, they earned it, for sure.
That might have been thrown up on the gram, but you know, the snap stories really give you behind the scenes. They were already here, dropped the trailer off, had tons of things put into place. So, yeah, they certainly deserve a nice little break. Yeah, 2 hours out of the whole week they were able to kick back, and I'm sure Adam was on a business call for an hour and a half of that. So. And so, yep, sounds like the Stoke crew, you got the flame for the logo and weren't prepared to put any of the flames out. So we'll leave the rest of the details out there. But the Stoke boys, like I said, doing a great job of bringing the action here. So
that will be the State of New York versus Stoke Media Group.
So here we are, TVT Racing live drone running alongside Carson Durkot. Curious to see
when they were in the FMF Extreme section. It looked like Lions had kind of fallen off the pace a little bit, contrary to what the lap times were showing us. Now we get into that part of the race where really things start to get congested. You got open C riders battling with 250 C riders, some of our veteran C riders mixed in there as well.
That Dunlop split lane, it still looks like the rider's left-hand side, the preferred line for your leader, but I believe that was Jake Wood we just saw kind of pivoting over to the other line. So meanwhile, looking back, yep, it's the FPV drone. It's not a massive mosquito, don't worry.
Not one of the C electric riders coming up behind you.
One of those killer hornets.
Just came out of the trees.
Yep. As Durkot going to slingshot around the outside. Door going to actually get closed in front of him from a lap rider there. And right now, it looks like pretty much as long as you're not under any immediate pressure, outsides are the way to go on the moto track. Carry the momentum, get the drive.
Durkot spent a lot of time on the moto track last weekend up at high voltage. I mean, he had 3 motos per class. He ran 2 or 3 classes, so he had 6 to 9 motos on the weekend. So he's well versed in the moto side of things, and obviously he's putting the work in the woods. If not, he just has some natural talent as far as the woods section goes.
Well, this is what we talked about, the blend of JDay. If you're strong enough in one section and can just maintain in the other, it is definitely something that is interested in, and you know, it's I would love down the road as we become, you know, more integrated with the technology here on JDay and the Stoke Media guys. I'd love to be able to get some sectors and some sections. I know it's much easier said than done here when you've got different races and locations seemingly every round, but I'd be curious to be able to see so-and-so was faster in the first section in the woods, and then the other guy was faster in the first section in the moto track, because kind of help us predict that yo-yo effect and really show the stronger sides of each rider and the discipline that maybe they're the most comfortable in.
Well, the way you see things progressing technology-wise, you look at things like the integration with the Verb Moto Prospect app on the broadcast with Stoke and everybody working behind the scenes on things like that. I don't think we're too far off of seeing some split sectors timing-wise. As we were on screen, we saw Jake Wood come through. He wasn't within striking distance of Durkot, but Lyons should have been somewhere in between him, and if he was, then Wood and Lyons are pretty close together. I know there was some riders from some of our other divisions mixed in with him, so we'll have to keep an eye on that when they come around the timing loop.
Yeah, we've seen Wood climb, I believe, 2 or 3 spots now. He was in the 5th or 6th place position. Evan Kelly kind of just quietly hanging there in the 6th overall spot. Danny Secretore, your C200 leader, back there in the 7th overall position as well. Meanwhile, Durkot going to try the right-hand side of the tires. Gets through pretty much no problem. Up on the pegs. Woo! Hang on to it now. A little over preloaded.
A little bit more of a kick than I think he was expecting, but he rode it out pretty well. Is wondering now, the white flag should be coming out relatively soon for these guys. We'll have to keep an eye on the times. Last time through at 17, you're looking at 5 minutes a lap. I think the white flag's going to be coming out as we look at Unk working his way through the FMF Extreme section, working his way around one of our vet C riders, I believe. So Secretary leading the C200 division over Jacob Trudeau and Eli Carroll. Durkot works his way towards the Yamaha finish line. We'll see, is the white flag out? It is out.
The white flag waving here. Shout out to our finish line flagger there, has realized he's going to turn around, flashes the flag there. So we caught it this time. Yep.
Our announcers can talk, but they cannot see. There's a whole crew of riders. Now here, this is where this benefits. You see a couple riders getting stuck on the tires. That one rider that took the go-around line, and now we see another one. So maybe they're finally listening to us, Zach. A couple of these riders saw a whole group of riders going into the FMF Extreme section. They chose to go into the go-around line. And just as we expected, a couple riders had a little bit of mistakes. One rider got stuck, one rider fell over, and that'll allow them, whether it's in position battles in your division or if it's just getting around some lap traffic, that'll help them get around those riders.
And real quick announcement here on site. There is absolutely no unauthorized drones allowed in the air. Once again, you have to have clearance from the track, from the series, and from the production crew to be able to have that drone up. Absolutely no unauthorized drones allowed in the air, and we will get it down, I'm telling you. So do us a favor, take it down, don't put it back up. No unauthorized drones allowed here this weekend. If you're not Ian Howes or Gabe Scholl, time to land it and put it away.
I don't want to put fear in anybody or threaten anybody, but there was a drone flying around at the National a couple weeks ago, and they shot it right out of the sky. They took it right down.
Yeah.
So
yeah, F-16s have been scrambled at this point. So
I would assume that's what will happen here in this situation as we watch Durkot go through the Dunlop split lane. And like I said, Jake Wood looked like he had made some moves, or at least he was close to. And as we see live timing update, he's now up into the 2 spot, and Lyons drops back to the number 3 spot. And Camden Houle leading Seth Boucher in the C Open. Matthias Miranda leading Dan Young in the veteran C class. Hunter Tannock, Kobe Benoit. 3rd and 4th, B Open Electric. Ryan McKinney leading Michael Kesey. Kesey probably not pushing the issue. We saw he had that big points lead there in the Open Electric Championship. Jake Popel leading Alex Barrett in the C Open Electric. And we saw Secretary leading C200 not that long ago over Trudeau and Carroll. So trying to keep everybody on site and at home updated on the leaders in the other groups. We know sometimes they don't get all the TV time that they do deserve, but we only have one TV to work off of. And when you're out front, we try and give you the airtime you deserve. As Carson Durkot working his way around, about halfway through this lap, he's going to thread the needle between 3 lappers. Made that look incredibly easy.
Yeah, had that perfectly set up and puts those 3 behind him. Oh, very quickly his problems there through the...
Put his front tooth through his handlebar.
I feel
Not
like
on the other side.
I feel like the tires been causing
no.
some chaos here today, even more so than yesterday.
Well, you see they're kind of like falling. The one is at an angle now. I think so much of the dirt has been chewed up and the tires have been ridden on enough. They're kind of starting to fall into that section.
Meanwhile, the pros barely even touch the tires at all. They just launch over that whole section.
Well, that is one way to not have problems with the tires, to just jump over them.
I'm waiting for another rail ride, 50-50 grind.
I believe we're going to see it. Tony Hawk is on site. You see the 313 again, and Gary working his way through the FMF Extreme section. Looks back and just blasted that rider in the face with a whole bunch of sand.
And the 916 saying thanks. Got through this whole moto without needing to tear off. And now,
thankfully, he was not one of the riders that had taken his goggles off.
As once again, seeing another rider thinking about the section and thinking better of it, taking that go-around line. Meanwhile, Durkot closing in on a checkered flag.
Shout out Power Sports of Utica, one of our local dealerships, jumping on board with us this weekend with Stoke Media Racer TV and supporting the whole JDay event. Max and his crew over there. If you're in the market for a Harley or a Cowie, those are their 2 main selling points over there at Power Sports of Utica. If you are local to us here, they're located obviously in Utica. Technically, I believe it's Yorkville, but Utica is the city right next door, so they claim it as Utica. They sell a lot of off-brand stuff as well, and they obviously are a Parts Unlimited dealership, so you can get some parts for some other bikes as well. So thank you to Max and his crew for supporting. He always gets involved here at Unadilla. He was a big part of the National as well. I know he's a big part of our race up at High Voltage. He sponsors Nick's race there for the state championships. and he's part of the Amateur Classic here as well. I'm sure he's involved in the MX Rewind here. He's just very good at giving back to the sport. So let's give back to Max and his crew over at Power Sports of Utica if you are a local rider. As we're watching one of our local riders on screen, Durkop. About a quarter of a lap to go here.
Yeah, that one was a much smoother trip through the extreme section.
I don't know if you saw that line. One rider was able to squeeze between the barrier and the concrete barrier and the banner. I'm sure the JDay crew going to pull that stake in a little bit.
Yeah, that one will probably be adjusted as Durkop slicing his way through a couple of lapped riders. Whoa. Trying to slice his way through there. Going to go up horsepower hill for the final time. And hopefully they're going to point him in the right direction because Durkop was not with us yesterday. So,
we'll be able, you don't need to ask me how he did at state championships. You can ask him if he got a championship.
Here we go. Checkered flag is out. Carson Durkop gets the job done and grabs the moto win.
I'll be interested to hear if he's more of a moto guy, if he's more of a woods guy, if he's dabbled in a little bit of both. Not super sure, but we'll be able to hear from him.
Well, he's going to need to turn around and get back in front of the Fox podium backdrop here. We'll get him set up with a headset, and we will get chatting with your winner here today. Carson Durkop, moto number 1, getting wrapped up. Oh, yeah. We see you down there waving at the Yamaha finish line.
Getting a little TV time down there.
I love it. The fans showing up and showing out here for the finale weekend here at Unadilla, the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. Watching some more of the field making their way through. Sounds like we've got Carson Durkop on the headset. Carson, we saw you last weekend out at High Voltage Hills. You were handling business on the moto track. Now we're handling business here at JDay. How you feeling, man?
Pretty good. Track's okay. It's pretty rocky, so it's kind of scary. The extreme section is not my thing.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We were going to ask about it. So we saw you doing business over there in the moto world. Correct me if I'm wrong. You did get a state title, correct?
Yeah, both classes.
Got both classes.
250C and 450C.
Awesome. Yeah, I knew you had some great racing going on out there. Are we a moto guy specifically? Or are we just trying out some of this JDay stuff, or have we done any off-road before?
We're a moto guy. I just thought I'd try it out, see how fun it is. Want to ride the big track, so we got to ride some of it, but.
Hey, that's how Justin Coquinos got started too, man, and he got the bug, and now he's battling for a title here in the pro class. Well, you did a fantastic job, man. We'll see you back here in a couple hours for moto number 2, but first, who do you want to thank for helping you get the job done?
My mom, my dad, A+ Motorsports, Ethica, Turley Designs, 100%, JC Films, AG21, and everybody else, thank you.
Great job, Carson. We'll see you here in a few hours.
Thank you.
All right, Carson Durkop on that Luxon post-race interview, getting the job done out of your C classes. I'm going to try to back it up. I mean, he's the dual state champ now. He's got a little bit of pressure on the shoulders there, so it's not bad for somebody that's not an off-roader at all, but he knows how to get the job done. He was up in the mix off the start. As we take a look at your MX Trophies race recap, Josh, like we said, the C class was one of the most packed as far as total number of riders, and it did not disappoint.
Now, there was action all over the track. Even some of the other classes, we were able to jump in on some of the racing that we saw from some of our Open C, our Vet C, our electric riders, our B Open was out here as well. Just one of the biggest groupings that we put out on the track. And honestly, they handled it very well. So as the congestion started to unfold, being C riders, beginner riders, basically, they were able to work their way around each other. There were some riders that had some issues in the FMF Extreme section. But for the most part, everybody was able to get through it pretty well. As you see Durkop getting through there, he spent most of the time on the TV. And he took it all the way to the checker flag, as you see him working his way around here.
Somebody said the FMF Extreme section wasn't his thing. He got through it very clean, especially compared to some other riders. So Durkop managing the spots he struggled in, exceeding in the spots he felt strong in, and of course, like he said, wanted to get the ride, the Unadilla Pro Track. So making the most of it and grabbing a first moto win. Your Pro Taper top 10, Carson Durkop, Jake Wood, and Gannon Lyons, 1, 2, and 3 with Nicholas Sears and Evan Kelly, your top 5. Dennis Artemenko in the 6th spot. Tyler Olson, Danny Secretary, Jacob Trudeau, and looks like Eli Carroll going to round out your top 10 here in this one. As we're going to get ready to send things to a quick commercial break. On the line, we should have our women's pro class, A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and Sportsman, race number 4. Getting ready to take to the track right after this.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement, all to cement our name in history.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%. Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Hello, folks, and welcome back here to Round 8, the season finale of 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series, the Moto Tassanari Unadilla Grand Prix, day number 2. It is Championship Sunday, and we are getting ready to kick off race number 4, featuring our women's pro class, as well as a vet, a senior, schoolboy, and sportsman, all sitting down on the starting line. This was some of the closest racing that we had yesterday in this women's pro class. Mallory Pickard, who you see getting in the race zone there, ultimately walked away victorious. But yeah, this was crazy, Josh. I mean, this was one of those ones where just when you thought you knew what was going to happen, it got turned on its head. Addie Harris, great off of the line. We knew she was coming back for some injuries. Wasn't sure how much she was able to push, how much pain she was in. And that second moto, she was not going to be denied. Kayla O'Neill and Mallory Pickard going back and forth. Even talking to Kayla on the podium yesterday, she said, I got a couple of spots on the moto track I need to pick up just a little bit, and I think I'm going to be right back in the fight. And then Pickard, like she was talking about as well, it was sitting there saying, it was all kinds of chaos going on behind me. It's so hard to focus ahead when you've got stuff going on. Then she found herself in the second moto, switching between offense and defense, trying to go after Addie Harris while trying to keep O'Neill behind her. It was a fun one to watch, no doubt about it.
I think obviously it's one of these classes where you don't really know what you're going to get. Obviously, we watched the first moto. We talked about it yesterday. I went and grabbed us some lunch. I kind of jumped back about 2 laps into this one, and I was looking at the results, and I'm looking at what I'm seeing on screen, and I'm saying, well, this is a total shakeup from the first moto. Granted, we only have a couple women in this class, but they were able to put on a show, and they were dicing it up all weekend. So we'll see how Addie's feeling. We touched on it yesterday with that shoulder injury. Obviously, overnight, riding all day, that thing might have tightened up on her, so we'll see how she's feeling. Yesterday, she got the start, made her life easy. She jumped out front. The girls made her earn it. She was able to ride defensive the whole, second half of the race, and she was able to hang on to it. So we'll see how it unfolds here. Like we said, the women's class yesterday seemed to be the start was the most important, even though you got a lot of time to work with. Whoever got the start had the advantage in that one. And then we'll look at some of the sportsman riders like we touched on yesterday. You said some of those guys going to go out just for the track time, not necessarily the championships points. We said that we don't give out any hardware for the championship points, but if you're a racer, it's in your blood. Once you hit that track, you're going to race.
Yeah, the sportsman class is one of those unique classes where it is. Sometimes we see riders pulling off the track early. Sometimes they don't line up for the second moto. If they are in those pro ranks because they're trying to save the energy, that man's breaking some moves for us down there. He's feeling mighty loose. Absolutely, down there on the line. Meanwhile, the A vet, the A senior classes, those are championship points paying classes. There's a title on the line. Same thing with our schoolboy class as well. So it's a lot easier said than done to sit there and say, I'm going to back it down. I'm going to maintain the effort. Even Justin Kokinos, who was in that Moto Tassanari Pro Am 125 class, which is a championship class, said, I would have loved to back it down a little bit, but all of a sudden I got caught up in the 4-rider race battle, and yeah, that all went out the window. So at the end of the day, they're racers, and it's easy to get those blinders on when you get in the heat of the battle. But excited to see how things shake up. Excited to see if anything differentiates between yesterday and today. Like we said, brand new off-road section, kind of dual split off-road sections rather than one long wood section. So we'll see if that plays into the hands of one rider or the other. But right now, everybody just trying to stay focused down there on the starting line.
Another thing to keep in mind is it's a new race day. It's technically a new event. As we just saw Durkot, he was able to sign up today and race today, and he threw his hat in the mix. We don't know if there's anybody that maybe came in last night or this morning and wanted to try this thing out, and maybe they find themselves up at the front of the pack.
Shout out to the Red Bull Wings team in the house with us, passing out some complimentary Red Bull if you see them out and about.
If you can hear us, please come back to the Stoke Media announcers booth. Zach is getting very shaky.
Flap those wings and come save me back here, please. I need it. I'll crack the can on air again. A free promotion.
He's having withdrawals. We're looking to check him in the Red Bull
OPAG
rehab.
is on the mission.
He is running. He said, "I will save you, Zach. We're not going to Red Bull rehab today."
Great stuff going on. Was actually part of the Wings team when I was in college. Had the backpack and everything. I looked quite. Oh, he didn't even have to.
Oh.
He had the stock back there.
He was prepared. I'm good, thank you.
I'll take a spare.
He can drink
well.
mine. Yeah, he'll drink mine.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get it together here. That's the sound of an ice-cold Red Bull being cracked here in the Stoke studio. You can get your own complimentary can. Just go over and see our friends at the Red Bull Wings team. And here we go. We've got what is the summer edition? This is Sudaki Lime, going to be closing out here very soon.
Oh yeah,
and then,
look at that.
And then we've got the OG. Okay, that's going to be about second moto starts here. Josh is the healthy of the two of us, all right? He's anti-caffeine. He's drinking a nice water over there. Got a little Mio in it. I'm old school, so I'm going to start talking really fast. I'm going to sound like an auctioneer here in a few minutes.
I actually cannot say what I used to drink. I will not get jumped by the Red Bull Wings team. I was a competitor enthusiast, but the summer series looks like it's pretty good.
That's one of my favorites. That was one of my favorites.
So what is your all-time favorite? I know.
I will say,
being part of the Wings
if
team.
Red Bull is listening, I will start a petition. I need the original red edition, cranberry. Okay, now way back in the day, Budds Creek National was the national that I went to, and that was the first time I had a Red Bull Wings member give me the red edition. It was right when the flavors first came out. The cranberry, still my all-time favorite as I got older. We'll say 21. It was my favorite for any kind of consumption, and for some reason, they got rid of it. Now the red edition is watermelon. I'm a little insulted. Not a big fan of watermelon to begin with, but yeah, Red Bull. I'm sure if you're listening, which you probably are, we need the cranberry edition back. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I thought you were passionate about moto. Clearly, we found your ultimate passion is Red Bull.
Tearing up over here, man.
He is going to be he's teaching classes on Red Bull, the history of Red Bull. He may be on the board of directors before the end of this broadcast.
I would love to be on the board of directors at Red Bull.
You could put your vote in to bring back that red one.
There we go. There we go. So the online petition, you guys can look it up. You can sign it. But right now, these ladies got bigger fish to fry. They are locked in and focused on a championship and on a race day. Now, we've got Destiny Arteaga in there in the mix as well. No sleeves, no problems. I was looking at it. Actually looks like those are sewn. It looks like she's got that FXR jersey designed like that. I like it.
It looks more of like almost like a water skiing vest.
Yeah, like a football. It kind of goes right over the crest of the shoulder. I like it. I like it. Helps.
Possibly a custom. Maybe she sewed it up herself.
Arteaga Designs. I don't know.
Well, so put her on the podium. We'll have to ask her.
Got that KTM two-stroke looking good there. All the ladies kind of lined up a bit more to the inside, headed into turn number 1.
Now, the more I look at it, the more it does look sewn.
Looks pretty legit to me. Trying to see if Destiny, if you can hear
us,
give us a flex here.
Yeah,
I was about to say. There it is. Yeah. All right. It looks like we're getting things fired up. We've got goggles getting put on, and we are just about ready to rock and roll here at the top of the crew.
She's running the milk crate for the.
Yeah, I like it. That's
for the starting stand. That's old school.
Dead engine start here in JDay Offroad. So they'll warm them up and then shut them back down as we get ready for the Fox green flag to fly. Row 1, your women's pro class. Row number 2, both a vet and a senior. Then you got the schoolboy class back there on row 3. And then, of course, that sportsman non-championship class back there on row number 4. Double duty for Ethan here. Give that guy a Red Bull. He had a little more movement in the hips today. I saw him. We got to put a little WD-40 on those things, man.
Well, you get the kid that was breaking it down for us back there. Bring him out.
Yeah, bring him out. Absolutely.
At least show him some pointers.
All right, here we go. Fox green flag up in the air. It's going to drop, and we are going to get to work here in the women's pro class. Addie Harris grabbing both of those hole shots yesterday. A great jump for her once again. It looks like she's going to lead them into turn number 1. Oh, problems for Arteagian. Just came together with Picker. The front end caught as they were headed into that first turn. A tough start for that women's pro moto for her. She's going to get picked back up, shakes it off, And how about it? Good for her. That was a tough one, too. There's carrying a lot of speed in that first turn.
I'm not sure she was expected to kind of caught that back wheel and high-sided a little bit.
That's a tough one. We've all been there. Somebody starts cutting over, and all of a sudden you go, here we go. Look at this, a quick move from Mallory Pickard, and that could be the race maker right there. Addie Harrison, Moto2, was able to lead and extend that lead out a couple of bike lanes on that first lap. Pickard says, I'm not giving you the opportunity to here today. She immediately tries to go around the outside and takes over the #1 spot.
And don't sleep on Kayla O'Neill sitting back there in third. Obviously, she's got that #1 plate on the front of the bike for a reason. And she's going to have 30 minutes to go to work. We'll see if she can get around Harris. And maybe Harris answers the call and she gets back around Pickard. We'll check back in as we watch our A vet and A senior riders hit the track. Looks like the number 13 ride going to pull the whole shot here.
How about a lucky 13 leading them into turn #1. And looks like going to lead them out as well. Yeah, like you said, O'Neill, our reigning women's pro champ, and in the position to potentially back her title up here in 2026 as well. Talked to her yesterday on the podium. She said the moto, I know she's been doing a lot of training on motocross specifically. We've seen her out at the GNCC. She's been working on her moto skills, and said by the end of the day yesterday, she had everything. She was jumping everything except the sky shot. So she said she's going to try to get that dialed in, and that's the goal for her today. She feels like if she can just pick up a small amount of speed on the moto track, she's confident enough everywhere else that she's going to be able to be in the fight. As here we go, Schoolboy 12-17. That is the 223 of Trevor Harris all the way on the inside there, the younger brother of Addison Harris. And he had a great day yesterday as well, I believe, getting that overall over DJ LeBlanc, who's lined up right next to him on the #4.
Oh, Harris runs LeBlanc a little wide there.
All right.
And I believe that let a couple other riders sneak up the inside. And Harris around the outside still, but LeBlanc got shuffled back a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of a deceiving first turn there. It looks like you're going to lose the lead, but you carry so much speed around that outside, slingshot engaged, and Harris back out front.
And LeBlanc quickly already up into third, almost into second. So LeBlanc with a little bit of urgency early, trying to stay in touch with Harris.
Taking a look here at the sportsman class, I see Rivers Morris, a familiar face there, Ryder Lafferty, who for some reason I thought was with us earlier in the season. I talked to him on the podium yesterday. He said, yeah, you got the wrong 336, man. He's like, I haven't been to a JDay since 2019. So
he definitely wasn't here earlier this year.
A pro podium in his JDay return.
He wasn't even here this decade.
No kidding. Yeah, excited to see what he's able to do here on this one as sportsman off and rolling now as well. Saw the 206. Okay, that is not Josh Toth. Saw 206 Kawasaki. As Lafferty going to grab the early race lead, the 336 of Ryder Lafferty grabbing the whole shot here in your sportsman class. Just like that, race #4 off and rolling. Race #5, the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125, B250, B Open, B200, and B Open Electric. You need to be making your way down to the starting line here. As into Gravity Cavity we go. And already seeing a bit of space here in this sportsman class. And I'm trying to figure out if it almost looked like I saw rain for just a second on that drone shot. Might be seeing things.
I didn't see rain in the forecast, but it's possible. Rain is always in the forecast at Unadilla. As we look at the Women's Pro Championship points, Kayla O'Neill up 57 points, 127-70 over Taylor Jones. We've seen, obviously, Taylor not here with us this weekend. Mallory Pickard, 45 points. Lily Sheets, 40. Richards, 25. Barnes, 25. And Corey Steed, 22 points. Our A Veteran Championship, a little bit tighter, but Hagen-Togler pretty much got this thing in a stranglehold. I don't believe there's enough points available for Sipe to win this championship if he is on site. I haven't seen that name this weekend, but very possible he is here and we just haven't seen him. Gilliland on 45, Jamal Porter 44, Zach Hayes 43. So tight battle there for the third place overall in the championship. And Hawkins on 30 and Geis on 25. And we'll look at our schoolboy 12-17. Riker Seitman on 67, Sebastian Tucker 47, Gage Strong, Trevor Harris, Blake Phillips, Dylan Price on 25, and Bentley Saxon on 22. So we saw Trevor Harris up here off the start up front.
We got a shakeup at the top of the women's pro class. Yeah, Mallory Pickard now slotted back into the #3 spot. Addison Harris back out front, and Kayla O'Neill has found a way around as well. So just like we talked about, problems for O'Neill exiting the extreme section right there, but I think we're going to see a little bit of a change as far as the pace and the yo-yo effect because of the way the track breaks down. Like we said, woods, moto, whereas yesterday it was all woods and then all moto. So interested to see how that develops throughout not only this race, but that afternoon second moto as well, as there is the difference maker on the moto track. O'Neal not quite confident enough yet to jump the full sky shot. It is a big jump, and Pickard unleashing it early. I believe Harris launching it as well. And Harris is trying to get away. She's taking notes from Moto 2 yesterday, and it says, see ya, she's already through the Yamaha finish line and back onto the front stretch.
This is what we saw to start Moto 2 yesterday, and then Pickard was able to run her down, and she kind of dragged O'Neal with her. So, like you said, Harris trying to make a statement here and get away and make sure that doesn't happen again. That was probably the most stressful 30 minutes on a dirt bike she's had in a while, as Pickard was right on the back of her neck for 20 minutes or so to end that moto.
Yeah, and you got to think as far as the way the track breaks down, not sure of the total distance in the woods versus yesterday, but just seems like with you're not having enough time in the woods for O'Neal to be able to make that time back up. So I'll be curious to see. But O'Neal very smart with her line choices as well. She's shown she's difficult to pass. So that could not only play into potentially securing second place, but that could help Addie Harris stretch that lead out a little bit. And even if Pickard is able to get around, it might be too late to chase down the lead.
O'Neal is a great example of what we talked about in the beginning, the way we're going moto to woods, moto to woods. We're not going moto, all woods, and then back to moto to finish. O'Neal stronger in the woods section yesterday. Maybe a little bit less time per moto section will help her. We'll have to see how it plays out.
So O'Neal putting some pressure on herself here and finds herself in kind of the position that Mallory Pickard was in yesterday, back and forth playing offense and defense at the same time. So we'll see, still kind of opening that lap up and really trying to settle into their lines. Meanwhile, Addison Harris out front, leading the way. Different lines for Harris and O'Neal. Let's see Pickard going to follow O'Neal's line.
Well, you saw O'Neal seemed like she was a little bit closer this time in the woods than she was on the last lap.
Yep.
But she also made that mistake at the top of the FMF Extreme section, so that's possibly why we saw the gap a little bit longer than it was. As we follow on the Fox FPV drone, we're going to hop in behind Addie Harris, take some roost off that KTM. She runs real tight, and that's going to let O'Neal. That was a little bit of a mistake. I don't think she wanted to get that close to the banners.
Yeah,
and
O'Neal's smells
right
blood
up
in the
behind
water.
her.
She's right there to the back of Harris.
And I'll be interested to see what happens if she is able to make the pass before they get to Sky Shot. Will she leave Harris enough room to jump it? If she kind of hogs up that middle line, maybe Harris plays it safe. Obviously, we don't want to see anybody get landed on. Maybe she opts to not jump it. So we'll see. She's got to make the pass first, though, as they head up the long hill all the way in the back of the motocross track, and they're going to dip off and head farther back into the facility.
And I'll be honest, I think that step up right there may be costing her just as much time as the Sky Shot itself. If you can't get up at least to the top of the knuckle of that, it's basically steals all your momentum away, and it's really hard to keep that forward drive. Probably gave another bike length, bike and a half back to Harris. But O'Neal not giving up at all, and Pickard actually the one at the moment losing touch with the top duo.
Yeah, we're watching on the Stoke Media battle cam here, the 525 Addison Harris, the 310 of Kayla O'Neal, and they are definitely locked in a battle here as they're on the far back side of the track, back by the old U2 amateur track. Kind of working their way through, snaking through this chicane as you start to see some different line choices open up way in the back there. The water they put down, you can still see the moisture in the dirt. That's going to allow some ruts to form, some probably 3, 4, 5 different ruts that you'll be able to choose from. If one gets chopped out, you can move out of line. So that'll be fun to watch as the day unfolds, as they're going to work through this tight wood section here.
Yet Power Sports View camera picks them back up, and O'Neal was closing back up as well, trying to set up some wider angles, maybe able to cut back underneath. Pickard trying to re-enter the conversation as well. Up to the top side they go, getting ready to buzz by us back here past the Stoke banner. And like we talked about, Addie Harris having a rough 2026 season so far in the year. Broken tib fib in early February. Had to go get that recovered. Spent a lot of time off the bike and was just kind of starting to get back into the race shape that we know and expect from her when having a mishap, I believe, at the Maine state championship and breaking the collarbone, having to have surgery on that as well. So just starting to come back from that. And she said she was being a baby in Moto #1 yesterday on the podium, was kind of scared to jump, scared to push, and scared to ultimately crash once again. She said second moto, once I got out front and led a lap or two, she said I had to throw that out the window and had to just go for it. So Harris, maybe some newfound confidence here on day #2. Meanwhile, O'Neal looks mighty refreshed as well. I think she's expecting big things of herself here on day #2. We talked about how smart Kayla is as far as her ability to adapt lines and to improve and critique her own riding as well. So we'll see if she took some notes yesterday, maybe even went back and watched some of the broadcast, and whether she can apply any of that here today. Headed back to the sky shot. Let's see. Harris sends it up and over. O'Neal going to check it up here on lap #2. That's going to help Mallory Pickard close right back up.
And you see how much time the sky shot's worth. It's worth at least a second, maybe a second and a half. And unfortunately for O'Neal, every lap that's going to let Harris pull away that little bit, and it's going to allow Pickard to close up a little bit more. And we saw yesterday the strong suit for Pickard when it came to 1v1, Harris versus Pickard, was the moto track. So as she closes up here, we'll see how it unfolds. Similar to how we wanted to see if O'Neal could get Harris before they got to the motocross track. Now you want to see if Pickard can do something with O'Neal before they get back to the woods.
And curious to see how long it'll be before we start to see some of those vet and senior riders enter the picture as well. I know the 54 ride was up there yesterday. I believe that was Hagentoff who was quickly catching up to them. Good shot there of our man Dirt Picks grabbing the shots coming out of Gravity Cavity.
And just as you say, I believe that's Hagentogler right there pulling up behind him.
And there is one of our vet riders starting to enter the picture of this top 3, and I believe that actually kind of helped close some things up with the ladies as well. But Kayla O'Neal not only battling for a moto win, but trying to wrap up another Women's Pro Championship, and we were able to talk to your reigning champ about trying to close up the 2026 championship chase here this weekend.
Yeah, it's huge. I'm trying not to think about it too much because I don't want to put too much pressure on myself, but yeah, I'm pumped about it. Running the #1 plate all year, my whole goal was to defend that #1. It hasn't been easy, but I just go out and do what I need to do every weekend, hit all my marks, hit my lines, and just get it done.
Just get it done. I love it. Keep it simple.
It's that
just go
simple,
out there
right?
and do
well,
what she needs
she's
to
getting
do.
it done right now because it looks like Hagentogler, I doubt she knows it's him, but he's pushing her right up to the back of Harris. And we saw this yesterday once the vet riders got in behind some of the leaders in the girls class. It started to push them because they didn't know that it was a rider. They weren't necessarily racing in division, but you just hear that bike behind him as you see O'Neal is right up to the back wheel of Harris now.
Yeah, and it right now it kind of looks like Pickard has dropped off the pace maybe even just a bit more as the 54 ride getting a little squirrely, feet off the pegs, but once again right to the rear wheel goes Kayla O'Neal, and she's got to think that is Pickard right behind her. And you can see the 54 slamming on the brakes, trying to avoid contact with O'Neal, and he's got to go as well because he's got some company now up the inside. Cuts back underneath.
I believe that rider up to the inside lost the front end there coming out of that turn. I think that rider went down.
And Addie Harris taking a look over. She's going to move over to the side of the track, let that rider by, and then maybe even going to try to jump in and follow some lines.
Yeah, so we lost that Honda rider. Not sure who it was. Just adds a little bit too much out of the tires coming out of that turn. As he jumps on screen, we'll have to check the live timing and see if we can't figure out who it is. I would assume it looks like probably Hartensfeld. Not listed at what he's riding, but he was right behind Hagentogler. We look at the A veteran live timing. As LeBlanc leading Harris in that schoolboy division. Those two kind of battled over the top 2 spots yesterday. You got Lafferty leading, Cooper Jones, Caden Houle, Rivers Morris, and Bedges. Your top 5 in the sportsman, the A-senior, Andy Matthew, Will Hopkins, Robert Langenbach, Adam Clark, and Daryl Sear.
Here we go.
Your
Battle is
top 5.
on. O'Neal right back to the rear wheel of Addie Harris. Pickard has, I believe, even lost a bit more of a gap. So Mallory going to have to kind of try to regroup about halfway through this moto and see if she can close it back in on the duo here. But Harris, like we said,
look at the different line choice here from O'Neal.
That was a good line from O'Neal
and
as well.
It's going to pay off for her.
Wow, what a move. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. That was an absolutely great shot and a great choice from O'Neal, not following along, took the low line, carried a lot more speed, and was able to slingshot right around Addie Harris.
You got to believe she was so far out there, the smoothness of that line.
Yeah.
I don't think many people have ventured out there. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that. She was all the way on the right side of our screen.
Well, not even was it smooth.
Or left side of our screen, rather.
Driving.
Right side of her, or of the track. Yeah, she drove right through there. She didn't.
Harris kind of had to go left, go right.
I was going to say, she didn't have to bob and weave with the tree line. She was just able to run the ribbon out there.
And not only is she out front, she's immediately almost put a couple of bike links as they get ready to head into the FMF Extreme section here. Once again, the TBT Racing live drone picks them up. It looked like Harris was almost considering the go-around line. I saw her kind of glancing over. She funnels back in behind O'Neal. And that is the 960, like you said there, the second spot. I see it on the side number plates.
And now you got to believe that O'Neal is trying to hurry through this section because she knows she's going to have to give up a little bit on the moto track as we got our replay of this pass.
You see Kayla O'Neal on the low line. Always, it was just a constant throttle. Addie had to check up and maneuver around a tree right there. The great look on the red line replay as into the moto track we go. O'Neal does not jump the sky shot. That's going to immediately give some time back to Harris, but the damage was done. O'Neal kind of clicked the nitrous button as soon as she made that pass happen. She knew she needed a little bit of a gap if she wanted to be able to kind of sacrifice some time by not jumping the sky shot.
They're working their way over to the Yamaha finish line. As we see now, Hartensfeld was able to squeeze up ahead of Harris, and that's going to help O'Neal. He kind of slid in front of her right before they hit that little finish line chicane, as you see how much time it's cost Harris. As the 53 rider goes by, at least 53 on the back of the jersey. We'll check and see who that rider was. Got to believe it was one of our Vet A riders.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, the 960 making that pass helped Kayla as well, because going back onto the front stretch, Addie does not want to sit there and eat roost off the back of a 250, maybe a 450 from one of those vet riders. And so kind of checked up ever so slightly, and you see how much the gap has built back up to O'Neal as she checks up on that downhill double. But yeah, great line selection right there. We talked about O'Neal, primarily an off-road specialist, and being able to read the track there and kind of look at that low line, arguably a longer line, but a smoother line, consistent power underneath. And she puts the Yamaha back out front, reaches up, grabs a tear off, and now going to pop back into the first of the wood sections on the Fox FPV drone. O'Neal several seconds faster, a 5:36 to a 5:41. And then, man, something going on with Mallory Pickard, just not able to kind of match the pace here early in moto number one. Not sure if maybe the bike not working the way she's hoping, or maybe just not quite jiving with today's layout. But Pickard going to have to try to regroup. At the moment, still looking like going to secure a podium finish. So a 3-1 was what Addie got yesterday. Potential a 3-1 if Pickard can respond and try to get in the fight there in Moto 2. So we'll see.
What I'm thinking, Zach, is obviously this is my first time at JDay, like we've touched on it. As we see some of our track crew, I don't know if those are fans or track crew, they're pumped way back there.
Crew, yep.
They are pumped back there.
Pounding stakes.
I've never seen anybody so happy to be pounding stakes into the ground. But I was going to say, we've had 3 women's races. If it ends the way it is, we've had 3 different winners today, which is super cool to see. I mean, only 4 entries. It's a smaller class, but you're going to find 3 different winners out of 4 girls in the class. It's cool to see, and it's exciting to see what we're going to find out here. And basically not an overall for the weekend, but a rubber match, if you will, because someone's got to win a second moto out of the 3 of them.
Yeah, and we've had several, standout stars in this women's pro class throughout the year. Taylor Jones has been with us several times. So to glance over to the Fox FPV drone right there, we've seen Corey Steed earlier this season, your reigning WXC champ from GNCC. But right now, as far as evenly matched and ability to truly have a good battle, this has been the standout round for the women's pro class. O'Neal, Pickard, and Harris putting on a show for us here this weekend as she's getting some motivation there, headed back into the wood section.
We got a local legend on site, Bill Stalins from the Borough in the house.
As the Pit Bike Moto Cam picks them up, making their way through. And O'Neill going to continue to try to stretch things out here with 3 laps in the books. Once again, race number 4 on track. Race number 5, you need to be making your way to the staging area if you're not already. But that is the gap. The TBT Racing Live Zone shows the picture. Pickard still making her way around, still looking solid, but has just lost touch with his top duo at the top of Women's Pro. DJ LeBlanc trying to respond here on day 2 in the schoolboy class. He's out front leading the way over Trevor Harris. And then Ryder Lafferty still out front in the sportsman class. Andy Matthew and Will Hopkins 1 and 2 out of the A senior class. As we follow along with Mallory Pickard, trying to see whether or not there's anything obviously noticeable that might be causing her to be a bit off the pace. She was right in the fight all day yesterday.
Sometimes you're just not feeling it. Yep. If you're not comfortable and you don't want to push the limit, it's hard to run the pace when O'Neill and Harris obviously feeling good and they're running a little bit faster than you. You want to step it up to that next step and ride the edge a little bit. And if you're not comfortable doing it, sometimes not a bad decision to just kind of back it down, go back to the truck, maybe change something and regroup for moto number 2 here. As Kayla O'Neill works her way through the FMF Extreme section, making it look not extreme, as we said yesterday a couple times. Some of these riders, when you get a clean run through here, they make it look so easy, and then you find out how hard it is the next lap, and they run the same lines, and things become a little bit more difficult. As the 336 now of Ryder Lafferty comes through, he's leading our sportsman division, working his way through the girls and some of our A riders. I believe he was coming up on the backside of Addie Harris. He's going to get around her in the wood section. Back out to the front side of the track. Kayla O'Neill up and over the sky shot. Gotta wonder, is the white flag coming out here shortly as we check back in with Pickard. She's back here in the FMF Extreme section. So unfortunately, yesterday started out very strong for Pickard, and unfortunately for her, it's kind of trended in the wrong direction. We'll see if she can right the ship. She's got one more chance at it after this moto.
Yeah, and what a response. Is there it is. The white flag waves. Kayla O'Neill, 1 lap to go. There is Ryder Lafferty, your sportsman class leader as well, continuing to push the pace, and she has opened that gap up significantly now over Addison Harris. So,
and you look at the lap times, Pickard 30 seconds off of Kayla O'Neill. Yesterday she was running the same lap times, so not sure what is going on with Pickard. Hopefully she's able to, like we said, go back to the truck. Maybe she needs to make a change, or she just needs to regroup mentally, and she'll have another shot at a little bit later today. As you see her brother Harris come through, and he was battling with LeBlanc there on the number 4 for that moto win. Not sure where they currently stand in the live timing.
Through the extreme section we go. You can see almost looks like it's been designed, the kind of downward slope before those obstacles, but that is from riders getting stuck and grabbing a handful right before they go over, picking some soil up as O'Neill into the first of the wood sections for the final time here in moto number 1. And at this point, not under any immediate pressure, like she talked about earlier in the moto, trying to not only close in on a moto win, but trying to secure back-to-back championships here in the women's pro class. What an accomplishment that would be. And what a year it's been for O'Neill. We've seen a lot of growth for her, like we talked about. Definitely a bit more of an off-road specialist, and the growth she has shown in the motocross side of things specifically. I go back to CGI stands out, where there was a double. It was costing her a ton of time, and when she finally jumped it, I believe she was battling Pickard in that one as well. It completely changed the game. She re-entered conversation, and I believe maybe even won a moto. So it just goes to show, you know, riders, even at the pro level, constantly evolving, constantly trying to sharpen, you know, the skills on one side or the other, and always looking for a way to improve.
It doesn't have to just be in the middle of the weekend. The confidence will continue to grow. Obviously, as you're seeing I haven't been following the series as closely as you are, being able to be at all the rounds, but if you're telling me she's leaps and bounds better on the motocross track, and that's where the confidence and the belief in herself will just continue to grow more and more and more, and I'm sure eventually she'll be comfortable to jump the sky shot and jumps like that.
Yep, and the other thing that's nice about O'Neal is she recognizes her limits as well. You know, the last thing she's going to do is put herself in a tough spot. We've seen times where maybe she doesn't have the pace or isn't quite ready to push that hard, and she makes the smart decision, which oftentimes is not the common decision amongst racers. You know, they're just going to send it and see what happens, and plenty of times that's derailed championships, that's derailed seasons and led to injuries. So O'Neal, smart as well as the speed, and is closing in on a first moto win here today in the women's pro class, dealing with some riders in different classes as well right now. So just trying to hold her line and bring things back towards the front, as there is Addison Harris still in a comfortable second place spot. A solid run for Addie, but not been quite able to match the intensity of O'Neal here in moto number 1, but 2 moto format, second as good as a first here in this one. So I think as long as Addie's able to at least cross the line in the 2 spot, we could potentially see her save the energy and the strength up for that moto 2.
The way the women's class is this weekend, Pickard could easily go 3-1 for the overall. You could see Harris go 2-2 and O'Neal go 1-3. That's certainly not a stretch of the imagination at all, the way this class has unfolded this weekend. And you were touching on O'Neal being a smart rider. Not that the other riders don't think about it and be smart, but maybe O'Neal is willing to back it down sometimes, as you saw, and we touched on it earlier. Harris had an injury early in the year. Pickard had an injury early in the year, and that's allowed O'Neal, maybe she's not taking the big risk, but we don't know what happened with Pickard and Harris, but pushing the limit is usually when the injuries come. So maybe O'Neal just riding within her means is the reason why she's going to be a back-to-back champion in this class.
Yep, been able to regroup and even respond just from yesterday to today as she heads back down the hillside once again, getting that much closer to a checkered flag and a moto win here for the final day of racing in the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. What a season it has been, and you talk about the variables and the differences within locations. You take a look at the Club MX Grand Prix versus CGI versus Budds Creek versus right here. It's they're very, very different. You can see her dad right there in the blue shirt coaching her, telling her exactly where to go. Knows she is that close to a moto win, and got to think there's something extra special about a back-to-back race weekend and being able to kind of change the dynamic headed into day number 2.
So did we see Dad go from the start line all the way back to the FMF Extreme section?
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, Pops is pushing.
I hope he's got a pit bike.
I don't know. Pops is pushing.
If not, he's getting his steps in today.
Yeah, Jerry does have a
e-bike. He is. All right, that's a veteran move right there.
I love it. I love it. Well, O'Neal, at this point, no need to try to send it here on the last lap over the sky shot. So she's going to close in one more time up Horsepower Hill. Gets a great drive, and now can see the blue tint of the Yamaha finish line, and it will be the Yamaha racer herself. 310 on the side plates, but the big number 1 on the front plate for a reason. Kayla O'Neal going to grab the first moto win here in your women's pro class. Going to make her way over to the Fox podium. She'll throw on that headset, and we will chat with her in just a moment. She's going to hang out and wait on the rest of the ladies across the line. I think they're actually going to send her the opposite, or send the rest of the girls the opposite way, so you can pretty much go ahead and start getting ready for that podium interview. But it looks like Addie Harris will secure the second place spot here in Moto 1.
We'll have to ask her how she felt about the shortened motocross side of it and see if she felt like maybe that's why she was able to get the win here.
And how about that, a response from either Pickard or a fade from Harris.
Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, like we said, we know some injuries and some pain there for Harris, got to assume, and then Pickard, you can't count her out late in these races. She's shown it. She showed it all day yesterday. She is in the fight, so that's going to be a fun one to watch in just a few hours for that second moto.
We've said it all weekend long. Anything is possible out here on the track as the girls are going to break it down with each other. Sure, sharing all the secret lines they didn't want to tell anybody about during that moto.
So we're going to try to get Kayla O'Neal to the Fox podium, please, so we can get a headset on her.
Addie Harris is saying Were you even on the track when you passed me back there? As it looks like O'Neal now looping back around to the Fox podium. Should be able to get a word with here in just a second.
As the checker flag continues to fall here for our A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and Sportsman. Moto number 5, Pro-Am 125 in our B classes. You should be down on the line, but on the headset, and with a first moto win, Kayla O'Neal gets the job done. Kayla, we talked yesterday on the podium. You said it was a great day of racing, but you were still wanting to improve a couple of things, specifically on the moto track. It seemed like you were fired up today, a whole new level of intensity, and right from the jump, you made a quick move on Addie Harris and pretty much set sail from there. Take us through that opening lap and then how you felt once you got out front.
Yeah, I knew yesterday that I definitely had to be faster in the woods if I wasn't going to do some of the jumps on the moto track, so that's what I've been kind of telling myself all morning. I pedaled the track this morning. I really like the way the woods look, and I just went as fast as I could on all the places I could go. All the straightaways, I went as fast as I could. I found a better line in the woods, and I used it, and I was able to make the pass, and then I just tried to make it stick. Just went extra fast where I knew I could.
Yeah, we could tell you dropped the hammer right after you made that pass in the woods. Now, obviously a different layout from yesterday to today where it's kind of split woods sections, woods moto, woods moto. Do you like that preference, or would you rather it be the full long woods section similar to what we had yesterday?
I actually like the two sections of woods. For me, I'm more of a woods rider, so I really look forward to being able to maybe if I miss a couple seconds on the track, which I'm going to try and not do next moto, but at least I know I can make it up in 2 spots. And then towards the end of the track on the motocross track, I am hitting most stuff. So I just look forward to being able to push and get as much time as I can up in the wood sections.
Yeah, well, it's been a fantastic ride. You looked great out there, and we're excited to see you back in Moto 2. Who helped you get the job done here in Moto number 1?
My mom, my dad, my sister, my boyfriend Jeremy, 560 Graphics, FMF, 60 Helmets, and everyone else that helps me out.
All right, so we got to ask. I know you said it yesterday on the podium. The Sky Shot kind of been the kryptonite on the motocross track. I'm not asking if you're going for it, but how are we feeling about it? Is it a little different approach here today? What do we think?
My boyfriend keeps telling me, just hit it 4th gear tapped and you'll make it. So as easy as it sounds, it's still a little hard for me. But I am trying not to launch so far off of it, just kind of like get to the top and drive as hard as I can off the top. It seems to be working so far, but I know they're hitting it, and it's going to be huge in the second moto for sure.
Hey, well, tell the boyfriend you're managing a championship as well as the motos. You're doing a great job. We'll see you back for Moto 2.
Thank you.
All right, that is Kayla O'Neal getting the job done here in Moto number 1 of your women's pro class. We'll get ready to show you that MX Trophies race recap here from race number 4. And this was an exciting one. We knew there was going to be some drama, and there was right off the jump, headed into turn number 1. A little bit of contact. Destiny Artesian, unfortunately, getting the short end of the stick. She jumped right back up and was able to finish up inside the top 5 as well. But the rest of the field starts to make their way through. Bar banging in this one as well. And from there, the classes started shuffling, the lines started changing, and we got busy racing.
Absolutely. We were battling it out just like we did yesterday with the women. They took the show as they did yesterday. Like I said earlier, 3 motos on the weekend, 3 different winners. Yep. So that's going to be an exciting race number 4 on the weekend. We know it's a separate overall from day to day, but still cool to see the dynamic of all 3 of them sharing moto wins as the rest of the field got underway. And here was Harris leading O'Neal. When O'Neal started to creep up on her, she started to figure something out on the moto side of things to stay close. Pickard was back there. She hung on for a while. And then that was right when the breakaway happened, and here we see the pass of the race was O'Neal going around the outside of Harris, and from there she started to pull away from her and drove it all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, O'Neal even said in that post-race interview, as soon as she made the pass happen, she knew she had to push a little bit harder in the section she was comfortable in because she recognized she was sacrificing some time on the motocross track. So once again, the race smarts showing for your reigning champ, but once she got that clean air and built a couple of seconds of gap, it was pretty much nobody that was going to take her down. There it was. The Kirk Caselli checker flag started flying through the Yamaha finish line. She goes, and Kayla O'Neal setting herself that much closer to a potential overall win and another Women's Pro Championship here in 2026. We'll take a look at your Pro Taper top finishes. Kayla O'Neal, Addie Harris, and Mallory Pickard, your top 3. Destiny Artesian picking back up after that first turn crash and finishing up in the 4th place spot. Well, we're going to grab a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more racing action here from Unadilla, including that Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. We'll be right back.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners. The Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC. The Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners. Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
Well, folks, here we are. It's the final round of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing season. This is the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix day number 2, round 8 of 8. And sitting on the line, we've got our Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class on row number 1. B250 back there on row number 2, B200 and B Open on row number 3. And, of course, our B Open Electric back there on the final row as well. This was another one of those classes you don't think they could get much closer besides them all jumping on the same motorcycle, Josh. We had 4 riders go into battle all day yesterday. Both motos back-to-back. There's Alex Vanoof. He's trying to secure second place in the championship. A fan favorite here up north. Ryan Amancio was in the mix as well. Said he showed up about 15, 20 minutes before his moto yesterday. He's locked in, ready to go racing as well. The whole crew is a ton of fun yesterday, and it was maybe even more so as far as the passes go than the women's pro. It was one, and then the next, and then the flip-flop, and then you went from first back to fourth. Justin Coquinos even said, I would have loved to save some energy, but you blink, and all of a sudden you're off the podium. That's how close they were out here all day yesterday.
That was the one we talked about yesterday. If you look at the results just on the sheet, it does not do justice to the excitement level if you weren't watching the live coverage on Racer TV, because they went 1-1-2-2, and then I believe we had a 3-4 and a 4-3,
Yep.
but the amount of passes in one moto was more than we would see almost in the whole weekend for some of the other classes.
It was absolutely incredible.
Just when you thought Amancio was going to lock it up, then Coquinos had an answer, and then McQuarrie started throwing his name into the mix. And then I believe it was Evan threw his name into the mix as well, and it was just like, just when you thought one guy had it under control, someone else said, hold on a second, I got something for you as well.
A true call and responses. Ethan making his way back to the 32nd board. Giving those last couple of hugs. There is Evan Smith. A tough way to close out the day yesterday, but in this class, he was an absolute dog all day long. Actually grabbing that 125 to start the season out. GNCC racer jumping over here to the JDays in 2026. Had a hand injury, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to keep him out of the title contention, but certainly in the mix to play spoiler and to steal a win away. Meanwhile, Justin Coquinos grabbing the win yesterday and grabbing the win at Southwick and trying to back up his Pro-Am 125 title. The Moto Tassinari backed rider himself. He's V-Force equipped. We'll tell you a little bit more about that as we get the moto off and rolling. But right now, 30-second card is in the air. Those final bit of preparations. Last little bits of words of encouragement from mom, dad, your mechanic. Looking good, Ethan, looking good. He checks the watch. He's counting down. 24, 23. 22. He's as legit as it goes. Colton McQuarrie lined up way over there to the inside. He had a great day yesterday as well. Laser focused. Let's get ready to go. Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125. Watch the 1-2 kick from Coquinos. Ooh, that's nice right there, isn't it? I'm telling you.
I would have fallen over if I tried that.
Oh, yeah. No, I do not have balance for that at all. But it's going to be Ryan Amancio on the KTM, grabbing the early race lead and leading them around turns 1 and 2.
Coquinos able to slingshot around the outside. I'm not sure. Couldn't catch the number on that second place rider who slid back to third.
I believe that is the 101.
Yeah.
And then McQuarrie actually going to make a quick pass up the inside as well now to get into the third place spot. Evan Smith, he talked about it, a little bit bigger in stature, not as experienced on the 125, and he said, man, it's tough to get these things going. So not quite the start, but certainly doesn't take him out of contention to be there for the finish. So be looking for Evan Smith to make some quick moves.
Well, we saw yesterday he came from, obviously we didn't know where he was.
Yeah.
He surprised us. He kind of shot up there into the mix, and I think that attests to that bad start that he was struggling to get yesterday. As B250 about to hit the track, the bikes are started and they are out. We got one rider wheeling into the start, but it was the 522, I believe, sneaking up the inside. Now we got a KTM rider going to sweep the outside. And now just as I say that, another rider finds a way to sweep even farther on the outside. So clearly coming out of the first turn, around that first sweeper by the original announcer's tower on site, the outside line. currently the line to take off the start as that Yamaha rider, I believe it is dropped down into gravity cavity, already opened up a few bike length lead. Now Ethan about to let the next group go.
250P here on row 2, and then open B and B200 getting ready to take off. Bobby Betancourt on the 17. I know in a pretty close points battle in this one. He was the one that we saw successfully complete the rail grind yesterday. Be curious to see if he runs that line again here today.
Got a phone call from Tony Hawk last night. He will be at the X Games next year as Open B and B200. That is not Blake Baggett or Chase Sexton, but the number 4 rider.
DJ LeBlanc going to grab a good start, but
and Betancourt up the inside there, but LeBlanc on the outside.
I thought he was going to slam the door.
And now those are the two, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the battle for, or it's Bonds?
Yeah, Bonds.
It's Betancourt and Bonds that are in the title fight there. So LeBlanc, is this the class that we're super close in? Or is this yeah, so Bonds and Betancourt. Oh, we got one. Oh, takes a tire to the stomach. That was, hopefully he's all right. He was okay when he fell, but the rider behind him kind of ran him over a little bit. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Hopefully that rider was able to get up. He is definitely going to have some Dunlop knobbies buried in the skin on the stomach, unfortunately, as the rest of the field works their way around. They snake down into the gully and around the infamous apple tree here at Unadilla.
High in the sky here over top of one of the most legendary motocross tracks on the circuit. You can see where they had peeled off to the left yesterday, now roped off for day 2. Like we said, the crew doing a great job of changing things up between day 1 and day 2, keeping it exciting.
Waiting to see who we got dropping down into the woods section first here, as we can hear the 125s banging around in the woods.
And we talk about JDay Offroad racing. It is tough, it is rough, and it is a full contact sport. Watch this one coming back out of the 444. Just got cross-rutted. Trevor Harris had nowhere to go, and unfortunately a Dunlop sucker punch, someone that's taken one, it's not fun. So you'll have the nice little logo stamped into the chest there for a day or two.
That's a temporary tattoo.
Yes. So hopefully both of those riders, Harris looked to be quickly getting back up, but hopefully the other 444 there going to be back up quickly as well. This is your points breakdown. Coquinos in control of the Pro-Am 125 points. Vanoof and Smith running second and third. And we'll actually see. I don't know. Going to take a little bit of help, but Evan Smith not too terribly far from Vanoof for that number 2 spot. The B200, the battle of the Zacks. And Blanco now got it within 2 points of Zach Johnson. Again, I'm not picking favorites, but I spell it Z-A-C. You do the math. B250, Joshua Bonds, 5 points ahead of Bobby Betancourt, who we saw on that number 17 gas. So Betancourt trying to make some quick moves and trying to close that gap up. Those two kind of a duo at the top. Upfield, Joseph Werner and Joel Imberly, 7 points separate them. So a lot of close racing, several classes within 10 points of each other for a title. And it all has to get resolved here today, Josh. Nothing going to be left to figure out after the weekend besides where to send the trophy, as now McQuarrie looks like may have moved. Is that into the number? No. So, yeah, I think McQuarrie has actually gotten around Coquinos.
Is that Coquinos, though, all the way at the top? I think Coquinos. No, because now we got the 101 back here.
Coquinos,
That's Smith. Okay.
So, wow, how about that? It's Amancio, McQuarrie, Coquinos, Smith. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we'll, the 101, familiar.
I believe that's going to be Van Gosselin. Looking at live timing.
Yes.
So Gosselin right there, he's going to try and catch the toe to the front. He's running the pace here after the first lap.
And almost similar to kind of what we saw with our Women's Pro Moto 1, immediately some more space than we saw yesterday. The way the track's breaking down here today, be curious to hear from our riders. That's another cool thing when you start to deal with those pro riders as well. The post-race breakdown, even in the Luxon post-race interviews, it's so much more technical. The aspects they're able to bring up, the things that stand out to them. So always fun talking to our top racers as the fans now starting to climb their way into the woods as well right here by the Dunlop split lane. Amancio going to go to the rider's right, and he is fired up here today as well. I believe also getting back into the swing of things after a tough get off out at Southwick. Little bobble there from Coquinos. He goes to the right. Smith to the left. And there goes Gosselin as well. We must have missed McQuarrie, who I'm going to assume took the red line. There he is. So the number 34 of Colton McQuarrie on the number 34 AM Pro Yamaha, making his way through, wrapping up a GNCC title in June before summer break, which if you don't know, that's pretty hard to do. So to be able to wrap things up that early, got the green light to go do some other forms of racing, and actually made some really interesting comments on the podium yesterday. I talked to him. I said, you know, I'm going to kind of assume that you consider yourself a bit of more a wood specialist, and we've been training a lot of moto over the summer. Take me through that, and he's got a great group, his trainer and the whole team that he's been working with. Said one of the things that they've been focusing on is actually sitting down more, which is not something you hear riders talking about a lot, but he says he's so kind of off-road trained and grew up in that discipline that oftentimes on the moto track, it costs him time by staying up on the pegs and not being able to flow with the moto track as well. So McQuarrie been working hard to kind of sharpen those moto skills, and man, it's been an impressive display so far here this weekend, as looks like Coquinos closed back up just a little bit. He's bringing Smith along with him, and then Gosselin trying to hang tough and stay in the fight as well. We thought a 4-rider battle was fun. A 5-rider party would be absolutely mind-blowing here first thing this morning.
This class right now, compared to yesterday, giving me a little bit of a feel that we got from the women's class. You kind of throw them all in a cup, you shake it up, and you dump it out, and you're going to get a different running order every time you put them on the track. As we look back, the B250 class, DJ LeBlanc leading them around. Gage Selby leading out in the B Open class over Alexander Lesage and Christopher Catino. Pro A125, obviously we're following that on screen. Amancio, McQuarrie, Coquino, Smith, and Gosselin, your top 5, as now Smith trying to find his way around Coquinos. Coquinos slams the door on him. Coquinos kind of ran a hybrid Kayla O'Neill line over there. He ended up on the outside, but he kind of broke it off before he got all the way to the top of the hill, as they are starting to push each other to the back wheel of Amancio.
Well, and you can see they're starting to explore as well. Evan Smith, we saw that early yesterday as well, did a great job of going pretty much to the opposite side of the back end steps out there from
that
McQuarrie.
Is not the place you want to lose the back end.
Pretty much goes anywhere that the other guys are not, as now some of the roots starting to come to life as well, especially in these sections that are run yesterday and today, really getting chewed out, cupped out, square edged, and the roots starting to show up just as much as the rocks, as they're not launching over the tires this time.
So Evan Smith able to make the pass on Coquinos. Now we'll see what he can do. This is carbon copy of what happened yesterday. Like you touched on, struggling to get off the start because of the stature, but once he gets moving, boy, does he have some pace.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious what's going on inside the Coquinos camp, what kind of information they're telling him and where the effort level is lying here today. He is pretty much wrapped up this 125 title. He is still in contention, essentially the only rider capable of taking down Jigs Fustini on points for that double A title as well. He said it yesterday on the podium. He said he wanted to save the energy, but kind of got caught up in the moment and didn't save as much as he should have. So you got to wonder whether or not Coquino is not giving anything away by any means in this class, but got to wonder whether or not that double A moto is staying a little bit more in the forefront of the brain this time. Has to lay it all out on the line here for the final day of racing if he wants a chance at that title.
We don't want to speculate too much from the outside looking in, but we saw at the end of the day yesterday in that last pro moto, things really came unraveled for Justin, and we don't know, was it he burned himself out a little bit in these 125 pro motos? Maybe he just had a bike issue that we didn't know about, a body issue that we didn't know about. Like we said, don't want to speculate too much from the outside looking in, but you got to believe today he wants to do something different than what he did yesterday. As we look at the Luxon lap times, Amancio on a 4:53, McQuarrie 4:52. Obviously, Evan Smith, the man we see moving up in the order, he's on a 4:49. Coquinos 4:53. Van Gosselin a 4:59. That's super respectable. Only a couple seconds off. And then you see Phaneuf and Kinsley a little bit over the 5:20 mark. So Van Gosselin staying closer than he did yesterday from the best of my memory. I don't remember seeing him on the same 10-second gap as the leader. So goes to show you, if you're up there, you can follow the lines, learn a couple things, and apply that. It's working out for Van Gosselin.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's working out pretty well for Ryan Amancio right now as well. You saw him hop, skipping, and jumping his way through into this Dunlop split lane. He talked yesterday. Been working with the boys over at Factory Connection, trying to get that bike dialed in, and he's fired up here today. I got to think as well, especially once you get to this level, these riders so in tune with the motorcycles, they're going to be making little adjustments, even between Moto 1 to Moto 2, and then from day 1 to day 2 as well. Seems like whatever was done, if anything, Amansio's shown up and almost looks like a different rider here today.
He's certainly feeling a lot more comfortable. You can tell by his riding. We'll have to keep a closer look on how the bike's operating through the braking bumps and whatnot as we hop on board with Van Gosselin here on the Fox FPV drone. You see him taking a different bit of a hybrid line there as he goes up and around the trees and then drops back down on that off-camber section. Just hard to put into words how much skill that actually takes. I haven't spent much time in the woods for a reason. I'm not willing to do what he just did.
Yeah, it's and it's so cool to be able to experience that at speed with the Fox FPV drone as well. It helps emphasize the split-second decisions these guys are making. How much make or break, one miscalculation can be running directly into a tree. So just such a cool shot we're able to experience here. As back to the FMF Extreme section we go. DJ LeBlanc right there on the number 4. And just like we've talked about, other parts of the track either brand new or touched up. Nothing being touched up here in the FMF Extreme section. That literally looks like a trench that was dug. That wasn't there yesterday.
No,
like we said,
not.
It has been developed lap after lap, bike after bike, and it has not made anything any easier. As one rider crashed just looking at it. That's how tough it is. There is the 17 of Betancourt.
I was going to touch on that for the JDay regulars that are following that point standing. Bonds was 3rd, Betancourt was 2nd, so that gap starting to tighten up on that point standings there.
If I'm not mistaken, that's only 1 point difference, I believe, between 2nd and 3rd. But if Betancourt can get to 1st and Bond stays in 3rd, that may be enough to swing the title into the 17's favor. So we'll have to watch and see. Meanwhile, this is a great angle here on the TBT Racing live drone. You can see it is absolutely chewed out.
And we remember yesterday there was almost a little bit of a dirt ramp to help you get over that, and that's been completely spit up. And now if there's any rain in the forecast, that will get trenched right out of there. That is now a drain for the rain.
Great shot there, Gabe Scholl, our TBT Racing live drone operator, getting us up close and personal with it. And I tell you what else is crazy is they're chewing up that log just after it as well. It's now starting to get a little bit of a rut built up and kind of splintered out in it, as well as I just saw Amancio. There goes McQuarrie, Smith up the inside as well. And actually problems for Justin Kokinos is he's going to now take a little bit of ribbon as well. Not sure what happened there or how he even found himself outside of the tape. But there is Van Gosselin making his way back through as well.
So I'm just checking the live timing here. It looks like Betancourt, Bonds, and LeBlanc is the one leading. Possibly the B. We're looking at B250, so Betancourt's got to make up about 10 seconds according to live timing on DJ LeBlanc to get up in there into the number 1 spot, and he needs Bonds to stay back there in 3rd. So while we follow this battle in the Pro A 125 class, we'll keep an eye on how that class unfolds with Bonds and Betancourt. Want to try and give them their credit. They've been grinding all summer long on that series, and for it to come down to just a couple points has got to be a little bit nerve-wracking, but probably a lot of fun at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's something to be said about being able to take something all the way down to the wire. And like we said, the overall points don't always show the full picture. Maybe a rider crashing, having a mechanical or injury at one round, maybe a rider missing another round as well. So it's a trade back and forth. And like we say, whether it's the end of the results from a day or from a full season, they don't do justice to the full picture for sure. So excited to see how that one's going to wrap up as more riders trying to find their way through the FMF Extreme section. Got the safety crew on site down there just in case.
Just as we talk about it now, Betancourt made a mistake somewhere on that last lap. He drops back to 4th, so
tough break
his
for
championship battle is going to be an uphill battle even more than it already was as we jump back in.
Well, sounds like we have a replay. I want to see. We were catching Kokinos. We saw him outside of the tape in the FMF Extreme section. Want to try to figure out what happened. That was Amancio jumping into the frame. Now watch the left-hand side of your screen.
And here he just jumped the tires. Yep.
There he is, and he I don't think he could get slowed down. And he finds it. Yeah, it was either slow down or clip the rider in front of him, and so ends up kind of just blowing off track and then got right back in as quickly as he could. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Just the way he landed off of the jumping over the tires, it kind of picked the back end up, wasn't able to get that thing stopped in time. Not too far off track. I mean, realistically, if he needed to save that, he probably could, but I think just with the other riders in front of him, he elected
kick. Did you see the rear end of Amancio right there? Wow, going for a ride.
The Factory Connection boys are going to take a look at that and say we need to make a little bit of a clicker adjustment there.
I don't think that's clicker. That's just a giant
That's
rock
just the
square.
track.
I don't think anything's going to be able to fix that one.
That's moto life.
How about it? Flying Ryan Amancio out front, leading the way with 3 laps complete here in the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. McQuarrie settling down into the 2 spot. Smith now in control of the final spot on the podium with Coquinos not far behind in 4th. Amancio having to eat a little bit of roost there off of a lap rider.
We'll be interested to watch the lap times here as we're starting to wind down this race.
Was that, did Smith make the pass?
That's what I was just going to say. It looked like Smith
may have gotten around
McQuarrie. If not, he was right there behind him. There was one rider in front of him.
So that is McQuarrie. You're seeing white gear, red boots.
Pulled right up behind him.
Oh, so he is. He's right behind him.
And now you see him funnel in behind this lapper. Now this is where the lapper, it's not his day, not his day right now with the lapper. That one able to get out of the way, but it did cost him a couple seconds.
Yeah,
and that's disheartening. You spend half your lap catching up, and then just in a snap of fingers, a couple of your seconds go back the other way.
Meanwhile, look at the lap situation that Amancio's had to deal with. I mean, there's 8 different riders right there, all trying to get out of the way while in a battle of their own.
Looks like rush hour traffic on the highway here. The riders going left, right, and straight all over the place. Bobbing and weaving in and out of the trees here. One rider takes a look over. He's going to try and get out of the way. Not the easiest thing to do when there's so many riders packed in there.
Now Smith taking some creative lines here, and we talked about the consistency not only from the day but also throughout the whole season, and that's a big part of the points picture as well. Alex Fanouf, who we saw in the start, he's on the number 48 back there in the 6th place spot, but he's got 2nd in the championship pretty much secured. He's got a ton of memories from out here. Like I said, one of the local favorites here in the Northeast, and we caught up with him a bit earlier this weekend to talk about his memories from out here at Unadilla.
I remember the first year I raced here, just getting on the starting line and just being on the gate where the pros take off. It was just like kind of a surreal moment. You grew up watching it on TV. You know, came and watched the National here, and it was just an awesome experience to just actually get to live it for once, be on the same track as, you know, the big dogs. So first time I ever came here was on a 65 for like a Loretta Lynn's qualifier. And then my girlfriend talked me into doing the JDays, and this was actually my first ever JDay, so I just love coming here, great memories, and I'm excited for this 2 days.
So how about it? Alex, always a ton of fun to talk to. He's sometimes rocking an older 125. He's got a more modern one as well. He's fast on no matter what you put him on, and so great to have Alex back out here. And like I said, sitting in that number 6 spot for the Moto and looking at the potential 2nd place in the championship here in Pro-Am 125.
And he touched on it. You heard Durkot earlier talking about it. Just being able to ride this track, even though it's not groomed the way that it is for a national, it's not as deep, there's not all the fans that are here, but it just gives these guys a feeling of something bigger than just a normal race.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I thought that was Smith for a second.
Whoa. We need to go to the fender shop there. The 240 KTM rider, interesting way to get over that barrier. I mean, he got over it. Not necessarily how you want to draw it up, but he's back on the bike and he is running.
And we'll watch another different technique on how to get through the FMF Extreme section. We've seen the step off the bike. He's going to send it, bounce. He kind of jumped. Thought he was going to save it there for a second and then kind of whiskey throttle just a little bit. Yeah, we'll see whether or not maybe FMF can hook him up with a new pipe after that trip to the Extreme section. As they're building rocks up on the far side of there, that go-around line. Not about it. The race officials over there.
You are not going to get away with that one for very long. So Amancio leading McQuarrie, and we'll see if Evan Smith can mount a not necessarily a last lap, but a late race charge here. As he had starting to get close, and then they hit the lappers, and the lappers helped McQuarrie when they got to the first group of them, as we have the 889, I believe, on screen.
And again, this is where we talk about momentum being such a big part of this extreme section. This rider actually doing a pretty good job, but coming to a stop here, it makes that takeoff so much more abrupt if they're not already rolling into it. And so that rider actually looking very smooth for coming to a stop before both of those obstacles, but we have seen that go a complete opposite way multiple times this weekend.
And you talk about smooth, that is the word right now for Ryan Amancio. He's been able to grab that early race lead, and he's starting to run away with it. I gotta believe white flag is coming out here this time around. So about a lap and a quarter or so to go for Amancio on the 360 KTM. We'll let the screen play through. Now here is McQuarrie, and Smith has pulled right up to the back wheel of him again. So Smith able to make up that time he lost when they run into lap traffic. Here comes Coquinos on the way through and fourth. He's kind of stuck in no man's land. Not super close to the front group.
Hey, you see pit board out for Smith as well.
Oh, and the right, just as we say, same position as the last time.
Same section of track, yeah, Smith.
The lapper just, unfortunately, the track isn't that wide back there, and everybody's racing.
Funnels to those insides. They close the door off, and Smith not wanting to essentially try to go for it and end up clipping a front wheel. We've seen how that works out, so Smith having to kind of bite the tongue and be patient here.
And there's nothing malicious on the lapper's part. He's running his own race. That's just how things are unfolding, unfortunately, right now for Smith, not going his way with the lappers.
Smith, like I said, a bigger dude. Might be time to put those elbows out and make something happen, depending on how bad he wants it. As you see McQuarrie kind of lurking back in shot. 4:59 for McQuarrie, a 57 for Smith. So both of them a couple seconds faster, or a second or so faster than Amancio, who is at a 5-minute flat. With the Luxon lap times tell us the story. Coquinos managing those lap times just over the 5-minute mark. And Van Gosselen consistent still back there at a 5:05.
Dude, you got to give him credit. He's running within 5 seconds of the top four here. And yesterday, the top four were a clear breakaway. Van Gosselen trying to let everybody know he can run the pace as well.
And one of the cool things we talked about, it is the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix, as well as the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. They've been the title sponsor of this class all season long. But Justin Coquinos working with the folks over at Moto Tassinari. He is V-Force equipped, as they like to call it. He's got the brand new V-Force 4X, the Endurex reed pedals. This is some new technology they've been working on and doing some testing with Coquinos for. And like we said, I think they couldn't have picked a better person to be able to see what those things are capable of, put them through a stress test. But excited to have Moto Tassinari on board here this season, and excited to hear they're continuing to change the game and continuing to work towards some new technology. As the white flag comes out, 1 lap left to go. Amancio's in and out. McQuarrie is in and out. It all comes down to this, the final lap of the first moto of Pro-Am 125.
It's cool for Moto Tassinari to not really just wave the white flag. We've seen the sport go. First we went to 4-stroke, now we started to go to electric. The 125, as far as big bikes goes, is really the only 2-stroke that's stood the test of time here. The 250 2-strokes kind of started to fade away. We still see, like, if you're talking JDay, you get those 300 2-strokes are starting to come out. Obviously, Kawasaki coming out with their 327. So Moto Tassinari, one of the few that's hanging on to the 2-stroke world. As we check in with the TBT Racing live drone here, we got Evan Smith, I believe, or is that Amancio? That is Amancio, I believe. And McQuarrie now on. We're going to ride behind McQuarrie on the Fox FPV drone.
He said yesterday this is probably some of the most painful roost he has ever felt here on the moto track, especially when you're wide open on some of the track itself.
I believe that's a unanimous opinion from anybody that's ever raced here. Whether you're riding amateur, JDay, a professional, it is the unanimous consensus that you want to run the handguards and a chest protector. Yeah, good point there, production hopping in. The chest protector is an AMA rule. I was actually going to ask that question. Is this an AMA sanctioned event, Zach? Is that a mandatory thing. I'm not sure on that.
I believe so.
Nonetheless,
I believe it is
it's a Unadilla
regional championship, but yeah, absolutely. And
production.
I know. I think moving into 2027, amateur racing entirely, you've got to have a full chest protector. So I know there's some debate about that, or opinions about that, I should say, out at the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National as well. I was a fan of it. You know, if it was up to me, we'd be all back old school TP 199 with the shoulder cups and everything.
Are we running the arm, down on the arm, that
absolutely.
one as well? Okay.
Absolutely, yeah. But I've always been a big fan of the chest protector. It doesn't always have to be the full bubble one. I wear an under protector now. I know Moose Racing, and then that actually might be a Thor chest protector that Colton is wearing right there as well. They do a great job of keeping it thin, but the impact technology as well. It's not always a hard shell, but they've got a lot of impact resistant foam, a lot of technology from MotoGP and stuff moving over as well. So I agree with it. I know some people say it's uncomfortable. They don't like the way it looks. Well, hey, I don't like the way a broken back looks.
Yeah,
so, and there's been plenty of times that rider earlier that took a Dunlop to the chest probably wouldn't have that new stamp in the center of his sternum if he had a chest protector on, which he may have under the jersey.
If you're going to break your back, you're going to be wearing a more uncomfortable chest protector when you put that shell on. So, yeah, maybe go for a little bit less comfort instead of full discomfort. As we are watching, I believe that is still McQuarrie and Smith on screen. Yeah, that is Evan Smith trying to run down McQuarrie. I'm going to check the live timing here. I don't believe Amancio was that far ahead.
Yeah, got to wonder if maybe a bobble or a potential of missed time on lap riders for McQuarrie. But I don't really see Smith picking the pace up any or making that gap up either. So who knows? Amancio might have clicked an extra gear here late in this one. As the Luxon lap time is going to pop back up here on screen, a 4:54. So they've all kind of dropped the pace here. Coquino's actually putting in a late race charge as well, matching lap times with McQuarrie at a 53. So all of them now dropping sub 5 minutes, and this is what these guys do. We talk about it all the time. At this level, these riders, they push the pace. They're so consistent, but then those last lap comes out, and they're able to find a couple extra seconds. So Amancio,
I'm curious. We'll have to see here on screen. Live time was showing Amancio 3 seconds up over McQuarrie, and McQuarrie 4 seconds up over Evan Smith. So I think this was a little bit closer than we actually thought it was here as we jump in the battle. Through the FMF Extreme section.
There we see Amancio. There is McQuarrie right after him. And is that Smith as well? I think it was. But it might be too little too late. Going to pop back onto the moto track for the final time. The rider in front of Amancio hits the sky shot as well, so no need to back that down. McQuarrie throwing a little style. He must have been practicing the moto whips as well. And up to the top of Horsepower Hill. Now nothing left to do but shake and bake right into the Yamaha finish line. How about it? Ryan Amancio responds here on day 2 and grabs the first moto win in your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Looks like McQuarrie secures the number 2 spot. And Evan Smith going to cross the line in the number 3 position. A big thumbs up there from the guys. Great sportsmanship here all across the JDay field. And Amancio will head over to that Fox podium and take off the lid, throw on the headset, and break down the race for us here. Tell us how he got it done here for Moto number 1. As going to go ahead and do a race call here for, wait for it, Moto number 6, our vet riders. But right now we've got our first Moto winner here from the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Ryan Amancio, man, what a ride. We talked yesterday on the podium. It was an all-out brawl in both of those motos, but today you weren't interested in fighting at all, man. You got out front and said, boys, I'll see you at the finish line. Take us through how you got the job done.
Yeah, well, I would say I was fighting, but it was just with the lappers. These lappers are brutal, dude, and this track is really fast, so it's kind of hard for them to get out of the way. I got the whole shot, and I was just trying to open up that gap, and then I ended up going down. I got high-sided, and I was able to pick it up and still be in front of them. And then it was just close from there. But I think the secret is just to get that whole shot and open that gap before you get to the lapper so you have more buffer, you know?
Yeah, we were going to ask. We noticed all of a sudden it seemed like the gap had disappeared. We didn't catch the crash on camera, but ultimately glad you're okay, man. Anything we're going to try to switch up between Moto 1 to Moto 2 with this different race format here today?
Maybe not crash.
Yeah, we'll try to keep it on 2 wheels from start to finish, man. Well, congratulations. Who do you want to thank for helping you get the job done?
I want to thank God for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad for literally sacrificing everything for us to be here. Huge thanks to Timmy and Auntie from KTM, Orange Brigade, New Leon, Factory Connection, Wheel Works, Fuel Factory, One Industries, like just, you know, it's a whole group of people, all the people, the fans, they're cheering us on. Just huge thank you to everyone. And also a huge thank you for Ethan as well, putting this whole thing together. I think it's pretty cool. Now we could watch this finally on YouTube Live. So I'm probably going to go back, see if I can see anything different from the other opponents, and we'll be back for Moto 2.
Hey, I love it, man. Good luck in Moto 2. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
All right, Ryan Amancio gets the job done. The Luxon post-race interview here after the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. We'll get ready to show you that MX Trophies race recap and some clarity provided there from Amancio. We knew something had to happen. Those seconds don't just disappear out of nowhere. And, yeah, that's a pretty good game plan. Try to do everything the same, just not crash.
Don't crash.
Yep. So here we go. When the gate dropped, the 1-2 kick from Justin Coquinos, not quite enough to grab the whole shot. Ryan Amancio, he said it. You couldn't stress enough how important it was to get out front. And I like his reasoning as well. He knew how brutal those lappers were. He talked about it yesterday post-race, said they worked against him all day long. And Evan Smith probably saying, preach, brother. I know what you're talking about now.
He knows all about it, unfortunately, after that moto, as he ran into 2 times in that same section. As we're watching the MX Trophies race recap, this is midway through the moto. You see Amancio able to really get comfortable out there and hop through the lines. Then McQuarrie, you can see he was able to struggle through the middle of the line. I'm sure he was doing a little bit of searching there at that point in the moto. As we keep it on McQuarrie, he's working his way around, and we go back to Amancio. I was curious. I wasn't sure what happened. The way he was riding that moto, he was comfortably out front, and then all of a sudden you look, and the timing said 3 seconds. You see McQuarrie getting a little styly over the sky shot there.
Yeah, how about it? A little bit.
Who says those Woods guys can't whip? Even Evan Smith throws a little one in there.
How about it? But when it came down to it, the checker flag flew, and it was Ryan Amancio coming across the line first and getting the job done here in Moto number 1. We'll take a look at that Pro Taper Top 10. Ryan Amancio going to grab the win. Colton McQuarrie, Evan Smith, your podium. Coquinos brings it home for a 4th in Moto 1. Van Gosselin, your top 5. Alex Phaneuf, Kyle Gaetani, Eric Kinsley, DJ LeBlanc, and Gage Selby round out your top 10 here in the Pro-Am 125 and the B classes. As we get ready to send things to a quick commercial break, we'll have some of our vets coming up next. B Vet, B Senior, Women's BC, Super Senior Masters, C Senior, and Vintage. You need to be on the starting line. Your moto coming up right after a quick commercial break right here on Racer TV. This is round 8, season finale of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners. The Kurt Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC. The Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners. Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
Welcome back to the beautiful New Berlin, New York, and Unadilla for the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix, day number 2 and the season finale of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. Zach Herron and Josh Stout inside the Stoke studio as we get ready to kick off Moto number 6. Our B Vet class going to be there on row number 1. The Super Senior and Masters class going to be on row 2. B Senior, Women's BC, C Senior, and of course that Vintage class as well on the final row. Always a ton of fun to watch. We've had a great day of racing so far, and we're still on the first set of motos. We'll have our pro class coming up after this, race number 7. If you guys want to start making your way, getting your stuff together and getting ready to head down towards the line, you don't want to be late to the gate, or to the starting line, I should say. But a lot of the vets here, which means a lot of good-looking bikes. Josh, I'm telling you, the gear, I probably got a different gear set for each moto. We got the factory editions. And then you got Suddy there. He didn't even watch the bike from yesterday, but he says, hey, I got the win. That's good luck, dirt. I'm leaving it on there.
Well, like I said yesterday, my dad always told me if you're going to go slow, you got to look good. Obviously, Suddy's planning on going fast because he doesn't care what he looks like. But there is definitely multiple water tanks in the trailer to keep these bikes clean.
Oh, yeah.
Might have a washing machine in the camper. We're washing gear in between motos. As the 30-second card is up here, about ready to get this thing going. B Vet going to be our first row to hit the track.
Here we go, locked in on turn number 1. The Fox green flag going to go up, and they are going to get busy racing here. There it is. B Vet takes to the track, row number 1. The 143 leads them into the first turn. Good drive there, able to kind of fade to the outside, gets a good drive back up the hill to turns 2 or 3, depending on how you call it.
I'm really impressed with how well the track has stayed. You know, it's moisture, a lot of moisture in the track. It stayed very, very, I don't know if it's tacky. I'm not out there. It looks pretty tacky, but it doesn't look very slippery today compared to yesterday.
You can even just tell in the color of the track, and you can see the track crew still out there touching up a couple of spots, maintaining it, staying on top of it. But yeah, to your point, a bit more overcast here today. We had the fog early on yesterday, but then the sun came through and really started to dry things out, and a consistent wind, which obviously, as you can tell by the flags, is still kind of whipping its way through. But it is certainly a nice day here, beautiful. Kind of still got the flannel on this morning, staying a little bit cool. As we've got Super Senior and Masters. Now we've got one of our very own Stoke supported riders here, the 777 of Scott Beer in the Super Senior class. So we'll be on the lookout for him.
Well, Scott, you're carrying the flame. You got to do it us good here before AG drops you from the program.
Well, it's his stepdad, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so, hey, you never know.
Yeah, who knows?
Anything's on the table. This is business.
I was about to say, yeah, it's, you know, we can smother that flame out real quick. So we'll see whether Scott's ready to rock here this morning on row number 2. I can't say anything. My old man raced the Masters class. And yeah, we'll just, it happened.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Hey, exactly. He was out there and we weren't.
Exactly. So enough said here. Row number 3 getting ready to take off next. Pretty big turnout here today as well. I'm not sure whether we had more entries today from yesterday in these classes, but yeah, B Senior, Women's B, Women's C spread all the way across the start stretch as well.
Wondering, yeah, maybe everybody watching at home.
Carson Durkot got the message. He said, wait a second.
Some people said, let me go try this thing out.
So how about it, row 3? Oh, a couple of riders going down just after the start straight.
Looking like the 222 able to take the full shot here in the B Senior, Women B, and Women's C divisions. This is one of the ones where you got to let everything sort out. We'll let the live timing do the hard work for us. But definitely the 222 taking the whole shot.
And we'll get ready for our final row, including that vintage class. Always fun to see some of the older bikes, a little less technology on the machines, and fun to see how different and how similar they ride the track as well. Evan Kelly, who's the points leader in that 250C class, usually out here on one of the older Kawasaki models as well.
To your point, though, even more riders on the row here for this one as well. So excited to see some more entries. We'll see if it provides any more action as the number 59 Honda rider leads them into the first turn. Should be Todd Gales there on the 59, and we got one rider all the way up the inside. He's doing pest control. That thing is running as rich as it can be.
Yeah, there's a couple of these machines still need to get a bit warmed up here. A little rich on the older, I believe that's an older Yamaha we're seeing climb up to the hillside there.
Putting the smoke into smoker. As our C senior and vintage riders drop down into gravity cavity for the first time, and that rider is just starting to check out on it. Putting the smoke screen out.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Dropped the smoke grenade, and he is gone. Is that Kelly on the 222? That looks like the bike he was riding.
It is, yeah. It looks like a very similar older Kawasaki model, but no, that is not Evan
The stature
Kelly.
doesn't look like him.
No, so we'll, yeah, these guys at this point can barely see the rider. They're just following the smoke trail here. It looks like it's starting to warm up.
There's Kelly there in second. Very similar bike. If you look at the championship points here, B veteran Sudi on 95 points, Mike Jones on 69, Saracena on 62, Matthew Bones on 60, Nicholas Turner 52, Chad Gould 48, and Darren Toggenbaugh on 44. So this championship pretty much spoken for. B senior, you got Rob Cavanaugh, pardon me, on 117. Joe Hines on 71, Scott Edwards 47, Mark Hoteling 44, Barry Entos on 33, Zart on 25, and Stimson on 25 as well. So a little bit of wiggle room there in third, fourth, and fifth. C senior, you got Derek Lux on 125, Todd Gales on 105. They are leaps and bounds ahead of Jeff Norman at 47 points, John Stadler 25, Dan Young 25, Dino Gagliardo 22, and David Herlong on 22 as well. So probably not enough points on the table for Gales today. We'll have to see what happens. Women B, Gabrielle Minessi, she had this thing locked up before the weekend started. She's on 137 points. Rachel Watts on 62. Adrina Anello, Madison Rogue, Kendall Gaetani, Ryan Anderson, and Maria Hopkins. The rest of your top six there. And then we look at women C, Kristen Kavanaugh on 110 points, Allison Fusco on 40, Ava Sally on 39, Jamie Geary 37, Haley Wood 35, Isla Castile 25, and Melanie Pickard on 25. So second, third, fourth, a lot of room there to move around into the top two. Super senior James Jetmeyer on 132, Kenneth Chikoski senior on 105, Robert Buffon on 100, Gennaro Alicio on 89, Ryan Nobrega on 44, Aaron Murdoch on 40, and Todd Baisden on 28. That is the point standings for the super seniors. The masters now, Gregory Likens on 118, Joe Norder on 74, Paul Burfreen on 64, James McGee 25, Nathan Martell on 25 as well, Barry Nelson 22, and Peter Sprague 22 points. The Masters Championship all locked up for Gregory Likens. And the last one on course, the vintage class, Evan Kelly. We see him out here in the top three. He's leading the standings with 91 points. Mason Delar on 56, Alex Fanouf on 50, Danny Sakator on 43, Dakota Merritt with 25, Eric Geis with 25 as well, and Craig Oberholzer on 22 points. So this championship all but locked up as well. Sakator, Unk as you call him, he's got a chance to move up into that second place position. We'll have to see how that unfolds as we are watching some of our riders work their way through the FMF Extreme section. We saw one rider shoot off out of the corner of my eye. I thought he went off the track, but then I realized he was taking the go-around line here. And this is like we were talking about yesterday. You see so many people choose to go through the section, you almost forget that the go-around line is there. And then now these guys are vets. They've been around the game long enough. They know where to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in these vets, in theory, sometimes you get a little bit more thought and a little bit more just go for it. And so, as you can see, several of the riders just going ahead, committing full speed to the go-around line. And we've often seen passes made by taking the long line, especially in this class, because not only did we see this cause individual riders problems, but this is where you saw a lot of the group issues inside the extreme section as well, where one rider quickly turned into 4 or 5, all getting bunched up together. So, and to your point, you know, we talk about that vintage class as well, as those guys just spent an hour trying to pound that stake back in, and he just knocked it over in 30 seconds. But it is also one of those things where the older bikes, especially you think about the vintage class, probably not quite as much response, as much rebound in some of those older forks as well, where the riders not quite as able to get up over, or if they are, maybe not as easily. It looks like somebody...
Is he calling out for the grind line?
I thought he was pointing at the rail, but I think he's trying to say just funnel right into the inside.
Just grind this rail. It's easy. We saw it yesterday. As one of our women's riders looks like she's going to get remounted, and then another rider struggling to get over that log at the top. Evan Kelly on the 222, kind of having a bob and weave around those riders. And now you see it's almost like a ding-ding moment in their head. You start to see a couple people go over to the left, and then they say, oh, we forgot about that line. Let me jump over there as well. As almost, I mean, you're looking at almost half the field now opting for that go-around line. And you wonder, someone was probably watching back at the truck and they saw the gully that is about to be, he made it through. I thought I was going to swallow him up, but he got through there pretty well. That gully in the middle there before the third concrete barrier is starting to get pretty tough on these guys. We might have to put a camera on the go-around line. We're going to call it the FMF go-around line in this one, as our vet riders opting for the go-around line quite a bit here. Good turnout again. We were talking about it earlier. It seems like so many more fans on the fence.
Yeah, I'd love to see the turnout down there. Got the four-legged friends as well. K9 class, I believe, going to try to be implemented back in 2027.
Talking to Don this morning, he said Lemmy loves to run the track with him. So Lemmy's going to be a #1 contender, a title championship contender.
Yes, you want to talk about first lap sprints? Guy's gone. He puts those ears back.
Sprint laps.
Absolutely. So back to the Dunlop split lane we go. Seems like a majority of riders still favoring that rider's left-hand side right on the camera. Again, usually the best way to make sure they take a different line is when I say that. So they go back to the other side. And then meanwhile, you had like a Mazio where he's jumping from the left, doubling over to the right, crisscrossing back and forth.
And it's not necessarily that these guys don't know that line is there. It's the skill level is so high with some of these A riders that it's almost easier for these guys to go a little bit slower.
And yeah, taking a look, Greg Howes on camera. That is Ian Howes' father, who's our Fox FPV drone operator. So a little bit of father-son racing action going on out there. Ian, no slouch on a motorcycle on himself. And so always cool to see the family members out there. And again, whether you're a racer yourself, whether you're part of the broadcast team, part of the track crew, usually the family involved in one way or another. As back onto the moto track we go.
Very rarely do you see a rider here just by themselves.
Yeah.
It's almost unheard of in this sport. As these riders work their way up the big hill along the backside of the motocross section. And then they'll dip through the back gate and head back into the far side of the facility. As we look at some Luxon lap times now. Starting to cycle through that timing loop. Darren Toggenbaugh on a 5:39. Austin Sudriff on a 5:40. Frankie Panino on a 5:44. Paul Latundra on a 5:51. Diego Patello 5:51. Steven Zatt on a 6:01. And Scott Edwards on a 6:01. Interested to see if that's the same Frankie Panino we've seen run some motocross races around locally here. He's out from the Albany area. I gotta believe it is. So we'll keep an eye on that, as it looks like he's going to try this thing out on the 192 Kawasaki. Not sure what class he's running. We're going to have to check that out. I got to believe, based on his age, he's probably running the vintage class, but we'll see. He's definitely not running the women's class. We can take that one out of the equation. As Latundra is leading the super senior class over Kinsley and William Wilson. Masters, you got Nathan Martell leading Raymond Davis and Peter Sprague. And then, yeah, like I expected, Frankie Panino is leading the 192 class. Now, that's probably that first vintage bike that was smoking everybody out. Probably Panino, and he's leading Evan Kelly on the 222.
Sooty back out front here in the B vet class. Good response. Didn't quite have the second moto yesterday he was hoping for, but nonetheless regrouped, refreshed here for day number 2. And this is Scott Peer, our Stoke sponsored rider, the stepfather of OPAG Adam Gordon.
Now, is that a factory ride or is this a privateer sport ride, you think?
I'm not sure. I think it's one of those like a dream to ride type things where it's going to build based off of the results.
I like it.
There's a flame level program, you know, so
there's incentives built into his contract.
So I am a little disappointed no Mohawk on him, though. I thought that was a part of the Gordon racecraft, but you know we'll work on that. We'll get the orange Mohawk on.
I was just saying, like orange on the helmet, like his hair's on fire.
Yep. We'll get a Stoke helmet wrap.
The program is starting to come together in a hurry here.
Yep. So into the FMF Extreme section they go. He stays going the right direction, so he's already got my pops beat. And he's got he's got some DH production moto tires on there as well. So he's got the whole crew backing him up here on this one.
He's just reaching in everybody's pockets. We might be sponsoring him. We don't even know it yet.
No, yeah, absolutely.
As they work their way down through the wood section, this guy got his light on. Not a bad idea. That was actually Panino, your leader in the vintage class. With the shadows we had yesterday, the light might have been a benefactor.
No doubt. As back to the sky shot we go.
We're looking at the TBT Racing live drone. Some of our leaders working their way up horsepower hill back to the Yamaha Pro Racing finish line. As I'm interested to see, I see Panino at the bottom of the screen. I'm not sure where he is as far as the rest of the classes are going. So Panino jumps through. And then Sudra, Tagenbau, and Botello are your top 3 overall. So that vintage class took off last row to go. So Panino passing up through some of these other classes that went out before him.
I was looking for, there is the Latindri. I was about to say he's got to be climbing back up towards the top as well. The 557, always one of the faster riders on elapsed time as well. But Sooty must have got a better start today as well. He was up towards the front. Problems, Evan Kelly.
Well, you can't go that way, Evan. You're stuck now.
You're on camera.
And he works his way around. Well
he
done.
Might have gotten better on the retro Cowie than he did on his more modern bike. Got that smooth power delivery.
Not so snappy, right?
I tell you what's also not so snappy is that sand roller that is quickly turning into basically just a braking bump before the wall exiting the FMF Extreme section.
And then there's a giant pit at the top of the actual sand wall at the end. We're looking at the 418 on screen. I believe this is one of our women's riders.
Back to the front of the field we go. Some more problems over here in the extreme section.
A couple other women, our vet women riders, struggling to get over that last log. Looked like some of the fans or family members were helping them out. They'll get them back going. Everybody looked to be up on their feet in good health. As we are on board, who do we got here, Zach? Into the Dunlop split lane, trying to get a number.
Watching again, Madeline Gross out front leading the way in your women's C class. Again, line split here. As Luxon lap times thrown up on the screen. Sooty, the fastest rider on screen right now, which is not always what we see from him. He's super consistent, but not always just the fastest on raw speed, but he's got something figured out today. Panino with a 48 and 5:46 for Diego Botello, who was your second moto winner yesterday. And then Latindri just to tick off the pace here this morning, a 37 compared to a 5:50 for Latindri. So we'll see if he can get maybe a bit more comfortable here as the race wears on.
We hop on board the Fox FPV live drone as they're going to drop down out of the first wood section. They're going to hop onto the motocross track for the second part of the motocross section. Trying to see, I got orange numbers on a green background, not very announcer friendly. As this looks a little bit better. I got black numbers on a yellow background. We'll try and find out. Is that Sooty?
That's Sooty, I believe, yep.
So Austin Sudrith on screen as we see Diego Botello bump up in the overall standings. So we saw him fastest rider on the overall standings, and he's trying to run down Sudrith. We'll have to check and see what the gap is. Let me take a look at the live timing here, see if we got anything cooking here. He's about 40 seconds back, so not sure what happened to Botello. Struggled to get the momentum going early in this race. Obviously not sure if it was a bad start or he ran into some problems somewhere early on, but that let Sudrith off the hook. Botello with a faster pace, but Sooty, he did the hard part. He got the start and he ran away from him early in this one.
Well, just like Ryan Amancio said in his post-race interview, doing the damage early is so crucial here, especially when you know the lap riders are going to get thick as the race wears on. So, yeah, the 94 putting himself in a good spot right off the jump. And at this point is closing in on a potential first moto win.
It's got to just make things so much easier. You can take your time with things. You're not as stressed. You're not riding on the edge. If you come up behind a lapper, as we see, look at this line from Sudrith. I don't believe I've seen anybody hop all the way to the left there as early as he did there. That was something he found. Maybe somebody, if you're watching back in the pits and you got a moto coming up, keep that line in your back pocket because that was pretty smooth. As the Denver, North Carolina rider, Austin Sudrith, leads us around here on the Fox FPV drone. Are you familiar with Denver, North Carolina, sir?
Yeah, I was actually up there last week. Josh Strang, one of the top GNCC racers out in the Denver area as well. So it's a beautiful area and clearly a good spot for fast motorcycle riders.
I guess so. Maybe you need to move over there. You might immediately get faster.
They immediately said I was not allowed to, yeah. So they just pulled up the footage of the last time I was at Unadilla, so.
Get out of here, son. You're not welcome in these parts.
Yep, wrong spot, buddy. Go back to Ashboro.
So Paul Latendre now, as we expect, he starts creeping up the overall leaderboard. He is leading his class, second overall behind Sudrith. Out of everybody on track, Panino still leads Evan Kelly and Waylon Wiley on the vintage class. And there you see Sudrith, Botello, Toggenbaugh, LeBlanc Jr., and Gould.
Ooh, that was a good little move
that
right
was
there.
A nice line. And that's what we're talking about. You get out in front, you got time to slow down and kind of assess that situation. And he looked ahead and he was able to square up that lapper and get around him.
Well, it's the slow down to go fast. He checked up probably more than he would have going into that corner if he's by himself, but he realized, hey, they're probably going to follow this main race line. Actually went out, got a little sideways, and then cut back underneath. So great heads-up riding from Austin Sudrith here in kind of the mid-thick point of the lap traffic, starting to get into the mid-packs of these classes as well. So the speed and the likelihood that they're battling for position within their own class as well starting to come up a little bit as he makes his way past us. Once again, that QR code on your screen is for the Verb Moto Prospect app. If you have not already, please scan it, download it. It's free to download. If you don't like it, which you will, you can delete it right after. It's not going to cost you anything, but this is changing the game as far as the way we look at amateur motocross racing from 50s to the 50-plus class. Everybody, including you, if you're a racer yourself, if you've raced within the last decade or so, your results are more than likely already integrated into the app. You can find out where you're ranked all time. You can find out how you're ranked in your state, in your city, and then, of course, there is an opportunity to purchase a full version with included extra features as well, where you can not only compare stats to individual riders, but you can also essentially take your results in the data. It builds your own rider profile for you and rider resume, and it connects you with companies like Yamaha, like Oakley, like Moose Racing, like Fox. And so you have the opportunity to reach out and essentially, rather than, I don't know about you, I use those on the Microsoft Word. I'm trying to pick font out, trying to pick out a background color. You don't have to worry about all that. The Prospect app does it for you. It connects you with the companies, puts you in front of them, and can help get you connected with some of the biggest names in the industry. And now it's been about a year and a half, 2 years they've been developing this and working it in the moto world, now starting to expand out into the off-road world as well. So really excited. The partnership between Stoke Media and Verb Moto and integrating that Verb Prospect data up. Oh my goodness.
Flirting with the edge of the track there, Sooty. Yeah, I was big on finding the picture that made me look like I was fast.
Yeah.
Find the one that made me look like I knew what I was doing. As Sudrith was working his way up to the Yamaha finish line, gotta believe white flag getting ready to come out. If it hasn't come out on this one, and there it is, the white flag. So Austin Sudrith takes the white flag one more time around here. As we let everybody else start to trickle through the finish line. Women's C, we got Madeline Gross on the Kawasaki. She is leading around Allison Fusco. Super senior. Shout out to my guy, Bill Stalins. He's back there in 6th, but I'm sure he's got a smile on his face. A local. He's about 15 minutes from here. Got to be the closest guy on site as far as a local. If you live in the area, you want to play some golf, he's got a great golf course, Barker Brook Golf Course. When you're done there, swing it over to his bar, the Burrow over in Deansboro. Grab yourself some chicken wings on Thursday night. Nothing like wing night at the Burrow. Bill's honestly one of my idols. Bill, he's in his 50s. He just goes around, loves moto. You find him at Loretta's. He raced a plus 50 class a couple years ago. Earlier in the year, he was just randomly racing Redbud. He rode the amateur days at Redbud and drove out there by himself in the motorhome. Sometimes you find him at Southwick by himself, just watching the Nationals. He lives like he's in his early 20s.
Yeah, that sounds like goals to me. Yeah.
Goes big time into the Nations. Anytime the Nations is here. There's a pack of my buddies that are like in their early 30s, and Bill's in his 50s, and he's out there partying with him at the Nations like he's still a kid.
Probably out drinking all of them.
I would only assume he is. As we see a couple more riders opting for that go-around line.
Yeah, and I've put a message out. I'm trying to find out what the estimated time difference is between those two lines, because a situation like this unfolds in front of you and it costs you an extra second or two, and that can be the difference between making time or losing time by using the go-around line. So curious what the estimated time difference is between the extreme section successfully and the go-around line as well.
And we've seen what happened to that woman right there a couple times. The 414 on the back of the jersey. Not sure what the racing number was. We've seen it a couple times. They get up on that log and they lose their balance. And because they're sitting up an extra 8 to 12 inches from that log, you can't reach the ground anymore. And by the time you can reach it, you've lost your balance. And you, unfortunately, just tip over. One of the track crew guys there really right on the spot, able to pick her up and get her going. As we still have one rider trying the Coquino sign. I thought he was going to jump the tires.
Yeah, got to think that that face leading into those tires as well, starting to get chewed up. Didn't even see a lot of our pro riders launching that in our earlier moto. So back to the woods we go. Sun's starting to peek out ever so slightly, just a little bit. And you can see absolutely scattered with rocks. You touched on it yesterday, Josh. Jill and the Robinson crew have been spending decades filtering through and picking these rocks up out of the motocross track. But out here in the woods, it's untouched. And I got to think they might even be dumping some of those rocks somewhere off of the main racetrack. So it is crazy the difference between what you're seeing on the moto track, which is still known as one of the rockier motocross tracks, and then these off-road sections. You can even see right there in that little braking bump. They're not just sitting on top, but they're actually embedded in the ground as well. And so very marbly and skatey, as the riders like to call it, when they're trying to grab traction in those sections.
It was about 5 years ago or so now. They spent about a 5-year gap, probably like the last 5 to 10 years. They spent every summer they were going through a section of the track. I heard the number was 4 feet deep into the dirt.
Wow.
And they were screening the dirt and putting it back on the motocross track. I'm not sure if the pro guys had finally complained enough and said, hey, look, we're sick of breaking our hands out here. Because that was what was happening a lot, is the rocks were getting kicked up. And if you didn't have handguards on, you were breaking your fingers, breaking your hands. And like I said, I'm not sure what the exact depth was, but I heard multiple feet were getting dug up and they were screening out all the rocks and then putting the dirt back on the track. So if you're on the moto side of things, there's definitely less rocks, but they're not screening the dirt in the woods. So unfortunately, if you're a JDay rider, you are at the mercy of Mother Nature out there. As we see the 214 working his way through the FMF Extreme section. Doing a lot of standing up. That was like a
slow
trial
yeah,
style, yeah. And he was looking ahead, making sure that everything was clear on the next obstacle. So we will see. I haven't seen Sudrith come through in a little bit. We'll have to try and figure out where he is. The checkered flag should be coming out soon for him. As Latendra still second overall. Panino on that vintage bike is third overall. Botello drops back to fourth overall. Toggenbaugh, your fifth place rider overall on the 117. We see Evan Kelly working his way around. Here we go. We have found Sooty on the TBT Racing live drone.
Couple corners away here, yep.
Gonna go up Horsepower Hill and funnel in behind these lappers. Almost looped out up the hill. It was channeling in his inner Pickard. It was Madison Pickard, right? Almost
Mallory, yep.
Mallory, pardon me, Mallory Pickard. Almost came off the back yesterday as the checkered flag comes out for Austin Sudrith.
Sooty gets the job done and gonna head over to the podium. Chat it up with him here in just a moment after another successful first moto. Great ride there from the 94 as we watch the rest of the field make their way through and get ready to exit the track. Once again, race number 7, our pro riders, A250, A200 and Open, as well as Pro A Open Electric. You should be on the starting line. Your moto going to be going off here in just a few minutes. There is Evan Kelly making his way through on the vintage ride. And before we get to that, we got to get to some celebrating. Here we go. Sooty on the mic, and he gets the job done here in moto number 1. Man, take us through how we were feeling today compared to yesterday. It's a repeat here in moto number 1.
Yeah, I felt good first moto. Yesterday, same thing. Second moto, I was just beat. Couldn't keep up with the front of the pack. Went down after the extreme section. Just tried to limp it in. Today I'm feeling good. Just trying to find smooth lines. It's tighter than it was yesterday, but the moto track's still good. So we're just trying to chip off some wins.
Yeah, we've talked about that kind of your strategy throughout the season, or whether it's a strategy or not. You're not always the quickest on the lap times, but you're super consistent as well. I was kind of wondering whether or not we had any mistake, bobble, or crash in that second moto. So, and you touched on it, the changes between day 1 to day 2, a little tighter. If we had a preference between the track layouts, which one are we picking?
If I can get a win in this second moto, I'll definitely pick today. But yesterday had a little more flow. It's just a little more open. You just carry more speed. Today, you just got to kind of pay attention where you're going. Watch out for all those loose rocks.
Hard to argue with a 1-1, man. We'll see if you can back it up here in Moto 2. Who helped you get up here and get the job done today?
Chandler Johnson at Johnson Farms, Cody Smith at CSR Racing, Tommy Gardner at GST Performance, my mom and my stepdad with JR Marshall Enterprises, and just got some family and friends running behind me.
Fantastic job, Austin. We'll see you back in Moto 2.
Thanks, sir.
All right, Austin Sudrith, Sooty as they call him, when that Lexon post-race interview, getting the job done, and going to try to get fired up for that second moto, see if he can make it his track layout. You can't argue with that. If you grab the win, you got to say that's got to be one of your favorites. So here from round 8, you can see touching up just a couple of spots on the track. And we will get ready to show you that MX Trophies race recap. A huge turnout, maybe even more so than yesterday here in these vet classes. We had a couple of our Stoke Royal riders as well out there doing some battle. And Sudrith, you saw, got a decent start about mid-pack or so, made some quick passes. And like you said, a bit tighter, maybe a little less of a flow on the layout here today. But once he got some clean air, he set sail. The rest of the field here getting psyched up and getting ready to go racing.
Like my dad used to say, the same track for everybody. So that was the flag drop for our women. Yeah, that was, we saw earlier, you mentioned it off the start, a couple of the girls get together, and that was Panino on the inside on the old, I think that's a KDX. I don't know, but he was able to make that thing work.
Up the inside, yeah, it was flashing the high beams, letting them know I'm coming through. As slicing and dicing, some creativity we saw from Sudrith and several other riders through some of these split lane sections, starting to piece together what was forming kind of two main lines as well. So exciting to see the way this is going to develop. And like we talked about, that pro race coming up next, those guys always, seems like when you think you got as many line options as you can, they find a way to create some of their very own. So that's going to be exciting as well. These guys funneling in behind each other, the Fox FPV drone just trying to keep up. And just like Austin was talking about, a different feel on the layout here today.
And that's what I think makes it so appealing for JDay to run 2 days back-to-back here, is it's a different track, and it almost feels like a different race track. Outside of the pro track being pretty much the same, the whole wood section is different. As you see, Sudi almost jumps off the track there with a couple to go, but he was able to hang on to it. You see him coming through the Yamaha finish line. Checker flag was coming out before he went over to the Fox podium to chat with us about how he felt about the track. We will take a look here at our top 10 presented by Pro Taper. Austin Sudrith takes the overall win. Tego Patella second, Paul Latendre third, Darren Toggenbaugh, Frankie Panino, Spencer Saracani, Chad Gould, Andre LeBlanc Jr., Steven Skirzat, and Scott Hunt round out your top 10 for B Vet, B Senior, Women B. And the graphic went away. There was a couple other classes out there. We know the Vintage was out there.
So here we go. We're getting ready to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have the first of our pro motos here from round number 8, the season finale of the 2026 Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Series. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
Stacked class. I can't wait to watch it. Here we go. It's a drag race into turn 1. Look at this. 1, 2, and 3. Oh! I don't know what I just saw. Straight to the lead. Jacob Christini. Oh! Josh Coates. Rough and rowdy. Ricky Russell. Getting the job done. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 8 of 8. It is Championship Sunday here at the Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Series, the Moto Tassanara Unadilla Grand Prix, day number 2, and it all comes down to this. Championships will be decided by the time the final checker flag falls, and we have our first moto of pro class sitting on the line. Double A going to be row number 1. We've got our A250, A Open, A200, and A Vet, as well as our Open Electric class. You don't want to miss a bit of it. This is going to be a fun one. Zach Herron and Josh Stout inside the Stoke studio. And I couldn't be more stoked to cover the racing action. This was a great race yesterday. All kinds of passes being made, and Thorne Devlin ultimately walking away and kind of playing spoiler, stealing the win. But this rider on screen, Jigs Fustini, the 5'11", in a position to potentially gain a championship here. Ricky Russell, your points leader coming into the weekend, ultimately making the decision not to head out here this weekend. Him and his wife expecting their first child at any moment, and ultimately family first. A tough decision, but a smart decision there from Ricky. I'm sure Rough and Rowdy probably tuning on and watching at home. There you see Ryder Lafferty, who brought home a podium finish yesterday, and then Evan Smith, the rider who, once again, we talk about the picture not getting the full scope of things. Had some bad luck there late in Moto number 2. Thorne Devlin, you saw on the 2-smoker getting fired up. There is Justin Coquinos. He's got the madman Matty Silva right next to him spinning the wrenches. Alex Fanoof back lined up as well. See Kayla O'Neill, I believe that's her boyfriend she's chatting with right there, giving some pointers too. Says hit the sky shot, 4th gear tapped, he said.
That's going to be a long way to the bottom if you do that.
Hey, you'll clear it.
You will clear it. You will not
yeah,
come up short.
No doubt about it, and we will see how things get fired up here in just a moment, getting those bikes warmed up, and we will get ready to drop the Fox green flag here for Moto number 1 of Pro AA class here. Justin Coquinos, the only rider mathematically within the opportunity to take down Jigs Fustini. But he's going to need not only the ride of his life, he's going to need a little bit of help as well. And the way Jigs was riding yesterday, that's a tall order. Very consistent, and he even said it on the podium afterwards. Definitely keeping the big picture in the back of his mind, thinking about what's at risk. And he's a young rider, but he is very mature for his age. He's got a lot of great racecraft and race smarts. Meanwhile, somebody like a Thorne Devlin, no need to hold anything back, just a point to prove what could have been. He was fired up yesterday, and he's wanting to back it up here today.
I don't think that, just based on what we saw from Jigs yesterday, I'm not sure that Justin's going to get the help from Jigs. He's going to need help from the motocross gods if, you know, anything was to happen as far as a mechanical or anything like that. But I don't think we'll see Jigs thrown away himself.
Oh, and a horrible start for Coquinos as the bike did not fire right away. You can see he's in that Neon FXR gear. He is still entering the first turn. So talk about needing some help and things going about as wrong as they could. Justin Coquinos dead last on road number 1 heading through the first turn. Meanwhile, Thorne Devlin wasting no time getting out front and trying to say see ya at the checkered flag. Jigs Fustini about the 3rd place spot or so, dropping into gravity cavity.
Looked like Amancio was back there in about 5th. We had Evan Smith. I recognize that bright yellow 347 on the back of the jersey. So Evan Smith should be your 2nd place rider. Amancio looking like he was making some moves to get up in there. And like you touched on right off the jump there, an unfortunate break for Coquinos. Wasn't able to get it fired. Now he's really got his work cut out for him as we wait for our A250 flag to go up.
Rivers Morris in control of this championship, trying to bring things home on the Kawasaki.
They are off and running. Looked like the one, was it a 15 or a 115? A KTM rider into the inside, and then a 47 gas, bright yellow gear jumps around the outside of him. So good drive coming out of the first turn, and he was able to run that far outside as they went around the sweeper. So we will track crew put some water down, it looks like. Spots. We'll let this A250 moto sort out. It looks like Bussetti up there in 2nd. Pat, one of our local riders here out near the Syracuse area. I believe he's still living out that way as we are going to get ready to raise the flag on the A200 Open class now. Got the Kaplan Cycles gas down here on the far end, the number 56 rider. And they are anxiously waiting. Ethan making them wait on this one. And there they go. They are finally off and running into the first turn. It's the 414 on the inside, but look like a couple riders going to sweep the outside. That seems to be what we're going to see all day today, Zach, is riders coming from the middle on the row, and they're able to keep their momentum up.
Yeah, again, it's not always who leads them into turn 1, but who leads them coming out. We saw Coquinos all day yesterday using that far outside to carry the momentum up as well. But interesting enough, Justin Coquinos talked about it early in the season. We actually saw him riding a 252 stroke in this double A class in some of the early rounds, specifically because of the issues he was having getting that 450 to fire up off the dead engine start. So thought he had some things figured out. He'd raced it the last couple of rounds, grabbing the win in the double A class at our last round at Southwick, but unfortunately when it mattered most, wasn't quite able to get the jump. But it is JDay Racing. Anything is possible, and we are far from done as we take a look at the points. 106 points for Jigs Fustini out front, leading the way. Coquinos, that gap has not gotten any closer after his performance yesterday. Like we said, potentially a little fatigued after a royal battle in the 125 class, and so now 82 points compared to 106 points for Fustini. Jigs is in the driver's seat of this championship, and certainly has earned the position that he is in. He's been extremely consistent all year long, almost going TikTok or social media famous after creating the Jigs jump there at one of our earlier rounds, where it still makes no sense how he was able to do that, but it quickly became, if you want a chance to win and get on the podium, you got to figure it out, because that's the creativity and the kind of craftsmanship that Fustini's bringing to the table here, and he brings the intensity as well.
Once we saw the pro guys get back on screen there, it looked like Evan Smith had made the pass for the lead. I saw the bright yellow numbers crest over the top of the hill as they went back out of view. As we're watching live on screen now, Coquinos is buried way into the back of this pack still. So Coquinos with a lot of work to do as we check in on our lead group. Looking at Evan Smith on screen, a little bit of a bobble. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but it worked out pretty well as Jigs, Fustini, and Thorne Devlin 2 and 3 through the FMF Extreme section. And then Van Gosselin up there on the 101. I see the 336 of Lafferty start to throw his name into the mix. And we'll start to see, we got to believe Amasio is back there as Evan Smith on the TBT Racing live drone up and over Skyshot. And look at the lead. He's already opened up over Thorne Devlin and Jigs Fustini as, wow, all the way to the bottom of the hill. I believe that was Van Gosselin on the 101. He had some major airtime over Skyshot.
Floating it, fourth gear tap.
That might have been fourth gear tap. He was up there for a while. As our pro riders cycle through the Yamaha finish line, we'll let that live timing update.
See Cooper Jones up in the mix as well. The 220 KTM into gravity cavity to go. Cool camera shot right here as we watch him scrub off a bit of speed. You want to talk about riding with a chip on the shoulder. Evan Smith was on fire all day yesterday and was on the gas so hard that he essentially made his back tire come apart, the wheel and the tire separating right as I was making my way to the finish line. I saw him looking just about as deflated as the back tire. It's absolutely heartbreaking, especially when you have those mechanical type things out of your control. But look at this, Coquino's making some quick passes and getting up at least to the backside of the top 5 early on.
It's good to see after the way yesterday ended for Coquino, is able to hit that mental reset, it looks like, as he is around Amasio, and he is going to work his way up to the back of Jones, I believe now. As Jones makes a little mistake as they go into that first wood section. They kind of work their way through that off camber along the side of the pro track.
Watch him kind of bobbing and weaving there. These guys up on the pegs, maneuvering the bike around, and sometimes buzzing by these trees by a matter of inches. Looks like problems for Colton McQuarrie on the 34 ride.
So McQuarrie was someone we saw up front in his class yesterday in this race. Obviously, we see McQuarrie running up front in the 125 Pro A races as well. We got the fan running the hat there.
Yeah, we've got the stake on the inside there has been taken out.
Well, that was taken out. You were kind of doing a rundown of the championship standings. That was actually Evan Smith that kind of squared that turn up. I think he hit that little gully before, and it made him turn a little bit more than he wanted to, and he kind of got tangled up with that stake. So I'm sure the JDay crew will have that thing put right back up. As we check back in with the lead group now, it looks like Jones and Coquinos at the bottom of the screen. Oh, pardon me, that's
Lafferty and Gosselin.
That's Gosselin, yep. And Lafferty, yep.
So Ryder Lafferty making his JDay return since 2019, he said it had been. Must have been thinking of somebody else. I could have sworn he was there earlier this season, but we've seen him out at the GNCC, so maybe that's where I'm just recognizing him, but Ryder, a accomplished racer himself, and walking away with a top 3 yesterday. He even said on the podium, not the way he was hoping to. Kind of got a gift due to the bad luck of Evan Smith, but here today he's trying to earn it on his own merit and is putting himself in a good spot to do so. Meanwhile, Smith trying to get enough of a gap where he could take the tires off and still grab the win. He is on fire right now.
You got to remember, he remembers, you got to believe he remembers what happened yesterday when Thorne Devlin was able to get up there at the end of that moto and try and bang him out of the way, literally.
Yeah, he was going for it. Devlin, a hard enduro experienced rider as well, had a nice little line. I'm not sure if he's able to do it this time because of how rough things have gotten leading up to that jump, but was going for it, thought that was the spot the pass was going to be made, and ended up making some pretty serious contact with Evan Smith, ultimately putting Devlin on the ground.
Ryder Lafferty right now, the rider to watch, is he's pulled right up to the back of Jiggs, and they not too far up the course is Devlin now. So he's gotten around Van Gosselin.
Ooh, Gosselin got a big kick going down that hill right there. Saw the neon boots go flying.
And now we're looking at live timing. Coquinos, we believe, is up a little bit farther in the order. We're just in the middle of this lap. Live timing hasn't updated, but I'll tell you who needs to be updated is Thorne Devlin and Jiggs Fustini, because Ryder Lafferty is right there.
Again, got to wonder what the strategy is going to be for Fustini here. How hard are you going to fight? Oh,
Coquinos is off in the crowd. Same thing he did.
This is the same thing that he did. He's trying to jump over those tires, and he's just not able to get himself slowed down.
Bit of a scary moment there. You saw the fans starting to run away.
Couldn't get out of the way quick enough. Yeah, he about took her out.
Well, don't do that yet. She's got another moto to go out for.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, she's going for a battle in her own class. As back onto the moto track they go, you can see pretty much everyone primarily using that far left-hand side, and then cuts back to the right side of the track, up the horsepower hill.
Looking back at some of our other classes, A Open, Cole Johnson leading them around double A. Obviously, we got on screen with Evan Smith leading Devlin, Fustini. Gosselin dropped back to 5th, Lafferty up to 4th. That'll update here in a minute. A200, Matthew Barrientos leading around Evan Forgue and Matt Jakin. A name I saw back in, I believe it was, so we're looking at A250. McQuarrie able to get up from his mistake. He's got him leading around here. I want to look at this next one, A Open. I saw Travis Mecking down there in 7th. He's one of our MX Sports Pro Motocross riders, so cool to see him make the trip up here. Obviously, he is familiar with the pro side of the track, the motocross side, so we'll see how he does. Cool to see some of these other guys showing up and trying out the JDay thing. Not sure if he's someone that rides it all the time. We're looking at the Stoke Battle Cam battle for second, the 109 of Thorne Devlin, the 511 of Jiggs Fustini.
Like we talked about, Fustini in position to secure a championship here today in the AA class. Got to wonder how much risk he is willing to take. Meanwhile, Evan Smith into the Dunlop split lane. He goes once again a very upright style for the 347. A accomplished GNCC racer in his own right. The Luxon lap times look like this. Evan Smith 4:44, and then a 48 for both Devlin and Fustini. And then just like you said, Lafferty picked the pace up, and he's actually a couple seconds faster than both the riders in front of him. Cooper Jones back there at a 4:49 as well. And then Coquinos a 4:47, but he's got so much traffic in front of him, it's going to be so difficult to make those passes all the while. The group going to be spreading out.
Did you see that line? That was awesome.
I'm not sure if he meant to do that or if he got a kick from that tree stump right there. But
that was like a BMX when they jump from one ramp to the other to keep their momentum going.
Right there.
We'll see if we can get a replay of that. Like you said, not sure if he did it on purpose, but that was fast and cool.
Yes.
So Thorne Devlin, here we go. We're going to check out the replay of it. He kind of hopped to the right side to the next tree, almost like a ramp-to-ramp BMX style, right around that stump.
Wow, that was a beautiful setup right there from Thorne Devlin. Yeah, a little hip jump there, and kind of pivoting off of it. Looks like kind of the bottom root of that tree stump. So,
and that's what you were talking about earlier. They mark those tree stumps so that you know they're there, but some of these riders are going to use that to their advantage.
They just got to let you know it's there. What you do with it is up to you, no doubt about it.
As long as you're inside the ribbon, you can do whatever you'd like.
Got to give a shout out to Van Gosselin as well, both in this class and the 125. Seems like he's woken up and responded a bit more here today on day 2, up inside the top 5. in this one and not holding anybody up. So the 121 got those neon boots and is running quite solidly inside the top 5 right now.
And now Coquino's still kind of stuck back there. 7th on live timing. We'll let this run through and see if we can't find him and see if he's made any work to get it back up through the field there. We saw last lap he had that mistake in the FMF Extreme section where he ended up off course. Not sure how far up he was able to get, and then he lost some more positions when he did go off course. As we see Fustini comes through. Was that Lafferty, I believe, made the pass?
Yeah,
on
I believe
Fustini.
so. Fustini looks like has dropped back to the 4th place spot, and again, can't stress it enough. Why does he need it? You know, I think obviously the opportunity's there and he can get back around and he'll take it, but I just don't think we're going to see Fustini taking any more risk than is needed. He's got a comfortable lead, and the guy that's closest to him is another 4 positions back. So Fustini showing a lot of racecraft and maturity here in this one.
Now we've seen some pit boards out for some of the other classes. Are these guys getting pit boards somewhere on the track, do you know? So they're probably relaying the message to Fustini where Coquinos is, letting him know. And I'm sure Fustini knows in his own head where Coquinos is as well.
Now, once again, like we talked about coming into the weekend, it was rough and rowdy Ricky Russell who was with the points lead. Ricky and his wife both expecting their first child, and was thinking the child was going to be here by the time this event was coming around. You see he's giving us a little wave there on the ultrasound, but unfortunately didn't quite show up yet. They tried everything. They went jet skiing, anything they could to try to get the ball rolling, but ultimately not quite ready to come out yet. So Ricky and the family hanging out and maybe even throwing this up on Racer TV and watching and making the right decision. Family first. Like you said, JDay will be here next year, but the birth of your first child will not be. So great season for Ricky, and you know, we were able to catch up with Jiggs a little bit earlier this weekend, talk to him about how he's feeling coming into the weekend now, and how it feels to now be in a position to walk away with this title.
Massive congrats to Ricky, you know, having a kid's such a big deal, so no, that's wicked cool. Definitely wanted to duke it out all the way to the end, especially because I know he missed a race earlier in the year. I mean, it kind of is what it is. I'm just super excited in general, but it doesn't really change anything mentally in my head. I was assuming he was going to be here, so that's still how I'm going into the weekend. Nothing different than what I've been doing all year, just focusing on myself and becoming better every single race is my goal. And if I walk away with a championship, that's even better. So it's just an added plus for sure.
And taking a look, it's 126 points to 107 according to the points that I'm seeing here in the double A class. So Fustini, after yesterday's performance, puts himself in a really good spot to be able to limit the risk that he needs, limit the effort that he has to show. And quite honestly, you get somebody like Lafferty and Devlin going to battle, as we saw in that last camera shot. Fustini might be getting a gift. Those two may cause each other to move out of the main line, and Fustini can just pick it right back up. But for the moment, the 5'11", he did what he needed, got a good start, and at this point is just managing not only a race but a championship as well.
Like you said, he's very smart, wise beyond his years, really, as he's one of our younger riders out here, but maturing a little bit earlier than most would, and it's paying off for him on the course here as we jump on the Fox FPV drone. We're going to hop into this battle with Ryder Lafferty and Thorne Devlin. And Lafferty has already discarded Fustini. We'll see how much of a fight Devlin's going to put up. As Lafferty really starting to work some of these other lines. The pace is there. He's just trying to find a way around as they jump back onto the second part of the motocross track. And Lafferty again going to the outside, refusing to follow Devlin. And he's got a little bit of something working here. I'm not sure Devlin's going to allow that to happen. As Lafferty smartly chops the gas and tries to square him up. So a good battle shaping up here as we check in on the pit bike moto cam.
Ooh, good drive there from Lafferty. Devlin got into a little bit of the thick stuff. Got caught up in that kind of powder berm.
But we already saw the creativity a little bit earlier. Now Lafferty is really starting to open up his lines. I'm not sure if he's doing it on purpose. I think he's just trying not to follow Devlin, but it's working out for him. He's starting to find some lines outside of the main race line.
Well, there's also, you know, kind of the underlying two-stroke, four-stroke storyline as well. Devlin obviously on the KTM two-stroke, Lafferty on the Honda four-stroke, and the bottom-end power. You can see Lafferty's able to kind of pivot a bit more. He's got that low-end torque so he can drive, whereas really needing to open up and flow a bit more for Thorne Devlin to keep that momentum up.
Two very different riding styles. You got to ride the bikes a little bit differently. But
that was the pass.
Yeah, there it is. So Lafferty able to take that line that we saw Kayla O'Neill open up earlier in the day.
So now it is Smith, Lafferty, and Devlin, 1, 2, and 3, with Fustini right back there in the number 4 spot. And again, Fustini, I mean, you can see not cruising by any means, but just not overriding, not, you know, just letting the race come back to him, and whatever happens, happens. Meanwhile, Van Gossen still quietly back there in the 5th place spot. I believe Cooper Jones starting to apply some pressure on him. And then Justin Coquinos in the number 7 spot was able to get around Ryan Amancio.
Not what Justin wanted, though. You got to believe he's a little unhappy with himself. It's now Fustini just decides, hey, I'm going to get in this battle. I'm not sure what got into Fustini there.
I don't either. Yeah, all of a sudden it was like time to go.
And I think that kind of caught Devlin by surprise, and that's what made him make the mistake.
Don't see how it couldn't. Yeah, Devlin trying to get pivoted and spin that thing straight onto the first obstacle exiting the extreme section. But yeah, what a move there from Jigs Fustini.
We saw it yesterday. Some of these riders just decide we're going to hit the switch now. And that appears to be what Fustini did, because he was just kind of cruising and taking it easy, and then all of a sudden he doubled over the top of those tires and he pulled up on the outside of Devlin, caught Devlin by surprise.
Could be something simple as you get hit with a rock and it just kind of ticks you off a little bit, and you're, I'm sick of this. You know what? I'm going to the front. So let's see if the 511 is going to try to mount a charge and chase down the 336. We'll wait on timing and scoring to update there. It is Smith, Lafferty, and now Fustini, as Thorne Devlin going to drop back to the 4th place spot. In and out of gravity cavity they go. Meanwhile, you see, whoa, Smith coming up just a little short on that step down. Lafferty doing a little balancing as well, and Fustini actually not even doing that step down double, so not willing to risk it, and don't think he's sacrificing a lot of time by not doing it either. So we'll watch getting jiggy with it once again. We'll take a look at this replay. Fustini said it is go time. We talked about the riders not really launching this first part of the extreme section. Jig says, oh yeah, there is still a lip there. Tries to slide up the middle. And then Devlin was just trying to carry a lot of momentum. He did not want to let Fustini around the outside. Again, wasn't as straight on angle when he went up on that first concrete block. The back end stepped out, and Devlin finds himself on the ground in the extreme section once again.
That was the whole point of the story there, is when he was at the wrong angle, put the front tire on that concrete block, just asked too much of it, and it washed the whole bike off from underneath him. But it was the urgency. He just dumped the clutch because he saw all of a sudden, holy crap. Here's Jigs, I can't let him by.
And that's the thing, you know, he would have pivoted a bit more if Jigs wasn't right there, but wanted to not only try to get up on top of it, he wanted to try to squeeze Jigs out to be able to hold on to the position. You see a lap rider doing a little looking back, trying to stay out of the way, and he sees a hard charging rider, Lafferty, with Jigs Fustini starting to close in now as well.
Last time they came around the stripe, Fustini was only 1 second behind Lafferty, so I'm not sure what got into Jigs. He's obviously feeling it.
Yeah.
He's feeling good right now. Maybe just sitting back there, biding his time. I mean, it's hard to say. Whatever, it's working. Obviously, he's doing the right thing.
Biding his time. I mean, honestly, you look at it, and these guys are so aware. Especially, that's one thing on the GNCC side is these guys don't panic when they get past or when another rider is a couple seconds in front of them. As long as they can see them up ahead and they can kind of manage and notice the way the gap is trending, they really don't seem to panic. Lafferty at 4:46, and Fustini matches the lap time. So both of them about 2 seconds faster than Evan Smith as well. Those Luxon lap times kind of helping us show the trends of the way the gaps are going. So Fustini, yeah, it just might have been time. See a pit board, you get hit with a rock in the hand, all of a sudden, you know what? I can do this.
Yep.
And we talked about it yesterday as well. Some of these riders, it's hard to ride at 85%. You know, it could have been something where he had a bobble, a simple mistake that he feels like he wouldn't have been making if he was all out pushing. And Fustini says, you know what, I got in this position by going all out. I'm going to keep it all the way to the checkered flag.
A few laps to go in this one. I'm interested to see if the lap time story stays the same. They were only 7 seconds behind Evan Smith, so a couple seconds a lap. If you give him enough time and Smith makes a mistake, maybe gets held up, you can keep an eye on that live timing. As always, if you want to be a part of that Verb Moto Prospect app, go ahead and scan that QR code like we've been saying all weekend. Last weekend, it is free $99. You don't have to pay anything for it. You can go on there, check your results, check out some of your local tracks, see what kind of events they have coming up. You can claim your profile, check out your results, and work on some sponsorship agreements with some of the industry partners that are on there. I looked at the list over the week. There's actually quite a few of the big name companies in the industry getting involved in that. So I think as the app continues to grow, there's going to be more and more opportunities with that. So scan that QR code if you want to check that out. Whether you're a JDay rider, a GNCC rider, moto rider, it's all on there.
So watching, looked like Fustini had lost touch a little bit with Lafferty. You got to wonder if it was kind of a sprint push and then going to kind of hang back just a little bit. As a little style there from the 347 of Evan Smith. And you can see the roost there on the Fox FPV drone. So just to help give you an understanding, the average piece of roost comes off the back tire of a 450 at about 80 to 100 miles an hour. And these rocks are anywhere from marble size to as big as baseballs. So yeah, you want to go to your local pitching mound and just sit there and take a couple to the chest, get a little idea of what it feels like when these riders are talking about how bad the roost hurts here at Unadilla.
Yeah, do your best, Happy Gilmore. Go to the batting cage and just stand there in front of it. As we see Evan Smith, I don't believe I saw the white flag come out. So another lap to go here for our Pro A riders. Smith, Lafferty, Fustini, Devlin, Cooper Jones holding his own up there in the top 5. He's gotten around Van Gosselin.
Yeah, Cooper, another one of the younger up-and-coming top A riders in the GNCC world as well, and has been out here for a couple of the JDays throughout the season. He is currently taking a look at the points. He's a bit further back, so not really in any kind of points contention, but certainly in the position to be able to make some statement rides here. And again, a lot of these off-road specialists, if they're full-time GNCC racers, use something like the JDay to work on that intensity, right? Those opening lap speed, the kind of moto things that maybe they don't have as much experience in. And then on the opposite side of things, the moto guys learn some of the technical aspects of the off-road world as well. So
it's hard to mimic race pace if you're not at the races, though. Trying to keep their skills sharp here in whatever discipline they normally run. The JDay is a good option to keep getting, we won't call it gate drops because we don't run the gate here, but getting some races under the belt, keep the skills sharp as we watch Fustini work his way through the Dunlop split lane. Now, just like that, a couple laps in, and our front group is starting to settle in a little bit. It looked like Lafferty was starting to creep up behind Evan Smith.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if Lafferty's got anything kind of tucked in the sleeve here for the final few laps. About lap and a half to go. We would assume white flag going to come out the next time. I was getting an up-close and personal look at the Alpine Star gears of Jigs Fustini. Always a fan of the orange boot bike combo. And I thought that was Lafferty for a second, so making their way around a lap rider. Getting the drive up the hillside.
Have to catch a glance here at one of these other camera angles, and we'll see if Lafferty is as close to Smith as we thought he was. And yes, he certainly is. He certainly is.
No need to ask that question anymore. He is right there. So Lafferty going to try to apply the pressure. He talked about it yesterday, feeling like he got a gift to get up on that overall podium. And the Stoke battle cam sets the stage. Evan Smith and Ryder Lafferty trying to do battle for the top of the double A class. Here in Moto 1, a big kick for the rear end of Evan Smith right there.
And what a ride for Lafferty if he's able to pull this off, because he's come through the pack and passed all the contenders in this one.
Ryder Lafferty, one of those guys, whether you're talking GNCC or right here at JDay, when he is on, he is one of the best, I would put it out there as far as any top riders in the off-road world. And he made the pass.
Made the pass, right? Yeah.
How about it? Yeah, just like that.
And that was quick, too.
Yeah.
Not sure if we had that on a different camera angle, but that was quick.
And he's one of those guys, he's aggressive, too. When he knows he's got the pace, he knows he's got what it takes. If he sees you give him an inch, he'll make it work. And so, no doubt about it, Lafferty, not a small rider by any means either, is able to be a bit physical as far as imposing out there as well. If he needs to squeeze past somebody, he can.
We'll have to check the lap times when they come through the live timing, because this is a fast lap, especially this late into the moto, as he's still sprinting. You can see him sprinting away from Evan Smith. So we're not sure. We got to believe Smith knew he was there, so I'm not sure it caught him too far off guard.
Yeah, I saw Smith glancing back, if I'm not mistaken, as they were headed up that kind of hill turn. So, and you see Fustini kind of taking a look back as well, wanting to see exactly how far the next rider is in line for him.
Sometimes someone just has a pace, and you're kind of at the mercy of them if you can't step it up to that level. And right now, Ryder Lafferty is on another level in this moto. So Evan Smith did the hard work early. He was able to sneak away from everybody, but Ryder Lafferty had other plans. Just took him a little bit to get there. Took him about half the race. He had to get through Devlin, Fustini, Cooper Jones, and Gosselin. I'd like to hear from him and see where exactly he was off the start, because I feel like he's passed just about everybody in this moto.
Yeah, Lafferty was, I'd say, front of the mid-pack or so. Again, watching Devlin do some very unique style and bike maneuvering in the air as the white flag has come out. Final lap here for Moto 1. And a little shake of the head there from Devlin. I think he has already seen Fustini and Smith go the other way. He was actually watching them pop out of gravity cavity, so realizes the time that he has lost over the last lap or two.
Probably just a little bit unhappy with himself, because he was up there in contention. Then I believe that move by Fustini kind of threw him off his rhythm a little bit, and then that turned into a mistake. And that's how fast a race can come unraveled here for you.
Well, it's a tough spot too. He fell down on that concrete, might have bent something up, bike maybe a little tweaked, so it may not have him riding quite at the 100% that we saw of him earlier, because we saw in those opening few laps when he was on, it seemed like he was actually able to stretch things out over the rest of these guys.
Well, you heard him talk yesterday about when he fell there, the heart rate went up at the end of the day in that last A-Moto. Obviously, the heart rate going to go up again. And he said it took him a little bit to get his heart rate under control. Unfortunately, when you're in the thick of the battle, it's not really time to let your heart rate get under control. So possibly what happened in just the time that it took him to regroup himself. Lost too much time, lost contact with the leaders, and once you lose the pace, it's hard to get it back. Ryder Lafferty has had a pace that nobody was able to match in this one, as he's about half a lap away from claiming the first moto win here. We ride on board with the Fox FPV drone, catching a little bit of roost from Evan Smith. Gonna have to pull a tear off. We running tear offs or roll offs?
We could probably get away with roll offs on this one. I can't think the lens is that big, so. Just need a little windshield wiper.
That's all you need. Do a pull up behind the water truck, spray it, and wipe it.
So back to the top of the hill they go. Going to dip into the back half of the wood section. One more trip to the FMF Extreme section. Sure the fans will be making some noise out there as Ryder Lafferty making a statement here on day number 2.
Letting everything cycle through on the pit bike moto camera here. As you see Fustini come through in third. Everybody starting to spread out now. Looking, there is Devlin. So Devlin there in fourth. Not sure where Cooper Jones is. Believe it's still a bit of a gap to get back to him.
You are correct.
Ryder taking a souvenir home. He's got some Fox banner in the rear wheel.
Little extra piece to remember. There is Cooper Jones on the 220, 69 on the helmet. Ryder Lafferty getting closer and closer to a checkered flag. Made the pass entering this section a bit earlier, running that far wide line. That is Fustini, who is still in that number 3 position.
There was Lafferty going around right through the shot there. There is Evan Smith still charging.
Yep.
He's still going to put himself in a position if something does happen to Lafferty. You know, maybe he has trouble here in the FMF Extreme section or something. Evan Smith trying to put himself in a position to at least capitalize on a mistake. So we see that gentleman in the blue shirt. He said, I would have just jumped the whole thing. I don't know why he's skimming the tires. Just do what Fustini did. Just jump the whole thing. Oh, and they're right on cue, Fustini. Even late in the moto, you can just tell the bike skill that these guys have. He's not really pushing the issue, but he's got the skill to just unlock that line whenever he needs it.
That's what we've seen Coquino's trying to do as well. It just seems like wasn't quite as able to get the machine slowed down. His little toss there for Evan Smith.
Don't let these Woods guys fool you.
Style for miles.
They got the style.
Top of the hillside. One more corner to go. And grabbing the AA Moto 1 win, Ryder Lafferty takes control and takes over. Moto number 1. What a ride from the 336. As Evan Smith going to finish up in the number 2 spot. And let's see, looks like it will be.
Yeah, there is Fustini coming through in 3rd. Waiting here for Devlin. There's Devlin coming through. And it'll be a little ways back. We'll see Cooper Jones come through as well.
So the checkered flag waves here at the Yamaha finish line. We'll get ready to do some celebrating down at the Fox podium and break things down with your Moto 1 winner, Ryder Lafferty. And it sounds like he's got the headset on. Ryder, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What a performance, man. We talked yesterday on the podium and made it very clear it's been a while since we've had you here at JDay, but what a return it has been. It almost seemed like a whole different rider here today, man. The intensity was there. You made some quick passes. Take us through what you were feeling and what was working for you here today.
Yeah, man, starts still weren't there. It was bad, man. I understand what those pro guys are talking about with the roost here, because it's not fun to be in the back. It just feels like you're getting hit by BBs. But, yeah, I kept my head down, and everybody was right there in the train. No one got away yet, and just kind of picked my way through. And nothing real crazy. I mean, a little bit of clickers here and there with JDP suspension, and that's about it from yesterday. It's, like I said, as you do on the podium, I just got to twist the throttle, and I did that.
Yeah, you said the changes were more for you than it was the bike. And one of the biggest things was it seemed like you were able to make really quick passes. A lot of riders would catch up, and it'd take them a mile or so to be able to make the pass. Were we having to get aggressive, or did we just have some good setups going? What was working where you were able to make those passes so quick?
Man, just be honest, just not hesitating. The lappers were tough out there. Like Ethan said on the start, they were a lot worse than yesterday, and just not hesitate. I kind of sent it in there and got around some guys, and that was about it.
Hey, you put on a good show for us, man. Who helped you get up here on top?
Yeah, JDP Suspension, Morning Duck Coffee, Moose Racing, Bell Helmets, Scott Goggles, NSW, and that's about it. Thank you.
Great ride, Ryder. We'll see you back for Moto 2. All right, Ryder Lafferty getting the job done and breaking things down on the Luxon post-race interview. And that sometimes that's all it takes. That lack of a split-second hesitation can make the difference.
A little bit of confidence.
Hey,
start feeling it.
Got to be feeling confident after a ride like that. He earned that one, no doubt about it. We'll take a look at the MX Trophies race recap. Watch the lack of start there from the 444. Tough break for Justin Coquino, setting himself off in a tough way, and was dead last just now entering the first corner while the rest of the field was almost into Moto 2. And yeah, Lafferty was in the back of the
fifth
pack.
or sixth.
Yeah, not even close. Meanwhile, 250A making their way through. Rivers Morris, who's the points leader in that one, also getting a bad start. But Evan Smith made some quick work happen after some tough breaks yesterday. Kind of ever so slightly moved that stake out of the way. And then Devlin finished the job for him. Fustini was in the mix as well. We thought Fustini maybe keeping the big picture in mind, wasn't going to risk it so much, maybe back it down just a little bit. We were wrong. We saw Ryder Lafferty start making some passes happen. Fustini and Smith, he starts to catch up to. And then Thorne Devlin was up in the mix of this one as well. He grabbed that early race lead. And we thought that might be it. We saw him get cleaner yesterday and be able to pull out, but these guys started to break away from the rest of the field, throwing some style while they did it. One rider launching all the way down the hillside. And then Fustini, all of a sudden, I don't know if he got tired of getting hit with rocks or what, but headed into the FMF Extreme section. Oh, a little problem there from Devlin. I don't know if I saw that earlier in the broadcast, so that might have slowed him down just a little bit as well. There is the pass from Lafferty, and then watch this. Fustini launches back into the conversation, past Devlin. Devlin tries to take it back away from him and ultimately finds himself on the ground here in the Extreme section. And then the battle was on at the front of the pack.
Well, the battle didn't last very long because once Lafferty got there, just like the rest of the riders he came through, all the way from the 5th all the way to the lead, once he got to him, he made pretty quick work of him. I don't believe we had the pass on camera, but it only took him about a quarter of a lap. As you see, Fustini able to unlock that double over the top of the tires just one last time for fun. And the checker flag came out for Lafferty. So Lafferty going to take a lot of confidence into the final moto of the season. As we look at the Pro Taper top 10 overall, Ryder Lafferty takes the win. Evan Smith second, Jigs Fustini third, Thor Devlin fourth, Cooper Jones fifth. Justin Coquino is able to get Gosselin on the last lap there, jumps to 6th, Gosselin back to 7th. Amancio 8th, Jake Abbott 9th, and Cole Johnson rounds out your top 10 for the Pro A250, A200, A Open. And that bike just went, that bike that just went by, spitting and sputtering, threw me off there for a second. I'm not sure
if
that
was a blue bike. Was it a blue bike?
I didn't catch it.
I was about to say, I saw Colt McQuarrie come by earlier.
I didn't catch it. You see him going up the hill in the white gear. That looks like it could be McQuarrie.
Maybe
all
potential
white
issues. We'll see. We'll have plenty more racing. Second moto is going to be getting kicked off when we come back here from round 8 of 8, the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. Final round of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. We'll be back.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
Welcome back, all of our Racer TV fans. We are here round 8 of 8, Unadilla, New York. This is the Moto Tassinara Unadilla Grand Prix, day 2 of JDay Offroad. We just finished up our Pro AA motos. We got Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and girls on the line a couple minutes from going racing here in the second set of races. As the calm before the storm, we saw Wyatt Wheeler take in the moto win. And the rest of the riders on the line here, getting ready to go to battle.
The second Red Bull has been cracked. I am fired up here, and so is Braden Stoll. He is fired up. I'm going to try to bring home a Super Mini Championship here in this one. He's locked in, ready to go. The guy's sitting down there on the line. Second motos getting ready to get kicked off. The final motos of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing season. It feels like just yesterday we were hanging out at Boswick Creek. We've crisscrossed our way through the Carolinas, up through Virginia, into Maryland, all the way up to Southwick, Massachusetts. And then what a location to close things down at right here at You-Know-What-Dilla. What a weekend it has been. Great racing yesterday and great first motos here this morning as well, as now the Super Mini, the future of JDay Racing, getting ready to put on a show for us one more time. As looks like the 1 minute sign up there from Ethan. We'll have that 30-second card go up. And then when the flag drops, we're ready to rock. Look at that. I love it. Some props there to the guys. Nothing quite like those you share the field of battle with, you know?
Oh, yeah. You give them a little fist bump, wish them good luck. You go out there, you do battle, mano y mano, and then as soon as the race is over, everybody is back to being friends again.
Absolutely.
As we see the 30-second board going across the start line, we are about to get this last set of motos for the season, really, of JDay here, as Ethan is watching intently.
30, 29, 28. There we go. Box flag is up. It is just about time. The last set of motos for the 2026 season, and it's the Super Mini riders going to kick things off, no pun intended, and once again, looks like that might have been the number 3 grabbing a great start. And Stoll up front early on this one as well, sitting in the number 2 position.
Not a good start from our Moto 1 winner, Wyatt Wheeler. Not sure where he is. That might be him in the all-white in the back of the pack.
Langenbach back there in the number 3 spot as well. No, that is not.
Not seeing what happened here. We'll have to check in. Maybe he might have changed gear and threw us for a little bit of a loop here. We'll check in on everything.
Yeah, we'll have to watch and wait because I did not see that machine. So hopefully made the gate here for moto number 2. Meanwhile, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, plenty to race for in this one as well. Championships to be decided. There we go. Oh, man. Beautiful synchrony there. Everybody kicking at the same time. Drag race.
See how many times 221 just shifted that thing?
Had to.
He went from like first to fourth real quick.
There you go, Salgado in the mix, and it looked like Hopkins trying to make some quick passes happen up into the front as well. Drew Hopkins, one of those riders in the championship fight.
See the 118 back here. Ethan Hall working his way around. The rest of the pack going to drop down into gravity cavity for the first time here in moto number 2 as we ride along on the TBT Racing live drone. 30-second going up for our girls class. Got the Kickstarters out. Everybody is anxiously awaiting that flag to drop.
Here we go, up on the starting blocks, milk crates, whatever you're using. Drop the kick, and we will get rocking and rolling. There it is. The first of our second motos taking off, race number 8, which means first call for our C-Class riders, race number 9. You need to start making your way over to the staging area, race number 9.
Early battle shaping up. Oh, one rider takes.
Oh, man, we saw a similar situation just like that in the women's pro class. A rider goes to close off to the inside. Probably didn't even realize that other girl was there and just clips the front end. Nothing that she could do, but already picking back up and going back to work.
Yeah, she was committed to that inside line, and then the rider right in front of her kind of drifted over to the left. Back wheel connects with the front wheel, and unfortunately the rider in the back is the one that ends up high siding a little bit as the TBT live drone cycles back to our last row to go. Looked like we had another row back there. Did we not, Zach?
No, girls was your last row there for this class. Yep.
So Gabe throwing me off and brought me back to the start line. I thought we were going to see another start. As the replay coming out with that crash here, not sure what the number was, but you see the rider in blue moves over just a little bit.
Well, what happened was the girl in the back who ultimately goes down was carrying a lot more speed headed into that corner as well, and might have been looking more for the main race line, whereas the girl in front of her was cutting far to the inside. Again, no ill will or no intention there for either one of those riders, but ultimately just wrong place, wrong time. I know I've been in that situation before. I don't know about you, Josh, but yeah,
absolutely.
It's one of those tough ones where you see it coming. As soon as they start going over, oh no, you clip the front tire, and now you're along for the ride.
It's just one of those racing incidents. She was already committed to that inside line, wasn't really expecting that other rider to move over as far as I don't think. But once it happens, you're already along for the ride. The brakes will only work so much. But nice to see she got up and remounted and got right back going. As we hop on the Power Sports of Utica live cam here, we got the 21. I believe we saw the number 3 come through.
There is Wheeler.
Yep, so Wheeler was out there. He had the all-white gear. I swore I saw him on the start line, so Wyatt Wheeler on the 78 with a little bit of work to do. As we got Langenbach and Stoll up here in the front as well, I believe. Wyatt Wheeler took your first moto win. Looking at Mini Junior 6-12, it was Crew Hopkins with the moto win. Nathan Salgado was second. Luke Edwards was third. Lane Edwards fourth. Ethan Clark fifth. Everett Miller sixth. And Peter Allegro seventh. The girls' first moto results, Emma Miller took the moto win. Sophia Teixeira took second. Kaylin Levesque third. Sadie Paquin fourth. Aubrey Willis fifth. And Peyton Machad was your 6th place finisher in our girls division. As we watch some of our mini riders work their way through the FMF Extreme section. Wyatt Wheeler with a lot of work to do. He's got plenty of time to do it. As we see the 39 rider now going to jump up into the 2nd place position.
Yeah, and looked like maybe some touch-ups done down in that section as well.
That was actually 3rd. My apologies. So that was a 3rd place pass. We saw the 21 and the 3. One rider taking a look back. Okay, our 2nd place rider.
Yeah, Stoll not jumping, and then Langenbach sending it to the moon.
And you saw Langenbach kind of look back to see how close he was. Keeping that in the back of his mind, he wanted to make sure he wasn't in the main line. In case Langenbach did jump it, he didn't want to get landed on. I have been landed on in my racing days. It is not a good time. 0 out of 10, would not recommend.
Yeah, there was a track, had a big jump shortly after the start, and of course that's the race I pulled a whole shot in, so we had to send it. I was too scared to try to roll it, so it all worked out fine.
We check back in on this lead battle. It is Stoll and Langenbach are working their way around the front side of the facility on the moto track. Going to drop down into gravity cavity. We're going to keep an eye on Wyatt Wheeler. He's been the rider to beat in this class this weekend as he makes a quick pass.
Yeah, good drive up the inside.
I believe that was Caleb Wiggins. He just went around. As now we got a pass for the lead, Zach.
Looked like he tried it. Actually, Stoll, fights it back along the wide side. It sets him up on the inside here in this left-hander. Ooh, a little slide job there from Langenbach, Villopoto style. Steering with the back end, and the 21 going to drag racing down the hill into this off-road section. Can he get there in time? Oh, not quite close enough. That was almost the same situation as we saw in that girl start.
Stoll's being really stingy with it. He's leaving the inside open, but he's slamming the door as we jump on board with the Stoke Media Battle Cam. You got the 113 of Braden Stoll, the 21 of Sora Langenbach, as we watch him dip off into the woods. This is a cool shot, Zach, as they kind of disappear into the tree line.
Braden Stoll trying to not only potentially clinch a moto win, but a championship as well. We caught up with the number 113 headed into the weekend, and he was chatting with us just a little bit, saying, yeah, there's a lot to it. And I love these guys. It's almost like they're all media trained, right? You just take it one race at a time. But come on, man. You got to be thinking about it. It's the championship weekend. Let's hear what the number 113 had to say.
Season's going pretty good. I think I just got to get some good places today or tomorrow and Sunday, and I think I got it in the bag. So now I'll do my best, give it the best shot I can, and see what happens.
And you can see he's playing it safe. He kept that helmet on all weekend, on and off the track. Wasn't willing to risk any parking lot mishaps or anything like that. So now Braden doing a great job. And just like you said, going to go out there, do my best. I believe grabbing a third in that first moto. And so, again, these riders, we talk about the skill level, the bike and racecraft. It's kind of trickled down throughout the ranks. Well, I feel like the mental side of things as well has started to trickle down into some of these younger ranks where these kids a bit smarter in the sense of knowing it's not worth throwing it away for a moto win or trying to make a pass on somebody when you put so much work into the season and you're in that position.
You could hear it in his voice. There was a calmness in his voice. He's just having a good time. He's going to go out, have some fun, ride his dirt bike. And that's honestly when you ride your best, is when you're just enjoying the moment. As we see Wyatt Wheeler on screen now. He's going to try and make his way up to the front. It's going to be a tall task.
And Stoll is he's a big mountain bike rider. We see him a lot out on the bicycle. All kidding aside, that was obviously why he had the bicycle helmet on. And yeah, he's trying to just go and do a little bit of everything. He's doing some JDay racing. Says eventually he'd love to go out and do some Red Bull Rampage, which is absolutely insane. I'll come watch you, Braden. I'll cheer you on. But yeah, absolutely. It's cool to see these riders. We talk about the multi-disciplines of motorcycle racing, but we do see a lot of that as well. We've got, I'm sure, some snowmobile riders, especially up here in the Northeast. We've got some cyclists on the mountain bike side of things as well. So really cool the blend of racers that you get out in these kinds of conditions in these events.
There was a guy back in the day who was really good at Supercross. He started on BMX. They called him the Prince or the Queen. King? Was it the King?
It was like Go Time or something was his nickname, right?
Jeremy
McGavin.
Jeremy
McGrath.
That guy,
yeah.
He was kind of good on two wheels, whether it had a motor or not.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's a very popular trend. Yeah, even the Reed family I've seen down in the Carolinas, the Tate and the kids were actually doing BMX before they got into moto racing. And you see a lot of that transfer over. I know Cole Seeley was a big BMX rider. There's a lot of them that really kind of, whether they race it or not, they transfer over the ability to manual the bike and to use that power. I know for a long time, one of the most popular parts of the Loretta Lynn's property is that specialized pump track.
The pump track,
and, yeah, it is. It's intense, and it's going sun up to sundown all day long, and those skills transfer right over onto the Loretta's motocross track as well. So,
at any part of the day during the week, you can find 10 kids with their bikes on the side watching 2 or 3, and they just rotate on the track, and they just go lap after lap after lap. Speaking of laps, we're going to look at the Luxon last lap times. Braden Stoll fastest on track with a 5:52. Sawyer Langenbach with a 5:54. Ryder Meacham on a 5:57. Caleb Wiggins 5:59. Wyatt Wheeler with a 6 even.
And you see that they've broken the shovels out. They are filling in those holes in the extreme section. I'm sure you see that was Kayla O'Neill at the bottom of the screen scoping in on that. And yeah, I'm curious. I would assume, I know there's track personnel down there, so even if that's just a volunteer that's helping to do that, I would think it would be approved. But yeah, I gotta wonder whether or not everybody's on the
super senior rider that really like, I'm not getting stuck in this hole again.
Riders,
I'm
gonna fix it myself.
Take care of this myself.
Want it done right, you got to do it yourself.
Yeah, you've got to believe it's approved. We got one of the other safety riders out there, the track safety guy, as we got one of our riders coming through with goggles off. Now, I don't believe that is one of the lead group, as Wyatt Wheeler makes a pass into the Yamaha finish line area. I believe that is going to be, okay, so that was Meacham, I believe he just got around. So Wheeler up into third. Still got to go after Langenbach and Stowell. So we're looking at, you said Stoll was third in the first moto. Is that what we had?
If I'm not mistaken, yeah. And Stoll has definitely responded here in Moto 2. So a potential 3-1. Meanwhile, a 2-2 for Sawyer Langenbach, if I'm not mistaken, in this. So as they run, but look at this. Langenbach says, hang on a second. 2-1 makes the math really easy. Can't beat that.
Well, he might.
Watch this. Outside. Yeah. Slides the back end around. Cuts back across those ruts.
He may have seen Wyatt Wheeler get up into third, and he knows if Wheeler gets to him and gets by, that is the overall for the day. So Lagenbach says, let me just take the lead and make this really easy on myself. As we are 2 laps into this one, approaching the halfway point. As we are on board with the TBT Racing live drone, watching this shot where they just kind of ride off into the trees. The foliage takes us into the Dunlop split lane camera now. See which riders are going to go red line and which riders are going to go white line. We have a lap rider in the way, so that may affect things. We got Stoll going to go white line, Lagenbach forced to go red line because of the lapper on the inside, and then Wheeler goes red line as well. We'll wait for him to drop back into view as they come out of the tree line now on the far side of the property. A good answer from Stoll. It looks like Lagenbach kind of pulls up behind him on the moto side of things, and then Stoll a little bit more competitive in the woods.
Well, and again, they're talking about the difference between yesterday and today. Now almost shorter sections within them, and so we're seeing, you had the perfect analogy. The yo-yo's got a shorter string this time, so it stretches out and reels back in. You can tell right there after the Yamaha finish line all the way into that first wood section, Lagenbach closes up so much, and you can tell those switchbacks around the apple tree is where he wanted to try to make that pass happen, but just wasn't quite able to get close enough. Meanwhile, Braden Stoll, this is probably one of the best rides he's had here this weekend, up not only in the fight, but is continuing to stretch things out and respond to the pressure from the 21.
Give a shout out to Crew Hopkins while we got a second here. We know he was in that tight battle for the Mini Junior 6-12 season championship. Chimikowski kind of let him off the hook for whatever reason. He wasn't able to make the call here in this class. So Crew Hopkins will take that overall championship as one of our tighter battles as they came into the weekend with a 1-point gap. As you see the 118 of Ethan Hall on screen, working his way through the FMF Extreme section.
Hall's Clark.
Is it Clark? Hall?
I'm second guessing myself now.
Well, now you got me second guessing myself.
Well, it's not Langenfelder. So
it is it's not Simon Langenfelder. I do not believe he is on site. It is Ethan Clark. Correction. My apologies, Ethan and the Clark family. I'm familiar with an Ethan Hall that races in the motocross series, and I'm getting those two mixed up. As we see the 531 on screen, that is Kayla Levesque riding second in the girls class. We got Sophia Teixeira out front, and then her brother Samuel Teixeira leading the mini senior 12-15.
Good little heads up riding there from the 221.
Yeah, the camera angle, you can see from the camera angle how steep that hill is. Being on it is probably a whole nother animal, as that was the 221 of Salgado. He's in second behind Crew Hopkins. And then you see the 518 on screen. That he's got the style and the form
he got
of an A rider
section, no problem.
So shout out to this little guy. Looked like he was on a 65. He was able to hop over those logs pretty easily, really.
As we saw Kayla O'Neill and several other riders down there scoping some things out.
Yeah, that is a 3-rider battle as they go into, like we were talking about, it's not a weekend overall, it's day by day, but we got 3 motos done in the women's class, and we've had 3 different winners. So someone's got to break the tie here. That moto will be coming up here shortly. And Stoll still leading Lagenbach around. Wyatt Wheeler not able to put much of a charge together yet.
And now it looks like it is Wheeler who is starting to apply pressure on the 21 ride. Meanwhile,
looking at live timing, they were 11.5 minutes in last time they came through the stripe, so they're going to be over the halfway point. When they come in this time, they'll be a little bit closer to that 20-minute mark. As this track starts to get chewed up, you will see the lap time slowing down as the day progresses. those 4 and 5 minute lap times start turning into 6 and a half minutes quickly. In a hurry. As Wheeler is on the start straight now, going back towards the infamous White Barn out front. If you are a local, you've been to Unadilla tons of times. It was actually really cool. One of the events earlier, I don't remember if it was Rewind or the Amateur Classic, they actually turned the trophies, wore the White Barn out front, and then they put the design and worked it around it. So cool of the Robinsons and them to get a little creative with the trophies for that event. So we see Wheeler jump out of gravity cavity. Lagenbach not able to pull up on Stoll on the motocross side of things this time around. Now Lagenbach's going to have some trouble because Wheeler is starting to pull up behind him.
Yeah, all of a sudden going to have to kind of start checking in the rear views because it is definitely the rider in white starting to move his way forward a little bit at a time. Going to jump back in with one of our girls riders there, making her way through. You can see a lot of those roots starting to get exposed as well. As seems like at least this section of the woods, a little bit looser soil, a little bit more powdery and dry, and starting to deteriorate a bit quicker.
It's taking a little bit longer today. It's been overcast, not as much wind. It's taking a little bit longer for the backside of the track to dry out, but now you're starting to see it dry out. Interested to see what the lap times will be. We'll see if we can get them up on screen for us between Wheeler, Lagenbach, and Stoll, because there's about a lap and a half to go as we almost make the pass on that rider on the Fox FPV drone. We've pulled up alongside of her. It's a battle up the backside of the hill on the motocross track.
Does a great job keeping her balance there. She's launching up as far as she can on those step ups. Again, the camera can't quite do justice how steep of a hill climb that is. So even seeing riders like Fustini and Coquino, it's all the way over the back end, wide open, just trying to get up over those jumps.
We were seeing 112 on the bike. I'm wondering if that was the 212 of the race number of Sofia Teixeira. Can't quite make out there. I'm blind in one eye, so don't mind me. As we hop back on the TBT Racing live drone, they are going to drop back onto the backside of the motocross track. I believe we have Stoll and Lagenbach on screen. Possibly not. Maybe I might be mistaken here. Might just be some of the other riders on track. As we are 3 laps to go here. Gotta believe white flag is coming out in this one. They should be 23, 24 minutes in when they get back to the Yamaha finish line. As now we have Stoll on screen for sure. And then it was Lagenbach. So Lagenbach's not that far behind. He's answered the call. He's started to open it up over Wheeler a little bit more.
Well, and it was kind of trending the other way. It seemed like Wheeler was tracking him down, but the 21 got the memo and said, all right, I got to wick it back up a little bit. So now he is on the charge, and you can see not too far at all behind your race leader.
He's going to have to make a push if he wants to get the overall win for the day. He's sitting on a 2-2 and Stoll's on a 3-1. So right now Stoll owns that tiebreaker. They work their way around one of the lap riders. They are in the backside of the second woods section on today's course. We're going to jump in here on the Power Sports Utica live camera. Back in the woods, we'll see what line choices we got. It looks like Stoll going to elect to go to the inside. Then in the middle there, we see how everything's kind of opened up. He was able to start that section on the inside. He ends up on the outside by the time he gets to the end of it. Lagenbach kind of elects to go down the middle, right down the pipe. And then Wheeler was able to do something different in there because he gained a little bit of time. You see him start to creep up in the back of the shot.
Things happening, but not sure they're happening quick enough to where we're going to see any of these positions change without a mistake from one of the riders. Interesting enough, looked like Wheeler was running roll-offs.
I thought I saw the canister on the side. That's one way to be sure you don't have to worry about reloading the tear-off.
I believe certain areas, correct me if I'm wrong, up in the Northeast, tear-off's not allowed, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't believe there's any rules in New York about it, but I'm familiar with the rule. It was something that was going on overseas, and it has started to creep in to the American side of things. They run that goofy little strap on the side, and it loops through the tear-off, so when you pull it, it doesn't come off the goggle. it's got to be annoying because it just flutters next to your head the whole time. Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds like there's a horse flying next to your head the whole time. Maybe Gabe's over there with the drone.
Getting ready to launch up and over the sky shot. Stoll scrubs it off. See if Langenbeck's still going to send it. Of course. Wheeler launching about 3/4 of the way over as well.
Get a shot of the Yamaha finish here. We'll see if the white flag is coming out. We expect it to be out as Stoll works his way over there.
And I saw him holding the white flag, but I don't know if he waved the white flag, so not sure whether it was out yet or not. It is out.
Looking at the Luxon lap times on the last lap. Stoll on a 5:44, Lagenbach on a 5:47, and Wyatt Wheeler on a 5:46. So your top three running pretty close lap times. Wheeler's going to have to drop that. As we see him update now, everybody picked up the pace that time. So lap times up late, and it was Stoll on a 5:43, and then Lagenbach and Wheeler on a 5:42. So everybody kind of got the memo all at once, and it said it was go time. As you see Stoll drop down around the apple tree, and then Lagenbach and Wheeler will follow. Lagenbach really likes that outside in the bull turn.
Yeah, he likes to try to pivot back underneath. He was a bit closer. I'd say 2 laps ago was probably the closest that he was to making a pass through that section, but Stoll doing a great job of kind of fending off. And again, not really doing anything exceptional as far as picking the pace up, but he's not fading at all either. He's staying pretty much mistake-free, and at this point is just about a lap away from grabbing not only a moto win, but a championship here in the Super Mini class.
And that'll be a good way to go out to end the season. Not only do you get the championship, but you're able to wrap up the overall on the day for this class as well. As we wait for the lead group to drop down into the Dunlop split lane. Things have been somewhat tight, but not tight enough to make anybody real urgent. As we see Stoll still on screen. He's going to come out of the woods. Will pop out of this wood line on the Fox FPV drone. There is Stoll, number 3 on the bike, 113 on the chest protector, and 113 on the race results today. We'll ride along behind him for this section. Braden Stoll looking to take home the overall Super Mini Championship on the season and the day. Like you said, Zach, this is probably the best we've seen of him.
Yeah, I would definitely say this is the
on the
ride
weekend,
of his weekend. Yeah, no doubt about it. And still looking very strong. Going to jump back onto the moto track once again.
He's going to go up the hill over the first step-up double. Is he going to clear the second double? A little bit short, able to keep rolling up over the top of it. And then we're going to wait now. Langenbach came through, as did Wheeler. The gap was still pretty much the same. Everybody spread out just a few seconds.
Yeah, at this point with these kind of gaps, you can afford a little mistake here or there, a little bobble. Probably couldn't do a tip over or anything like that, but some of these little hesitations, these little adjustments that you're seeing Stoll make, not costing him too much. You can tell the 21, though, is kind of starting to hanging out a little bit. He knows time is running out. We've seen the feet kind of come off the pegs here for a moment here or there. And also really starting to see some of those square edge like you talked about. The overcast been great, kept the conditions absolutely phenomenal, and still good conditions, but definitely seeing a little bit more of that race chatter and those square edge bumps reaching up from time to time now.
Well, you knew at some point you were going to see that rough, raw, dusty, dry JDay track that we saw at the end of the day yesterday. It's just taking us a little bit longer to get there.
Back on Power Sports Beautiful camera here, and it's going to be Stoll making his way through up on the pegs. Langenbach trying to make one last push. And Wheeler kind of trying to ride the momentum of the 21 as well. Seems like Wyatt's sort of following along. Ooh, little bobble there from Stoll. Not sure if he's been taking that line all race or not. Wheeler actually funnels into the same line as well. They almost kind of a kicker there, pop up into the air.
looked like they're kind of using the side of one of those stumps. I'm not sure if they're not really a place you would want to catch some airtime as you're at the bottom to go up the hill. Just kind of how the line is developing. So everybody right there, the top three is within a couple seconds of each other, but they're just not close enough to make anything happen. And they've kind of been stuck in this gray area for at least 2 or 3 laps now. As we see Lagenbach start. Oh, take a look back from Stoll. I'm not sure he was just keeping a tab on where Lagenbach was or if he had a mistake there.
Yeah, Stoll, I think, was trying to see exactly how far back second and third were. And they're right there, buddy. Got to keep going. About a quarter of a lap to go, if that. Going to pop back out onto the motocross track. And at that point, got to think it'd pretty much take a mistake from your leader to be able to get the job done. Now, there is going to be some time made up right here. Langenbeck sends the sky shot.
You're cheating. I saw you peek out the corner of your eye.
Oh, I knew he was going to do it whether I looked or not. He's been launching that thing all weekend long.
I wish everybody at home had a shot of what we see out the side of the booth, because it's awesome. You don't see him coming up the jump. You see him as they're taking off.
Well, taking off and taking not only the overall win today, but the championship in your super mini class. Braden Stoll gets the job done and is going to make his way over to the Fox podium. We're going to chat with him. Langenbach finishes up in the number 2 spot. Wheeler in the number 3 position. What a race here at the top of Super Mini.
Keeping an eye here on the Yamaha finish line, the TBT Racing live drone, just kind of hovering over the finish line. We are going to let the rest of the class cycle through here. Some of our other divisions were out here as well. Like we said, Crew Hopkins was out there looking to put the final touches on a season championship in his class. We had Selgado second, Luke Edwards third, Lane Edwards fourth, and Ethan Clark was 5th last time they came through the stripe.
And how about it? That's a sigh of relief if I've ever heard one. Braden Stoll gets the job done and grabs the win. How are you feeling right now, man? Probably felt like you had the weight of the world on your shoulders sitting on that starting line, and you get the job done.
Yeah, I was pretty tired. Pushing through those woods, they're all rough and bumpy, but you know, I got it done, tried my best, and look where we are now.
No doubt about it, dude. We were both saying up here in the tower, I think this is your breakout ride of the weekend, but to be able to be a champion, it takes a full season of consistency. Talk about what it feels like to get the job done, man. How did you do it? Take us through this moto.
Pretty good. I had a few mess ups, but I corrected them, and I got my time up, so I was able to hold it, and, you know, I got it done.
You were pushing the pace, man, no doubt about it. Congratulations. Who helped you get this job done? Who are you celebrating with?
My mom, my dad, all my friends out there supporting me, and everyone else.
How about it? Your Super Mini champ, Braden Stoll, gets the job done. Congratulations, buddy. All right, Braden going to go get the celebrations underway. Luxon post-race interview there for the 113. And we'll show you how it all got done here on the MX Trophies race recap. The flag drop for the final set of motos on the year. And Stoll said, it is my time to shine. His breakout ride of the weekend, got out front, made some quick passes into the number 1 spot. And from there, he set sail. Was not interested in just trying to mail this thing in. He said, there's only one way I want to take a number 1 plate, and that's with a number 1 finish. And that's exactly what he did. The rest of the field slicing and dicing. Langenbach didn't quite get the jump he was hoping for off the start, but quickly moves up into the number 2 spot. For a moment, we thought we had lost Wyatt Wheeler, but he starts creeping his way forward in the all-white gear as well, and would settle into the number 3 ride. And from there, this was pretty much the way the shot looked. They were all within eyesight of each other. We had a couple of attacks from Langenbach, and then he would start to fall back into the grasps of Wheeler, and then back and forth. The yo-yos was doing yo-yo things, but at the end of the day, they kept it consistent. They all kept it on 2 wheels. And when they brought it across the finish line, it was the 113 of Braden Stoll. Taking a championship, I think, in probably the best way you could, with an overall win as well. Maintaining the pressure, staying smart, not taking any unnecessary risks. Langenbach, you got to give credit. He left it all out there on the track, sent it right down to the very last corner, but it's just going to come up short of the moto win. And at the end of the day, Stoll celebrating a win and a championship. Here in the Super Mini class, your Pro Taper top 10, Braden Stoll, Sawyer Langenbach, and Wyatt Wheeler, your top 3, Ryder Meacham and Caleb Wiggins, your top 5, Easton Haggerty, Jakin Johnson, Crew Hopkins, Samuel Texiera, and Nathan Salgado. Your top 10 here in Super Mini, Mini Junior, Mini Senior, and girls. We're going to get ready to send things to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have the second moto of our C classes, race number 9 here from round 8 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series, the Moto Tassinari Grand Prix here at Unadilla. We'll be right back.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement, all to cement our name in history.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
Getting down to the nitty-gritty here, folks. The final few motos of the final round of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. This is the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix Day 2 and round 8 of 8 here from the You-Know-What Raceway. What a legendary location and what a year of JDay racing it has been, crisscrossing all across the eastern United States from the sands of Florida all the way up to the sands of Massachusetts, right here to Unadilla. So excited to be covering the action and excited for this next class as well. Our C classes sitting on the line, C250, C Open, C200, C Vet, and BC Open Electric. Moto number 9 getting ready to come at you. Fresh gear set there for Jake Wood on the 251. Stuff's nice, man. Better keep it clean. There's Durkot making his debut here today. Said, yeah, I saw you guys were racing the Unadilla Pro Track. I said, wait a second. I'm going to come racing here. See if he's a little more comfortable in the extreme section here on this one. He said he didn't love it, but he still got job done and got the moto win in race number 1. Going down the line here, everybody fired up. What a great weekend of racing it has been, and still got several more motos to go. Of course, those of you watching live on Racer TV as well, make sure you're following along at JDay Offroad. We're going to be having, I'm sure, tons of announcements here in the coming weeks for the 2027 schedule. Go ahead and figure out where, when, circle it on the calendar, cancel any other plans. That's where you want to be. And we're excited to be able to bring the excitement of JDay Offroad right here to your living room, your office, your cell phone, wherever you're watching. Thanks for watching. Leave us a like. Leave us a comment. A nice comment, all right? We're sensitive over here. Oh, he's fired up. You couldn't hear it, but I guarantee you he just yelled. He is pumped up right there. That is what it's all about. The C-Class lined up all the way across the start stretch. He's got the PBR helmet as well. That got to be good for another horsepower or two anyway. As OPAG and Ethan having a meeting of the minds there. Stoke Media and JDay, great partnership that has been here in 2026. Excited to bring the action that has been JDay for quite some time to the folks at home watching on Racer TV. And the 1 minute call is up, getting down and getting ready to go racing here. We're going to have C250 that first row. Your points leader, Evan Kelly, looks like lined up about midway into that start stretch, which has kind of been where a lot of our starts have come from. It's not always the who's the fastest into the first corner, but who can slingshot and carry their momentum around the outside exiting the corner. So we'll see if that works out for the 222. As the 30-second card was up, watch the 37 of Durkot as well, fresh off of a couple of New York State motocross championships last weekend from High Voltage Hills. And trying to back it up here this weekend and add potentially a JDay win to the list. Oh, a couple of riders colliding headed into turn number 1. Everybody wants it, but only one person can get it. Looks like 3, 4, maybe even 5 riders all down in that first corner. Track crew and safety personnel going to get right to them, try to take care of them. As we will get ready for that second row. C250 off and rolling, dropping down into gravity cavity here for the opening lap. And C open, row number 2. Probably paying attention, noticing what happened there in turn 1 of C250. We'll see whether or not they take any caution headed into this one. Ooh, a couple of riders having some issues getting those machines fired up. There was one slingshot from the outside there, cutting off a couple of front number plates and a couple of bike lanes headed through turn number 1. Good start from whoever that was out front. Looks like everybody clean and clear for the most part through the first couple of corners. And once again, big shout out to the Robinson family, the entire Unadilla track crew, as always, doing a great job of keeping this place in tip-top shape. And make sure, for those of you here on site, you're doing your part as well. Picking up your trash. It's not going to hurt you to pick up a water bottle that wasn't yours and throw it in the trash can. We want to leave this place better than we found it so we can continue to have a great relationship between JDay and right here at Unadilla. Such a cool place. So lucky to be able to do battle here on this property. And we want to keep it that way. So a big shout out to everyone involved, from the JDay crew, the Unadilla crew, the Stoke Media family. As C200 off and rolling, it's Danny Secretore leading the championship chase. There you see the 26, a much better start here in this moto. And he's going to try to slingshot engage. Whoa, hang on to it. Almost got a little gift there from somebody else who wanted the whole shot, maybe just a bit more. We got to think championships here. But the 26 going to work with the rest of the C200 class. And then we'll have that open BC electric class as well on row number 4. Maybe I missed a class here. C-Vet might be next. And it is C-Vet. I love it. A bunch of them here in the C-Vet class. Great to see the turnout. And yeah, like I said, I feel like the turnout's even grown from yesterday. We know we had a ton of people, but yeah, full row of C-Vet riders barreling into turn number 1. We'll have BC Open Electric coming up after them. Looks like everybody clear. Couldn't quite make out who that was grabbing the early race lead. And open BC Electric, some slideways action into turn number 1. And one rider trying to break away. Didn't quite tell who that was that went down. I don't believe that was Kesey. But that is definitely the 37 of Durkot out front leading the way. picking up where he left off. And there is the 222. Just saw the 251 go by as well. So some of the favorites up front early in this one, running about 1, 3, and 5 or so. Andy Secretore, like we said, grabbing the win in the the C200 class, 25 points. Jacob Trudeau and Eli Carroll second and third in that one. And if I'm not mistaken, Danny in the lead for those points. Carson Durkott, Jake Wood, and Gannon Lyons, your top three in moto number one. I knew I was forgetting somebody. Lyons up in the mix there, and Nicholas Sears in the mix. And then looks like it was Camden Hole who grabbed the C Open win. And that is Lyons right there applying the pressure to Durkott. They have certainly laid some water down here in this section, which has made an already tough and slick section even more so. Matthias Miranda leads the C Vet class from moto number one. Dan Young finishing up in the 2 spot over for Hunter Tannick. And B Open Electric, it is Michael McKinney who grabbed the moto win. Michael Kesey in the number 2 spot. And Kesey, like we said, a part of that Pit Bike Moto program, kind of helping run the show there and trying to secure a championship. C Open, Jake Popiel in the number 1 ride, Jack Hovling and Alex Barrett, your top three. But that's how things shaped up in moto number 1. Now let's see where the cards fall here in moto number 2. As Durkott going to work. He said it in that Luxon post-race interview from Moto 1. The motocross track certainly where he feels the strongest, and easy to see that as he stretches things out. Here with about a lap in the books. Addison Jakobski leads the way in the C Open class right now. Gannon Lyons checks in the number 2 spot for 250C, and Jake Wood going to hold on to the final spot in the podium early on with Sears and Kelly, the top 5. Oh, one rider going down, entering gravity cavity. That is not the spot that you want to have a get off at. That might be the 16 of Nicholas Sears. And it is, so that is a tough break for the 16, who was in a solid position early on. Got to assume maybe came up a little short on that step down. And we've seen that take. Oh, we've got a replay of it. Let's see. Yep, came up just a little short, and it kicks the back end out. So Sears going for a ride. Good job there from Evan Kelly. Heads up and avoiding colliding with him, but honestly, for things going bad, that's about as good as he could when you go down in the entrance gravity cavity. Glad he didn't get body slammed, so hopefully Sears is going to be able to pick back up and rejoin the race. Pit Bike Moto camera picks them back up, getting ready to enter the shot here. As Durkott now re-entering the motocross track, the gas rider. Multiple times he's done the look back. That's probably the 4th time I've seen him glancing back over the shoulder. Carson Durkott a 5:57 on that last lap. So as we often see, these lap times slowing down by as much as a minute between Moto 1 to Moto 2. Lyons and Wood a 6:03 and a 6:07. And Sears and Kelly just outside of the 6:10 mark. Back up the hillside we go. Top 10 overall right now. You're seeing top 5 or so all the 250 riders. Denis Artemenko up in the mix as well. Seth Balsher has now taken over the #1 spot in the C Open class on the 737 ride, and then Matthias Miranda leads your C vet class. You can see how far over to the right-hand side of the track those guys have faded in that kind of turning uphill section. While the TBT Racing Live drone picks us back up through what at one point was a grass section. Is all tilled up now thanks to a bunch of the Dunlops eaten throughout the weekend. As our man Josh Stout shows up with some steaming hot concessions. Once again, make sure you're taking care of the folks over at the Unadilla concession stand. Fantastic food, fantastic people. Great way to enjoy the weekend. Grab yourself something to eat, something to drink, and a spot on the fence. What more could you need? As right now, Jake Wood picking his way through and trying to make up a little bit of time on Gannon Lyons. And Carson Durkott has kind of clicked the afterburners. You see almost a maintaining of effort on the wood section, and in the motocross track, he drops the hammer. We know that is the spot he feels most confident in.
Zach, I'm just jumping in here, kind of catching up with what's going on. It looks like exactly what we saw in Moto #1.
Yeah, just about Durkott. Didn't quite grab the whole shot, but made some quick passes. We know how intense he is. We saw that last weekend out at High Voltage Hills, and he's putting that same kind of intensity on the opening half a lap or so. And then what I was just saying was that he's pretty much figured out a way to maintain his pace in the woods. He's not overriding. He talked about it. He's not always the most comfortable in these sections, but he gets on the motocross track, and that's where he's doing his damage, and that's a strategy in itself. Hey, know your strong suit, know where you're a little bit weaker, and manage the risk associated with it. So Lyons had to make a couple of quick moves. He's now in the #2 spot and has spaced things out over Jake Wood. And so, yeah, pretty much your top three almost identical to what we saw from Moto #1.
I was thinking about it on my way back here. I was hearing you over the PA speaker talking about how Durkott was out front. It kind of made me think last week you're only running a 4-lap moto versus a 30-minute moto here. So I'm wondering if that intensity from a 4-lap moto, you're going from the jump, is benefiting Durkott here as he's able to get out front and really sprint the first couple laps. And then, like you said, he's just kind of maintaining as the race goes along.
Whatever he's doing, it's working for him right now. We're watching the battle in the backside of the top 5. I believe that is Evan Kelly, and I'm trying to see if that's the 271 of
I believe it is, because I thought it said 571 the first time I saw it. So if you're seeing that number, then that is probably the number of Denis Artemenko. And then Kobe Benoit shouldn't be too far behind these guys.
Artemenko was nice right there. He could have forced the issue if he wanted to.
Well, don't forget, Kelly already has his championship wrapped up, so he's trying to finish off the season not only with a championship, but a first overall.
Don't forget, if you scan the QR code on your screen, you can learn more about these riders and pretty much any others on the Verve Prospect app. Brand new technology in the world of amateur motocross racing, now expanding into the off-road world as well. As a lap rider in between them, that's going to hold up to 271 just a little bit. Gannon Lyons has actually dropped back to the #5 spot, so some problems for the 261.
That is, uh-oh.
Oh, man, a tough break right there is trying to quickly remount the machine.
Uh-oh, now he's really unhappy with himself. Is that Artemenko? On the
I think 371 on the bike, 271 on the helmet.
So, yeah, he just lost his balance there coming out of that rut. Tried to save himself, kind of overcompensate. Now he's got to be careful. You see him riding a little bit angry there.
Yeah, he was trying to slap the bark buster up there as well. And, yeah, to your point, you can very quickly turn one mistake into several.
Cannot override, especially in the woods. Actually, while I was in line getting my food, I got a video from someone that's all the way in the back section, that downhill that we see, and it doesn't really do justice on the camera. and it was looking nasty. There's a lot of loose rocks on the hill, some big rocks. We saw some of the roots starting to show as well. So we'll keep an eye on that part of the track. Once we get back there, I kind of pointed out to you guys. See if we can't get a better look. It does not look like a good time, though.
Yeah, like we talked about, it took a bit longer here today, but as the soil's starting to dry out, it starts to kind of fall apart a bit more and skates up underneath the bike a bit easier. So certainly can give these guys a fit if they're not paying attention.
Who do we got on screen here, Zach? I believe that's
Jake Wood.
Jake Wood, okay.
Switch gear up on us here for the second moto.
So Wood kind of riding alone in his race. He's going to work his way around one of the back markers from one of our other classes. As everything settles down here, we had a little bit of a battle there between Kelly and Artemenko, but unfortunately Artemenko made that little mistake coming around the apple tree. As we work our way through the Power Sports of Utica back section here. And this is the hill, Zach, I believe, when they come down the other side of this thing. We're going to cut away from it. We'll get back to it eventually as we put Jake Wood back on screen, working his way around what used to be the old U2 track.
Meanwhile, that was Durkot just passing us by.
So we're watching as everybody cycles through that section earlier where it's kind of turned into inadvertent split lane, if you will. One section of the tree line here, you see a grouping of trees. You can go to the left side of it on the inside or the right side on the outside. As Jake Wood starts to come through as well. So a pretty good gap from Durkot back to Wood. And this is that section right here that I got the video of. You don't see it on this camera that well, but there is so many rocks down in that main line.
Well, it's almost one of those things where you've got to go down it, almost falling down it with the rocks rather than to try to tiptoe your way down because it moves around so much underneath the motorcycle. So again, kind of that lack of hesitation like Ryder Lafferty was talking about, just committing and flowing with the conditions rather than trying to fight and be almost too timid. It can cost you more in the long end.
You see it when they get to the top of the hill and they start to crest over. Not so much the A riders because they have the skill level to charge down the hill, but a lot of the kids you'll see in the C class, like a schoolboy or a super mini, they don't slide down the hill on the back brake. They just kind of drag it a little bit, which is the correct way to go down. You don't want to slide and lock the wheel up and drag the rocks with you. You want to just kind of be ready, foot on the pedal, and ease your way down the hill under control. So that looks like one of our female riders working our way through. Now we got, is that Jake Wood doing the sky shot?
Yep, Wood launched it. I saw Durkot just a minute ago make his way over it as well. Going to thread the needle between a few lap riders.
3 laps down here, probably 2 to go. The white flag will probably come through next time, but they just started this 4th lap, so quite a ways to go here left in this one, probably another 12 to 14 minutes. As it's still Durkot and Jake Wood. We lost Artemenko when he was battling with Kelly in that other class, in our C class. As we look at C200, Eli Carroll leading Jacob Trudeau and Wesley Wilcox. Quinn Maloney and Danny Secretore back there at 4th and 5th. C250, we've been following that one mainly here. Carson Durkot on the 37 leads the 251 and Jake Wood the 222 of Evan Kelly there in 3rd. C Open, you got Camden Houle leading the 428 of Xavier Allers, 737 of Seth Boucher, and then the C veteran Matthias Miranda, Colby Benoit, and Hunter Tannick, your top 3 in the C veteran. Try and keep tabs on that as everything unfolds. The B Open Electric, Ryan McKinney leading the 703 of Michael Kesey. And then the C Open Electric, Jack Hovling leaving Jake Popel, pardon me. A couple of Stark bikes out there. So just trying to give everybody a taste of what's going on in some of these other classes. There's not a whole lot of action up here in the front of the C class, so take a little bit of time and kind of shout everybody out, let everybody know on site If you have any riders battling up front, you can hear us over the PA. At least you got a little bit of an idea of where they sit in the overall standings and the moto standings.
Yeah, watching right now the 222 of Evan Kelly, who is your points leader in that 250C class, and by quite a big margin. So Kelly, if I'm not mistaken, more than likely already has the title wrapped up. That was one of the larger points gaps, if I'm not mistaken. So just trying to bring things home and close out his weekend on a positive note. Going to be doing some celebrating, as we are with most of our classes afterwards. And not just celebrating results, but celebrating a season as well, a historical season, as we like to call it here for JDay. Yeah, 104 points the gap between Evan Kelly and second place in the 250C class. So yeah, he could honestly pull off and wave at everybody for the rest of the moto if he wanted to, but he's a racer, he's a competitor. He made his way all the way up here to Unadilla, so Evan gonna go out in style and close out his season on a high note as well. Sitting up now in the number 3 spot overall.
Not only just celebrating a championship, but I was about to say, anybody out here that's made it to every race,
yeah.
And we're hearing that Evan didn't make it to every race, so he is one of the ones. That's something to celebrate in and of itself. I mean, motocross is a brutal sport. You're talking about surviving all summer long. As we're hearing Evan Kelly at every round, like we said, worst finish was 4th overall. So consistency showing you why he's leading the overall standings. And one rider was over the handlebars, and then I believe the bike might have been up, and we'll have to catch a replay in slow-mo. At first I thought it was him flipping, but then
that might have been the 271 of Artemenko again.
And that's what we were saying. You can't override this course. We'll have to
we'll see
catch a replay on that. I don't know if he flipped the bike over or if we just caught him at the right time and the bike was flipping with him. As Evan Kelly back on screen on the 222.
Looked like another rider off to the side of the track there trying to recover after a potential get off. So getting late in the day, this track and this entire course getting pretty brutal. Everybody going to have to be on their P's and Q's to bring things home. The balance of how much do I risk it versus needing to send it to make a pass happen. Right now, Evan Kelly, calm, cool, collected, and in a champion position right now. Evan maybe saving a little bit of energy for the vintage moto he's got coming up in just a little bit.
That's one thing I've seen over the weekend when we watch Evan Kelly ride is he's just smooth, consistent. Doesn't really let any other riders dictate how he's going to ride. He just rides his line. Doesn't risk it too much. Obviously, he wants to push. He wants to be up front. But he's not hanging it loose like you see some of the other riders where it's like, holy cow, he's just saved it, but that could have been really bad. We've never really seen any moments out of Evan Kelly, so a nice, consistent, smooth ride from him. And like we said, that's why he was able to hit every round this year and end up with a huge points lead. Obviously, it's at 104 points.
Sounds like we do have a replay of that crash we just caught the tail end of. We'll see if we can figure out who and what happened as we take a look. Watch the first. Oh, got a massive kick, rode the front end for quite some time, and then we can just hold it. I do believe, I think that is the same rider we saw down earlier.
It looks like the bike and gear combo of Artemenko. And what happened was, I think he saw those ruts and they were real dark. So there was some water sitting in there. He probably got into there. It kind of sucked him in a little bit more than he thought it was going to. And with the wrong body position, you go for a ride like you saw there. Well, good to see him hop right back up, though. I mean, that was a heavy hit.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, very similar to what we saw in the extreme section yesterday, where rider a bit too far over the back end, got a big rebound from the shock, and was up on top of the machine before they knew what had hit him, as Derricott doing a little El Hombre style, letting that jersey flow in the wind. As white flag is out. There it is. Final lap underway here for race number 9, C250, C Open, C200, C Vet, and BC Open Electric. Making their way through. Don't forget, if you guys are enjoying the coverage from today, that is our crew over at the Stoke Media Group. They're capturing and amplifying action sports and off-road racing from right here on the course. Big shout out to those guys. Just announcing they're going to be covering some of the ANEC as well, including here in just a few weeks. We'll have more airings, more coverage dropping all winter long. It's going to be exciting. Action sports, going to be covering some music stuff as well. Really excited to see what these guys have got going into the future. And if you want to learn more about it, you can go to stokemedia.net and follow them on social media as well. Stoke Media fueling the Fearless, and Fearless right now is the 37 of Carson Durkot. We caught him on the Stoke Media cam last weekend looking for some state championships, and now he's looking to add a JDay win to the collection as well, continuing to be the fastest rider on track, and that was Luxon lap times of 5:44 the last time through. Dunlop split lane. Funny, seems like majority of the guys were going red side early on, and now you're starting to see a lot of people head over to the rider's right-hand side.
Yeah, as the courses developed today, it looked like getting to the white line was a little bit harder. They were almost squaring it up, but now that middle line started to develop, and they're able to sweep into that white side, the right side. As we hop on board with the TBT Racing live drone, and Durkot pops out of the wood line just shortly as he works along the side of the trees that circle the infamous Unadilla Pro motocross track. He hops back on the backside of the motocross track. He'll drop down off the little hill, go up the big hill in the back into the woods for the second and last time of the day.
And that tells me how rough that section of track has gotten. Durkot, he put on quite the show last weekend out at High Voltage Hills. That was a rough motocross track itself, but the fact that he was struggling to get up on that step up just shows how chewed up some of these corners have gotten.
Yes, that's why I think you're seeing a lot of guys go to the outside down there just to get the drive up the hill. Because if you don't get over the first one, oh, we're claiming it. I'm not sure what he was waving to us or waving to maybe a buddy that's down. Trying to get a number. Hey, yep, he's on. It said, hey.
Doing his good Samaritan
duties
for the day.
103. Not sure who it is, the 103. Getting some help from either a family member out there in the back or just a fan enjoying the day. Looks like he was going to get back on the bike and get back going. We're back going with the 37 of Durkot.
And once again, that section right there is so easy for lap riders to get not in the way. They're following the main race line, but it just cut back across, and the rider's not paying attention. It could very easily take out their front end.
He's going to work his way through the power sports of Utica. Back trail here, bob and weave in and out of those trees. Going to have to bob and weave around a few lappers as well. Then he's going to drop back into the sky shot part of the track and hustle back up to the Yamaha finish line and take the checkered flag.
Try to close things out on a high note.
You see him being super patient back here. One of these riders on the KTM, one of the lappers, looked back almost to let him by, and Durkot kind of just said, go right ahead. I'm not going to worry about getting by you too fast here, as he's taking some smoother lines. Running next to the ribbon on the outside of the track here.
Durkot doesn't realize that KTM rider does not want to do another lap. He is begging him, put me a lap down, please. Did you see that hill we just went down? I'm not interested.
He's really almost refusing to pass him at this point.
He really is.
As they go into the FMF Extreme section for the last time of the weekend. All of our C classes, some of our biggest classes of the weekend. Now, I got to believe this guy's starting to swear under his helmet. Like, I'm going to pull over and stop and let you by if you don't pass me on your own.
So we'll see. Durkot threw some style for us out at High Voltage last weekend. We'll see if he's going to catch some air over that sky shot.
Yeah, here they go. He's finally going to say, okay, if you want me to pass you, I'll just pass you. Yeah, there it is. A little bit of a whip. And he's going to go up Horsepower Hill to the front of the track. He's going to cross the finish line, and he's going to get interview number 2 of the day with us here up in the Stoke Media booth.
How about it, Carson?
Oh, even better of a whip there off the smaller table.
I like it. He's fired up, and as he should be, the checkered flag comes out. And it is Carson Durkot on top once again, going 1-1 here today in the 250C class. Rest of the field going to start to make their way through, take the checkered flag, and we will get ready to chat it up with the 37 here in just a moment. Very solid ride for him. There is Jake Wood, looking maybe just a little disappointed here, was hoping to back up that result from yesterday. But nonetheless, a solid finish up inside the top 3. And then Evan Kelly on the 222, going to try to cruise things in and try to secure a title. But it sounds like we've got Carson Durkot back on the mic. Well, Carson, I'm telling you what, if you said you weren't comfortable in the extreme section, you made it hard to tell because you looked great out there, man. How are we feeling here in this second moto?
I was feeling really good. The track is pretty shot, so it's finding smooth lines, but take different lines than lappers, and you're going to find a smooth line.
Yeah, we saw you exploring out there a little bit. Did you feel a little bit more comfortable here in this Moto 2, or because of how much the track's broken down, it was still pretty difficult for you?
It got a little bit easier. There's more lines, but them watering between the motos was not smart. It's very slippery, but since they filled in the extreme section, it's gotten way better.
Hey, well, you were able to put on a show for us, man. We go 1-1 on the day. Who's celebrating with you after such a good performance?
Oh, I don't know. Probably my mom, my dad, and all my sponsors.
How about it? Let's hear it. The 37 of Carson Durkot gets the job done. Congrats, Carson. We'll be celebrating with you here later. The Luxon post-race interview here from the C-Class is getting wrapped up, and we'll get ready to give you that MX Trophies race recap here from Moto number 9. Race 10, you should be sitting on the starting line. Women's Pro, A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and Sportsman. But when the flag dropped, a whole gaggle of C-Class riders made their way into turn number 1, and a couple of them ended up staying there for a little bit. A little bit of a collision there in that first gate drop. Hopefully everybody okay and able to rejoin the race. But this is what it's all about. A huge turnout this weekend at Unadilla. Great way to close out the season. And we've had some great battles, even further, you know, outside the top 5 in all of these classes. Everybody racing for different stories. We've got championships on the line. We've got riders just trying to finish inside the top 3, the top 5. We've got riders that aren't in the points at all that would love to show what they were capable of if they were able to do the full season. Uncle Secretary almost found himself having a duff get off there, but he saves it. And I believe maybe going to secure that C200 championship as well. So that'll be a fun one to celebrate with. And our girls classes going to be coming up next in the C and B division. C Vet, a massive hole shot from the outside. That was probably one of the bigger gaps that we saw just exiting the first corner. But Carson Durkot, not much you can say about it. He got out front, double checked to make sure that was the drone, and didn't really look back from there. Jake Wood doing a great job of maintaining a top 3 position for the entire moto as well. A couple of riders having some bad luck, some mistakes costing them, but this track, just like Carson was saying, getting absolutely brutal. Down this hillside, Josh even saying Cameron doesn't quite do justice just how steep it is. But how about it? Style for miles and a big win. Going to the number 37. Durkot shows up on Championship Sunday. Goes 1-1 here in the C-Class. Brings out that checkered flag. We'll give you a look at that Pro Taper top 10. And it was Carson Durkot grabbing the win. Jake Wood and Evan Kelly going to round out your top 3. Dennis Artemenko in the number 4 spot. Connor Mancuso in 5. Tyler Olson, Ryan McKinney, Eli Carroll. Scratch that. Nicholas Perzale takes the number 7 spot. Kyle Perrin in the 8. Ryan McKinney 9. And Eli Carroll rounds out your top 10 here in the C classes. We'll get ready to send things to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we will close out the season with our women's pro class. Race number 3, Moto number 2. Getting to the final few races of the afternoon and the final few races of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. We'll be right back.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassinari, Luxon MX, 100%. Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
We are back live on Racer TV, the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix, day 2, round 8 of 8. Here, live coverage powered by Stoke Media. We got Women's Pro coming up. We're going to let some of our C riders, you see them on the hill there, they're just finishing up their run. We want to thank everybody who's tuning in at home on Racer TV. Everybody on site, if you guys are tuning in on the phones or the iPads or whatever you might have, thank you for tuning in and supporting us. We are showing the overview here on screen. Like we said, Women's Pro on the line. They're going to go out with a vet, a senior, schoolboy, and sportsman will be row 4. So 4 waves of riders hitting the track. And unfortunately for everybody else in this race here, there's only 3 riders that seem to put on a show today that we can cover. And it's been a show all weekend long, Zach.
Yeah, it's one of those deals where right when you think, you know, even of the 3, who's kind of the standout rider, 3 different motos of the Women's Pro so far and 3 different winners. We'll see what we've got in store here for moto number 4, but it is definitely going to be a fun one to watch. Addie Harris, Kayla O'Neill, and Mallory Pickard have been putting on a clinic all weekend long, putting on, laying it all out on the line, giving a lot of heart, and it's been a ton of fun to watch. We'll see, hopefully we'll get Destiny Artesian up in the mix as well. I know she had a big get off in that first turn in Moto 1, so I'd like to see her up in the battle as well. But yeah, I gotta say, I think the standout rider of today, at least in this class, is your reigning champ, the number 1 of Kayla O'Neill. You see her and her father right there as well. Smile on the face, always with a lot of positive vibes over there in the O'Neill pits, even when things don't go her way. But yeah, no doubt about it. She stepped up big time here today, and I'm excited to see if she's able to back it up here in Moto number 2. Addie Harris, always fast off of the start. We know battling back from injury, had a great performance yesterday, and is looking to do exactly what she did in Moto 2 yesterday. But I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the Husqvarna of Mallory Pickard. Was just a touch off of the pace here in Moto number 1, even compared to what we saw yesterday. Not sure if maybe just wasn't jiving with the track, just whatever it was. Just didn't quite seem like Mallory was riding like herself in that first moto. So that is one of the beauties of JDay, 2-moto format. Take and arguably a completely different track. Obviously a lot rougher. Things have developed significantly different over the last few hours. So we'll see whether or not that will work in the favor of Pickard, who we know is tough as nails and is going to give this thing all she's got all the way to the checkered flag. So there she is, grabbing one more quick sip of water, going to throw the goggles on and get ready to rock. There you see, sun's out, guns out, Destiny Artesian ready to get up in the mix as well. I dare you to try to cut me off in the first turn again this time. She's ready to rock. The 1 minute fingers up in the air there from Ethan, letting them know I ain't messing around.
I'd say she got her sleeves dirty there in that first turn crash, but obviously she doesn't have no sleeves all weekend long.
She's putting some skin in the game, is what I was saying. Yeah,
she
no doubt about it.
Sure is. Getting her bronze on, getting some tan on those arms.
No doubt. We're going to have that 30-second card up in the air right about now. And after that, it is it's all down to them. This is the final Women's Pro Moto of the 2026 season. Kayla O'Neill just about 30 minutes away from clinching another Women's Pro title. And she'd love to do it very similar to how we saw in the Super Mini class. You go out on top in the Moto on the weekend and on the season. Here we go. Women's Pro Moto number 2. Getting ready to come at you. Addie Harris lightning off the start all weekend long. Another great jump from the 525.
O'Neill and Pickard look like they had a little bit of trouble getting going there.
Yep, Artesian actually getting a great jump as well. She's going to be second across the stripe. O'Neill trying to make some quick work, and this time Pickard's right there with her as well. So I think a lot of the way this moto is going to shape up, Josh, is going to be within the next 5 to 7 minutes. That first lap and a half, especially yesterday in Moto 2, that seemed to be the difference maker for a rider like Addie Harris.
I'm really interested to see if Pickard maybe went back, hit the reset button. Maybe she just wanted to change something as far as the settings go, because yesterday she had the pace to run up front. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, in the first moto, she kind of fell off a little bit there at the end. Not sure what the story is, but hopefully she was able to get something figured out and she can get up there and battle for that overall win. with O'Neill and Harris.
No doubt about it. Now, another talking point in the full big picture is the riders in these classes as well, A vet and A senior. We've got some great points battles going on, racing for their own points, their own championship, and racing up into the battle of the women's pro as well. We'll see whether or not, look at that, 3 wide it looked like headed into turn number 1. So the vets and seniors, the top level of them, going to be going to work now as well as they make their way through turns 1 and 2 as well. One rider, just sliding out ever so slightly. Thought he was going to be able to save it.
We'll have to check in and see who we got out front. I believe that was the number 54, Hagentogler. Your first moto winner just started to slide up in there into the top 3. So he's been the man to beat here in these vet A motos as the 30 card is going up on our next row of riders.
Schoolboy going to be coming at you. Trevor Harris and DJ LeBlanc been the top 2 here in this one, trading some wins back and forth. We'll see if anyone else can jump up in the mix and show them what they're capable of. Look at that, one rider, no goggles, starting things off. That is a bold move, Cotton, but we will let you do your thing.
He's planning on getting the whole shot.
He's got glasses too. You'd think you'd want to protect those, but
not. I hope those are scratch resistant as we see. LeBlanc and Harris
bumping and banging, elbows out, and it looks like LeBlanc going to lead them around, but watch Harris around the outside. Can he carry the momentum headed into the next corner? This is exactly what we saw him do in moto number 1. Not quite close enough. LeBlanc leaves the throttle on and grabs the early race lead.
And now that's a little bit of payback for Moto 1 because we remember Harris kind of pushed LeBlanc a little bit wide in Moto number 1. So LeBlanc comes in, puts the elbows out and says, hey, I could do that too. As we see one rider riding around on the inside. Did I see a yellow flag come out there into gravity cavity?
We had a rider down in that C class as well entering gravity cavity. Hopefully going to be a similar situation where not a big get off as we get ready for our sportsman class. Once again, a non-championship points paying class. So a lot of these riders you're going to find later in the afternoon in the pro class. And then a lot of them just out there having a good time, trying to get some laps out here at Unadilla, make the most of their weekend. Great start there from Cooper Jones. He's looking over. He sees the Kawasaki of Rivers Morris leading them into turn number 1. Trying to see, was that Thorne Devlin? I saw a rider in, it looked like the all black gear as well, but I'm not sure. Might just be seeing things again. As looks like it is Jones and Morris running 1 and 2. Nice little move there from Cooper Jones through the switchbacks. And he's going to take over the number 1 spot. No, I do not believe that is Thorne Devlin. But that is a clean and clear start here for this one. We'll see how things going to shake up at the top of the field.
So interesting to see if Ryder Laverty is out here in this one. He was running the sportsman class in the first moto. Like you talked about yesterday, someone looking to get some extra track time, check out how the track's going to evolve. We'll see, does he want to see some more lines, or is he just going to preserve his energy for the moto at the end of the day? I'm not sure. I didn't see him up front as we got a pass already here in our women's pro class. Mallory Pickard got around Kayla O'Neill there. Not sure if the pass was just made, but I saw him come through the wooded section back there, and she was up into the second place spot.
There you see a little bit of breathing room for Addie Harrison, and Pickard and O'Neill going to work in the 2 and 3 spot. We'll see how this works out. We talked to Kayla O'Neill after that first moto, stepping up big time as far as the moto skills go, but still trying to work up confidence to send that big sky shot. Certainly understandable. That is a massive jump for any level of rider, but it is one that both Harris and Pickard are doing as well. So she talked about it, knew she had to step things up in the woods if she was going to be willing to sacrifice time by not doing that jump. So let's see how O'Neill responds here in this one. She finds herself in the number 3 spot early on.
We'll see. The first moto, she had a little bit more intensity at the early stages of the moto. We'll see if she's able to channel that here. It looks like she's kind of easing herself into this moto. So a different strategy. Not a different strategy from Harris, though. Harris has got one speed when she gets his whole shot, and that is to go as hard as she can the first couple laps and try and get away from these girls.
Well, again, as we get down to the final little bit of the day, O'Neill got to be thinking about the championship as well. And so at this point, how much are you really going to risk it? It is definitely something where she would not want to throw it away just because she decided to go for a jump that was not going to win her the championship. So we continue to watch O'Neal chase after Pickard and Harris.
They're working their way around the front side of the track through the Yamaha finish line for the first time. We are riding along with them on the TBT Racing live drone. 1 lap down, probably 4 or 5 more to go, depending on how the pace sorts out, as O'Neal kind of latching on to the back of Mallory Pickard. We see it on the Stoke Media battle cam. The 736 Husqvarna rider Mallory Pickard in second. The 310 Yamaha rider of Kayla O'Neal running that big number 1 on the front number plate, trying to ride this one home so she can continue to carry that number 1 on the front number plate into the 2027 JDay Series as well.
And again, this situation could work to the favor of Addie Harris. If we get a Pickard-O'Neal battle going once again, oftentimes that slows the two of them down, whereas Harris out front able to take her lines, focus on what she needs to do. You see her about 3 seconds faster than Pickard the last time, who was 2 seconds faster than O'Neal. So we will continue to see whether or not the gap builds for Harris, or whether or not the duo between 2 and 3 actually brings them right to the rear wheel of the 525.
We remember yesterday, Harris was stronger in the second moto than she was in the first moto, so we'll see if that's a carbon copy today. Not sure if she figures things out a little better as the day goes on. Maybe she gets a little bit more comfortable with the track. As we go into the Dunlop split lane, we'll see if the popular line now continues. As they kind of run that middle section and then they dive over to left side of the screen, right side if you are on the track. And as I say that, just like we always see, she goes the opposite way. Probably all 3 of them will. Nope. All right, I was 66.6% right.
We'll take that. 2 out of 3 ain't too bad. Here we go into the Dunlop split lane, and O'Neal kind of just soaking up and following behind Mallory Pickard, trying to see if she can pick up on a couple of lines there. Watching Harris.
So we're kind of expecting, based on the first 3 races we've seen from these girls this weekend, we're kind of expecting things to tighten up.
Josh probably wondering what the heck I am staring at. Josh, it is starting to sprinkle.
Oh, you are not wrong. It is starting to rain.
How about that? So we talked about it. I thought I saw a bit earlier on, but now and nothing, no downpours or anything like that, at least for the moment, but we do have a little bit of sprinkling going on in the air. We heard in that last moto, Durkot giving his opinion on the track conditions and the water being laid down, and now Mother Nature throwing her name into the ring as well. So that was a bit of a kick there for that rider headed back up the hillside. So we'll see whether or not the sprinkle continues, whether or not it picks up at all, and whether or not it plays a role in the track conditions as well. At the moment, at least, probably nothing more than cooling some of the riders down, maybe getting on the goggle lenses.
I just pulled the radar up on my phone. We're just kind of on the edge of one of these rain cells. I don't think we're going to see much significant rain, maybe a little bit of a light shower. Doesn't look like it'll be anything significant. As we are watching on track, we got Addison Harris, Mallory Pickard, Kayla O'Neal. Your top 3, Cooper Jones leading the sportsman class. LeBlanc getting the best of Trevor Harris right now in the schoolboy class. They've been kind of having their own little battle all weekend long. As on screen, you're going to see Hagen-Togler. He's working his way like we've seen all weekend long. He works his way up through the girls, some of the other faster guys in our senior A and Fat A riders. They've been respectfully getting around the girls, not really getting involved in their race too much.
Yeah, doing a great job, and cool to see from the vets and senior riders as well. But yeah, to your point, this oftentimes yesterday we saw leading to the riders closing up the gaps within those women's pro races because they were making passes happen. So we'll see whether or not it has the same effect here today.
Well, you got to believe Kayla O'Neal is going to hope it has the same effect.
Watching Kayla O'Neal make her way through. And again, no panic button for O'Neal. Like we said, well in driver's seat of the championship, but also she's got Pickard in sight. We talked about it. These riders really good at keeping the emotions level, keeping it calm, especially if you can see those riders in front of you as well. So no need to stress too much, but if nothing else, good to see a response from Pickard. I was concerned that we were going to see her off the pace once again. It just seemed like she couldn't quite get a groove going in that first moto. So we'll see what she's got in the tank here for Moto 2 and how much of a fight she's going to be able to bring to Addie Harris.
Well, we touch on the groove and being comfortable while you're out here on the track. If you're not comfortable in Moto 1, it's really hard to push the pace and try and run up front with Harris and O'Neal. Obviously, this time out, she's looking a little more comfortable. We don't know if it was a bike change or maybe just a mental reset like we talk about. Sometimes in between motos, you just go put the headphones in, just kind of forget everything, black out that last moto if you weren't happy with it, and then you continue to race forward as we see a couple of our other riders on screen. Not sure who that is. The 479 is coming through. Don't see a entry number that matches the bike number. Might be running a different number than he has on bike. The 778 comes through as well. So that is Adam Clark on the KTM. Believe it might be Daryl Sear in front of him as we are checking back in with our women's pro riders. As Zach, I believe I'm seeing Mallory Pickard is pulled up to the back tire of Addison Harris.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. It looks like Pickard maybe just a bit more pace.
So Pickard finding her groove here in the middle of this one as we are about 2.5 laps in what should probably be a 5-lap moto. So just about the halfway point.
Big shout out to our good friend Selena hooking us up with the iced Red Bull edition here. I know you don't want it, so I'm taking 2. I'm fired up, and this is going to get me through the end of the day. If you're concerned about my caffeine intake, don't be. I can handle it, folks. All right, so this is going to get us through the end of the day.
Zach Herron going on Red Bull 3 and 4. He's not even going to take his flight home. He's just going to fly there.
Yep, yeah, exactly. I'm all jacked up on Red Bull. Here we go. Into the Dunlop split lane, and O'Neal going to try to get the groove going here in this one. This is almost similar to what we saw from Pickard in Moto number 1. It's just not riding bad, not riding off, but just not quite able to take that next little step up and match the intensity. You got to wonder whether or not Pickard is able to kind of see what Harris is doing as well and able to pick apart those lines. If O'Neal can get maybe 3 to 4 bike lengths closer, she'll be able to do the same thing with Mallory, and that might help her close in ever so slightly. But like we talked about, it's definitely tough as a rider when you know, whether it's moto, off-road, if there's a certain section of the course that you know is a bad spot for you. And you got to think O'Neal tries to make an effort either before or after that sky shot section to really push, because she knows she's sacrificing some time there. And so be curious to see over this next lap or two how things are going to unfold here at the front of the women's pro class.
Not entirely sure what happened with Harris and Pickard. Pickard had pulled right up to the back tire. Then they got back into the woods. Harris must have some good lines in the woods. Maybe feels a little bit more comfortable in there.
Well, you also got to wonder where the effort level's at for Harris. How much was she pushing? She's also a very aware rider. We've seen her look over, even when Hogenthaler went by her, she looked over, checked up, let him get by, didn't want to risk colliding with that rider. So if she looked over, looked back, and saw Mallory Pickard, I've got to believe she's going to try to wick it back up. But the question is she able to? Here comes the Husqvarna of Mallory Pickard. Addie and Mallory got a bit of history with each other. They've battled multiple times before, including yesterday, and we're getting ready to add another chapter to the story here in this one.
You're talking about her looking over and being very aware, so I'm sure she knows she's already there. So we'll see, is there a response coming from Harris, or does Pickard really have her claws into her and she's going to be able to run the pace the rest of the way with her? As we watch them kind of bob and weave in that Power Sports Utica back section. Was that? Don't believe that was our leaders that had just gone by.
Don't think so.
If it was, then Pickard was about to go around the outside, but I don't believe so. Harris would have come, or I'm sorry, O'Neal would have come through by now. I believe that was just some of the back markers.
Yeah, I think it's this next.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, there's Harris running that low line, and then Pickard doing that little switchback, loses just a little bit of time right there. That's where we saw the pass made from O'Neal. And you notice how Harris has now adapted that line as well. So these ladies very smart and strategic with the way they change the lines up throughout. But yeah, another point we talk about O'Neal in the points position, looking to back up her title. Consistency pays off, not just in the motos, but at the rounds as well. You can always bet you're going to see the 310 or the big number 1 on the Yamaha of Kayla O'Neal. She's at every round this season, and she's been up in the mix every single round as well. So O'Neal, got to think, just trying to close this story and add another number 1 plate to the collection. Certainly deserving so, as Addie Harris continues to fight and push forward. We saw yesterday, even when Pickard showed her a wheel, Harris not scared to close the door on her. Made it very clear, if you want it, you got to take it. Look at this, problems for Pickard right there through the extreme section.
Didn't completely dump it, but she definitely lost a little bit of time there. And we saw this yesterday, and we're seeing it in this moto as well. Harris responds very well whenever Pickard or O'Neal gets to the back tire. She's able to find another gear and pick it back up. And between that and the mistake from Pickard, this thing is opened up 5 to 10 seconds. Is now O'Neal. You don't want to say she's just mailing it in. She's not quitting, but she's definitely in the back of her mind, got to be thinking championship. Not really willing to push it over the edge, just to run the pace up front here with Harris and Pickard. You know she'd love to be up there.
I will say, I looked outside the Stoke studio. She jumped further on the sky shot than I think I've seen her jump most of the weekend. So something to be said about that. Just saying.
Inch by inch.
Yep, getting there.
Foot by foot.
Yeah, who knows? She's liable to throw a Justin Barsha just absolute pancake on the final lap.
She's been saving it.
She's been waiting.
She's been spending the whole year letting people think she can't ride moto, and she's going to stamp the championship by going upside down off sky shot on the last lap.
They've actually got a ramp at the O'Neal compound. She's just been Jared McNeil style here. As the 310, the big number 1 on the front number plate. Kayla O'Neal, your reigning Women's Pro Champion, looking to back it up here in 2026. And that's a tall task. They say, you know, often you even hear top pro racers say the same thing. It's one thing to win the title. You know, you've worked so hard for it. You've dreamt of it your whole life. But when you accomplish the goal, there's almost a what now? Now, how do you match that intensity? How do you match that drive of doing something that you've never accomplished before? And O'Neal up for the challenge. Like we said, always one of the most positive and optimistic racers in the pits. And she's been able to find a way. Consistency, race smarts as well played a big part into this, managing the risk, managing the effort throughout the season. And O'Neal puts herself in the right spot once again.
Well, we've talked about it all weekend. It's nice to be winning races, but you got to be at the races to win the races. So in this situation, Harris and Pickard unfortunately not able to make all the rounds. O'Neal staying there consistently, picking up her points when she can, taking advantage of riders that weren't able to make it all the way through the series. And now you see her at the end of the year with a comfortable points lead, and she's just able to cruise it in. As now Pickard starts to close back up to Harris as they go through the Dunlop split lane. Harris goes left, Pickard goes right. We'll see which line works out better. We hop on our Fox FPV drone, waiting for our women to come out of the wood section, and there is Harris, comes out first.
Little dab of the foot there from Harris. That was where we saw the big get off in that C-Class moto as well. So deceivingly deep, some of these ruts. And I believe that was one of the A riders, the senior riders. Might have been Hopkins. They just split a second ago as well. I was taking a look down the running order.
Waiting to see where Pickard is. We got one of our lap riders who moves right out of the way. No blue flags out here. He must have heard her coming, as Pickard's still right there behind her, though. So this is the closest we've seen Pickard get here within the last lap or two. And now we see, does Harris answer the call and step it up again, or is Pickard able to stay with her? Twice now we've seen her get to her, and Harris was able to get away. So we're going to see what happens the third time here as O'Neal comes through going up the hill. And now we see lap traffic starting to play into this. Oh, pardon me, that is not a lapper. That's just someone in the other division.
Well, and Harrison's got to be careful here because she checked up big time to try to let that rider get around, and that's put Pickard right back up to her rear wheel. Meanwhile, O'Neill having to block the inside as well. Almost came together with a different rider. Now Mallory Pickard right back to the rear wheel of Addie Harris.
You saw Harris look over her shoulder when that other rider went by. I'm not sure if she thought it was Pickard or if she was just trying to do her best to get out of that rider's way. But either way, it cost her a whole bunch of time, and it let Pickard come right up to the rear wheel.
Climbing back up through the switchbacks here. Again, Harris not easily rattled at all, continuing to just hammer away. 3 laps in the books. Let's see. Harris going to take this low line. Pickard picks up on it, realizes that's faster, not going to be where the pass happens.
So Kayla O'Neill a little bit off the pace in this one, our first moto winner. She is back there in third, kind of riding around all by herself, just rolling in for the championship, if you will. She's letting Pickard and Harris go to war over the overall. So right now, Addie Harris on a 2-1, Mallory Pickard on a 3-2. If she's able to make the pass, that will be the overall.
Got a glimpse of Hopkins right there again, and then Cooper Jones still out front leading the way in the sportsman class. Trying to see who that was. LeBlanc continues to lead the way in the schoolboy class. Him and Harris have had quite the battle. But yeah, we saw Hopkins on the 96 just a minute ago, sitting in the number 2 spot in his class. Hogan Togler and Hartzenfeld on the 960, 1 and 2 in the A vets. There is Hopkins running second behind Andy Mateo in the A senior class. And back into Sky Shot territory we go.
So I believe the white flag is going to come out here. We're going to be 4 laps complete. Based on lap times, we're going to check it here in just a second when they cross the stripe. Interesting line choice from Pickard.
Yeah.
Good idea not to follow, but at the bottom of the hill, you kind of want to keep your momentum on the outside and that line that Harris had.
Yeah, a bit more drive going up the hill, and it works out for her. As here is the white flag, final lap for the women's pro class. And just like we talked about yesterday, Josh, that sense of energy, kind of that refreshed feeling for Addie Harris on this final lap. You know she's put in the work to lead this far. The last thing she wants to do is give it away here on the final lap of racing.
It's definitely a sense of relief. I didn't lead many motos in my day when the white flag came out, so I can't totally relate. But I got to believe it is a sense of relief. And it's a sense of urgency for Pickard because she's starting to push the pace now as she's kind of slipping and sliding on that slick hard pack up before they dropped into gravity cavity, and she just launched out of gravity cavity. That was like as far as some of the pro guys go. So she's starting to push the issue now. And they are going to work their way around the apple tree one more time. And that brief shower we had probably felt good on the riders, but now that is just making these slick spots even slicker as we got one of our big bike riders, I believe that's Hopkins on the 96, patiently waiting for a chance to get around these two girls. Like we've been saying, super respectful of these guys to not get tangled up inside the race, even though they're running their own race, as they run around Destiny Artesian. And they're going to put her a lap down. Destiny out there still spinning her laps.
Identical
no
lap
sleeves
times for Addie Harris and Mallory Pickard. That is awesome to see. And we are going to chat with our moto winner as well with our champion when the checker flag comes out. So our finish line flagger, if you can hear that, we'll need whoever wins the moto, and we'll also need Kayla O'Neill over to the Fox podium. But at this point, yeah, it's anybody's guess who that's going to be. Shaking and baking right now. Harris and Pickard going to work, and hopefully Hopkins not going to interject himself into this mix.
Well, I think he might be content. Now he's gonna. He was trying not to pass her, so hopefully he'll probably based on the way that these guys are riding with these ladies, he'll probably try to pick the pace up and go around Harris pretty quickly so he doesn't become a part of this race.
Yeah, and tough spot for Hopkins. He's battling for his own championship in that senior class, sitting in the number 2 spot right now on track. So, yeah, he's only a couple of points ahead. Yeah, Control Tone is about 2 points ahead. So, honestly, learning that, I'm kind of surprised he did force the issue a bit more. So, props where it's due. Hopkins, see a little glance over there from Harris. Not going to stress too much about closing up the inside. Maybe, I don't know, she only saw white fenders.
I was just going to say, she probably only saw white and she wasn't sure. Now, obviously, she'll see the blue jersey and be a little bit relieved. But right here now, Pickard's pulled right up alongside of her as they go way out into the back part of the track.
Oh, Pickard's got a good line up this hill.
If Harris knows she's there, she's able to shut the door. A good decision from Pickard to try and square her up at the top of the hill, but Harris kind of being one of those wily veterans you hear him talk about when some of these riders get deep into a pro career, able to guard the inside and the outside all in the same turn.
Like
we saw her do this yesterday, though.
She's very aware, and I mean, a lot of this, I think, comes from the awareness of the off-road racing world, especially in the WXC class. These riders deal with a lot of pro racers, including some Sportsman A riders that are sometimes faster than the women's pro. So this is familiar territory for somebody like a Harris and O'Neill. Pickard in the mix right now. She's got a very clear goal. It's the person right in front of her. But Addie almost having to ride with eyes in the back of her head, use her hearing, her peripheral vision to be able to figure out how hard to push, where to defend. And she's doing a great job at it, closing in on the final few sections of racetrack. The Stoke Battle Cam picks it up. It is Addie Harris and Mallory Pickard, and only about 2 bike lengths between them.
Now we're starting to see some other riders that are probably going to play into the mix here. Hopkins was still in front of him. It didn't look like he was riding too urgently. So I don't know if this is going to hold up Harris at all. There's still a second or two in between them. But if they get any closer, Harris is going to have to start looking for a way to go back around Hopkins, as Hopkins kind of probably just enjoying a nice last lap here before he gets his championship.
Yeah, it's a tough spot right now. Hopkins, I would think, ideally for Harris, Hopkins would get away a bit more, because not only is he right there, you got to be worried on whether he's going to make a mistake. You're getting roosted, and we've heard from several people that's not fun here at Unadilla. So headed into the extreme section once again. Several riders up ahead, including ones look a little bit hesitant. This could be a big moment in this race. Oh, look at this, a move from Pickard. She's going to force the issue.
Oh, they both go down.
Oh, look at that. The move from Pickard, and now her bike on top of Harris's. It's a drag race to get back to the feet. Addie, not the tallest in the field. You see her trying to regain the balance.
Oh, and now we got... Yeah, I
So
got
Harris,
this.
more problems for Addie Harris. Here comes Kayla O'Neill. She's going to pick up 1 spot, 2 spot from 3rd to 1st. What a shakeup. That's going to be a lookout.
Oh, and it gets worse for Pickard.
Oh, my goodness, the chaos here in this class. What is happening? That was Addie Harris, just went back by.
FMF extreme section.
O'Neill trying to get the bike fired back up.
Chaos.
Mallory Pickard absolutely went for it.
And now that is, she's got to be careful. She doesn't know it, obviously, but that banner was in the back brake.
Yeah, got to be careful for sure. Addie Harris retakes over the number 1
chaos.
spot. Kayla O'Neill going to finish up in the number 2 ride. I don't even want to say any of this because anything could happen here in the final 100 couple feet of racetrack. What a chaotic 30 seconds. I mean, that 30 minutes, the race breaks down to 30 seconds. The checker flag flies, and it is going to be Addie Harris crossing the line in first. And we will hear from Addie Harris and from Kayla O'Neill here at the Fox finish line. And don't forget, Addie Harris battling some injury as well. Yeah, you got to wonder whether or not that's going to injure the shoulder there. And I'd pay money to have a mic right now in between those 2 bikes to hear what the thoughts are after the race.
I can't wait to see the replay because that was insanity.
Let's see what happens here. Oh, we're going to see what
we fell enough on the course, ladies. We don't need to keep going.
No, you're good. I was literally good. I was just like, I didn't know who. I was like, oh my gosh. Me and Addie came together right before it. Yeah, we smashed into each other. And then I was like pissed off. And I went back on. And then our parents are running.
So How about it? Everybody's smiling and laughing. I don't think there was any intention to try to take anyone out, but honestly, props to Pickard. She had to go for it. You know, she left 100%. It all out on the line, and didn't quite work out the way she had wanted, but that was, I mean, the whole race broke down to about 45 seconds. They flip-flopped, I think, 2 or 3 times within about 40 feet of racetrack. Ladies, if you can hear us down there, we're going to grab Addie Harris first on the Fox podium, your race winner, and break down this moto, and then we will chat it up with Kayla O'Neill, your 2026 Women's Pro Champion. What a closing quarter of a lap, if that much. That was...
We're just going to say chaotic 100 feet.
Yeah, that's about all
Put them on the mic. I want everybody's perspective on this.
Yeah, honestly, I got no problem with it. We can chat with Pickard, too. I'd love to go through that and see what happened, as what a race it was. Props to all 3 of those ladies for being in the fight all the way down to the checkered flag. Addie Harris grabbing the second moto win, and it didn't come without some festivities and some excitement. Addie, take us through it. We knew you were going to be strong in this second moto. You got the start once again, and then take us through things, and you got to tell us about that last half a lap or so.
Yeah, it was pretty gnarly. The beginning of the race, I was like, all right, just like ride your own race, be smart, and if like you have your good lines, like you'll be all set. So I'm sorry, a lot just happened.
I bet. I'm impressed you're able to talk already. Yeah, it seemed like you adapted a couple of lines. Saw you moving to some of the far lines where O'Neill was able to make the pass in lap number 1. Did we go back and look at any of those lines? Were you looking at spots on the track between motos?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you bike the track, and it looks totally different when you're on your dirt bike out there.
No doubt about it. Yeah, it was some great adaptations that you made there between Moto 1 to Moto 2. And then, yeah, break it down for us. So we're headed into the FMF Extreme section. Did you know Pickard was right there on the rear wheel?
Yeah, I could hear it behind me, but I was like, all right, you just got to be slow and just make it through the extreme. No, it was complete chaos. We hit each other. Both our parents are there, and I got this weak collarbone. I'm trying to pick up my bike, and it's just not going anywhere. So I was like, all right, get back on the bike, crash again on the log on the other side. Oh, dude, you're kidding me. I was like, this whole race just got thrown away. Like, all right, whatever, just keep riding to the end. I look on top of the hill, and there's Kayla and Mallory. I was like, go. Like, don't wait.
Yeah, you dropped the hammer, and from that point, there was no looking back. Well, props to you. Didn't give up, didn't let the emotions get the best of you, and you bring it in for a moto win. Who's celebrating with you? Because after a race like that, you certainly deserve some celebration.
My whole family at home, my dad, my brother, everybody else, KTM team, everybody else that's like watching and supporting me.
Well, congratulations, Addie. Go get some ice on that shoulder. We'll see you at the podium after the races are done. Great ride out there.
Thank you.
All right, so Addison Harris grabbing the moto win. We're going to take a look at the top 10, and then we'll switch things around and chat it up with your champion, Kayla O'Neill. It was Addie Harris, Kayla O'Neill, and Mallory Pickard, 1, 2, and 3. Destiny Archidian finishing up in that number 4 spot there for your women's pro class. And, yeah, we have said it. I think this has been the most action-packed Women's Pro weekend, and what a way to close things out, coming down to the final couple hundred of meters of racetrack. All-out chaos, but at the end of the day, she finishes up in the number 2 spot in the moto, and she backs up her Women's Pro Championship. Kayla O'Neill gets the job done. Now we're getting ready to chat it up with her here at the Fox podium. I believe she's got the headset on. Kayla O'Neill. Wait a second. We got to get it on. She got to make sure here. We got to make the announcement, make it official here. She's worked hard for it.
That was chaotic for her, and it was the least eventful part of
literally,
the other two were even
she just got
more
thrown
chaotic.
into it there, yeah. Well, how about it, Kayla O'Neill? You are the 2026 Women's Pro JDay champion. You back it up here, your second year, and I mean, it came down to the final few meters of racetrack. Chaos ensuing. You got caught up in the mix of it. Take us through the whole moto and how you were feeling out there.
Yeah, I honestly started out a little tight. I wish I had my first moto as my second moto. But I just kind of fell off a little bit. You know, the Sportsman A guys get in between us, and then it's kind of hard because, at least for me, like, I'd catch them again, but they just passed me, so it was kind of hard. I felt like I had to check up a lot on that. But I could still see them, so I knew it was close. I knew they were close together. I kind of had a feeling something may happen in the extreme section. I come around. My dad is jumping, like, hurry up. I come around. I see the two of them, and then I get over log. I go up the hill, and then I feel just something hit me from the side. It was very chaotic, but I'm happy that I came out unscathed and I finished second place, and I'm leaving as a champion, so that's all that really matters.
No doubt about it. Yeah, the consistency throughout the whole season pays off. You were at every round. You were in the mix as well. Talk to us about what that takes, the consistency, the ups, the downs. I mean, we've had the sands of Florida, the clay of Lake Sugartree, all kinds of conditions, and you were able to put it together and find yourself on top.
Yeah, I definitely had some highs and lows. I had some solid rounds. I'm really happy with the way my riding is today. I feel like today was one of the fastest days I've had all year. I'm feeling really good on the bike right now, and I'm just looking forward to racing the rest of the JDays in the Northeast.
Well, Kayla, congratulations. I know you've got a ton of great people that helped you get up here that are ready to celebrate with you. Who you want to give a big thanks to?
My mom, my dad, and my sister, my boyfriend Jeremy, Compass Sports Group, FMF, One Industries, Scott Goggles, 60, 18 photos, and just the support I had this weekend from my family and friends was huge, and I think that's why I had such a good weekend. So thank you to all my loved ones.
Well, congratulations. Kayla O'Neill, your 2026 Women's Pro JDay champion, gets the job done. We're going to get ready to take a look at that MX Trophies race recap for how it all went down. And we thought, I don't want to say it was not an exciting race, but it kind of seemed like everyone had settled into position. There were some gaps yo-yoing back and forth, Josh, but realistically, we weren't sure we were going to see ultimately the fireworks that we ended up seeing.
We kind of thought it's a hard act to follow when you give us 3 motos that are amazing motos, and it was kind of a regular moto. Everybody was settled in, and then things started brewing, and we didn't know it. It was the calm before the storm. We skipped right over the storm. We just turned into a hurricane. It was absolute chaos. As we see early in the race here, you had Addie leading Pickard and O'Neill. Like O'Neill said, she wasn't totally feeling it that well in the beginning of the moto, and that explains why we kind of lost touch with the leaders as far as she went. And everybody, this is where we thought everybody was starting to settle in. It was going to be a nice, calm race as they worked their way through the FMF Extreme section. Just 1, 2, and 3.
And everybody kind of said, like we said, the gaps were kind of yo-yoing back and forth, trading some mistakes. And then once those vet and senior riders started to get up into the mix as well, that was when you kind of saw some mistakes, some gaps changing up. Some of these ladies maybe hooking onto the back of them, picking up on some lines. Others, kind of like O'Neill talked about, certain sections she would be faster than the vet rider, then the vet rider would go right back to him, and then things got chaotic in the extreme section. Pickard had her close calls. We saw Addie Harris get kicked out of shape a time or two as well, and then we get down to that final lap of racing. We're starting to think things are settling down. Boom, there's the first hit. Pickard and Harris down, like Addie said, trying to pick a machine up with a damaged collarbone, ends up going down again. Pickard tries to re-enter the track, comes together with Kayla O'Neill. They crash at the top side of the hill. Absolute chaos right before they jump back onto the motocross track. But Addie Harris keeps calm, keeps cool, and keeps going to a checkered flag and grabs the moto win for your women's pro class. It was an exciting one, but we've also got an overall winner to celebrate here in this one. Matt Hogenthaler did a great job. He was up in the fight, and he finishes first across the line. Matt, take us through that moto out there, man. You guys starting back in a little bit further in the rows, kind of got to work your way to the front of the field, but we saw you do that all weekend long. How were you feeling out there?
Oh, man, that one was a little slick. It was tricky, man. The track got pretty rough, and had to take your time, pick the right lines, try to stay out of the rough stuff, and, pick through all the, the girls are flying, so I'm trying not to battle with them and mess up their race. And the extreme section was pretty good all weekend, too. And, man, the moto track is an absolute treat to, pop back out on and hop on Sky Shot.
Well, congratulations, man. A great ride all weekend. Who do you want to thank?
My pops is my wrench, my wife, Jeremy Creedy at Evo Suspension, Matt at Moto Ash, Gibson Tire Tech, One Industries, Mike at Action Motorsports, my mom, my sister, my kids, my buddies that are always here with me. Yeah, all those guys.
All right, well, congratulations, man. Great way to close out the 2026 season as we have dropped the green flag on the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 Moto number 2 off and rolling. Josh, could you tell who that was out front? I was trying to see, but couldn't quite make out
I want to say it looked like a taller rider on the Yamaha. I want to say that it was Coquinos, but we're going to have to wait and get a better look at it. We're just kind of looking from the drone. As the gate is down, the flag is down, rather. On B250, they are going to hit the track. It looked like a KTM rider jumping out front early. Didn't quite get the number on that rider. We'll check it here once they get a little bit closer to us. As these riders all through the split lane, clean down into gravity cavity. And up and out of gravity cavity. It looks like a 47 Yamaha rider Going to try and go around the outside of our leader here early in this one. Not sure if that's the 47 or the 17. And then our third row going to go out here, B open and B200. We see the 4 of LeBlanc in there. And this is also where we see Harris all the way on the inside, the 223. A really bad jump from LeBlanc. Wasn't able to get the bike fired on the first kick, I don't believe. And it is Betancourt on the 47, one of your riders in this 2-rider battle for the championship, him and Bones. As our 125 riders come by, I'm trying to peek out there, but they are on the other side of the hill, hard to see.
Yeah, all I see is buzzing the helmets go by. So B open and B200 making their way down into Gravity Cavity.
So Betancourt is out front. You're going to have to see where Bonds is. I think that's him on the Kawasaki, just snuck up into the 3rd place position. Ryan Amancio, our Moto 1 winner, Pro A 125. McQuarrie up there in 2nd, Evan Smith 3rd, Coquinos 4th, Van Gosselin 5th, Phaneuf 6th, and Gaetani was our 7th place riders. We see our drone checking on those guys out in the back section. B200 was Eric Kinsley leading, Ryan McKinney, Caden Creeley, Stephen Clark, Bodie Sears, Jacob DeZital, and Peter Angwin, your top 7 riders in B200. B250 was DJ LeBron, Joshua Bones, Trevor Harris, Bobby Betancourt, Kyle Bates, Gavin Lauer, and Elias Whitney were the 7 riders up front there. B open, we saw Gage Selby, pardon me, Austin DiPietro, Alexander Lesage, Jeremy Fiddler, Joseph Werner, and Joel Emberley. And then Mason Van Steenenborg was your 7th place finisher. As we check in on the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, it is Coquinos on screen, I believe, leading them around here. That should be McQuarrie there 2nd. I did see 2 Yamahas off the start while we were finishing up our interview with Hagen-Togler. So
looking like Amancio maybe in the number 3 spot. And then there was that Gosselin, I believe, with neon boots.
Not seeing Evan Smith. Did we see Evan Smith up there anywhere?
Not unless that was who that KTM was. I only saw 1 orange machine.
So we're at least missing Evan Smith or Amancio. We got to be missing one of them.
That is Alex Phaneuf right there on the 48 ride.
And it doesn't look like anybody doing the line. We'll have to see if they had a replay of it. Did you see Coquinos hop over the hole before that last log? Nobody else able to do that. That was kind of a sneaky little line.
And taking a look outside the Stoke studio, that is Amancio on the KTM. So yeah, question marks surrounding where Evan Smith is at. As we continue to watch here through some of the wooded sections. Meanwhile, Coquinos already in and out of the Yamaha finish line.
The Moto Tassinari back rider leading the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 here at the Moto Tassinari. JDay Unadilla GP, they are just plastering their name all over this event.
That's triple Tassinari right there. Coquinos V-Force equipped, doing some testing and helping develop some products there with the Moto Tassinari family and putting them to the stress test right now.
Evan Smith checks in the 6th spot across the line after the first lap, so he's got some work to do. Unfortunately, like we've talked about, the bigger frame on the 125, body frame we're talking, not bike frame. He is having trouble getting going off the line, and it's creating a weekend of work for him, as now live timing update shows him in 7th, possibly, maybe not out there. That might just be as the riders are running through.
Yeah, we'll have to watch. I've been trying to split my eyes here and take a look over the sky shot. I don't think I saw him, but hopefully I'm wrong. I'd hope that we have the 347 out there, especially after such a good ride this weekend. But who knows, might be saving the energy, might be fired up for the pro race coming up this afternoon, wants to make something happen there. Yeah, it's showing 7th, and there's a 7 in the class. So
yeah,
Smith,
I'm looking at live timing here. I'm not seeing him come across the stripe. The guys from the 2nd row are already coming through. So Evan Smith, not sure what happened. Like we said, hopefully just saving his energy for that last pro moto. As we watch some of our other B riders working through here. Trying, I believe. Let me take a look at this. We might have a shakeup here in our B250 group. That was where we had that tight points battle.
Yep.
I'm seeing Betancourt up there. I've not seen Bonds come through yet, I don't believe, on live timing. We'll keep an eye on it here.
But yeah, that would be a big shakeup as we are watching Ryan Amancio on screen. Amancio, a great performance in Moto number 1. He touched on the difficulties with the lap traffic. Was talking about that yesterday. And if anything, maybe a bit worse here today, as it does look like a bit more riders here in attendance. And we're going to try to find Betancourt at least. Still waiting to see Bonds if he's even checked in on live timing, which would be a huge shakeup.
So on B250, we're seeing now live timing trickling in. It looked like Trevor Harris was leading Betancourt. We saw Betancourt had the lead off the start.
Coquinos, McQuarrie, and Amancio, as well as Gosselin and Phaneuf, your top 5 out of the 125 class. There is McQuarrie on the 34.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Joshua Bonds come through on live timing yet. So Betancourt is up there behind LeBlanc.
And you see Amancio making his way down that hillside.
So pardon me, Betancourt actually comes through ahead of him.
Different section for a second. I thought we had Amancio.
Betancourt comes through ahead of LeBlanc, but I have not seen Bonds register on the live timing yet, so it's something to keep an eye on.
And that's a nice little line right there from Justin Coquinos, and that saves him a half a second at least.
And a lot of energy, too, by not having to deal with that.
Right there. Really curious to see if anyone else picks up on that.
Now, Amancio looks like he's starting to get into his groove, and he's pulling up to the back of McQuarrie. And you see Van Gosselin, and then we'll expect Phaneuf to drop in here.
Alex Phaneuf, once again, like we said, a local Northeasterner, longtime JDay racer, and sitting in the second place position overall for this class on the point side of things. Sitting at about the 5th place spot right now in the moto.
So Coquino still leading them around here. There is Kyle Gattani coming through the FMF extreme section. Actually a pretty smooth little hop there he had. Not exactly doing what Coquinos did on the other side of it, but he was able to hop over the backside of that tire section. He kind of dropped in and then bumped off of something down in the pit there. So that was a nice little line from Gaetani, as we should see Eric Kinsley come across next. The Yamaha rider on the 147. I believe that was who I saw running just a 47 on the number plate. So we see a whole bunch of fans down here checking out that FMF Extreme section. A good turnout today with the fans, a lot more than yesterday.
Yeah,
I don't know what the difference is. Weather is good both days.
Great spot to watch at. It's day 2. They saw all the action yesterday. They said, wait a second, we got to get out there.
Well, I hope they had their cameras out in that last moto, because boy, did they get a show there. As we are on screen with Amancio.
Fox FPV drone picking up the action. As the wind's starting to pick up just a little bit here through the pits, clouds kind of rolling in. We'll see whether or not we get any more sprinklage here throughout the rest of the afternoon. But right now, a great drive. Oh, nice little move there from Coquinos.
So we're looking on the pillar of the results on the screen, and I did see Joshua Bonds come through in third. So if that's registering correctly, then he is out there and circulating. As we look at Amancio really starting to put the clamps on Colton McQuarrie here as they dump back in out of the backside of the motocross section. Looking at the lap times, Coquinos a 4:54, McQuarrie a 4:55, Amancio fastest on track with a 4:52, Van Gosselin 5:06, Fanu 5:16, Gaetani 5:34, and Eric Kinsley a 5:33. As you see Amancio just stretching to get over that second step-up double up the hill.
Yeah, the Luxon lap times kind of matching the eye test here. It looked like Amancio was soaking up that gap in a couple different spots. Now, let's see what he's able to do. Both of these riders well-versed in the off-road racing world, dipping into the woods, and we'll see how much of a fight McQuarrie's able to put up, as there is Bobby Betancourt on the number 17 ride, battling with Joshua Bonds.
Yep, those are your championship contenders.
Right, and this is wheel to wheel.
Not exactly a pro title on the line here between Bonds and Betancourt, but anytime you can win a championship, it is a big deal, regardless of skill level or discipline.
And it is it's 1 point the difference between those two riders. I believe the rider has flip-flopped. Bonds has the advantage right now, but Betancourt has the advantage at the moment in this moto. So, yeah, best believe it is going to get feisty there in that B class between Betancourt and Bonds. Maybe Joshua was watching that last moto, taking some notes through this extreme section.
I mean, I've watched that again. I've watched that every race of the day.
Yeah. Make a couple of tweaks, figure out how you don't go on the ground, and yeah, that's a hotline right there.
That's one way to make a pass stick. As some of our other B riders working their way through. We're seeing the 125 on screen come through. And then, was that Coquinos, I believe? Yeah, so Coquinos just came through. McQuarrie kind of answered a call here. Amancio was all over him when they hit the motocross side of things. Now they're in the FMF Extreme section, and McQuarrie's pulled away from him a little bit. As we keep eyes on Betancourt and Bonds. Bonds up the inside. Betancourt kind of leaves the door open.
Yeah, it's a bold move there from the 17. Here we go, drag race down the hillside. Ooh. He cannot let the Kawasaki in front of him.
Played a little bit of a game of chicken there as they went off the moto track into the wood section. And for the time being, Betancourt was able to hold on to that position. Not sure how far up Trevor Harris is, your race leader. If my memory serves me correctly, I believe Bonds had one rider in between him and Betancourt in Moto 1, so Betancourt is going to need to put someone between the two of them. So it's still Trevor Harris, Betancourt, Bonds, Bates, and LeBlanc, your top five there. B open, you're looking at Austin DiPietro, Gage Selby, Christopher Catino, Lesage, and Emberley. Your top five still Coquinos, McQuarrie, Amancio, Gosselin, and Fanouf. As the Fox FPV drone catches up to the back of Bobby Betancourt. And I believe Bonds may have made the pass. Trying to catch a number. No, that is not Bonds ahead of him. I saw the 3 digits. I thought that was Bonds.
So Betancourt now trying to find a way around that rider. Does a great job jumping back onto the moto track, the Beta machine. And you can see kind of the shininess in some of these lines as well. The slick going to start to come through. And yes, that is Bonds.
Okay.
So he made the pass happen. So just like that, things go back into the Kawasaki's favor. And it is, this is simple math. If he finishes in front of the 17, Joshua Bonds gets the championship. If Betancourt beats him by 1 position and it's second and third, they're tied on points, and we're trying to figure out exactly how the tiebreaker is decided, whether it's the finish in this moto or whether it's overall wins throughout the season.
So we're getting some clarity on that as we speak, but right now, no need.
Bonds is giving you clarity right now.
Yeah.
He said, I'll just take it. Don't worry about doing the legwork, boys.
And it does sound like it's based off of the overall wins on the season, and Bonds has that. So at this point, even if Betancourt gets back around him, he's going to need to get to the top of the field and try to take down Trevor Harris, which is a very, very tall order.
We're not even sure what the gap is to Harris. We'll have to check the live timing a little bit and see.
And it's pretty crazy to think after a full season it comes down to that much of the detail, a potential tie on points. And we say it all the time. Every point counts throughout the season. You know, one little bobble, one fourth instead of a third at round 2 could be the difference here at round number 8. As there is Trevor Harris making his way through. That is the leader. And they're not far off of him. And look at that. Betancourt has gotten back around him.
I just saw in the live timing they were about 6 seconds behind.
That was not 6 seconds right there. So
I believe Bonds is pushing Betancourt up to the back of Harris.
So here is Harris. 1, 2, 3, well, yeah, 5 to 6 seconds maybe. Betancourt has regained the position over Bonds on the Kawasaki. And at the moment, the Cowie can kind of just stalk. He can lurk right behind the 17. But if they catch up to the 223 of Trevor Harris, then all of a sudden the panic button's got to be pressed for Bonds. Meanwhile, Betancourt has got to lay it all out on the line for this one. This is a championship moto.
Well, we might have to get the rule book back out if Betancourt does get around Harris, because that might change the top of the overall, and maybe the points paid differently from one position
so
to
it's
another.
25 points for a win, 22 for second, and then 1 point the difference between second and third. So a pass for first is worth multiple points, and that would take any of the tie-breaking conversation out of the picture.
Well, let's see how it plays out. All 3 riders are through the FMF Extreme section clean. We're looking for Harris has come through Betancourt, and Bonds is through as well. As one looks like a lap rider jumps in front of Betancourt, unfortunately. Kind of slows him down for a second.
Ooh, he's a better man than me. I'd be having some, please excuse me. That's exactly what I'd be yelling.
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah.
As that's helped Bonds, though.
Yeah.
Or, pardon me, Betancourt.
Yeah,
get away from Bonds a little bit.
He's gotten a bike length or two. Trevor Harris, though, I believe 14, 15 years old. The kid's, he's just wired full of energy. He could go all day long. It's going to take a mistake, a bobble, something to give that position back over to Betancourt, as they're a couple of seconds behind.
So it looks like Betancourt lost about 2 seconds to Harris that time through. We'll see if he's able to regroup. Maybe that lap rider dipping over in front of him was just enough to cost him a second or two. It looked like they were starting to catch him. We'll keep an eye on this battle as we fly along on the TBT Racing live drone. If anything changes up at the front of that 125 Pro class, the Moto Tassinari 125 Pro class, we will let you guys know for sure. It's still Coquinos, McQuarrie, Amancio, Gosselin, and Phaneuf. As we're going to try and do double duty here. We'll keep an eye on both classes as we dip back into the tree line. We see Betancourt and Bonds disappear out of sight.
Jumping back to the Fox FPV drone, Justin Coquinos hop, skipping and jumping his way through, closing in on a back-to-back Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 championship. And he's actually starting to make his way around where he'll be catching back up to those B riders here in just a little bit and putting them a lap down. So we'll see whether or not we catch a glimpse of that. But like we talked about, Coquinos, V-Force equipped. A Moto Tassinari rider is. Did you notice the standing water in that section that he just went through?
I did, and I was kind of wondering where that came from. There's a little creek that runs over there by the pond. There's really no reason. There hasn't been any rain. There's no reason for that to overflow or anything.
I feel like I've noticed that all day long. So
As continuing to watch. Jumping back onto the moto track. There is Trevor Harris. There is Bobby Betancourt. So I don't know. That's still pretty close. Betancourt, every time we see him, he's got a lap rider or a different rider in front of him from a different class. But I'm not seeing Bonds in the picture anymore. Where is the Kawasaki? There he is. So losing just a bit of time, glancing over the shoulder. Don't need to worry about that. You need to focus on those guys ahead of you.
Yeah, the main problem for Bonds is in front of him, so focus on that if you are Joshua Bonds.
Well, and Bonds right now is in a position where he's winning the championship if he's sitting right where he's at. So that's probably why he's looking back, is to making sure he's not going to lose any more spots. Kyle Bates in the number 4 position on the 200 gas.
Good point there. Yeah, right now, if it was to end this way, he would still win the championship. So maybe Bobby knows, as is this McQuarrie and Amancio, and they pulled right up to the back of Coquinos. Is that Coquinos right in front of him? I saw Yamaha crest over the top of the hill. I didn't feel like they were that close. No, that is Coquinos.
1, 2, and 3 right there. Hop, skipping, and jumping. Let's see. See the Amancio crew there giving some hand signals to Ryan.
So the fastest rider on track from not too long ago is pulled up to the back tire of first and second. And
yeah, like we said, Evan Smith not in the picture for this moto. Did not see him on the start and have not seen him in this moto. So got to wonder whether or not maybe saving some energy for that final AA moto.
I believe the white flag is going to be coming out, as now we're just going to get both battles.
Yeah, there was
in the same screen.
Looked like Amancio had no goggles as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't catch that. We'll get another look at it.
There's Harris. There is Betancourt. That's your B battle. And then here is Coquinos, McQuarrie. There is Bonds, and it's hard to tell in the dark right there, but believe I saw Amancio with no goggles on.
Well, McQuarrie's pulled right up to the back wheel of Coquinos. So
yeah, he's going for it.
This is awesome to see from McQuarrie. Earlier in the race, you thought Amancio was going by him. He was able to stave off Amancio. Now he's able to go after Coquinos as they work their way around Bobby Betancourt.
Double battles here. One for the moto win. Oh, Amancio gets taken. Oh, man, he's been talking about the bad luck with lappers all weekend long.
Struggles.
And this is going to help Betancourt as well. Bonds getting further and further back.
Oh. So everybody gets back up to their feet, but that's a tough break.
It's a bad day to be Fox String in the F&F Extreme section.
They keep putting it up, and they keep tearing it down.
14-second lifespan.
So that will take Amancio out of the equation, unfortunately. And now it is a 2-horse race at the front, and like we said, the white flag should be coming out here.
And again, you've got to wonder how hard Coquinos is going to push. He said it yesterday, he said it again. He could take second in the moto. He got 4th in moto number 1, so McQuarrie looking at a potential overall, but Coquinos also has to think about the AA championship. He's got the 125 Pro Moto or championship wrapped up. Ooh, little kick there. McQuarrie tried that hop line that Coquinos has been doing.
The way Coquinos has been riding the last 2 Pro A motos, I feel like he probably wants to take this win and just feel good about himself, because it's not really working out for him.
Yeah, it's going to take a miracle. And Betancourt got Trevor Harris.
I did not see it. Did we see it coming in the screen?
Wait a second. We got to get the drone to turn around here, because I do believe I saw Bobby Betancourt in front of Trevor Harris. As we'll hold this shot here, is it going to be a beta? This is the battle. Betancourt and Harris had gotten back around him. Amancio, stringer and all. He's madder than a hornet. He's going just to prove a point.
Poor Bobby Betancourt already tried to let him by once. Now he's got to do it again.
So there for a second, I know I saw Betancourt in front of Trevor Harris. The question is, when is he going to be able, or is he going to be able to get back in front of him before the next time through the Yamaha finish line? It is the difference between runner-up and champion. Oh, man, talk about high-pressure situation. You take the whole season, and it boils down to 3/4 of a lap. There goes Bonds on the Kawasaki.
And the tough part for Betancourt is he's racing against someone that's not even in the championship.
Yep.
And not that Trevor Harris wants to be a spoiler in this, but he's not just going to turn around and let him by.
You know, call me old school. You got to wonder whether or not Bobby Betancourt may be yelling, saying,
Get
hey, it's
out of
for the
way.
title. It's for the title. Trevor Harris not in title contention here in this class, and I don't believe giving that position will affect his overall standings in the class. I know I'd be doing it. I'd be taking every opportunity I could to try to let them know.
Have your guy give him the pit board?
Yeah, yeah. As Harris stretches it back out over Betancourt. Oh, man, you can see how chopped up this track is getting. 2 more motos to go after this. Vet riders, you should be on the line. B Vet, Super Senior Masters, B Senior Women's BC, C Senior and Vintage. A little glance back from Betancourt, but that is the focus. The 223 up in front of him. He's got to get around him, as it still looks like Bonds was in the number 3 spot for the moto. Did not see how close Kyle Bates was, but I don't believe close enough to give Bonds any kind of pressure for the number 3 spot. Oh man, Betancourt is sending it right now. This is the hardest I think we've seen the Beta rider push.
He's got to know that he needs to get him. There's no other reason why he would push like this.
He's got to lay it all on the line, and he's closing back in just ever so slightly, but will it be too little too late? And just like we talked about in one of those earlier C motos, it's so easy to override this track as well. Absolutely treacherous.
He's starting to reel him back in now.
Matching times on the lap slap for both of them as well. Harris, several classes, was in that schoolboy moto just a little bit ago as well, so got to think essentially going on an hour straight of racing.
We'll see if it pays off for Bobby Betancourt, or if Harris is just locked in that zone. They come through the Power Sports Utica live cam back here in the Woodline. Just when Betancourt gets to him, Harris starts to open it up a little bit more.
And Harris just kind of seems like he's managing, but Betancourt, you can tell, is hanging it out as he must. Rocks absolutely everywhere on this track, chewed up as it gets. As we watch and wait, there is Harris.
That is not Betancourt. One rider in between him now. And the sand in the hourglass for Betancourt is starting to get low.
Yep, just past the sky shot, your 2 125 riders. Looks like Coquinos potentially going to hang on to this one as we watch one more time through the FMF Extreme section.
Harris looked like he got through there pretty clean.
There is the checkered flag. Justin Coquinos going to get the job done and grab the moto win here in the 125 moto number 2. I believe that may give the overall to Colton McQuarrie. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not doing the, I'm not good at the mental math here, but we're going to take just a minute or so and finish this battle here in the B250 class. See how this wraps up. As there is Harris, time running out for Bobby Betancourt. I don't think he's going to be close enough. Very rarely do you see a mistake in this section of racetrack. Into the Yamaha finish line we go. Trevor Harris going to grab the moto win. Betancourt going to cross the line in the number 2 spot.
And like you said, Zach, all that just for it to come down to basically, what are we going to, a tiebreaker now? Yes.
Yes, we'll see. They should be tied on points if I understand the breakdown correctly. They're breaking things down and anxiously watching to see where Bonds finishes up at. Meanwhile, we're getting things set up down at the podium. Your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 Moto 2 winner, Justin Coquinos. He's V-Force equipped, and he gets the job done. Justin, take us through that one, man.
Yeah, it was good. I finally got a hole shot, and I sprinted, got away from them a little bit, and then some lappers kind of got in the way, and they closed back up a little bit. But, again, just tried to watch them, keep an eye on them, and, yeah, it was a good race, though.
No doubt about it. Yeah, seems like Lapper's definitely been a talking point here this weekend. A huge turnout. We love to see it, but it definitely makes things frustrating sometimes for you guys.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's sick. It's great turnout. Obviously, this track is amazing, so it brings out a lot of people for sure. And but yeah, it's part of it, so whatever.
Hey, yeah, you got to deal with whatever's in front of you, man.
Yeah.
You'll be back up the championship here in the 125 class. Break down this 2026 season, man. It certainly didn't come easy.
No, definitely. It was sick from the get-go. It was a bummer. Evan kind of went out. He got hurt round 2 or 3. Yeah, so it was a bummer that he was out. And but yeah, it was a good season. I only lost the first round and I guess this one now. I don't know what I got overall this class or today, but yeah, almost a perfect season, I guess.
Did what you needed to, man. Absolutely. We'll go get rested up and get ready for that pro moto. One more time, who's helping you out? I know you got to give some thanks.
My mom, my dad, my sister, Blast Out Power Sports, and Pro Yamaha, FXR 60, Factory Connection, P3 Carbon, Redline Oil, Alpine Star, and Gardner Racing. He built me this rocket ship, got me off the line, and it definitely is barking up these hills. So, yeah, huge shout out to him. He has this thing running great, and then Moto Tazanari.
Congratulations, man. We'll see you back here in a few for a AA moto.
Awesome. Thank you.
Justin Coquinos gets the job done and gives us the Luxon post-race breakdown here from the Moto Tazanari Pro-Am 125 class as we get ready for that MX Trophies race recap. Championship on the line. Coquinos in control and wanted to end things with a statement. Finds himself on top. Some quick technical moves there helped him open that gap up early on, but just like he said, and like we've heard all weekend long, Josh, those lappers, the unpredictable variable, ever-changing, and sometimes they work with you, sometimes they work against you just about as hard as they could.
Well, when he sees what happened to Amancio, he's going to be happy that all he had to deal with was getting slowed up a little bit. As we also saw Bonds and Betancourt tangling over that B championship. Betancourt was so close.
Yeah, Bobby Betancourt on the 17 doing absolutely everything he could, taking it down to the wire and trying his hardest to catch up to Trevor Harris, which he did at one point. Harris was able to get back around him, and the tie-breaker, I believe, going to go to Bonds. We'll wait for an official confirmation on that, but at the same time, regardless of how it wraps up, all of those riders got to keep their head up high. What a performance, and what a fight all the way down to the final few sections of racetrack.
They took it literally down to the checker flag. Bonds able to hold on to it. Betancourt was right on Harris's rear wheel as they crossed the finish line there. As we see McQuarrie throwing a little bit of style over there, but it was Coquinos taking the moto win. We'll have to check the results to see who ended up with the overall. It might have been McQuarrie.
May have. I know things kind of flip-flop there with the problems for Amancio, but it is Justin Coquinos, Colton McQuarrie, Ryan Amancio, Van Gosselin, and Alex Vanoof, your top 5. Kyle Gaetani, Eric Kinsley, Trevor Harris, Bobby Betancourt, and Caden Creeley round out your top 10 here in the 125 Pro Am and B classes. Getting ready to send things to the vets, super seniors, and masters coming up next. They should be down on the starting line. And we're going to send things to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with the final 2 races of the final round of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%. Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final few races of the final round of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. Sitting on the line right now, B Vet, Super Senior, Masters, B Senior, C Senior, Women's B, Women's C, and the Vintage class. Getting ready to take to a very, very rough track. Josh, it is a good time to be in the announcer's booth.
It is a good time to be in an announcer's booth, and if you are about to hit the track, it is a good time to take the go-around line in the FMF Extreme section. If you've been watching back at the truck, it has been absolute chaos. If you're on site and you're looking to find a little action, you just go put your camping chair up right outside the FMF Extreme section, and you are guaranteed to see some action. Let's see if these vet riders can live up to the show that our Women's Pro and our 125 Pro A guys put on. As the elbows are up, that means we are about to go racing here. B Vet flag is down. The 117 in that all pink gear going to take the whole shot here. One rider able to squeeze around the outside of him as they go into turn 2.
Suddy, your first moto winner, back there in about the 6th place spot or so. Making a couple of quick moves through turns 2 and 3.
So our B Vet class working their way around the top side of the front of the track. One rider taking a look over his shoulder as he bounces down into gravity cavity. That was our leader going to give up the lead. The 117 rider back into the top spot as we are just a couple seconds away from letting row number 2 go here.
Super Senior and Masters getting ready to take to the track. And I will say props to these vet riders because, like I said, it is chewed up brutal for even the best of the best. 983 dominant into turn number 1.
And just as we've seen all day, one rider going to sweep around the outside of turn 2. So the gas rider wasn't able to pick the number up. And he was able to get up to second, but that was as far up as he could get. So a good position off the start. Now he's going to go to work on our race leader as this whole group of super seniors kind of funnels to the outside before gravity cavity, trying to get up and over the landing and get down in there smoothly. As now our B Senior Women's B and Women's C elbows are about to go up here as they are getting ready to go.
Ladies get ready to do battle here in the B Senior class on that same line with them as well.
Motors are fired up. Good start from that all black Yamaha. Oh, one rider down, and she's going to get run over a couple times.
Oh, man, that is a tough hit right there. It's a
bunch of riders down.
One of the downsides of a good start. If things go wrong, unfortunately, you got a whole group around you afterwards, and that might be Pickard, if I'm not mistaken. I just saw Mallory Pickard running down into the first turn, so hopefully whoever that rider was is okay. That was a tough hit and an ugly aftermath as well.
Unfortunately, I don't believe it was the initial fall that got her. It was the rest of the bikes behind her as you kind of she rolled and kind of rolled right in front of everybody else. And at that point, everybody behind her trying to lock the brakes up, but sometimes everything just happens so fast, there's nothing that you can do.
Well, and it's a tough spot too, because unfortunately locking the brakes up doesn't help things when you do collide with a rider. Unfortunately, I've been the one on the ground, I've been the one on the bike. It's not a fun situation either way as we get ready for C Senior and Vintage.
We saw the one guy, he got up and kind of disgustedly threw the bike on the ground. He wasn't mad at what happened. I think he was a little upset with the fact that he ended up being the one that kind of ran her over there. You don't want to see any of your competitors get hurt. As most of these guys, some of our A guys are out here racing for money, but a lot of people are just out here to have a good time and enjoy a weekend on your dirt bike.
Final few races of the final weekend of the season, just not the way you want to close out the year, but your early race winner on that KDX machine didn't quite get the jump he needed this time. He's got to make some quick moves. Evan Kelly, though, up front early as a couple of riders coming together through switchbacks.
And that is Panino, your first moto winner on the KDX, making some quick moves Frankie, one of our active A riders in the local motocross world, so he's no stranger to running it on the motocross track at a high rate of speed.
I thought he was going to go for the double.
It wouldn't. With Frankie Panino, it would not surprise me.
Absolutely sending it in the B-Vet class. Austin Sudrith, Sooty as we call him, grabbed the moto win.
And Panino goes down.
We talked about it, things are slicking it up. The overcast is almost coming back in. Feels like the temperatures drop back down, and you can see that shiny part of the track, that hard base that we talk about, so deceivingly slick, and unfortunately getting the best of him right there. Steve Skurzat leads the way with a win in Moto 1 for the B senior class over Scott Edwards and Kurt Sears. And we'll take a look at a replay as to what happened there. Coming up the inside, they're hard on the brakes, trying to get around that apple tree, Josh, and unfortunately asking just a bit more from the soil as the front end started to wash right as he crefted up over onto kind of the flat part of that apple tree turn.
Quickly got back up and on the bike, though. I think he only lost one spot to Evan Kelly. He's back out front. I see the headlight is on. So anytime the headlight is on, that is Panino. Going to go through the FMF Extreme section here and not too long. Probably honk the horn at the little guys. Cheering him on the sideline. Frankie Panino, one of the guys that shows up to the track. He's just looking to have some fun and riding his dirt bike. As we watch our lead pack work through the FMF Extreme section, the 117 rider on the KTM. He had the whole shot, lost it for a second, and then he was able to get the lead back as they drop back down into gravity cavity. Have to get the live timing up and see if we can figure out who we got here out front.
Watching some of our front runners make their way through as we'll get timing and scoring adjusted as they make their way through the Yamaha finish line for a full lap complete.
Hard to tell. Looking at live time and scoring, there's 90 people on the track for these races, so we got to weed through and find a 117. Why don't we just let live timing do it? Looks like it's Darren Toggenbaugh.
It looks like Douglas Icavelli, #1 ride. No, that is Diego Botello and Austin Sudrith we see going at it. So our moto winners from yesterday find themselves 1 and 2 at the top of the field right now. So Suddy not getting quite the start that he needed, but he's worked himself up into the #1 ride for the moment. But Diego got something to say about it. We'll see if he's able to bring the fight back to the 94.
We are watching here on the TBT Racing live drone, letting everything sort out here as we are 1 lap into our vet. B senior. We got our women's C, women's B, vintage out here as well.
And first call, Pro A250, A200, A Open, and Pro A Open Electric to the starting line. The final moto of the 2026 season going to be coming up after this, but still got about 25 minutes of battle to go as your leaders make their way through the Dunlop split lane.
All 3 riders that come through first electing to go left side on the red tape. 4th place rider as well going to drip out to the outside line. So these vet riders getting thrown out here. I believe, was that Pickard that just went by who we saw down in the first turn, I think. So good to see. I believe that was her. If it was, good to see her up and running. It looked like the same color gear and the same bike. I'm not 100%, but let's hope so.
Yeah, certainly probably going to be a little banged up, no doubt about it, but ultimately would love to see whether that was her or not. I don't want to assume anything. I saw Mallory Pickard running down the front stretch, so we will see, but hopefully whoever that was is okay whether they rerun the race.
I want to say it was because we got Sudi up here about to put that rider a lap down. You would think the time to just kind of regroup, get themselves back together, and get on the bike would probably take about a lap or so worth of time for Sudi.
Overall pylon dancing all over the place.
We're seeing Douglas Iacobelli on the overall leaderboard. Kenneth Chikoski Sr., just as I say that, William Wilcox checks in and he jumps up into the 2 spot on the overall scoreboard. Again, we've been kind of touching on it all weekend. You get so many of these riders on track in so many different of the skill level classes here. You got B Senior, C Senior, Women's B, Women's C, vet riders, or pardon me, vintage riders. And everybody starts to get all jumbled up here, and we're kind of at the mercy of the live timing with such long laps. We try and keep up with everything the best as we can on the cameras, but sometimes it's a little bit hard for us here up in the booth to keep track of who is who. So bear with us on that front as we check in on the Pit Bike Moto camera way out in the back section of the woods. We're looking for Iacobelli, 593 rider on the gas leading the vet class, the vet B riders. And we see William Wilcox checking in. He's leading B Senior ahead of Kurt Sears, Joe Hines. And our C Senior, we got Dan Young, Jeff Norman, and Nick Byra. Your top 3, Derek Luxa, Jason Lane. Now, women B checking in, we got Rachel Watts, Gabrielle Manecki, Kendall Gaetani checking in. Oh, looks like women C gonna update is Jamie Geary leading Madeline Gross now, so my apologies. Kind of jumped the gun there, waiting for live timing to update.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look on the live timing site itself, and things are bouncing all over the place. Lots of inconsistency between Moto 1 and Moto 2. Latindry way back in the 24th spot at the moment. Sudrith shown in 9th overall. So we'll continue to watch and wait as things going to kind of shuffle into position. See that QR code on the bottom of your screen. Don't forget to scan and download the Verb Moto Prospect app. If you're a racer yourself, log in, type your name in, claim your profile. And that looked like Pickard. I saw the last name there. I also saw the stained shoulder. So hopefully, if that was the rider that we saw down in the first turn, she is back up and running.
Definitely turn that blue jersey brown on the one side there. She kind of rolled across the dirt.
There is Latindry. Like you said, you expect him to be up at least inside the top 5 overall by the time things are all said and done.
Well, these guys are vet riders. They're diesel engines. You got to give them a second to get going.
As in and out of the FMF Extreme section. Watcher the 202 standing his way there. As Sudrith, I like that inside line he's taking right there. Just a couple inches to the inside of the main race line. That's got not only deep, but he's got these acceleration chops coming out of it as well.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a sneaky vet line.
Yep, smooth as fast.
Start looking around and exploring different options. And until he gets to the woods, there is no smooth line in the woods right now.
Yeah, well, talking about not so smooth line, let's take a look at how this start went. Like we said, things went kind of wrong in a hurry for who we believe was Pickard. Now watch the orange bike on the inside, things setting up great, and then once again, the inside gets chopped, front end gets taken out, and at that point, nowhere she could go. 1, 2, 3 machines. One ended up coming to a stop on top of her. That rider doing a great job of jumping off the bike and flipping the bike off of her as quickly as she could. Again,
It's just such a tough situation. We talk about the dangers of the sport. It happens. It stinks. Nobody meant it. I'm sure Pickard herself knows nobody meant to do it, but nonetheless, it always it's just a bummer to see Melanie Pickard checks in the 4th place spot in your women's B class.
She's out here making passes.
Yeah, it might have fired her up, no doubt about it. So unfortunately, she's on the ground, but very fortunately, she is back up and racing. And I'm telling you what, as someone that's been down in the first turn forward, that adrenaline gonna wear off here in a few, and yeah, we're gonna be breaking out the ice.
When she lays in bed tonight, she's gonna be feeling that one.
No doubt about it. But
and it's so cool to see. You saw some of the other riders that were involved just kind of abandon their race for a minute to help her get out from underneath the bikes and make sure she was okay. We saw her getting helped over to the side of the track. So as we look at the Luxon last lap times, Mike Jones with a 6:32, Austin Sudrith with a 5:52. Andre LeBlanc Jr. 6:10, Spencer Saracine 6:12, Zach Plant 6:54, Aaron Whitney 6:23, and Chad Gould 6:13. So the track really starting to slow down now as it gets rougher and rougher as the day unfolds. But as we would expect, Sudrith is making it work for him as he slowly but surely climbs his way up the overall leaderboard. And as you saw from those last lap times, fastest on track currently.
How about it, the 2:02? Honestly, not surprised to see it. He was standing in a couple of those sections and really flowing through other spots where you could see riders sitting down and kind of getting bucked all over the place. So, Mike Jones. And Sudrith right now doing what he does, keeping it calm and consistent. Watching right now. Once again, we're seeing a lot of these classes mixing up really quickly. There is Sudrith. He's in that Troy Lee gear. And moving their way through. Suddy has talked about it multiple times throughout the season, and he says it wears him out. These 30-minute motos, they are absolutely brutal, and he is completely spent by the time it is said and done. And so I think that's a part of his game plan as well, while you see him managing the effort level. Got to have some gas in the tank there on that final lap or so. And into the extreme section he goes. Right behind him, though, keeping him honest.
I was keeping an eye on that. It's been about a lap or two now. He's been running right behind him. And I was trying to pick him up on the live timing on the pillar. Possibly Peter Sprague, I'm not sure. I see him kind of up there in the overall standings. Or maybe LeBlanc is right behind him in the B veteran standings.
Yeah, I was going to say those two probably the only ones that make sense on the pylon. See if we can maybe get a look as they're exiting the extreme or the Yamaha finish line.
We're going to slap that update button as soon as Sudrith and this KTM rider go through it. We'll see if we can piece this together.
We were curious whether that was Tiago Botello that we were looking at earlier as well. Potentially could be the 719. Felt like Tiago had numbers on his bike yesterday.
They are not getting any total times on the live timing, so I'm not entirely sure who that is, but I'm leaning towards Botello. whoever it is, give him a run for his money here.
Well, and you got to think, yeah, something to be said about that in the sense of urgency is, Botello, that would make sense, a 5:49, looking like a bit faster than Sudrith, so for the moment at least, that's what's kind of making the most sense is Thiago Botello.
So the race is on for the overall between Sudrith and Botello. Botello a couple seconds faster the last lap. So here they are now. Sudrith starting to push the issue a little bit, and Botello, I believe, has gotten by, if that is who we're seeing on screen. We're waiting for him to pop out of the woods here. Yeah, if that is Botello, Botello has gotten around Sudrith. So Thiago Botello is who we believe has gotten around Sudi on that KTM. Hard for us to see. Ryder has no numbers on the bike. Just kind of merely depending on live timing, and then without so many riders on track, it gets a little bit fishy for us. Things are constantly updating and jumbling around. So whoever it is, we're going to go with Botello. He's already started to open it up over Sudrith by a few seconds. As Sudi up and over the second double on the back hill of the motocross track as they race into the woods. Lost track of the laps completed. I believe we are on lap 4, so possibly white flag might be coming out. I might be a lap ahead of myself. We'll check it here in about a half a lap when they get towards the Yamaha finish. As don't forget, if you are on social media, watching at home, posting pictures at home, if you're here posting pictures or videos, make sure you hashtag that JDay26. Let everybody know you're out here at Unadilla. Make sure you hashtag the JDay26, tag JDay Offroad and that.
It'll be JDay27 before long.
Soon enough.
How about it? Closing out the season, and what a season it has been.
That 2027 should be coming out soon, that 2027 schedule.
So here we go. Suddy continuing to push his way forward. The question is, was that Thiago Botello who was able to get around him?
One rider down, I don't know. That was Suddy, so he lost the front. We saw him come out of the turn and the front end just washed out. You can see the mark right where the front tire was on that slick hard pack. And Sudrith able to get back on the machine, gets it back fired up. I don't believe he lost any positions. So we're going to keep an eye on here. The 876 is coming through. Not sure who that was. Again, like we've been saying, there's so many riders on track. Everything gets so jumbled up here as we jump on the board with the TBT live drone. As Sudrith makes his way through the FMF Extreme section. Looks like one of our women riders having a little trouble getting going. One of our track crew riders helping her get going. And she is back in action as we watch Sudrith on screen work his way through that section. Now he's going to drop back into the second half of the wood section. Try and bob and weave his way down the hill here. Looked like one rider pulled over to let everybody by, and they're going to pull right back on the track now as we hop back on board with the TBT Racing live drone. Sudrith appears to just be kind of rolling this one in. He lost touch with the leader, and he made the mistake back in the woods. We see him not jumping sky shot anymore.
Well, and when you push up on the front end like that, he was carrying a bunch of speed when he went down. Got to wonder if he tweaked the bars or something as well. And between the square edge bumps and then the hard packed slick base as well, got to think.
You see the white flag coming out for Sudrith. Diego's already through. He's quite a ways up the track now between the pace. And did Sudrith just take the goggles off? I'm not sure if I saw him flapping. He kind of took a second to regroup himself there.
Another thing, a bit cooler, and the humidity starting to go up as well. Crashing like that, you could have your goggles fog up, but it does.
Goggles are still on. Yeah, I see the goggle
on.
strap. And maybe wiping the glove off, he might have got some mud on the glove or something.
Entirely possible. A lot of glancing back, really trying
definitely
to
something going wrong, not necessarily in a bad way, but he's definitely just trying to get this one to the finish line without pushing the issue too much. As it looks like we're trying to get eyes on Diego Botelho. He is working his way through some lap traffic as they go into the woods for the first time on the last lap. Last time of the whole season for these guys.
Absolutely, what a way to close things down. A fantastic season, getting down to the last moto plus a lap.
We see Evan Kelly a couple riders ahead on that 222 vintage Kawasaki. Believe he's still chasing Frankie Panino. So they are through the Dunlop split lane, and now we'll see if Sudrith comes through. Sudi just trying to bring this one home. The moto had some promise at the beginning, and then things went a little bit awry for him.
Well, and again, it's that first bobble, the first mishap, where all of a sudden you gotta get a grip and say, hey man, realistically, what am I going to gain? What am I going to lose if I allow this to throw not just the race but the season away? So Sudrith, regardless of even if he could DNF the moto and still get the points, you don't want to end the season like that, you know, especially if you've already made the trip out here. He had a great first moto, and nothing wrong with crossing the line inside the top three as Diego Botelho enters the moto track once again. Closing up on some back markers, some of our vintage riders as well.
You see both riders take a look over their shoulder. The awareness level when you get into these vet classes is a little bit more high on the awareness scale as they just move right out of the way for Diego. Now even Evan Kelly looking over at that other lab rider, and he's saying, if you want to go, you can go too. It's not too urgent to get around him. Looks like everybody, I gotta believe this track is so chewed up. Everybody's just trying to get this thing to the finish line at this point.
My tongue would be in the spokes. Yes, this is absolutely brutal out here.
As we still see the 202 on Mike Jones, the overall leader. So Mike Jones having a good race. We haven't seen him on screen too much. Spencer Saracena, he is second overall as we see live timing update. Panino bumps up to second overall. Saracena drops back a position. And then Sudra still showing fourth overall, so not all bad. Not up at the top where we normally see him, but inside the top five, still got to be happy with that. The real question mark, we'll have to look at the actual standings for his class. Is Paul Latendra is kind of down in the overall standings. We'll see where that leaves him. Someone we normally see motoring up the board as the moto goes on. See Jeff Norman leading the C Senior, Madison Rago and Gabriel Manesi leading Kendall Gaetani and the rest of the women. Women's C, you're looking at Madeline Gross, Haley Wood, Jamie Geary, Sierra Bernard, Ava Sally. And B vet, you got Mike Jones, Spencer Saraceni. Now Sudrith back to third in that discipline. Steven Skrzat leading the B Senior over William Wilcox, Jonathan Edel, Jeremy Eischen, and Scott Edwards. So on screen, not sure. We're looking at the 907. It looks like a Husqvarna rider. Now we got on the plate number 1. So again, not sure who that is either. Mike Jones leading the B veterans. The white flag out here. Everyone just kind of going through the motion. You can see the riders starting to get a bit of a kick in the back end. The weight is going to naturally pull them forward as they go down the hill, and then you get a little bit more of a kick from the back end, and that makes it even more scary as you go down that steep slope. And we're catching back up with Diego Botello and the TBT Racing live drone. Oh, he just tried a heel clicker. It was close. We got to get a replay on that once he crosses the finish line.
Style for miles.
Wow, that was at least a massive
no-footer.
no-footer.
That up in his helmet for the whole moto, I'm telling you.
Yeah, he went for the heel clicker.
That'll be in the MX Trophies race recap, no doubt about it. As it should be, making his way to a checkered flag. How about it? Thiago Botello gets the job done and takes the top step. I do not think he is interested in a post-race interview.
Well, yesterday we saw there was a little bit of a language barrier. Yep. He didn't know much of the English language. He just kind of gave us a quick thank you and didn't totally understand what we were saying. So, nonetheless, congratulations to Diego Botello.
Yes, a great ride for him.
Did it both with speed and style.
No doubt, yeah, a fantastic way to close out your season.
And let me tell you, the last thing I expect from a vet rider is an attempt at a heel clicker off a sky shot.
Marvin Muskin style.
At the end of the day, as we see Sudi just trying to get to the finish line. One rider able to squirt around him as we got a log jam at the finish now. I believe someone stalled it there in the FMF, or pardon me, I keep calling it the FMF. The Yamaha Racing finish chicane.
You're going to get a bill from Yamaha.
Yeah, I know. They're going to take it out of my paycheck, and I'm going to have to send that to FMF for the extra exposure.
Oh, more riders giving everything they got across the line. Like I said, I could not be less jealous of these riders out on track right now.
You can see that pothole right in front of the finish line.
That's probably the slowest, smoothest part of the track there is, and it's still chewed up. Looking like absolute landmines out here, but that's what 2 full days of some of the most intense off-road racing you've got. That's what it'll do. Making their way through. We'll get ready to show you that MX Trophies race recap here in just a moment. Watching the rest of the field make their way into the Yamaha finish line as headed back up into the sky and getting ready to take a look at how things broke down for race number 12. Pro A250, A200, A Open, and Pro A Open Electric. You should be on the starting line. Your motos coming up. The Pro Taper Top 10, Spencer Saracena, Paul Latendry, and Austin Sudrith, 1, 2, and 3. Thiago Botello slots into the 4th overall spot. Scott Hunt and Chad Gould, Darren Tavenbaugh, Kurt Sears, Jim Kinsley, and Mike Jones. Your top 10 for B-Vet, B Senior, Women's B, Women's C, C Senior Masters, and of course the vintage class as well. Here from round number 8 of 8, the Unadilla Grand Prix, number 2, day 2. And we'll give you a look at that MX Trophies race recap, how it all went down. And this one was, I don't want to necessarily say it's action-packed, but it was almost more chaotic. There were some crazy things going on, mistakes from riders, lap riders getting into the mix as well, Josh. And, oh, man, just not the way you wanted to get a moto started.
No,
Pickard going down, and ultimately
got, chewed up and spit out there, unfortunately.
Would pick herself back up and get back out onto the racetrack and finish the moto, if I'm not mistaken. So good to see that she is okay first and foremost. But our vet class has got to work. Sudrith didn't quite get the start that he needed here in this second moto. That made things a bit difficult for him. But you know Suddy, he's not going to give up. Starts charging his way towards the front and starts putting the heat on your early race leader, the 117. But it was Thiago Botello who was quietly back there stalking. And then about a little before mid-moto or so, there you see the 719. He started to creep his way forward.
Yeah, once Botello put his name in the mix here, he got around Suddy and really just started to pull away from them. Suddy started making mistakes of his own. As you see right here, I believe this is where he lost the front. Okay, yep, we're going to pick up on that. He lost the front. You can see that mark at the bottom of the screen there, right where he slid out. Once he did that, he kind of mailed it in. He said, let's finish this season. As there is the attempt at the heel clicker, not full extension. I'm going to give him a B for extension, an A+ for effort.
Hey, he went for it. That's more than I could ever do. And he grabs the win, gives us a wave here. Going to pass on the interview, understandably so, but Thiago Botello understands this. You are a winner here in the final round of JDay Offroad. Well, we're going to get ready to send things to a break and get ready for the final moto of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 laps, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
Stacked class. I can't wait to watch it.
Here we go. The drag race into turn one. Look at this. 1, 2, and 3.
I don't know what I just saw.
Straight to the lead, Jake Christine. Oh, Josh goes.
Rough and rowdy. Ricky Russell.
Getting the job done.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. The final moto of the final round of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. As you can see, history has been made all season long, from the sands of Florida through the Carolinas up into Virginia, Budds Creek, Maryland, all the way to Southwick, Massachusetts, right here to New Berlin, New York for a double-header weekend. And this rider on screen, Jigs Bustini, in position to clinch a double-A title here in the JDay Offroad Racing Championship. What a season it has been. Zach Herron, Josh Stout. Josh, we got 30 more minutes of the 2026 season, and these boys are ready to lay it all out on the line.
Like you said, it's been a grind all summer long. Everybody on the TV crew, the JDay Offroad crew, Ethan and all his guys, all the riders, putting the overnight travel in, burning the midnight oil. They've grinded their way to this point, and it's come down to 2 riders, and one rider really has a firm control over this, Jigs Bustini.
No doubt about it. Let's take a look at how the first moto broke down with our MX Trophies race recap. The flag drop, Bustini up in the mix, sliding into turn number 1, but it would be the 2-stroke of Thorne Devlin, yesterday's overall winner, who got out to the early race lead. The rest of the field starting to funnel in behind, as we've seen lap riders playing a big part in the series as well here this weekend. But it all comes down to this. The green flag is up when it drops. The final moto is underway. We're off and rolling here for the Double-A Pro final moto. Thorne Devlin once again slingshots his way out front early in turn number 1. Did not see where Bustini was at in that mix.
I did see Ethan Smith come through about dead last, so a tough start for him. He's going to have his work cut out for him. I did not see Bustini. He was in there in the middle somewhere. Obviously, we saw Devlin and Ryder Lafferty looked like he had a pretty good jump coming around the first turn as well.
Taking a look at our next row, I believe this is A250. And as you may have noticed, the umbrellas are up, and this time it's not for the shade. Mother Nature moving in and adding another, I mean, why not? Throw one more variable into the mix. A little bit of rain, and this one not quite a sprinkle. It is a rain, and it looks like it might be here for the whole final moto. So we will see how that plays into what has already been a rough and slick track, Josh. I got to think if I was sitting on the line, I'd be going, great, of course, what else?
Well, obviously, you never want to get wet while you're riding, but the issue is going to be, like you said, the track is already slick. So you start adding some water to that, and it's going to make things really interesting. You're going to have to be very careful with the throttle, as it's starting to come down pretty heavy out there. I mean, it's not, they call it a heavy sprinkle, Zach?
Yeah, it's not a full-on rain and pouring. Man on the move's not snoring quite yet, but I'm trying to take a peek out of the Stoke studio and see exactly where our top runners are here in the Double-A class as we continue to watch A200 and A Open, our final start row. Getting ready to go off and rolling, 30-second card, walking her way across. One more drop of the Fox green flag. And here we go.
See a couple of the family members there keeping the umbrellas up till the very last second, trying to keep as much rain off the rider and the goggles as they can.
And that's Rivers Morris shooting into turn number 1. I believe we may have had some flip-flopping of the start row, so I believe that was your A250 class. A200 and A Open might have been that second row, as looking outside.
Well, Zach, I can hear him, I could see him, and now I can smell him. Someone's running some race gas up in the front there.
Well, I tell you what, I saw like a Wendy's combo, 4-4-4 out front. Justin Coquino's doing exactly what he needed to when he needed to most, but he's going to need a whole lot of help from the rest of the field to try to keep Jigs Bustini at bay. Looks like he was about in that 4th place spot or so, with Ryan Amancio and Evan Smith breathing down his neck.
Early in the going here, but you got to believe Coquinos is breathing a little bit of sigh of relief after the way the weekend has unfolded for him. As we look at our first moto results, it was Lafferty, Evan Smith, Jigs Bustini there in 3rd, Devlin, Jones, Coquinos, and Gosselin. Your top 7 in the Pro Double-A.
It all comes down to this. Matthew Barrientos on the A200, first moto win. Evan Forgue and Nicholas Hyam finishing second and third in Moto number 1 for A200. We'll look at how A250 broke down. Rivers Morris, your series points leader, backing things up with a Moto win. Colton McQuarrie finishing up in that number 2 spot. Gavin Forsberg in the number 3 position. As there it was, Kokinos, Lafferty, Devlin, Bustini, Amancio, Smith, and couldn't quite tell, that might have been Gosselin right there as well. But how about it? The Plastow Power Sports back Yamaha of Justin Kokinos puts himself out front, got the jump this time on the 450. Had a horrible start in Moto number 1, set himself on the back foot right off the jump. But this time he's in the mix, he's in the fight, and even if he can't walk away with the title, Josh, he wants to walk away proving what he's got.
Moto 1 yesterday, he had a pretty good Moto. Moto 2, the things kind of fell apart on him, and then Moto 1 today was just not at all what Justin was looking for or what Justin's normally accustomed to doing as far as results and riding goes. So as you see, Fustini still unlocks that double over the tires.
Devlin says, I learned my lesson in the first Moto. I'm going to try to go across. But it looked like Fustini was able to predict. But Devlin does keep him at bay. Doesn't allow Fustini to make the pass. Meanwhile, Amancio saying, I just want to get in front of you guys before we get the lap riders.
Amancio is going to have nightmares tonight about lap riders. He's going to be talking to the JDay crew, asking for blue flags to be put out on the course, as they are all in and out of the FMF Extreme section.
Taking a look, there is the number 15 machine dropping back into some of our other classes. Alex Vanoof on the number 48 ride, wrapping up a top 3 in the 125 class and trying to end things on a high note here in the pro classes as well.
Got some diehard fans down there, not even putting the umbrellas up.
That was Ruby Fustini in the KTM jacket. Jiggs' sister, an accomplished racer in her own right, still coming back from injury, but best believe she knows what it takes to get the job done. Going to be pointing lines and going to be there till the bitter. And they're also GNCC racers. This is nothing.
Yeah, this is just a warm-up for them.
And yeah, Ruby Fustini joining us in the booth at one point, several points actually throughout the season, and just recently graduated from the on-track school system as well. So congrats to Ruby. And there's Ethan. He had to go from the start, finally getting to check out some rest of the track. So what better spot to watch than right here?
I built this whole thing last week. I haven't seen it yet.
I keep hearing you guys keep moving my stakes. What's going on down here?
I want my tape back. All the Fox tape you guys have taken, I want it back.
No kidding. As things are going to close down after the final checkered flag here. The celebration's going to get kicked off over in the pits. Those podium celebrations, they're live in person, but we got to get there first. As the rest of the field, A200, A Open, Open A Electric as well, making their way through. One rider coming to a complete halt, trying to get the bike refired. And into the Dunlop split lane we go.
Things starting to tighten up at the front now as
Ryder Lafferty.
Yeah, Lafferty going to try and build on that momentum he had from Moto 1. Zach, we noticed in the sportsman class, Lafferty did not come out for that one. So saving some energy, I would assume, to go after Kokinos and the rest of the boys in this one.
Well, I love what I heard from the 336 yesterday on the podium. I asked him about bike change. He said, yeah, maybe a clicker here, a clicker there. He said, but what needs to change is me. I got to step up. I got to twist the throttle more. And it looks like he was able to do just that, as he is fired up. And again, not in the championship hunt, but would love to end the season on a what could have been note. And they're able to do just that right now. But Justin Kokinos making it hard on him, got the start. And we saw what he was able to do with the start out at Southwick, grabbed both the double A and the 125 overall wins. Don't believe he's going to be in contention for the overall here in this one, but certainly wanting to close the season on the top step of the podium.
Absolutely. A moto win to end the year will kind of wash away all the bad motos that he's had this weekend in this class. Like we said, unfortunately, a couple motos where things just came unraveled for him, and we weren't totally sure why, and I'm not sure if Justin even knows why. Just things that happen in the moto world, sometimes you're just not comfortable on the bike.
Yep.
As we look at lap times, Kokinos on a 4:55. I got to believe Lafferty's time is going to update here when they cross the stripe, as now we see Evan Smith making a move on Jiggs, I believe.
No, that was on Devlin. Jiggs is already behind them. Yeah.
He's by Jiggs and Devlin now.
Yeah, and it looked like Devlin almost giving him the wave by. So Thornton Devlin might not be feeling it here in this second moto as well. There's Cooper Jones on the 220 KTM. Good run from Jones earlier today as well. One of the top up-and-coming A riders in the GNCC world. Couldn't quite tell who that was on the Husky.
possibly Dominic Morris. I see Morris on a Husqvarna behind Cooper Jones in the overall, so possibly just speculating based on what we see on live timing here.
Yeah, it makes sense for Morris back there in the
Could have been
250A
Gavin
class,
Forsberry, though, or Forsberry, pardon me, as we're waiting for, there is Devlin just came through, correct?
That was Devlin in the all-black. That is Fustini right there.
Back into our double-A, back into our double-A riders.
And then Jake Abbott, I believe, is actually the Yamaha, the 777. Got to give him a shout-out. Been kind of quietly in the backside of the top 10 in the conversation, but just out of the mix. Moncio, and then, yes, that is the 777 of Jake Abbott.
Running the Camelback. He's ready for a full GNCC. As you saw that section they just came through, now we're this late in the day and we're unlocking new lines. They kind of find something in the middle.
I was going to say completely different lines, as there you see over the back end. And interesting, I kind of think that lip has gone away that we saw Coquinos using in the 125 class. Now using the old foot pivot, lift the front end up, and a look back there from Jigs Fustini. Another lap in the books and another lap closer to a championship. Fustini making his way through. There is Amancio and Abbott.
Fustini just kind of running the clock down in his brain, just going through the motions, putting the laps in.
How could you not? Yeah, I mean, at this point, the damage is done. The points going his way. And that is Morse. I see it on the back. So Dominic Morse on the number 65. 56 on the bike, 65 on the helmet. Through the Yamaha finish line once again, Justin Coquinos did battle on the moto track a few weeks ago for the Pro National. Now doing it once again here for the final moto of Double A for the JDay Series.
Looking like Kyle Roge on screen. He is your 10th place rider in the Double A class. Matthew Barrientos leading the A200 over Evan Fogu, Nicholas Hyham, Matt Jackin, and Brendan Paquin. The A250 Rivers Morris leading them around. Gavin Forsberry, Peter Shaw, Jordan Franklin, Isaac Tucker, your top 5 there. As now we see that Double A running order updated. Coquinos, Lafferty, Smith, Devlin, Fustini back there in 5th. Honestly, once Amancio goes by Fustini, you got to believe if he gets to him, he's not going to put up much of a fight. And then Fustini probably just going to hang out behind these guys and try and bring this thing to the finish in one piece.
Well, the problem is similar to what we heard from Coquinos in the 125 class yesterday. What is allowing one person? Dude, there's a whole line behind him. We've got Abbott right there in the mix. Cooper Jones not far behind. Dominic Morse right on the rear end. And now Van Gosselin checks into the top 10 as well. So while, yes, he doesn't want to take any risks more than he has to, doesn't want to give anything away, it is very easy for us to see Fustini potentially drop out of the top 10 overall if he doesn't start to put up a bit of a fight.
We'll see how it kind of unfolds here as everybody back here where he is starting to spread out a little bit.
Yeah, he's got to maintain that gap over Amancio.
We'll assume that Fustini's probably going to try and settle into a nice pace. If people are going by him, he's going to do his best to not get rattled and get roped into it and pick up the pace again. Everything I'm seeing out of Jigs this weekend, he seems like he has a very mature mindset about everything. As now Lafferty pulls up alongside of Coquinos as they come back onto the moto track. Coquinos able to slam the door on him, and we'll see how this unfolds because this is where Coquinos has the upper hand on everybody else in the class. We check in on the Stoke Media battle cam. The 444 Justin Coquinos on the Yamaha, the 336 of Ryder Lafferty on the Honda.
Yeah, Lafferty on that Morning Duck Honda. Really solid run yesterday and then stepped it up a level or two here today as well. Asked him how he was able to make such quick, decisive passes. He said just a lack of hesitation. You see an opportunity and you go for it. Don't overthink it. And it worked for him. So last thing Coquinos wants to do is leave the door even cracked, as Lafferty has made it clear he will kick it in. And again, looks like it's lightened up a little bit, but it's I would say it's back to a sprinkle, maybe even a mist. But you can see those shiny spots already. A hard base developed, square edges already there. Then you throw a little bit of water on top of it. It is slick as glass here, in especially an open section like that used to be a grass section. So throttle control going to be crucial for these riders as well.
This is what I was going to say. You got to be easy on the throttle coming out of these corners. As we see, the pass has been made. Lafferty kind of darted across to the other side of that wood section.
That was the same spot he made the pass last time. We weren't able to catch it on camera, but he's got a hotline figured out through there.
We caught the end of it. He kind of starts on the inside, and then he darts between a couple trees out to the outside. And it was almost like a motocross type pass where he darted over and cut the line off. And once that happened, Coquinos had nowhere to go.
There you go. Kicks the door in and slams it behind him. Now Ryder Lafferty out front leading the way. Coquinos and Smith 2 and 3 with Thorne Devlin right behind the 347.
Keep tabs on Fustini, obviously the most important rider on track right now, as he is still ahead of Amancio and Abbott. We watch Lafferty now kind of putting in a sprint lap, if you will. Devlin a little sketchy there.
Almost jumped into the tire there.
I don't believe he was trying to jump that far into the tire section, but he was able to keep it on 2 wheels, and he's going to try and run with Evan Smith. And now Evan Smith looks like he's starting to catch up to Coquinos a little bit.
Yep, Devlin's shown he's not scared to risk it through the extreme section before.
And we watch the rest of the field funnel down. So Devlin, and there is Jigs Fustini.
As able to get the TBT Racing live drone back up into the air as the mist subsides momentarily at least.
You're seeing Coquinos up there on the blue bike. Evan Smith with the bright yellow numbers on the back of the jersey, making our job easy all weekend long.
And then Thorne Devlin in the all black gear. Got the number 1 on the jersey, the 109 ride. Your overall AA winner from yesterday. Hasn't quite been able to find the same groove here today, but been up in the top 5 all day long. Meanwhile, it is the 336 of Ryder Lafferty making his return to JDay Racing for the first time pre-COVID.
It's what we've seen all day today, Zach. If you look at yesterday's racing, we've seen a lot of new moto winners and overall winners today. The results kind of get shaken up from day to day, and we're not sure if that's just the way other riders are feeling or if it's because of the changes where they're running that new wood section, how things have unfolded. But whatever it is, it's producing great racing and some new results as we jump into a new day of racing.
So there you go, from one drone to the other. We jump onto the Fox FPV, Evan Smith right in front of us, trying to show us the fast way through, and then Thorne Devlin going to jump in behind as well. Coquinos, picture perfect buttery smooth on that step down double. Did you notice that? Landed, immediately locked the brakes up, still made the inside line, and that could be the difference maker for somebody like Coquinos, and that's the last thing you want to do going through the wood section right there. As the Dunlop split lane, he psyched us out. I thought he was going red. He turns it back to the right-hand side. Ryder Lafferty just trying to turn some consistent laps in at this point. Got enough of a gap to where if he can just maintain, he's not got anything to worry about.
No, you got to believe he's keeping tabs on the riders behind him. He's going to get some chances out on the moto side of things. Those 180 turns, you can peek over your shoulder, and then sometimes in the woods, you get a second to peek over your shoulder as well. And these guys are pros for a reason. They're going to keep tabs on where everybody is on the track.
Yeah, Lafferty, a highly accomplished GNCC racer in his own right. I believe the original plan was to step away from full-time racing and then came back. He's on that Honda machine and almost seemed like a new rider altogether. Really got comfortable on that thing quick, and like I said, he was doing so well that I thought he'd been at JDay earlier this season. He told me yesterday, nah, man, I think you got the wrong guy, but what a return, a podium finish yesterday, and looking at a potential 1-1 here today to close out the season, which means if I was Ryder Lafferty, I would be following at JDay Offroad looking for a 2027 schedule.
Or you just retire on top, you go 1-1, you call it a day.
See, that's the difference between us and them. We say, I got lucky, I'm on top, I'm done. These guys say, oh, I'm back. I'm ready to go for a whole nother season.
That means I'm ready to lock back into a full-time gig.
There you go. I like it. It's been fun calling the racing action with you all weekend long, and fun to watch Evan Smith slide up the inside, try to get the pass made around Coquinos. Not sure if he was able to make it stick. There is Fustini, kind of in no man's land just a little bit back there, and that is totally fine with him.
Yeah, just churning his laps. The most uneventful race he could ever hope for in his life.
Probably the longest 30 minutes of his life as well, as he has done the work and put himself in the right spot. Evan Smith does make the pass happen on Coquinos. So Lafferty, Smith, Coquinos, Devlin, and Fustini, the top 5. As getting ready to put another lap in the books. Got to think just about halfway through, if not just past it. Starting to work into the lap traffic as well. Been a huge talking point this weekend, maybe more so than the rest of the season. A great turnout, always great to see, but also adds some other side of things to it as well. You know, when you got a lot of riders out there, a lot of different speeds.
Well, I believe everybody enjoys the chaos except for the riders and their families. So, unfortunately, it's great for us, not that great for the riders.
As you see, Ryder Lafferty having to make some quick decisions there to get around that rider headed into the extreme section.
This is where the lappers are a little bit different. We talked about it yesterday. These guys are all A and Pro riders on the track. A little bit more awareness, a little bit more pace when they come up behind him.
Man, that was so smooth right there for Lafferty. He kind of literally dropped off the concrete, sat, pivoted, popped the front end back up. That was one of the smoother get-throughs, especially up the inside, that I've seen. Bustini's still launching up and over those tires. He does not want to touch rubber. And again, a glance back. That's kind of his spot. It seems like he's picked out as far as to manage the gap, see exactly who is behind him and how far they are. As over the sky shot we go. Devlin now gets Coquinos in his sights.
So Coquino's going to get stuck in that situation we've seen a lot of riders in this weekend. You want to race ahead, but you got to remember there's someone right behind you as well. Kind of play a little bit offense and defense as Evan Smith now gets hung up behind a lapper, and that'll let Coquinos pull back up on him a little bit. And again, we're coming up in that part of the track where Coquinos is able to double down that hill. We'll see if he's able to make something work with that.
Yeah, I didn't see Devlin doing it, but I do believe Evan Smith was doing it earlier today. Now, I'm not sure if he's still doing it here in this late moto. We'll have to watch and see, but Smith hasn't been scared to send it on the moto track thus far this weekend. You just saw Lafferty scrubbing it off, headed back down the hillside. So let's see, side by side, a lap rider in the way as well. This time it's Smith that jumps it, and Coquinos has to shut it down.
So Coquinos went to the inside there. I think he was trying to get to the line on the outside before Evan Smith exited the turn, which is a little bit of a strange move because, you know, he was doubling down the hill pretty smoothly. But you can't fault him for trying something different. As we look at the Stoke battle cam, Evan Smith, Justin Coquinos on the TBT Racing live drone as they disappear into the woods for the first time of this lap.
Now we're going to pick him back up, grab a quick shot of him. Now into the Dunlop split lane they go. Lafferty fades and then cuts at that last second back over to the right-hand side for the riders. This time Coquinos follows him along, and Devlin going to try the red line. Some hard enduro experience for the 109 of Thorne Devlin. We've seen it on display earlier today. Could that help him? Ooh, hang on to it. A big bobble there from Evan Smith. Almost came together with the wall of that corner.
So we knew Coquinos was close. Obviously, you start seeing the mistakes. That'll make Coquinos believe he's got a chance to get back around him.
Here you see the 47 Honda machine. Looks like goggles have already come off for that rider as well. Like we said, Cole Johnson on screen. He's one of our open A riders, and the mist, it can sometimes play tricks on you on those goggle lenses, and he is leading his class, so I had to make the decision. Better safe than sorry. Going to go ahead and ditch the goggles.
We watched Thorne Devlin jump up the 2 step-ups to the top of the hill on the far back side of the track. We were about 2 laps away, possibly seeing the white flag right now. I think we got about a half a lap to go. We're going to go through the FMF Extreme section, and we are going to head back towards the finish line to what I believe is the white flag, possibly the 2-lap signal. We will check on that when we get over there. But right now we're checking on Thorne Devlin starting to go after Coquinos, as Coquinos is starting to lose touch with Evan Smith. You see Smith at the top of the screen, one rider in between him and Coquinos. That is a lapper. Coquinos able to work around him, and now Devlin going to try and get around him as well before they get into a part of the track where everything starts to tighten up.
Yeah, a little bit of space now between 2, 3, and 4. Meanwhile, Lafferty all by his lonesome up front there. You just caught Evan Smith in the frame. Let's see, Lafferty still using that kind of main line that they'd had all day long. Rest of the field looks like trying to push over, as there is Evan Smith, who I believe kind of created that line. He was the first rider that I saw take it.
Just looking at how Lafferty's bike handles going down that steep hill with the braking bumps versus Evan Smith, I think Lafferty might have a little bit more of a better setup right now for that section. Things like that are what's allowing him to really start walking away from the rest of the field and do what we did in Moto 1, where he just blew by everybody.
So continuing to watch here as time running down on the final moto of the season.
There you see Fustini on screen into the FMF Extreme section.
Josh, I'm going to get ready to head down to the finish. I'll jump back in as soon as I'm over there and able to pick back up with the race call.
Sounds good. Zach going to go pop some champagne with the winners here. He'll jump back in with us in just a second. He's going to hitch a ride to the front side of the track towards the finish line. You see those slick spots on screen really starting to jump out at these riders. Wasn't able to see if the white flag did come out. Possibly able to get confirmation from race control here shortly, as Ryder Lafferty works his way around. Want to mention, as you see the QR code on screen, one last time, the Verb Moto Prospect app. If you haven't heard us talking about it, a great thing that's innovative, changing the amateur motocross scene. They got all sorts of coverage for amateur racing as far as national level, local level. Woods Racing, JDay is on there. All sorts of results, live results. There is some sponsorships opportunity on there. You can go on there, claim your profile, check out your standings, talk a little smack to your buddies if you'd like. Everything is free. There is no purchases required. If you check it out, you're not happy, you don't see your name, you don't like where you sit in the standings, more than welcome to delete the app right off the phone if you don't like it. But something really cool that Stoke Media and Verb Moto are starting to put together. They've kind of collabed on this to bring this to the live TV streams. So we strongly encourage you to scan that QR code and check that out. As we look back into the racing, the Dunlop split lane, we see Ryder Lafferty work his way through. He opts to go to the white side, the inside line. And then I believe we see Evan Smith come by. So there is Coquinos now still leading Thorne Devlin. So Devlin was able to get within striking distance. He hasn't been able to do anything with it. As we jump on board with the Fox FPV drone, we're going to follow Ryder Lafferty through the initial part of the wood section. He's going to drop back down onto the motocross track, make a couple turns over a few jumps, and head back into the second stage of the woods track before he looks at the FMF Extreme Zone one more time. And then he'll work his way back towards the front of the property, towards that Yamaha finish line. So the 366 of Ryder Lafferty looking to go 1-1 and stamp really a statement ride to end the 2026 JDay season. Now we pop onto the Pit Bike Moto live cam on the back side of the facility. You see the Honda rider work his way around the turn up over the crest of the hill. Evan Smith still pushing the second place rider, trying to get close enough to Lafferty to capitalize if anything happens here on the last lap. And then there you see Coquinos, and Devlin still hanging tough. He's starting to inch up behind him. Every time they pop in the screen, I feel like he's another bike length or two closer. As now we hop on board with the TBT Racing live drone. Looks like we're going to check in with Coquinos and Thorne Devlin, the two closest riders inside the top five. It's hard to believe this section they're in right now was completely covered in grass yesterday. We look at the Luxon last lap times. Ryder Lafferty on a 4:53, Evan Smith on a 4:50, fastest rider on track. Coquinos on a 4:55, Devlin 4:56, Jigs Fustini on a 5:02, Ryan Amancio on a 5 even, and Jake Abbott on a 5 even as well. So shout out to Jake Abbott, backside of the top 5. He is running the pace with the leaders. Shout out to Luxon. They're covering all of our lap time data this weekend. Go ahead and check out all of their products once you're done watching the stream here. Talk about on stream, we got Ryder Lafferty working that Honda through the FMF Extreme section one last time and making it look as smooth as can be for as rough as it is late in the weekend. One of our riders from our other A classes working his way through the FMF Extreme section as well. And now we see Devlin pop in the screen. I believe Devlin has made his way around Kokinos. Possibly missed Evan Smith when he went through. I see Kokinos popping in behind Devlin, so a change in the top 3. Our early race leader has fallen back into the 4 spot. As you see, Jigs Fustini now under fire from Ryan Amancio. So Fustini about 3/4 of the way through his final lap. Amancio pulls up alongside of him. Now we check in on the TBT Racing Drome. Devlin and Kokino is going to race this all the way to the finish line. And the white flag is out. Mike, pardon me, Zach, do we have you on the mic?
I hope so, brother, because we have got a battle on our hands. Thorne Devlin and Justin Kokino's just blowing by me. Devlin, no goggles on, so the last thing he wants is to eat roost off the back of the Plastyle Power Sports Yamaha. But you should have heard the screams from Ryder Lafferty trying to get around this lap traffic here. He is trying to lay it all on the line here for this final lap.
Well, it is bad news for Devlin. You couldn't see it on your screen there, Zach, but Devlin spent about 3/4 of a lap on the rear wheel of Kokino's back there in the woods section. So probably got a little impatient eating that roost, and he was finally able to make the pass as Kokino's trying to come back on him as they drop down into the gully next to Gravity Cavity and go around the apple tree.
We talk about how long this last lap's got to feel for riders like Ryder Lafferty, riders like Thorne Devlin, but how about Jigs Fustini putting himself in the right spot, just popped back out of Gravity Cavity, under pressure from Ryan Amancio. Curious to see if he's going to try to keep the 360 behind him or ultimately give him the position so he can bring it home for a championship.
Well, Zach, Fustini had Amancio all over him as they were in the FMF Extreme Zone, way in the backside of the track, so it doesn't sound like he's going to let him by without a fight. As we watch the lead group drop down in the FMF, or pardon me, the Dunlop split lane. That is one lap rider coming through. So here is Devlin. Like Zach said, goggles are off. And then Kokinos comes through a little bit behind him. Body language from Kokinos looked like he was still trying to put the fight to him. So we'll see what can happen here. Both riders able to clear the lap traffic relatively easy. Kokino's electing to follow Devlin now, just trying to stay intact until they get back on the motocross track, where you got to believe Kokino's feels a little bit more comfortable. As we ride along on the Fox FPV drone, giving you a really cool view of the speed and just the ability of these riders to dip and dodge around these trees.
Trying to get the TVs pulled up down here so I can jump back on the race call here, Josh.
All good, Zach. We got some riders working their way around the backside of the motocross track. It is Kokinos and Devlin. Kokinos furiously trying to get around Devlin. He really gave him a run there on the motocross side of things, so they just dropped back down into the second half of the woods course. And this is where Devlin was starting to really make some time on Kokinos last lap. And just like that, a few bike lengths already opened up as they go over the crest of the hill. We're kind of waiting for Fustini to come through with Amancio. We'll try and give you an update if Amancio was able to get around him or not. We'll jump back in with Devlin and Kokinos. Devlin able to hold him at bay as we jump back and looking at a one lap rider come by. That's the 14 Honda hanging out on the TBT Racing live drone. That is Fustini. Honestly, Zach, Fustini was able to open it up a little bit over Amancio.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. When they came through, he kind of did a little head shake, and it looked like he was grabbing some gear. So I was curious how much of a fight we were going to see from Fustini, but we saw this in Moto 1 as well. He seems like he's most comfortable when he's pushing the pace. That's what's got him in a championship position, and that's how he's going to close this season out.
Well, we talked about it yesterday, Zach. It's almost a mental block to stay focused and just ride the race the way you know how to race. Obviously, he's not pushing the pace to try and catch up to Kokinos and Devlin, but he's staying focused, hitting his marks. As we jump back into the FMF Extreme section, we're back up front with Ryder Lafferty now on that Honda, working his way around one of these lappers. About to work his way out of the last little bit of woods here. And then he will be headed back towards the front of the facility to go meet up with our man, Zach Herron, as he is on track up and over the sky shot. We're going to ride along with him on the TBT Racing live drone. All the way up Horsepower Hill over the top.
We got our eyes peeled here. I am looking for the Morning Dog Honda, the big 336. And here it goes. Ryder Lafferty one more time into the Yamaha finish line. And how about it? What a way to close out a season. 1-1 out of your double A class. Ryder Lafferty gets the job done. The high five and the hugs already flying. Here comes Evan Smith, going to cross the line in the number 2 spot for the moto. What a performance for the 347 as well.
Zach, we got Thorne Devlin and Kokinos racing all the way to the finish line.
Woo, they're in the air at the same time. They cross across each other, hanging on to it. The 2-stroke revs, and Thorne Devlin hangs on to the number 3 spot. Him and Kokinos, a huge hug and high five. That is what it's all about here. That's racing at its finest. But at the end of the day, you take the top 3, the top 4 in the moto. Everybody wanting to see the 511 of Jigs Fustini. Getting closer and closer. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Double A champ, screaming. Everybody revving the bikes. Your champion, Jigs Fustini, gets the job done. That is how you close out a season. What a race for the 511 of Jigs Fustini.
Zach, you love to see it. Even his competitors who have crossed the line ahead of him wait for him. They're almost as happy as he is to finally lock this thing up. You see Kokinos giving him a big slap on the back and a high five. Thorne Devlin was over there revving the bike up, excited for him, waving his arms. So a huge congratulations, Jigs Fustini, able to claim that overall championship on the season. Zach, he's making his way over to you. We'll try and get some rider interviews. Looks like Fustini going to claim that Fox podium spot right now. He's ready to talk about it, Zach. Let us know when you got him. As smiles for miles over there. There's Ethan coming over there to congratulate him.
It's party time down here, Josh. I'm telling you what, this is the place to be. No Troy, not postponed, it's canceled. No problems over here for the 511. Well, we got to save the champ interview for last. We're going to get Ryder Lafferty over here. Evan Smith, he's already headed back to the truck. We'll see if we can get him back up here for an interview as well. And we'll get Thorne Devlin up here as well. A solid fight for him all the way down to the finish line. This is the happiest place on the property down here, Josh. You're missing out. I'm not going to lie.
Well, you better get your congratulations in line for Jigs Fustini, because there's a line of people coming over to congratulate him. As we are going to check in with Zach. He appears to have Ryder Lafferty down on the Fox podium. Take it away, Zach.
All right, thank you so much, guys. There's hugs, there's high fives, and some props certainly needing to be given right here to Ryder Lafferty, man. We talked about it, the return to JDay, and the difference between day 1 and day 2, man. You meant business. You had the look on the face, and you had the look on the track as well. Made some quick decisions, some quick passes as well here in Moto number 2. Take us through it.
Yeah, you hit the hell on the head. I mean, yesterday was not very good. It took me 2 days to get warmed up, and those boys beat my butt yesterday, but I'm happy to go 1-1 and today, and the rain made it tricky out there. It was real slick that second moto, but I had a blast here at JDay. It was an awesome time. Maybe I'll keep coming back.
Hey, we were already talking about it. I was Ryder Lafferty. I'd be looking for that 2027 schedule. Now, I was going to ask the rain. It was a little bit heavier right there in the start, kind of lightened up about mid-moto or so. Did you have to adjust the riding mid-race to deal with the additional slickness? It's already hard-packed, but you throw water on top of it, and it just makes it that much.
Oh, yeah. Those ruts, the bottom of them were just polished ice. There's a couple of jumps out there. I did the downhill, step down, whatever you want to call it, and first moto, and I did it first 2 laps, second moto, and I almost had a big one. I don't know if you guys caught it on camera, but I stopped doing it. It just wasn't worth it. But, Yeah, little stuff like that, but it was, you know, nothing I'm not used to, and it was good track.
And that's what I was going to say. You've got the racecraft, you've got the experience, backed it down where you needed to, and we're still wicking it up in certain spots as well. Man, you get the job done 1-1 to close out the season. For the JDay return, man, not a bad return at all. Who's helping you do it? Who helped you get up here?
Yeah, first and foremost, JDP Suspension, Morning Duck Coffee, Moose Racing, Bell Helmets, Renthal, Achirby's, HPD, NSW. Anybody else I'm forgetting? Thank you.
How about it? Congratulations. 1-1 out of your AA class here. We're going to move him out of the way and try to, I believe Evan Smith is back, so we'll get up the 347 ride. A fantastic finish, and I think he deserved it as well. After a tough break here yesterday. So how about it? We catch up with the 347. I thought we were going to miss. Thought you headed back to the truck. A tough break yesterday in that second moto. I was right here when you ended up having the mishap. A little bit of redemption here today on day number 2. Take us through it.
Yeah, yesterday was a major bummer, but today was a lot better. Yeah, Ryder was ripping. That second moto, I got a terrible start, and then he got to the front first, and I like to think if I could have got there at the same time, maybe I could have, you know, thrown a hook into him, but he was far enough out to where I was pushing the envelope, and I started making some mistakes, and it was either going to be, you know, maintain that pace or maybe hit the deck, so I settled.
Now, I got to think, like yourself is one of those ones where we're kind of sitting there asking what could have been. We obviously had the injury a bit earlier in the season, but we've shown when the 347 is here, he means business, and he can get the job done anytime he lines up on the line.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ryder's been racing both National Series all year. He's been on the bike the whole year, and I pretty much took 4 months off. So to even be able to see him is a win for me.
Hey, well, I know it was certainly not easy, especially in conditions like this, man. Who helped you get up here and have a fantastic weekend to close out the year?
Yeah, thank you to KTM, Dirt South, Shoei Helmets, Tear Off Gaskets, TM Design, Seat Concepts, G2, all those guys. Thank you very much.
How about it, folks? Let's hear it. Second in Double A, Evan Smith gets the job done. And we get... Can you guys move out of the way? It's interfering with the microphone. We'll get Thorne up here, too, smoking it. That was one of my favorite sounding revs, man. You had the two smoke. One... A little different results here, man. You were in the fight, still lightning off of the start, maybe even more so here today. Take us through the moto, man. Some frustration, some difficulties. Lap riders a big as well. Take us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, man, I was finally able to trust that outside since yesterday I pushed my luck on it and it ended up working out. So I figured today I'm going to hold it wide all the way to that second turn, and it was working good. But not favorable conditions for the two-stroke today. Won't make any excuses. I ride to the best of my ability. Stiffen the bike up a bit on compression compared to yesterday. I felt yesterday I could have a softer setup with the dry conditions. So today I ended up stiffening things up a little bit because I didn't like the slide with the soft setup. It would slide off the faces and get a weird catch. So I like to stiffen the bike up today a little bit. But I had a good day. Just banging this bike and just loving my dirt bike. That's what it's all about. And the track was sick today. I preferred yesterday's a bit, but it was rad. The guys always at JDay kill it.
Hey, it was absolutely fantastic to have you in the mix, man, in the battle from start to finish all weekend long. Who helped you get up here, get out here, and get back on the podium here today?
Yeah, man, it's been really sick. Even like racing with Evan and Ryder. Ryder was my competitor my whole life growing up in ECEA and stuff. So it's cool we're still here battling for overall positions, and we're all out here doing the same thing. You know, it's super cool all these years, but the whole guys over at Solid, my girlfriend Alex, they're the main part of the program, and Oakley, Troy Lee, Wheelworks, Astra Handlebars, Slavens, Two-Stroke Performance. This thing sounds good, and there's for a reason. Those boys over at TSP know how to get it done, so thank you, everybody.
Congrats, Thorne. A fantastic weekend. That is Thorne Devlin, third out of your Double A class. And last but certainly not least here for the podium celebrations, I think it's time to crown a champion. Let's bring him up. I made it all year long. I got to make it one more time. Getting jiggy with it. Jigs Fustini gets done. Jigs, did you hear me on that one? The champ here in 2026, man. I know you've been dreaming of it, working for it. It takes so much to be able to get something like this done. What's the initial emotions, man? I know it's going to take a while to set. It was a fight tooth and nail. We had to balance the weather, all kinds of conditions. And
speechless. I mean, I've been dreaming of this since I was a little kid, so stoked to have it finally come true. And yeah, I mean, I'm just literally speechless. So just thank you to everyone. You know, everything means so much, so thank you to everybody.
Now take us through that moto. Probably felt like the weight of the world was on your shoulders. 30 minutes probably felt like 30 days out there. We saw you. You're glancing back in the extreme section, kind of figuring out who's where, what's creeping up on you. How much of the kind of management strategy was going into this last race?
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I just wanted to get it out of the way early in the weekend and just make it as easy as possible for these final 2 motos. And I felt like I did that very well. So I was just kind of cruising out there that second moto, just bringing it home.
Did exactly what you needed to, man. You get the job done. Who's celebrating with you? I know we got a party over at the Fustini crew going on later.
Yeah, obviously my whole family. I mean, they do so much for me. KTM, TF Racing Suspension, Dunlop Tires, Canning MX Speed Establishment. He's been my trainer for so many years, so big thanks to him. Alpine Stars, Auntie and Timmy for everything they do for me, and everyone else who helps and supports me. You know, thank you to everybody for sure.
Congratulations, Jigs. It's well-deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 AA champ, Jigs Fustini. What a race and what a way to close out the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing season. We're going to take a look at how things broke down. Josh, give us a look at that MX Trophies race recap.
All right, Zach, let's check it out. It was action-packed right from the flag drop. We're going to take a look at it here. We're going to run through the highlights. You saw Lafferty not get the greatest jump. Evan Smith honestly got a way worse jump, so shout out to him for getting all the way up into second place. But it was the 444 of Coquinos. It looked like he was going to try and run away with this. As you see on the screen, all the rain that was falling. And that's what some of the riders were talking about. Fustini still comfortable, able to double through that FMF Extreme Zone. And like we said, it was Coquinos. We thought he was going to run away with this one and hoped to get some help from the other riders with Fustini.
Well, we saw Ryder Lafferty. He started getting some momentum forward, and the 336 did almost identically to what he did in Moto 1, making a quick pass just at the top of the hillside. But he touched on it. We were debating back and forth, Josh, whether the rain was starting to affect who was willing to jump what. And he put the rumors to rest. Said, man, that downhill double was getting mighty sketchy as things started to get slicker.
Yeah, about halfway through, you see some of the riders start to run down Coquinos, and once one of them got around, then he was under fire from the next one. First it was Lafferty, then it was Evan Smith, and then Thorne Devlin was able to battle him tooth and nail to the finish. As we see here, this is when Smith really sunk his teeth into Coquinos.
Yeah, Evan Smith trying to make some quick moves, smooth and steady up the inside. And he was still sitting at just about all moto long. Those GNCC kids not scared of the rain whatsoever and taking a lot of different lines, which is something we've seen out of Evan Smith all weekend long. But the 336 Honda machine started working his way to the front. But how about this battle for the final spot on the podium? Thorne Devlin and Justin Coquinos crossing lines, coming to the finish line when the white flag was flying.
All the way to the finish. Like we said, no knock on Coquinos. He fought tooth and nail all the way to the finish. It just didn't fall his way this weekend, as eventually we saw the checker flag came out for Ryder Lafferty. The rest of the field came through, but the story of the day obviously was Jigs Fustini able to bring this thing home.
No doubt about it. Lafferty brings out the checkered flag and grabs the moto win. Evan Smith kind of by himself there in the number 2 spot for the moto, and then a wheel-to-wheel battle for the final spot on the podium for the second moto. But like you said, I have never heard 4 or 5 competitors all absolutely panic rev the bikes afterwards to celebrate a champion. Everyone seemed to be excited to watch Jigs Fustini take this AA championship.
Yeah, it was great to see all the sportsmanship down there. Obviously, everybody competitors on the course, but when it came down to it, they were happy for Jigs. Everybody showing their support, all the high fives. I really think that ride from Evan Smith was a little bit overshadowed by everything else that was going on. He came from dead last to second.
No doubt about it, an incredible performance. And like I said, got to sit there and wonder what could have been for Evan Smith in the 2026 JDay Offroad season had he not had that injury. I don't know about you, but it's got me looking forward to 2027. We'll get ready to show you that Pro Taper Top 10, how it all broke down here in our final moto of the 2026 season. Obviously, Ryder Lafferty grabbing the moto win, but the big talking point, Ryder Lafferty, Coquinos, and Devlin Smith in second, but your champion, Jigs Fustini, gets the job done. As what a season it has been here in 2026. Josh, you jumped in right at the best part, man, right at the grand finale. It's been an incredible weekend of racing action, and it's been great to have you in the booth calling the action alongside. As always, it takes a village to put on this production, and we got a ton of thank yous to hand out for all season long. Of course, starting off with our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell, OPAG, our operations producer, Adam Garden, our producer, Don Hampton, our director, Jock Renner, our audio engineer, Brian Wall, our graphics operator, Adam Arndt, our replay operator, Cameron Cotter, as well as our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our second engineer, Adam Atkins, our incredible camera operators. They've been in the sun, in the rain, all kinds of conditions all season long. Nick Vosberg, Zach Kerwin, Colby Davis, Caden Feathers, Mike Rose, a.k.a. Bear, Caleb Feathers, Aspen Allen, Kieran Motherway, Brian Webster, and Dakota Anderson. Our eyes in the sky, Gabe Shull, as well as our Fox FPV pilot, Ian Howes. And we've got to give a big shout out to our friends Ian Broach and everybody here at JDay. And for Josh Dowd, I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys next time right here on Racer TV and right back here at the Fox JDay Off-Road Series.